This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Kuming, whose last name is Kuming, is a new host of unboxing and evaluation on Bilibili. He occasionally records some food broadcasts and shoots some boring daily vlog videos. He is not very popular and has only dozens of fans. He has dark circles under his eyes and looks like a fairy. He yawned at the computer screen. For video hosts, when they are not popular, no one watches the videos they post, and they can only entertain themselves. It was late at night. Kuming finished rendering a video and was so sleepy that he jumped on the bed, covered himself with a quilt, and went to sleep. He even forgot how to submit the video. He slept more and more deeply, and it seemed that he heard the gurgling sound of the sea water surging and some vague murmurs in his ears. He seemed to dream that he sank into the depths of the sea. He dreamed of an octopus-headed monster as huge as a mountain, with countless tentacles on its chin, a fat body, 2 pairs of unformed wings on its back, and closed its eyes, lying in the middle of a seawater city made of green stones. Then, he began to float, as if his soul returned to his body, and flew into the body of a large octopus head. At this moment, he had a keen sense of touch and extremely strong hearing. He could hear the sound of the seawater flowing, and the sound of seafood swimming and stirring up the seawater. Where am I? It was pitch black, and he couldn't even open his eyes. Game opening. Suddenly, an ethereal female voice came into his mind. It was this voice that made Kuming open his eyes. At a glance, magnificent green boulders covered the entire city, and some floating green stones were fixed above the city. They were arranged in an unusual geometric layout, and the surface of the stone pillars was engraved with exquisite and gorgeous reliefs, full of exotic beauty. In the city, there are some fish creatures swimming around, like little masters walking in the back garden. But after Kuming's eyes swept over, the fish were all panicked and swam out in a panic. Some fish even hit their heads against the wall, scared to death. And because of his awakening, the decayed, dark black ghosts in the city swam over. They look weird. Their whole bodies are like hollow hooded cloaks, and the black cloaks emit some unheard of foreign languages. Although they are words that Kuming has never heard of, he can understand them. They don't say much, mainly praising his name, which is relatively long. Secondly, they report to him that the seal of the ancient god cannot be lifted, and needs help from the outside world. They will go to the outside world to develop believers, and strive to break the seal on the day of the astrological sign. Kuming opened his mouth and wanted to ask something else, but found that he couldn't even open his mouth. It was as if there was an inexplicable force that sealed his mouth, making him unable to speak. Is this the power of the seal? Then, the humble ghost apostle slowly left the green stone giant city buried deep in the endless seabed, swam away, and disappeared. Without the humble ghost apostles, the entire green stone city lost its vitality, with only the sound of surging seawater and marine life. The marine life that could escape had already escaped, about 1,000th of them escaped. The seafood that did not escape had fallen into madness, and was insane. Where am I? Kuming murmured in his heart. But no one told him where he was. He wanted to twist his head, but he couldn't move. The power of the seal spread throughout his body, and he could do nothing except open his eyes. He could sense the flow of the seawater, and what was happening in all places in the green stone city. His body was obviously not the original one, otherwise, he would not be able to sense so much information. Maybe he had traveled through time, but in such a scientific society, who would believe in traveling through time? He thought for a few minutes, and his mind was in a mess. Don't think about it anymore. Just think of it as traveling through time. System. He called out tentatively in his heart. Unexpectedly, after this call, the system panel really came out. Name, Cthulhu. Position, final boss of the second round, Ancient God Seal, HP, 999.9 billion/999.9 billion. Mana, infinite. Physical/magic resistance, 100 million. Skills, accept sacrifice, deadly gaze, power of the evil god, tentacles, mental suppression, physical critical hit immunity, spell critical hit immunity, rebound damage, super speed blood recovery, blood drop rebirth, invasion of dreams, distortion of dreams, spreading dreams. Seeing this abnormal value and countless awesome skills, Kuming couldn't help but show a shocked expression. What's going on? I became the second round boss in the game? Kuming said in his heart. If this is not a dream, then Kuming has made a fortune, starting with a god-level account. But as time passed, Kuming realized one thing. In his status bar, there is a negative status of Ancient God Seal. Ancient God Seal, All status drops by 90%. No body movement allowed. Keeman looked at his fatal gaze skill, which was a passive skill. Anything he stared at would have its status dropped by 90%, which was one of the reasons why Seafood was afraid of it. Then, there is the power of the evil god, which is also a passive skill. It has an extremely terrifying suppression force on the spiritual realm. There is a certain probability of exploding and dying, but the main function is to make creatures crazy. In addition, the effects of many skills overlap. Some are active skills, and some are passive skills. It is normal that such a powerful boss body is restricted and sealed by the game, otherwise it is equivalent to destroying the balance. It is precisely because of the seal of strength that a small number of Seafood in the marginal areas escape by chance. According to the instructions on the panel, he is the ultimate boss of the second round. What does the second round mean? The second round can be understood as watching the TV series twice from beginning to end. In the game, it means that the player plays the game for the second time and finds that Keeman is the final boss. The game plot is considered to be successfully concluded only when the player defeats the real ultimate boss. However, the above explanation is for standalone games. If it is an online game, it means to brush the account to the maximum level, and then drink a zero-level potion to brush the plot again. According to this setting, Keeman will have to wait a long time before the day when the seal is lifted. So Keeman stayed in the sea for a few hours. In this huge city of Raya, Keeman looked at the dark sea water, which remained unchanged and almost eternal. Under him, some crazy Seafoods were running around, eating other marine animals when they were hungry. Only these crazy Seafoods can add a little fun to the city of Raya. Keeman stared at those small Seafoods. Their size was pitifully small as ants. As his gaze deepened, Keeman could always feel their strong muscle strength, and a line of text notes floated above the heads of each Seafood. Level 999. Crazy King Shrimp. Crazy Crystal Scorpion. Crazy Mutated Lightning Jellyfish. They are not simple creatures. But from another perspective, their bodies are actually quite large. Because their bodies are too huge, they naturally see other things as small things. But after seeing them too much, I still feel very bored. They have fallen into madness, and don't even use skills. Fighting depends entirely on physical combat. Just when he was extremely bored, he heard a distant call in his ears. At first, it was far and near. The voice was a little hoarse, a little distorted, and intermittent, but as time passed, the voice became clearer and clearer. Great Cthulhu. The sleeping god of Raya. The old ones. At this time, a gloomy sacrifice scene emerged in Keeman's mind. It was a poor and destitute mountain village. A dozen fools wore black robes and wrapped their bodies tightly. They wore cat-face masks, and their faces could not be seen. They sang the name of God loudly in the distance. Two of the people in black robes walked around the pool, singing loudly to praise the long name of the Lord Ku, dancing from time to time and shaking the wind chimes in their hands. Around the pool, there was a mysterious magic circle made of some luminous material, emitting a hazy blue light. In the 8 corners of the magic circle, a white candle was lit, and some spices were placed under each candle, emitting an indescribable pungent smell that filled the entire mountain village. What was strange was that the candles burned with a strange green light. What was this? Keeman put a question mark in his mind. Unexpectedly, the fanatical believers in the small mountain village screamed excitedly, as if they had seen a miracle, kneeling on their knees to salute, wearing cat-face masks and knocking on the ground, banging more than a dozen times, and no one dared to look up at the pool, both out of fear and respect. God cannot be looked at directly. Great Cthulhu, we are villagers of the cat-face mountain village. Recently many adventurers come to pick cattail grass. They force us to pick it regardless of whether we agree or not, and say that it is the herb-picking task of the novice village. Please kill them, they are robbers and demons. After saying this, one of the fools carefully moved on the ground, trembling, and did not dare to look up at him the whole time. He held a basin in both hands, rubbed the floor with his head instead of his hands, knelt on his knees to support his body balance, moved to the side of the pool in a peristaltic manner, and then put the things in the plate into the pool. Keeman blinked his eyes. If he saw it correctly, the thing in the basin was a strange-looking cat. This is a little gift from us. Please accept the sacrifice of the slaves. After the voice fell, the sky suddenly brightened. Keeman opened his eyes, and saw that the ceiling in front of him was neither the dim sea water city nor the cat-faced mountain village with strange rituals. This is the ceiling of my own house. Am I back again? Keeman stretched out his hand outside the quilt, and it was a human arm. He looked at himself with the selfie camera of his mobile phone, and his face was still his face, and it did not turn into an octopus head. Ha, ha. Ha, it turned out to be a dream. I was saying that living in a scientific society, how could it be possible to travel through time? Keeman held his forehead with one hand, and laughed at his own idea of traveling through time. But at this moment, an unusual cat cry came from his ear. Meow. Chapter 2. Kamon's neck was a little stiff, and he slowly turned his head to look to the left. On the ground, there was a black cat basin that he had seen in his dream, and in the basin was a strange white fat cat. Its eyes were wide open, its body was covered with white fur, its ears were erect, and it made a meowing sound without opening its mouth. The sound was very strange, and it appeared directly in my mind, buzzing. That's right, this cat was the cat I saw in my dream. It was put into the basin by the fanatical believers, and then sent to Keeman through a sacrificial ceremony. The cat had no idea what was going on, and its eyes were blank, as if it was frightened by the evil god. And Keeman experienced the initial shock and realized that the dream, just now, was a real thing. So what should he do now? Kamon's mind was a little confused. He was a little worried that the cat would suddenly kill people. Fortunately, the cat looked silly, with a dull expression, and did not seem to be aggressive. It sat in the cat bowl, with its body slightly straight, its two fat cat paws on both sides of its fat waist, staring at Keeman in a daze. Keeman looked at the cat carefully, and his expression became strange. This cat looks very much like the Moor cat in the internet emoticon package. In those emoticons, the sand sculpture emoticons that impressed him were, strange knowledge increased. Stop thinking. Thinking sublimated? I don't know if it's an illusion. Keeman stared at this strange cat, and did remember some strange knowledge that he didn't know before. For example, how to raise this strange cat, and the background story of this cat. This is the treasure of the village of cat-faced people, named Strange Knowledge Cat, which can help certain creatures increase strange knowledge. Under the gaze of the cat's big eyes, people who look at it for up to 15 seconds will have strange knowledge added to their brains. But before adding knowledge, there must be something strange around, otherwise the brain will not add strange knowledge out of thin air. In addition, this cat has stopped thinking and is motionless. There is also a rare function, which is the sublimation of thinking, but the possibility of sublimation is very low. Historically, only the first village chief of the cat-faced village had sublimated thinking. Then the first village chief walked out of the small village, claiming to go to the wilderness for training, and did not come back for a long time, and no one knew where he died. The above is the background story of the strange cat. And this background knowledge is added suddenly. This is the main function of the strange knowledge cat, which can increase people's strange knowledge. Keeman looked at this silly big-faced cat, and was extremely confused. It's okay to dream that you have become the old one, but the key is that the things sacrificed by fanatical believers have also traveled to reality. This is too magical. Keeman got off the bed, temporarily not approaching it, and moved behind the big-faced cat to observe it. The big-faced cat stood still. Keeman thought for a moment, walked out of the door, closed it gently, leaving only a narrow gap, and secretly observed the big-faced cat from outside the door. It still had that strange expression, unchanged for thousands of years, as if this expression had been stuck on its face. The more I looked at this cat, the more weird it seemed. Should I keep it? But if I didn't keep it, leaving it outside would easily cause an accident. After all, the cat's expression seemed to be fixed, and it didn't blink, and its eyes were always open. Speaking of blinking, Keeman went back to the bedroom to test it again, using a camera to film this strange cat. He picked up a piece of paper and rolled it into a cylinder, gently touching the big-faced cat's head. The big-faced cat didn't hide, but continued to stare at him with big eyes. Meow. The cat's meow sounded in his mind again. It didn't hit people or rub people, just sat there quietly, with its eyes wide open, looking creepy. After a while, Keeman put the recorded 5-minute video on the computer, and watched it frame by frame. Sure enough, the cat's eyes were always open, and when it didn't close its eyes, its expression was fixed. Although Keeman was a little afraid of creatures that came from across the border, he was not so timid. This was a sacrifice offered by believers. Besides, this cat is very rare. It can increase people's strange knowledge out of thin air. There is no such cat in the world. He walked to the big-faced cat, and patted the cat's head with the paper roll again. Meow. The cat's meow sounded in his mind again, but the big-faced cat did not open its mouth. The big-faced cat stared at him, his expression unchanged. Keeman thought that if he put the lucky cat next to it, the two of them could form a natural pair of day's partners. By the way, which game character is this cat? Keeman patted the big-faced cat's head with a paper roll and muttered. The cat didn't speak, the cat stared at him, and meowed in his mind. Keeman looked at the big-faced cat and recalled his previous memories. The dream was very realistic, and he still remembered the boring deep-sea city. He stood in the center of the giant underwater city, watching those crazy seafood fighting each other for several hours. There is no light in the deep sea, but darkness has no effect on his boss eyes, and he can still observe deep-sea things in a lightless environment. Those few hours were as boring as a nightmare. He sat back in front of the computer and searched for Cthulhu, Meerkat, and other keywords. After a random search, no game that met the conditions of Meerkat plus Cthulhu, whether it was a mobile game, a computer game, or a console game. He leaned back tactically, leaned on the computer chair, and gave up thinking. The big-faced cat sitting in the cat basin stared at the wall, and stopped thinking since it was born. After emptying his mind for a while, Kunming remembered the video he edited last night. He was too sleepy last night, so he fell asleep and didn't upload the submission. Kunming logged into the back end of his B-Station account and uploaded the video file in the computer. This is an unboxing and evaluation video, and the thing being evaluated is the camera that he just received yesterday. Usually he has nothing to do when he is free, except collecting rent, browsing B-Station, reading novels, etc. The camera at his home was broken, so he bought a new camera, which happened to be the material for the unboxing and evaluation. Click to publish and wait for review. Keeman stretched and looked back at the big-faced cat, who was still staring at the wall. A thought came to his mind. Is this guy really not moving? In order to test whether the big-faced cat was playing dumb, he moved the cat bowl to the direction of the computer desk. Then he pointed the camera at the cat's face, downloaded the network camera monitoring software on the computer, and used the camera to monitor the big-faced cat in real time. After doing these things, Keeman heard strange noises coming from downstairs. Puff, puff. The sound was a bit strange. He walked to the window, leaned on the edge of the window, and looked downstairs. Chapter 3. A woman in her 30s stood downstairs, with her hair tied to the right and a lady's hairstyle. She held a spray bottle of disinfectant in her hand and kept spraying the road, and the small nozzle made a strange sound. Puff, puff. The convenience store owner was doing disinfection work at the door. When she turned around and looked up, she saw Keeman leaning against the second-floor window. Mr. K got up so early. The lady smiled gently. In the sky, the sun jumped out of the heavy clouds, and the sunlight penetrated the thin clouds, making the sky particularly pure. The city made of steel forests was illuminated by the golden morning light, and the light spread all the way from the distant streets to the back. The lady's shadow was clearly reflected, extending on the ground like several tentacles. Keeman blinked, and the lady was still standing there gently, smiling at him, and there was no change in the shadow. He must be dazzled. At this time, a petite girl came out, wearing a loose t-shirt with a small octopus pattern. When she shook her head, the ponytail behind her also swayed. She smiled and shook her little hand. Her eyes were pure and bright under her bangs, and she called out in a muffled voice with a mask on, "Good morning, Brother Amon." "Good morning." Keeman leaned against the window and said, "I woke up early today. Do you have any dried fish here?" "Yes, I give it to you if you want to eat it, free of charge." The proprietress smiled. Keeman was her landlord, and it was not difficult to give her 2 bags of dried fish. "Don't be so polite, I just buy 1 bag to try." Keeman was about to go downstairs, and the daughter of the convenience store proprietress volunteered, "Brother Amon, I give it to you." "Thank you." Kunming heard someone bring it up, so he didn't go down. The sun shone on the girl's face, and she smiled even more happily, but the mask covered her smile. "Pancakes and soy milk too." Kunming saw the cart that had just been pushed out downstairs, with soy milk, fried dough sticks and pancakes. "Okay." The girl quickly packed the soy milk and fried dough sticks. Kunming directly transferred the money to the other party on WeChat, and then waited for the other party to put breakfast and dried fish at the door. He is the landlord of this building. He has 2 4-story properties in his name. The 3rd and 4th floors are rented out. The 1st floor is rented to others as a shop, and the other property is in his hometown. Even if he doesn't look for a job, his life is very comfortable. Kunming lives on the 2nd floor, and soon there was a banging sound from the door. Chin Momo's lively voice rang out from outside the door. "Open the door." Kunming opened the door with a mask on, and saw the girl holding a small bag and looking behind him, but there was nothing. "What are you looking at?" Keeman asked in confusion. "Nothing." The girl shook her head, and her ponytail swayed. Kunming saw Chin Momo's new hair accessories, which were hairpins clipped on her hair, and looked like a red Q-version octopus. "Newly bought hair accessories?" Keeman pointed to the Q-version hair accessories on the girl's head. Yes, cute? Shin Momo stared at Keeman and showed off to him with a happy face. Yeah, pretty cute, Keeman commented. The girl left happily and ran downstairs excitedly. Back in the bedroom, the big-faced cat was still squatting in the cat bowl, without changing the direction of his body, and his face was still staring at the camera. There were 2 bags of dried fish, pancakes, and soy milk in this small bag. Keeman squatted down, tore open the package of dried fish, took out a piece of dried fish and handed it to the big-faced cat's mouth. It is said that cats eat meat, milk, bread and other things in addition to cat food. Keeman has never raised a cat, but he thinks that this big-faced cat is different from ordinary cats. This cat can survive by eating a piece of dried fish a day. It may have a mysterious power to maintain the body's energy supply and demand. Dried fish is just a surface demand. The dried fish was handed to the mouth, and the big-faced cat's mouth did not move. Push it deeper, and poke the head of the dried fish into the cat's mouth. The resistance is very light, and it can be easily inserted into the cat's mouth. At this step, the big-faced cat still has a fixed expression and no reaction. It won't die, will it? Keeman tried to push the dried fish deeper, and the dried fish was like entering the change hole of the vending machine. It went in a little bit, and then disappeared. Keeman blinked his eyes. He didn't see how the cat ate just now, so he fed it another dried fish. As soon as half of the fish tail entered its mouth, Keeman immediately took out the fish tail. Only the tail part of the dried fish remained, and the fish head and fish meat on the other side of its mouth disappeared without a trace. Fuck. Keeman didn't expect the process of feeding a cat to be so horrifying. This is not eating at all. It even skipped the eating process. Its mouth was like the coin slot of a coin machine. The dried fish disappeared when it was put into its mouth. He took a half step back and stared at the big-faced cat for half a minute. He saw that it was still so silly, with a fixed expression and no malicious tendencies. Maybe he misunderstood it? Keeman turned back to the kitchen to get a pair of chopsticks, picked up the remaining half of the fish tail with the chopsticks, stuffed it into its mouth, and then pulled the chopsticks out of its mouth. The dried fish disappeared, but the wooden chopsticks were intact. According to the strange feeding knowledge that big-faced cat had instilled in Kuming, it didn't need to poop or pee, and 1 piece of dried fish a day was enough. The people of Catface Village usually fed it in this way, and it didn't suffer from malnutrition or physical collapse. Kuming put the bag of dried fish aside, and watched the video recorded by the camera frame by frame to analyze the feeding process. In the camera shot, the middle part of the dried fish entering the mouth was exactly covered by the black shadow. The dried fish disappeared when it entered that dividing line, but the wooden chopsticks did not disappear. Keeman opened the notebook and wrote down, when feeding, the dried fish disappeared, but the wooden chopsticks remained. Does this mean that the big-faced cat does not eat wooden objects? The expression is fixed because it has stopped thinking. When there is something strange around you, look into its eyes for 15 seconds. You can gain strange knowledge. This is the key point. Circle it. The safety of the big-faced cat is temporarily listed as suspected safety. This is his habit of taking notes. Whenever he is interested in something, he will habitually analyze and record it. Keeman flipped the notebook forward and saw various analysis records he had made before. For example, can you use a mobile phone battery to start a fire in the wild? It works. I set a haystack on fire and finally used a fire extinguisher to safely put out the fire. Is the quantum wave reading method circulated on the internet true? Fake. I looked it up for a long time and didn't remember a word. Is the pen fairy game true? Fake. It's artificially controlled. There are a series of analysis records in it, most of which are meaningless. He feels that this record can be listed as a reward for confusing human behavior. As time passed quietly, he remembered something. This cat came from another world. Will it carry something like germs from another world? But it's useless to remember it now. The big-faced cat has been in the house since he woke up. No matter how to prevent it, it's useless. If there are germs, they must have entered his body. Kman decided to quarantine at home for a while. Recently, due to the pneumonia epidemic, home quarantine is quite normal. However, his city has started work one after another, and people can wear masks to work on the street or eat something. The mother and daughter also wore masks when they were working downstairs. The necessary measures have been taken. I hope they are fine. After thinking about it, Keeman added another record in the notebook. Big-faced cat may carry bacteria from another world, and will be temporarily isolated at home for a period of time. Then he remembered the girl and her mother downstairs, and added another note in the notebook. Pay attention to the health of the tenants downstairs. How to pay attention? Of course, use QQ to ask if there are any signs of discomfort. But it's too early now, so I ask again in the evening, and then ask once a day. Keeman patted the silly cat's head with a paper roll. Can you talk? Chapter 4. Meow. The sound of a cat rang in Kuming's mind again. The big-faced cat seemed dead, but it was actually alive, except that its mouth didn't move when it meowed. Kuming looked at the white-haired cat that couldn't speak human language and didn't make a fuss, and gave up playing with it. During the self-isolation at home, Kuming used the contactless delivery method for lunch and dinner. After taking a bath in the evening, Kuming asked Chinmomo's penguin account, "Are you there? Are you asleep?" "Not asleep yet." Chinmomo's avatar was a piece of white paper with some ink on it, and her online name was Momo. 2 seconds later, she said again, "Eat chicken?" Kuming thought about it, and didn't know how to ask the question tactfully, so he just asked it when playing the game. "Eat." Kuming replied with one word, concise and to the point. After a while, Kuming and Chinmomo played the gunfight chicken mobile game in a duo, and they were flying in the game. He chatted while driving, asking the answer he wanted in a roundabout way. Chinmomo and her mother were not feeling unwell and felt good. After eating 2 handfuls of chicken with her sister, Chinmomo said in a soft voice, "Brother Umming, I have to rush my homework." "Then go ahead and study hard." Kuming looked at the time. It was 10:30 in the evening. "Yeah." The girl went offline, and Kuming turned off the game. By the way, he logged into his B-Station account to take a look at his newly released review video. Unboxing review: what does it feel like to use a 20,000 yuan camera? Place 23. Coins 2. Barrage 1. Collection 0. After reading this bleak data, Kuming sighed. As a small up host, it is normal for no one to watch. Forget it, it's just something for self-entertainment. Keeman was open-minded and quickly picked up his mentality. He turned off the computer, then locked the big-faced cat in another room to prevent it from suddenly resurrecting and walking around at night. After doing these things, Keeman buried his head in sleep. He fell asleep quickly, and his consciousness began to blur after a while. In his dream, he heard the gurgling sound of the seawater again. He dreamed of the giant octopus-headed tentacle monster again, and he flew into its body like a soul returning to the body. When he opened his eyes again, the green boulder city was reflected in his eyes. The crazy seafood was still fighting everywhere, colliding, biting, and swinging their tails, and their eyes were red. Keeman looked at this familiar perspective, the familiar green underwater city, and the familiar seafood fighting scene. Even a fool would understand. His body was connected to the Cthulhu of the game world. The condition for triggering the switch might be dreaming, otherwise, there is no way to explain why he became Cthulhu twice when he slept. So how many hours do I have to be in a daze now? Kumong looked at the unchanging giant city of Raya, and felt distressed about the next few hours. He secretly called the system, and the system panel came out, still showing the invincible data of the second round of the ultimate boss. The negative state of the seal of the ancient god was very eye-catching, and the body still could not move, and could only open his eyes to look at this boring underwater world. As the second round of the boss, Mr. K didn't know what he should do now. The game has just been launched, and it will take a long time for players to get here. In this way, Keeman stared at the bottom of the sea in a daze. In order to kill time, he began to study what species these marine creatures are. There are 7 categories of biological classification: kingdom, phylum, class, order, family, genus, and species. Kuming used his meager knowledge to slowly identify them one by one. After watching for a few hours, Kuzong sadly found that he didn't know how to classify marine life, and the knowledge taught by his junior high and high school biology teacher was wasted. At this time, Kuzong's ears rang with a low murmur, up and down, and the tone gradually became clearer from vague. Great Cthulhu. The sleeping god of Raya. The old ones. It was a distant call, someone was calling him, and chanted a long string of gods' names. Kuzong listened to the string of voices, and in a trance, he seemed to travel through the distance of time and space, and see the summoning place in the distance. It was another poor and backward mountain village. Unlike the last cat-faced mountain village, this time it was a group of black-robed people wearing dog-headed masks. They were surrounding an old and dilapidated well. A magic circle was drawn with some fluorescent material around the well. 8 candles were lit in each of the 8 corners of the magic circle, burning with a strange green light. A group of dog-headed masked people surrounded the well, as if they were holding a bonfire party. They circled around the well, and chanted the long name of Cthulhu. This time it was a well, and last time it was a pool. Keeman wondered if the ritual to summon himself must have water. Just as Keeman's mind moved, all the black-robed people wearing dog-headed masks trembled all over, immediately knelt on their knees, slammed their foreheads on the ground, trembled all over, dared not look up at the well, and said in a trembling voice, "Great Cthulhu, we are villagers of the Dog-Headed Mountain Village. Recently, new adventurers have frequently invaded our Dog-Headed Mountain Village and robbed 100 dog-headed women in front of us. There are no women in our village who can give birth to children. Please come to the world and make the hateful adventurers extinct." Keeman raised his eyebrows in his heart when he heard the dog-headed man's tearful complaint. These players are really interesting. They actually robbed the wife of the NPC. How hungry are they? Or is it a special task for the players? Keeman looked around the dog-headed village with a curious look. All the dog-headed masked people were wearing black robes and lying on the ground. It was impossible to tell who was a woman at all, and it was impossible to confirm how many women there were in the dog-headed village. Maybe it was true as they said, there was no woman left. The dog-headed people lying on the ground trembled even more. They really felt the great terrifying mental pressure sweeping across, and their bodies fell into an ice cellar. It was as if invisible tentacles penetrated their bodies, through the masks, and stretched into their ear holes, nostrils, eyes and mouths. It was uncomfortable, too uncomfortable. Fortunately, the pressure only swept past, and did not stay for long, otherwise they would suffocate to death. At this time, one of the slightly larger black-robed men began to wriggle his body, holding a small basin in his hands, his head rubbing against the floor, his legs kneeling on the ground, and moving forward alternately from left to right. Keeman looked at the black-robed man holding the offering in his hands, and the black-robed man trembled violently. It was with this gaze that a white word from another world appeared above the black-robed man's head, and his consciousness automatically recited the word from another world into a meaning that Keeman could understand. Kobold Priest. Is this the elite monster? Keeman immediately cast his eyes on the basin in the other's hand, which contained a small, round bundle the size of a palm, and no one knew what was inside. The dog-headed priest was already suffocating at this moment, and his body was shaking violently. Even so, he still knelt forward firmly. A few seconds later, the dog-headed priest knelt at the edge of the well, holding up a small basin, knocking his forehead against the floor without daring to look up, and shouted in a heart-wrenching voice, "This is a small gift from us. Please accept the sacrifice of our servants." After that, the small basin fell into the well. After Keeman blinked, the sacrificial site in the small mountain village disappeared, and what he saw before him was the ceiling of his own house. He returned to reality again. Chapter 5. The moment he opened his eyes, his first reaction was that there would be a new sacrifice in the room. He turned his head to look at the bedside, and saw a small black basin on the floor. In the middle of the basin was a small black bundle, round, and only the size of an adult's palm. What is this thing? Keeman slowly got up, feeling a little nervous. It shouldn't be something that eats people, right? Last time, the cat-faced mountain village sent a village treasure, a strange knowledge cat. What about this time? Keeman was about to get out of bed, but the small bundle began to shake and made a delicate whimper. It seemed to be a small animal. Judging from the sound, it was most likely a juvenile. Keeman got up and prepared to open the bundle, but then he thought it was not safe. He had no idea about this thing. Why not let the strange knowledge cat take a look? Maybe Keeman can add some new strange knowledge. He left the house, opened the door of the side bedroom, and saw the white-haired cat sitting in a basin in a daze, with big eyes and a dull expression. Keeman stretched out his hand, and waved his palm in front of its eyes. Seeing that its eyes were dull, he moved it back to his bedroom. There was a new strange species in the house. Keeman looked into the eyes of the big-faced cat, and stared at it for 15 seconds. Strange knowledge has increased. Keeman looked dazed, and a lot of strange knowledge suddenly emerged in his mind. He didn't need any memory process, and he learned new knowledge directly. This is a mutant cub from the dog-headed mountain village. It is a pure beast body. After being raised, it can be used as a guard dog for the boss level of the novice area. It has the potential to grow to the elite level. In terms of skills, it has a giant body. Biting the enemy can restore blood, and when the whole body rotates, hundreds of fine puppy hairs can fly out to become hidden weapons. However, if this move is used too much, it will become bald. The feeding conditions are also very simple. Just a symbolic amount of meat or bones every day can meet the daily needs of the guard dog. It takes a week for it to grow into an elite monster. So that's it, it's an elite cub. Kumeng's mind became active. This ability to enter the dream and become Mr. Ku is very convenient. If there are fanatical believers offering sacrifices every time he sleeps, he can get a lot of interesting things. For Mr. Ku, who has two properties, money is not important. Interesting things are what he wants now. Before preparing to open the bundle, Kuming was thinking about what kind of meat to feed the puppy. Is dried fish okay? Isn't dried fish used to feed cats? Even if it is used to feed cats, it is meat. Kuming put the dried fish aside and pointed the camera at the small bowl. This is a newborn. Use the camera to record its eating process to see if it is as strange as the big-faced cat. Kuming did not use his hands, but held a small bundle with long chopsticks and slowly opened the bundle. A yellow-haired puppy appeared, with sparse hair and a reddish-white color. It looked no different from an ordinary dog, except that its eyes were not yet open, and its 4 legs were curled up inside its body. Its tail was also curled. Keeman had prepared himself mentally, and thought he would see a strange-looking creature, but it turned out that he was overthinking. The things said by the fanatical believers were not all strange creatures with constant expressions, like the strange knowledge cat. The guard dog had not opened its eyes yet, and when it opened its eyes, it would recognize the first person it saw as its master and regard him as a relative. In order to prevent the guard dog from recognizing the wrong owner, Keeman put the white-haired cat back to its side and locked it up. Before locking it up, he fed it a piece of dried fish, which disappeared instantly after entering the cat's mouth. Back in the master bedroom, Keeman picked up a small dried fish with chopsticks and pushed it to the puppy's mouth. The puppy opened its mouth slightly and moved gently, and the dried fish was eaten into its mouth bit by bit. Keeman carefully observed the process of its eating. Unlike the big-faced cat, the dried fish disappeared instantly after being put into its mouth, but it ate normally. After eating a small dried fish, the puppy stopped whimpering and was quiet as if it was asleep. Keeman put the dog bowl aside, and then checked the feeding video just recorded. Checking and analyzing it frame by frame, the puppy's eating method was relatively normal, and there was nothing unusual. Speaking of which, even alien creatures have traveled through time. Will he bring the system with him? Otherwise, how to explain the mystery of the big-faced cat and the little yellow dog's travel through time? Thinking of this, Keeman secretly called the system in his heart. With a swipe, the system panel appeared in front of Keeman's eyes. It was a small translucent panel with his name and other information written on it. Name, Keeman. Skill, dream into the game. Keeman didn't expect that he also had a system in the real world. Clicking the detailed description of the skill bar, Keeman understood. Dream into the game. Every time you dream, you will descend on a creature in a certain game and gain control of the creature's body. Once bound, it cannot be removed. When you wake up, you are still you, and the creature falls into a sleeping stage, waiting for your next dream. No wonder he dreamed that he turned into Cthulhu. It turns out that every time he dreamed, he would enter a certain game. Coincidentally, he was bound to the ultimate boss Cthulhu in the second round. The way those sacrifices crossed over was also related to this ability. His identity was bound to Cthulhu, and the sacrifices also crossed over to reality. Why the sacrifices did not cross over to Cthulhu, but to Keeman, he didn't quite understand. The time when these 2 sacrifices were accepted happened to be when Keeman was about to wake up. Maybe it was because Keeman's main consciousness returned from the game to reality, causing the location of the soul to shift, and then the game sacrifice traveled from the game world to his side. After thinking about it, Keeman wrote a new research record in his notebook, writing down speculations such as entering the dream, Cthulhu, sacrifice positioning, and the principle of sacrifice crossing in this small notebook. Soul entering the dream? Where is Cthulhu's original consciousness? Was it wiped out? Or is it sleeping in the body, and no details are known? The principle of sacrifice positioning is a mystery. Is reality also a game? Doubtful. Kumong sat in front of the computer and looked at his small notebook, with a strong curiosity. With so many things to study, the life of collecting rent like a salted fish is finally no longer boring and dull. Afterwards, he carefully studied the various functions of the system, and unexpectedly found that the system has optional tasks to do. Ordinary task: conduct an evaluation of strange things, and the evaluation video must be viewed by at least 10,000 people. Reward: resistance +1. Do you accept the optional task? Chapter 6. Cobalt Mountain Village. Surrounded by green forests and wooden houses, black night crows stood on the treetops, their bodies stiffened, eyes closed and pretending to be dead. All the black-robed people fell to the ground, their bodies trembling unconsciously, their backs cold. The closer people were to the well, the more inexplicable terror they felt. It was as if invisible tentacles were swimming outside their bodies, drilling holes wherever they found them, making them extremely uncomfortable. The kobold priest slapped his forehead on the ground. He had not raised his head since a strange mist appeared above the well. Gods cannot be looked at directly. Especially evil gods like Cthulhu that make people crazy. People with low mental resistance will definitely go crazy when they see them. Following the guidance of a powerful ghost, he offered the future star of the village to Cthulhu, hoping to get help from Mr. Cthulhu. After the dog bowl was thrown into the well, the inexplicable atmosphere of terror gradually dissipated, and the cold breath slowly faded. The dog-headed people no longer felt the tentacles drilling their noses, ears, mouths, chrysanthemums. Is the sacrifice over? Everyone at the scene was still in fear, and dared not look up, speak, or move their bodies. Until an hour later, someone moved his buttocks due to tiredness. He did not go crazy on the spot, nor did he die suddenly. Everyone realized that Cthulhu was gone. The dog-headed priest sang a passage of Cthulhu's name on the spot, and after reading it, he was silent for 5 seconds, slowly raised his head, and looked at the sky above the well with his peripheral vision. There was no indescribable fog, there was nothing there. The evil god was gone. Slowly got up and moved his stiff body. He leaned out half of his body to look at the well, and the dog bowl that carried the hope of the whole village was not in it. Villagers, the old ones accepted our sacrifice. He accepted our sacrifice, and our sacrifice was successful. The dog-headed priest took off his mask and burst into tears. The backbones of the village were also very happy to hear this. They rushed to the well together to check the water in the well, but did not see the dog basin. The adventurers should be extinct. An old man said optimistically, I will lead the team to check it out. The dog-headed people were very excited and found a new motivation for life. Before that, they had once despaired that the village would be extinct, and one death would mean one less person. Unexpectedly, the Black Ghost came and told them that as long as they believed in Cthulhu and the sacrifices they offered could attract the attention of Cthulhu, he would respond to the believers' requests and satisfy their insignificant wishes. The dog-headed villagers were afraid of evil gods. After all, believing in evil gods is a very dangerous thing. It is said that many villages that believe in evil gods did not end well. Often after a period of glory, some terrible things happened, and they disappeared from the world and could never be found again. The priest thought that if those adventurers hadn't caused a big disturbance in Knoll Village and captured all the women, they really wouldn't have made up their minds to offer sacrifices to the evil god. Fortunately, this sacrifice was successfully completed and no one died. Half a day later, the Knoll patrol returned. How is it? Are they extinct? The old priest was guarding the entrance of the village, took 2 steps at a time and walked forward, asking hurriedly. The female adventurer is still alive, and the adventurers are not extinct. The patrol shook his head, looking sad. What's going on? Didn't we offer a sacrifice? Is it because our request was too much, and the old ones thought that the sacrifice was not equal to the request? Panic spread all of a sudden. They knew that the female adventurer still existed, and they felt very uncomfortable. Our village is finished. It's finished. Now we have lost the only hope for the village. We have no future. The dog-headed people wiped the tears from their eyes. Their faces were gray, as if they had aged 10 years in an instant. Everyone listened to me. The priest stood up at this time. His eyes were red and bloodshot, and he said, It is not so easy to sacrifice to the evil god. Even if it is a blood sacrifice, it may not succeed in summoning the evil god to come. We offer the hope of the whole village, but in his eyes, it is just an insignificant ant on the roadside, which is not a qualified sacrifice at all. I think our faith is not sincere enough, and our sacrifice is not rare enough. We need to hold a new sacrifice. Master Priest, what should we sacrifice to impress the evil god? Someone lost his voice. I don't know, so we have to work hard to find it. The priest shook his head. He was just an ordinary priest. It was the best result for the first sacrifice to the evil god that no one in the village died. The patrol hesitated and said, I heard that the cat-faced people in the mountain village also offered sacrifices to the old ones. What? They also held a sacrifice. A group of dog-headed people surrounded them. How many people died? The older generation of dog-headed people asked hurriedly. The patrol shook their heads and said, no one died. They offered the treasure of the village. Did they succeed? It seems that they did not get a response from the old ones, but the cat-faced people had a nightmare last night. I heard that it was very terrible, and worse than death. Many old people went crazy after waking up. When everyone heard such a result, they couldn't help but feel cold in their hearts. Offering sacrifices to evil gods is never the best choice. At the least, you will be haunted by bad luck, and at the worst, all members will be wiped out. Only fanatics, who hope to destroy the world in their hearts, like to summon evil gods. The women in the Knoll Mountain village were robbed by adventurers. They also want to destroy all the adventurers in the world. This coincides with the crazy idea of expecting to destroy the world, And this is also the main motivation for them to take risks. At this time, the Knoll military advisor in the village knocked on the ground with a cane. Our ultimate goal is to make the adventurers pay with blood. This is an indispensable road of bloodshed. Next time, catch a group of adventurers, let them kneel on the ground, face the sacrifice ceremony, and let them taste the taste of nightmares. When everyone heard the new military plan of the Knoll military advisor, their eyes lit up. This idea seems to be very good. Someone else asked, why not just send the adventurers as sacrifices? If they see the true face of the evil god, they will definitely not live to see tomorrow. Fool! You will anger the evil god by doing this, and all of us in the village will be destroyed. Don't think that anything can be used as a sacrifice. The dog-headed military advisor knocked on the floor, feeling very disappointed. Those adventurers have bad personalities, are self-centered, and look down on others. It is easy to anger the evil god. We can't do stupid things. After hearing the dog-headed military advisor's explanation, they understood. That makes sense. That's right, the military advisor. A group of dog-headed people scratched the back of their heads, feeling ashamed of their silly ideas. After a while, the dog-headed mountain village found a new goal to strive for, capturing adventurers alive. Come on, who was far away on Earth, was looking at his task list and preparing to do the evaluation task. He didn't know that the evil believers had already made up their minds that the sacrifices were not rare enough, their faith was not sincere enough, and they didn't know that there would be unlucky adventurers next time. Chapter 7. Come on, click the accept button, and the task was put on the list. Clicking on the task details, it said that the video has not been released yet. It did not note the deadline for completing the task, as if it could be done at any time. The task reward is resistance. When Keyman clicked on the word resistance, the system gave a very brief explanation. Resistance. Reduce the negative impact of bad environment on oneself. This task only increases resistance a little. He does not know how much effect a little resistance has, but it is better than nothing anyway. Kamon began to think about how to complete the task. Evaluate strange things. I only have 2 strange things at home. Kamon looked at the dog bowl in the bedroom. The puppy was sleeping quietly in the bowl. The other strange thing was a big-faced cat. The big-faced cat looks strange, but the young puppy does not look strange. The appearance of the puppy and the ordinary dog is not much different when they are born. Maybe it will be obviously different in a week, and become a guard dog of elite monsters with the ability to grow giant. Kamon was surprised at its growth rate, but when he thought that it was something from the game world, he was relieved immediately. In the game world, a week is enough time for players to advance a long plot, and the growth rate of the puppy is very reasonable. Kuming thought about it, and decided to use the strange knowledge cat as the evaluation object. The strange knowledge cat looks strange enough, and its appearance has strange elements. It will definitely attract a group of stupid netizens to watch it online. It should not be difficult to reach the demand of 10,000 views. Kuming walked to the second bedroom, where there was a long table, and behind it was a cabinet with several small figures. Fix the camera and aim it at the long table. Keyman moved the big-faced cat and the basin to the table, and then took a cardboard box and covered the big-faced cat upside down to cover its body. Pressing the recording function of the camera, Keyman recorded the opening remarks to the camera. Hello everyone, I am Keyman. Today's review is a strange cat. Keyman took the paper box away, and the white-haired big-faced cat immediately appeared in front of the camera lens. The big-faced cat stared at the camera with a dull look. This is a strange cat. It looks very much like the moor cat that has recently become popular in the ghost animal area of B Station, but its appearance is not the focus of today's review. Keyman took a glove, pressed the big-faced cat's head with his fingers, and pointed to its cat's mouth. Any dried fish that enters its mouth will disappear for no reason, without the intermediate process of eating, which is very incredible. Next, I will show you. Keyman took a bag of unsealed dried fish, and used chopsticks to pick up a dried fish, and put it into the big-faced cat's mouth. In addition to dried fish, Keyman also tested frozen pork in the refrigerator, which also disappeared. See, the big-faced cat only eats meat. If you also have a big-faced cat, please be careful not to feed it with your hands. After shooting the video, Keyman spent half an hour editing the video and choosing background music. There is no complicated evaluation process in the video, and no special effects are needed. After editing the video, just cut a frame of the video as the cover, put some cover text, and a simple evaluation is completed. After finishing the video, Keyman was about to upload the video to B Station, but suddenly thought of the function of the big-faced cat and canceled the operation of uploading the video in time. The big-faced cat has a core ability. If a creature stares at its eyes for 15 seconds, it can acquire strange knowledge. If the big-faced cat is put online, will the audience have strange knowledge about the background of the big-faced cat? Keeman wrote down the doubts in his little notebook. In order to verify the possibility in his mind, Keeman decided to test the video effect with some people. Testing is necessary, not only to complete the task, but also to satisfy Keeman's inner curiosity. If you want to complete the task of 10,000 views, the big-faced cat is the most suitable object, with its own stock elements. The young puppy looks too ordinary, and the audience retention is low, so it is difficult to attract 10,000 views. However, curiosity is the main driving force of Keeman's actions, and the task reward is secondary. After thinking about it, Keeman logged into QQ and flicked Shin Momo. "Are you there?" "Not eating chicken, I'm taking an online class, and I'm afraid of being called by the teacher," the girl replied. "Oh, then let's talk about it when you have time. I want to invite you to watch my new video." "Okay, what type of video? Eating show? Daily vlog? Unboxing review?" Shin Momo listed them all. "It's a pet unboxing video. I send it to you first. Call me after you finish watching it," Kuming said. Downstairs, at the convenience store cashier. Ding. Video downloaded. Shin Momo placed her phone on the table, and her two little white legs swayed gently under the table. Even though the mask covered her cute face, her eyes looked watery and charming. Pet unboxing, weird review. Shin Momo clicked on the new video sent by Amon, and knew that the object of today's review was a pet cat. Amon bought a pet? When did you buy it? Shin Momo whispered. When Keeman opened the cardboard box, the white meerkat stood in the middle of the cat bowl, which made Shin Momo exclaim huh, and was very surprised. She was curious about when the landlord bought a pet, but that was not the point. The point was the appearance of this cat, the fat body, silly expression, looking up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, with the sand sculpture aura of the B Station ghost area. Shin Momo's head was a little dizzy. This cat looked too much like the meerkat that has become popular recently on B Station. Seeing this sand sculpture expression cat, Momo's mood also changed to the mentality of watching videos in the ghost area. On B Station, the culture of ghost videos is profound. In other words, it is full of sand sculpture. Ghost videos make people smile, and are often the choice of viewers to relieve boredom. Shin Momo also likes to watch ghost videos. Shin Momo watched Keeman solemnly feeding the cat and performing the food disappearance technique seriously, and was amused by him. "I didn't expect that Amon has a talent for comedy," Shin Momo said happily. After watching the video, Shin Momo gave Keeman a ping. Keeman seemed to care about her very much and replied in seconds. "Did you feel anything strange after watching it?" "Yes, the cat is very silly and funny, and the video is also very well shot. Upload it to B Station quickly. By the way, is it a real cat or a fake cat?" Shin Momo replied. "It's a fake cat." Keeman typed 5 words, and asked Shin Momo about her feelings about watching the show from a different angle. After evaluating from multiple angles, Keeman believed that Shin Momo did not have any strange knowledge. After testing the girl downstairs, Keeman found 5 old classmates, who had a good relationship with him to test the video, and asked them if they had any strange feelings after watching the video sample. The answers of the old classmates were similar. They thought that the strange feeling was just a sense of stupidity, and they had no tendency to generate new knowledge. Seeing this, Kuming felt relieved. Since watching the video will not generate new knowledge, just put it online. He still has to complete the task of evaluating the video. Downstairs. Seeing that Amanda stopped asking questions, and that the class time was up, Shin Momo immediately switched back to the online class interface. Mrs. Chen was sorting the shelves and looked at her daughter. "What are you looking at?" "Nothing, just looking at a strange cat. You don't like to look at it?" "Yeah," the wife responded, and after a minute, she said, "He didn't go out. Where did the cat come from? Maybe it was sent by a neighbor?" Shin Momo thought for 2 seconds. "I didn't even hear the cat meow." Shin Momo rolled her eyes at her mother. "That's a fake cat." Mrs. Chen stopped talking and focused on sorting the goods in front of her. The two of them were silent, doing their own things. The voice of the online teacher and the sound of sorting goods echoed in the store, and the shadows quietly lengthened under the light. It was dark outside the window. It was cloudy, and the brightness was insufficient. A passerby who was jogging in the morning passed by the convenience store, and subconsciously looked into the store. I don't know if it was an illusion, but he saw 2 shadows stretched to the wall, reflecting the appearance of multiple shadows. The morning runner blinked his eyes, and there was no shadow on the wall. The gentle lady was still sorting the shelves, and the young girl was leaning over the table to look at her mobile phone. Both of them ignored the passers-by outside the store. The morning runner stopped for a few seconds, confirmed that he was dazzled, shook his head and smiled, and started running again. Today's store is as quiet and peaceful as ever. Chapter 8. Keeman uploaded the video to Bilibili, waiting for Bilibili's review. At this time, a bark sound came from the side. Keeman turned his head to look at the dog bowl. The puppy in the bowl had grown a lot of hair compared to the previous 2 hours. The puppy had opened its eyes, which were as clear as gems, and Keeman's face was reflected in its pupils. This little guy is growing so fast. Keeman squatted down and felt that the puppy's body had grown a little bigger. The little guy crawled over slowly and wanted to crawl out of the dog bowl, but it was too small, and its short legs couldn't crawl. It fell down halfway and could only whimper. Keeman felt soft-hearted and fed it another dried fish to its mouth. As its mouth moved, the dried fish was immediately eaten. The puppy didn't sleep after eating the dried fish, and rolled around in the puppy bowl. Keeman's computer camera was also staring at the puppy, recording its growth moments. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Keeman looked at the puppy again, and its size had increased again. This was not an illusion, but it was really growing. If it was only the size of a palm in the morning, it has now grown to the size of 2 adult palms. The growth rate is amazing. At this growth rate, it is possible to grow into the size of a large dog within a week. It is really an incredible creature from another world. In the evening, Keeman asked Shinmomo to play chicken, and the girl agreed very readily. After asking in a covert way, knowing that the other party did not feel unwell, Keeman relaxed a little. Maybe the creatures from another world will not carry deadly bacteria after crossing over. After eating several plates of chicken, the girl yawned and quit the game. Before going to bed, Keeman logged into B Station and saw that his video had been reviewed. Pet unboxing, strange evaluation. The review time was 3 hours ago, and it has been played 86 times. Click on the video, it is only 2 minutes long, and a few comments floated over. Opening thunder, is this a real cat? Why does it look so real? Strange knowledge has been added. Half of the dried fish disappeared instantly. Did the uphost deliberately cut it off? This section is Keeman pulling out the dried fish. It only took a moment to go in and out, but half of the dried fish was gone. Towards the end of the video, the comments ushered in another small peek. Where can I buy this cat? I want one too. Funny. This cat is a model at first glance. The expression has not moved at all, and the eyes have not blinked. Don't be fooled. Even if it is made of a model, it is very realistic. The uphost is attentive. 3 consecutive offers, Ollie good. In this evaluation video, Keeman did not introduce that the most valuable highlight of the big-faced cat is to increase knowledge. He focused on the fact that the big-faced cat would disappear after eating food, and packaged the disappearance of food as a selling point for the video. In the eyes of ordinary viewers, this is just a feeding evaluation video operated by humans, not a popular science video about strange animals. After turning off the video, Keeman called out the system to check the progress of the task. Number of viewers, 45/10,000. The system shows 45 viewers, while the data on Bilibili is 86 views, which are 2 different concepts. Watching the video twice in its entirety can be counted as 2 views, which is the statistical method of the video website. The system counts the number of viewers, not the surface data on the website. I'm not popular. When will the number of viewers exceed 10,000? Keeman lay back on his bed, thinking wildly. The big-faced cat looks so real, and so similar to the internet celebrity cat. It is a selling point in itself. After the video ferments for a while, it should be able to attract curious people to watch. Keeman became more and more sleepy in bed, his consciousness gradually blurred, sinking, and endless darkness enveloped him. Gurgle gurgle. The sea water surged around him. He opened his eyes, and saw a hideous red shrimp and a purple sea scorpion fighting in close combat. Under his feet was the city of Raya built of huge stones. Above the city of Raya, undercurrents surged, and murals and stone pillars stood suspended. A rotten, dark black ghost swam in, floated to Mr. Ku, and whispered to him about their development of believers outside. The humble ghost apostle told him that 8 seaside mountain villages had been infiltrated by them, and developed into gathering places for fanatical believers. However, there are too few villages that can hold a true sacrificial ceremony because they do not have the time-space stone powder. No matter how sincere their faith is or how rare the sacrifice is, they cannot connect with Master Ku. The ghost apostle whispered and asked Master Ku for forgiveness. They will continue to recruit believers, and the believers will also work hard to collect the time-space stone powder from various channels and offer a great sacrificial gift to Master Ku. Keeman sat expressionlessly in the center of the city of Raya. His smooth face could not reveal his inner feelings. Only his eyes, as bright as the sun in the darkness, vigorously burned the hearts of the ghost apostles. The black ghost trembled, and continued to be negatively affected by the mental attribute skills such as fatal eyes, power of the evil god, and mental suppression. Yes, it is an influence, not an attack. If Mr. Ko has a murderous intention, these terrible skills will bloom with extremely terrifying lethality, and the ghost apostle can't even hold on for a second. And now, the ghost apostle is still alive, and has not died. It feels very lucky, and secretly guesses in its heart that Mr. Ko should be in a good mood recently, otherwise it can't avoid getting into crazy trouble. This inhuman horror made the cloak ghost tremble all over, and the cloak body looked more tattered, and the decay and dark atmosphere became stronger. Keeman's perception skills are extraordinary, and he can sense the other party's emotions from a distance. In this unparalleled torment, the ghost apostle actually showed a happy emotion of being abused. What an incredible strange species, Keeman thought. After the black ghost finished his report, he slowly retreated and left Raya to continue to recruit believers. Keeman watched the other party go away, staring at him for a long time, like a silent statue. In fact, his heart was not as calm as it seemed. 8 villagers from the seaside mountain village have become my fans. If there is enough time-space stone powder, there will be many villages capable of holding sacrifices. The things said by evil believers cannot always be gentle. It's a bit bad. Danger? Chapter 9. Keeman frowned in his heart. No one knew which mountain village would hold the next sacrifice ceremony. He could not predict whether the next sacrifice would be a neutral friendly creature or a chaotic evil creature. After all, the god worshipped by these fanatical believers was Cthulhu, a crazy guy. Keeman had only a superficial understanding of Cthulhu mythology. Putting aside the earth culture, he could guess his style by just looking at his own awesome skills. He controlled the dream, and anyone he glared at would be unlucky. People with a bad physique might explode and die, while people with a slightly better physique would fall into madness. Only the aliens could barely maintain their sanity. According to this irresponsible speculation, the sacrifices offered by believers might also be crazy and evil. There were no dangerous items like that now, because his believers were too weak and the sacrifices were not strong enough. For example, the dog-headed mountain village could only offer an elite baby. If the item is not strong enough, you can also start with rarity. Believers use rare items to win Cthulhu's attention. For example, the cat-faced mountain village sacrificed the treasure of the village. It has no combat ability, but the strange knowledge has room for appreciation, and it is more useful in the later stages. That night, Keeman spent several hours in entanglement and worry. Before the new sacrifice came, Keeman woke up. He was very fortunate. It seems that the time and space stone powder is not so easy to obtain. Without the time and space stone powder, fanatical believers cannot hold the evil god's sacrifice. The moment he woke up, a yellow hairy ball came into view, and a small red tongue passed in front of his eyes, licking in various ways. Keeman was startled, slapped the furry creature away with a slap, got up suddenly, wiped his face with his palm, and wiped a face full of transparent saliva. Where did this new sacrifice come from? Woof woof. The fluffy creature called out twice in a low voice, lying on the floor with grievance, its tail swaying slowly, its tongue sticking out and making continuous panting sounds. No, it's not a new sacrifice. Kaming woke up when he heard the dog barking. It was the little furry dog from yesterday. The little furry dog had grown up again, with the height of an adult teddy, and it was estimated to be about 30 centimeters tall at the shoulder. It was covered with thick hair, with only 2 small eyes exposed, and even the dog's ears were covered by hair. It changed every day, and it was almost unrecognizable. Kaming got up and washed his face, using facial cleanser to wash it back and forth 10 times before his nose stopped smelling the strange smell. Back in the bedroom, the little furry dog wandered around the room, like a guard dog patrolling the territory, checking the small acre of land under the master's command. The black eyes looked around, never stopping, and the heart was full of strong curiosity. It only took one day for him to get rid of his childhood, worthy of being a creature in the game world. He sat in front of the computer, took out a small notebook, and concentrated on recording the new information he got last night. There are currently 8 groups of fanatical believers. The key to the summoning ceremony is the time-space stone powder. Combining what we have seen in the 2 summoning ceremonies, the following conditions are required to hold the summoning ceremony of Kuzong. 1. Time-space stone powder, suspected to be the source of the fluorescent material of the magic circle. 2. Pool/well. 3. Green flame candle, maybe an ordinary candle. 4. Unknown spices, unknown function. 5. Believers are needed. 6. Summoning spell. 7. Sacrifice. After making these records, Kuming felt that he had not missed anything, so he closed the small notebook. The little furry dog next to him barked softly, making a sound that he wanted to eat. Keeman sent a message to Momo, asking her to send a breakfast up and transfer the breakfast money to her casually. Ding ding, Momo got it. After a while, the doorbell rang. Keeman opened the door with a mask on to get breakfast, and saw Chin Momo standing there. Today she wore a white polo shirt and blue shorts, looking youthful, with 2 small ponytails hanging casually on her shoulders. She blinked her eyes. She was originally looking at Keeman, but after hearing the inexplicable movement, she immediately fixed her eyes on the little furry dog running towards her. The little furry dog slipped to the girl's feet, and deliberately smelled the girl's scent to remember the smell of strangers. Wow, this dog is so cute, when did you buy it? The petite Chin Momo squatted down and reached out to touch the little furry dog's head. It was furry, soft, with lots of fur, and looked very well behaved. The puppy whimpered and looked at the breakfast bag in her hand eagerly. It smelled the smell of meat. I bought it last night, Kuming said casually. It looks so cute. It must be fun. The girl raised her head, and the eyes on the mask were clear and transparent, looking at him eagerly. Kuming thought about it, and didn't understand. Really? The puppy was still in the growth stage, and it was different every day. He didn't know whether it was fun or not, but the growth rate of the puppy must be amazing. Chin Momo stroked the puppy for a while, patted the puppy's head, smiled, and went downstairs to guard the store. Let's go back and eat your dried fish. Kuming lowered his head and said to Xiao Mao. The little furry dog followed him back to the bedroom happily. Speaking of which, the little furry dog has already recognized its master, so the big-faced cat can be free. Keeman came to the side bedroom and moved the cat bowl to the master bedroom. The little furry dog followed Keeman all the way, peeking at the big-faced cat, and saw that it looked silly, sitting in the cat bowl without moving. The dog walked to the edge of the cat bowl, sniffed it fiercely with his nose, and remembered the smell of the big-faced cat. Keeman stuffed a piece of dried fish into the puppy's mouth. After eating, the little furry dog licked his mouth, looked at Keeman with his black eyes, sat up, stuck out his tongue and exhaled frequently, and wanted to eat more. Don't eat too much. Keeman glared at the little furry dog, picked up a piece of dried fish with chopsticks, and gave it to the big-faced cat. Look at it. It only needs to eat 1 piece a day. It's so easy to raise. The round head of the dried fish entered the big-faced cat's mouth and disappeared instantly. The little furry dog lay on the ground, wagging its tail, looking aggrieved. After feeding the 2 guys, Keeman looked at his video again. The number of views has risen to 361, which seems pretty good, but there is still a long way to go before 10,000 views. Downstairs, Chin Momo returned to her seat and continued to sit at the cashier to collect money. She took out her phone and started browsing videos on Bilibili. After a while, she saw Keeman's video. It was a strange-looking white-haired cat with round eyes, a dull expression, and 2 fat paws placed on both sides of its fat waist, looking silly. Compared with yesterday's video, there are more barrages from stupid netizens here, and the viewing experience suddenly becomes different. The difference between having barrages and not having barrages is like heaven and earth. Since Chin Momo got used to Bilibili with barrages, she is used to watching videos with barrages, and she feels uncomfortable without barrages. In the video, netizens also posted comments. Where did you buy this cat? I want to buy one too. Boss, give me one too. This is a 3D model, right? If I hadn't seen the videos in the Ghost Zone, I would have almost believed it. A post is awesome. It looks like a real cat. In the video, Kuming introduced the special ability of the big-faced cat to everyone in a very realistic way, feeding and disappearing. In order to prove that food can disappear instantly, he used chopsticks to pick up fish and demonstrate the feeding process. The dried fish went into the big-faced cat's mouth, and in 1 second, the chopsticks were pulled out. Half of the dried fish disappeared, and the chopsticks were intact. The speed of disappearance was very fast, with no time gap at all, and no chewing process in the mouth. Chin Momo stared at the feeding process, and was also happy, watching it back and forth several times. After watching it for a long time, Chin Momo suddenly hummed. Why do I feel that it is a real cat the more I watch it? Chapter 10. Comment area. It looks like a real cat. Is it a real cat? Is it a real cat? The up host made a silly video to make everyone laugh, but it's boring if you take it seriously. This cat is obviously a fake cat. Most people are rational and think that the up host is making fun of it, and the cat must be fake. No cat can stay awake for so long, or even change its expression. Everyone treats this pet unboxing and evaluation video as a funny video. After all, there are many unreasonable logical flaws in it, such as the silly cat not moving and its expression frozen. Because it's a fake cat, of course it won't move. Chinmomo thought about it, and still treated it as a fake cat. Such an interesting video must be shared with others. After all, the cat's expression is too magical and very interesting. Chinmomo forwarded it to his elementary school group, junior high school group, and high school group to share the fun of silly videos. Strange evaluation. Each of these 5 words is separated by a space, and a strong sense of silliness hits you in the face. The cover of the video is the Moor cat in the ghost animal area that has recently become popular on Bilibili. Chinmomo's classmates are all young people, and there are many people who like to browse Bilibili. When the classmates saw it, they clicked in curiously. After a while, the people in the class group came back after watching the video. What a silliness, I laughed to death. It's obviously fake, but the up host is very serious about unboxing and reviewing it, which made me laugh. This up host's 3D modeling skills are amazing. The whole cat looks like a real cat. The number of views is a bit low. I can't believe it's a video made by a new up host. One after another, the video became popular in the class group. Students who had not intended to watch it became curious and clicked in. Some students were amused and shared the video with their friends or extended their friendship groups. The audience attracted by the strange cat cover laughed and shared it with others. Chinmomo didn't know that her casual behavior made the video spread, and the number of views increased to 7,654 in the evening. That night, when Kumeng went to Chinmomo to play PUBG, he found out that Chinmomo shared his video with the class group. I was wondering why it suddenly increased to 7,654 views. It turned out that you, a little girl, were helping, Kumeng said in surprise. To be honest, he didn't expect to share the strange evaluation video he made with the class group. The main reason was that he had treated this as a hobby before, and didn't take this business seriously, just relying on love. Hearing Chinmomo's method, Kumeng's thoughts unfolded. If Chinmomo can do it, he can also mobilize his classmates. Just say that it was a video he made. Even if some people don't like to watch this kind of video, as old classmates, they will support it. I'm not a little girl. The girl's angry and soft voice came from the phone. Haha, in my eyes, you are a little girl. Kumeng was fearless and continued to make trouble. The girl's character walked away angrily, and while Kumeng was searching for supplies, she came back and secretly threw a grenade to Kumeng's feet. Boom! Kumeng's game character was killed by his teammate's grenade. Kumeng was dumbfounded and shouted, "Hey, hey, hey, save me. If you don't save him, you die." Someone's very unhappy voice came from the phone. After that, another grenade rolled under his feet. Boom! Keeman's screen went dark. Keeman was helpless, but he had no choice. Then he had to watch the game as Chinmomo fought all the way to the finals, survived the fight between the parties until the last 2 people, and finally used 2 grenades to send the opponent to the sky, successfully reaching the top and winning the game. 666. Keeman made a sound of winning by lying down. After tonight's game activities, Keeman followed Chinmomo's example and shared his video to the class group and the friends and relatives group. When sharing, he explained to everyone that it was his account. Old classmates, who had not seen each other for many years, shouted 666, indicating that they would definitely support him 3 times in a row. Some elderly relatives watched the video and asked, "Xiao Ming, your cat looks really unique. Where did you buy it?" Keeman, forget it. I still don't expect the friends and relatives group to help. Keeman climbed onto the bed and checked the number of views on B before going to sleep. It was already over 8,000. The system's task list showed that the actual number of viewers was 4,420. On average, one person watched it 1.8 times. There were still 5,580 people to complete the task. If it was converted into views, it would probably take more than 10,000 views. He closed his eyes and stopped thinking about those things. He would look at the data tomorrow. I don't know what kind of believers I will dream about later. I hope there will be no sacrifice tonight. In this way, Keeman fell asleep quietly, and his consciousness returned to the deep-sea city of Raya. The giant sea city built of countless green boulders has remained unchanged since ancient times. In the deep sea, the crazy seafood is still fighting each other endlessly, and the number is getting smaller and smaller. Keeman opened his eyes and saw some new faces swimming in Raya. They were rational, leisurely, and unrestrained. But as his eyes opened, the new seafood swimming in from outside instantly fell into madness, bumping around everywhere, or fighting and killing each other. Mr. could watch these new faces join the infinite melee, and couldn't help feeling sad. Their lives shouldn't be like this. But after he woke up, everything changed. R'lyeh returned to its crazy daily life. And Mr. K's life in the underwater world is still so boring and dull. Knoll Mountain Village. The Knoll military advisor sat in the front, and ambushed at the bottom of a slope with a group of strong young men. Today is the day for the whole village of Knoll Mountain Village to ambush the enemy. In order to ensure a success, the Knoll military advisor carefully planned this operation, including but not limited to the use of poison. People are coming, people are coming. The dog-headed sentry ran back to the ramp tunnel in small steps, and excitedly reported to the dog-headed military advisor. The dog-headed people picked up the cold weapons in their hands, their chests swelled, their blood surged, and their eyes glowed red. Everyone looked at the military advisor in unison. The military advisor looked around and saw that everyone was in high spirits and looked at him. He said, "Go!" A group of dog-headed people rushed up. The 5 adventurers wearing leather armor saw a group of dog-headed people rushing over, without any fear, and went straight to meet the 50 dog-headed people. The dog-headed people relied on the advantage of numbers, and the advantage of the slow poison on their weapons to capture the 5 adventurers alive in less than 10 seconds. But they also lost a big brother because of this. He was killed instantly by the 5 adventurers' concentrated fire, and he didn't even use his skills. "Brother, have a safe journey. We will make the adventurers pay with blood." The dog-headed military advisor wiped away the tears, as big as beans, from his eyes. The bound adventurer was tied with strong ropes all over his body, and could not move at all. All joints were locked. What's going on? Why is the imprisonment time of the monster so long? It must be a bug. I have never seen such a long imprisonment time. Is it a rare monster? The 5 adventurers muttered to themselves and glanced at their status bars, which showed negative effects such as imprisonment and poisoning. Chapter 11. They are so noisy. What are you talking about? 5 players were tied up all the way back to the Knoll village. Seeing a group of Knolls surrounding them, pointing and talking, speaking in an incomprehensible Knoll language, the players felt overwhelmed. A girl wanted to struggle, but the ropes on her body were too tight, and she couldn't move at all. Why haven't we been untied yet? A certain irritable old man looked at the time and said angrily, "It's been half an hour, and it's not untied yet. I'm going to log off and complain to the game company, damn." Seeing that someone wanted to log off, the captain quickly advised, "Don't be in a hurry to log off, maybe we triggered a hidden mission." The irritable old man and the tied girl were stunned for a moment. It sounds like this. They have never seen such a long time of imprisonment in other games. Maybe they triggered the legendary hidden mission, and are about to witness the beginning of an epic plot. The 5 players thought so, and couldn't help but feel a little proud. Looking at those ugly dog-headed people, they suddenly felt much more pleasing to the eye. No matter how loud they chattered, they didn't think it was noisy, but thought it was a clue to the hidden plot. 5 players listened carefully, and some players clicked on the screen recording function that came with the game to record the chat screen of a group of dog-headed people, but unfortunately the players couldn't understand each other's language. This game is a new online game, not many people play it, and the game itself is hardcore, and a bit difficult to play. If there is no text instruction given by the task list, no one knows what language the monsters inside are speaking. The game does not have a translation function, which is one of the shortcomings of the game. At this time, an elite monster with kobold military advisor on his head squatted down and carefully searched the male captain. The dagger on his waist was quickly taken off by the kobold. The captain hummed and looked at his equipment column. The weapon column was empty. "Where is my equipment?" The captain was stunned to see his dagger taken away by the kobold military advisor. "The monster stole my equipment," the captain said in a lost voice. It was the first time he found that the monster could steal his equipment. The other 4 teammates were also collectively shocked when they saw it. Is the interactive mechanism of this game so strong that the monster can actually take off the player's equipment? The kobold military advisor muttered, threw the dagger aside, and reached into the captain's belt bag, and took out the small blood bottle, small magic potion bottle, and other things one after another. The player has an equipment space column, and the items on the body are placed in the backpack space. Generally speaking, no one can steal things in the space backpack. But he never expected that the dog-headed man would take out the things in the space backpack from his belt bag. The adventurer captain felt like he was going to break apart. Why are the monsters here so amazing? In fact, the dog-headed military advisor himself was also surprised that these adventurers' bags could hold so many things. It looked like just a small bag. The dog-headed military advisor became excited. This might be a very rare piece of clothing. He decided to give the adventurer's clothes to Mr. K. No, wait, this can't be done. The pocket is so small, and the evil god is such a huge existence. If he had hands, he probably couldn't even put his hands in. So this thing can't be used as a sacrifice. It's too small. The pocket is only 3 or 4 centimeters wide. After taking out the things of one player, the dog-headed strategist walked to the next player, followed suit, took off his weapon, reached into his pocket, and took out the things inside. The other 3 players saw it, looked at each other, and felt very bad. I go offline first. I'm afraid he will touch me. The girl frowned, afraid that the dog-headed man would touch her body later. This is a virtual reality game world. The experience in the game is still quite real, although the girl can adjust the body perception to the lowest, but still a little uncomfortable psychologically. I don't want to be touched either. Another girl said on the chat screen. I don't care, just throw the things away. I want to see the next hidden plot. You can go offline if you want. The assassin player Ching seemed very excited. It was the first time he encountered a monster stealing equipment, and once he stole it, he took it all away. When he recorded the whole process of being caught and posted it online, he must be able to gain a lot of attention. After a while, 2 girls in the 5-man team were forced to log off. According to normal game rules, players and combat cannot log off. But they were playing a virtual reality game, and personal safety was the priority, so the official allowed forced offline. Because it was a forced offline, the game character still remained in the game world, and death would cause a level drop, and there was a chance of equipment explosion. But in front of the dog-headed people, the probability of equipment explosion was 100%. The 3 people who stayed were all boys, and their equipment had been taken away by the dog-headed people and spread on the ground. The captain and the 2 players looked at their equipment and items, and their hearts were bleeding. But thinking of the upcoming hidden plot, the 3 of them seemed very excited. A group of dog-headed people were picking and choosing on the ground, muttering incomprehensible dog-headed language, and seemed to be commenting on the players' items. The leather armor assassin said something else. What do you think they are doing with our equipment? They don't know how to use it. How do you know they don't know how to use it? The captain glanced at the assassin player. I'm just guessing. Anyway, we are idle anyway. Yes, this imprisonment time is at least 1 hour. If they don't release it, won't we be imprisoned forever? The 3 of them lay on the ground, waiting for the plot point time to come. After a few hours, the sky gradually darkened, and the night crows croaked in the sky. Here they come. They all put on strange clothes. At this moment, the small mountain village was shrouded in darkness. The dog-headed people did not light torches, just stood by the well, and everyone was silent. They were dressed in uniform black robes, and each wore a dog-face mask and a hat on their head, covering their entire heads and making it impossible to see their faces. The sky was getting darker, and dozens of dog-headed people stood in front of the well. 3 adventurers and 2 offline players were tied up next to the well, with their heads facing the well. A black-robed man with the words Kobold Priest on his head came over, holding a small purple bag in his hand. He took out some luminous substances from the small bag, which looked like blue powder and had no smell. He gently shook them to the ground and arranged them into an octagonal star-circular magic circle, with a candle lit in each of the 8 corners and strange spices placed. Behind him, the villagers opened their mouths and sang with emotion in an incomprehensible language. The voice was very loud at first, and the pitch was very high. Although I couldn't understand it, I felt it was very powerful. After a few minutes of chanting, the villagers' voices became chaotic and disorderly, and there was a tinnitus in my ears, and I heard hundreds of people chanting sacrificial words. For some reason, the 3 players felt their heads buzzing and their bodies chilled. Why did the temperature drop? The captain looked up stiffly, and saw the moon swallowed by the dark clouds and disappeared. The small village became darker. The crows that were calling at the entrance of the village suddenly closed their mouths, and stood on the treetops with their eyes closed, pretending to be dead. The fluorescent powder around the well was like a bright fire in the dark night, as if it came alive, breathing in and out, alternating between light and dark. The dog-headed priest wore a dog-head mask and walked along the edge of the magic circle, jumping, dancing, shaking wind chimes, and singing the name of God loudly. At this time, everyone saw the candle flame shaking violently and turning into strange green flames. Chapter 12. Why do I feel like they are holding an evil sacrificial ceremony? The leather-armored assassin's back was covered in cold sweat, and his hair stood on end. Something's wrong here. Another teammate was shivering. The adventurer captain glanced at his status bar. In addition to confinement and poisoning, there was another negative effect called fear. The next second, gusts of cold wind whistled past him. He looked up and saw a ball of water vapor gushing out of the well, merging with the wind of the natural environment, and gathering in the sky 10 meters above, forming a huge and indescribable fog. Schwa! The sound of dozens of people kneeling collectively came from behind. The sound was very urgent, as if something terrible was happening in the mountain village. The dog-headed priest, who led the ceremony, also knelt down hurriedly, knocking his head against the floor, and his body trembling. A second later, the flowing wind disappeared, and the hazy fog moved above the well. An invisible atmosphere of oppression expanded to the outside world with the well as the axis. You are being affected by an unknown existence. The three players received a system prompt at the same time. Originally, I felt that this was a game and nothing would happen, but for some reason, my whole body was trembling, my teeth were chattering, as if I was going to die. The leather armor assassin looked at the indescribable fog above his head with fear, and said in a trembling voice, "Why do I feel more and more scared? Why don't we turn the body sense to the lowest?" The captain was also trembling all over, as if there was an extremely terrifying thing passing through the fog above his head. Before he saw its appearance, his body was already scared to death, and he wished he could grow 10 legs and run away, and he didn't want to stay for a moment. But it was this strong stimulation that made the three players more and more certain that this was the beginning of the epic plot mission, and staying to accept the mission was the wisest choice. The captain used his mind to slide out of the virtual game system, and adjusted the body sense to the lowest. This is a virtual reality game, and the body sense can be adjusted to 0, but then you can't feel the flow of wind, the smell of air, the flow of blood in the body, the temperature perception and other functions, and your own combat ability will drop sharply. At this moment, the three players did not breathe a sigh of relief after adjusting to 0. I adjusted it, but my body is still very cold. The leather armor assassin was horrified to find that his body still felt very cold. The temperature did not drop. Or the body sense function may have failed. He had tried it before, adjusting the body sense to 0, touching the torch with his hand, and he couldn't feel the heat at all, touching the ice with his hand, and he couldn't feel the cold. Even if he was hit by his companion's ice magic/fire magic, he couldn't feel the cold or the heat. But this time, facing Evil Believer's festival, the system's body sense function failed. The cold was like a sharp knife, piercing every inch of the skin pores, deep into the blood vessels, flowing through the aorta into the heart, and transported to every part of the body. Damn it, there's a bug again. The confinement time is like this, and the body perception settings are wrong again. I'm going to complain to the game company when I get out. I'm going to complain when I get out too, damn it. The three cursed and madly greeted the game company's entire family of 18 generations of ancestors on the team chat screen. Although they felt so uncomfortable that they wanted to die, they still had no intention of logging off. Whoever logs off at this time is a fool. The Great Cthulhu. The sleeping god of Raya. The Old Ones. K'mon sat in the center of the seawater city, bored to death, and suddenly heard a vague whisper. It was the whisper of fanatical believers, who were chanting their own god's name. Someone is calling me, K'mon thought. It's boring here anyway, why not see who is calling him? K'mon tried to concentrate his attention, and listened carefully to those vague voices. After he focused on capturing those ethereal singing sounds, the voices in his ears became clearer and no longer hoarse. Suddenly, the image of a small mountain village emerged in his mind. It was a dark mountain village. Dozens of people in black robes were kneeling on the ground, kneeling down, and no one dared to look up at him. Oh no, there were 5 people who were not wearing black robes by the well, 2 of them were unconscious, and the other 3 were looking up at him. Interesting, no one else dared to look at me, but there are 3 people who dared to look at me here, K'mon thought. It was also when K'mon looked at the 3 people that the 3 players saw only 2 red lights flashing in the mist, and then they were extremely frightened. Unspeakable terror fell on the 3 people. You are being watched by an unknown existence. All statuses have dropped by 90%. Your mental resistance is too low, and your whole body is suppressed. You are dead. The screen was filled with explanations. Bang! The captain's head made a muffled sound, his eyes were bleeding, and he stared in death, unable to speak. The other 2 teammates were not feeling well either. You have fallen into madness. The 2 screamed, feeling that their brains were about to split, and endless pictures flew through their minds, all of which were pictures of their previous lives. The player's brain was damaged, and the forced offline safety mechanism was activated. The moment one person's brain exploded, and the other 2 went crazy, the avatars of the 3 in the team list dimmed, and they all went offline. The moment they went offline, The two crazy players were no longer in the game, and their characters also calmed down, closed their eyes, and lay on the ground to sleep, like two sleeping corpses that could not speak. The black-robed people nearby heard the adventurers scream, and were terrified. Sure enough, not looking up at the unspeakable mist was the right choice. The dog-headed people were thankful for their wit. Deep-sea Raya. Hey, it's a player. Keeman looked at the three fallen players, and the attack player information popped up one after another on his side. Because of his gaze, Keeman happened to see the nicknames on the heads of the 5 players, which were Ching, I'm not a human anymore, Furious, Sweetness, and White Milk. You can't even bear a glance, you're really a loser. What's the difference between you and the seafood here? Keeman murmured. Just now, Keeman just looked at them curiously, and didn't arouse the desire to kill. He didn't expect that the other party couldn't even hold on for a second. It was also after the other party was forced to log off, the player character fell asleep, and Keeman found that a skill in his skill bar was lit. Invade Dreamland. He has many skills, but the skill of invading dreams has not been used yet. The creatures of Raya under the sea were actively fighting among themselves all day long, and they had no intention of sleeping at all, so the dream skills were always unavailable. At this moment, the 5 players were offline, causing their characters to fall asleep, giving Keeman an opportunity to take advantage. Keeman glanced at the other 2 dream skills. One was Distorted Dreams, and the other was Spread Dreams, both of which required Mr. K to invade the dream state before they could be used. Let me see what's in your player's dreams. Keeman was very excited at the moment, and he didn't even care about the sacrifice of the dog-headed priest, and his whole body was attracted by the dream skills. Chapter 13. Kamong's mind was in a trance for a moment, and it was as if a new screen was opened in his mind. He could watch the sacrifice scene of the dog-headed mountain village, and a blank gray space at the same time. There was nothing in the blank gray space, it was empty. This was the player's dream. The player had already logged off. What was left here was a bunch of data, nothing. Thinking of this, Keeman suddenly felt that it was quite reasonable. His consciousness floated in this gray space for a few minutes. There was no change in what he saw in front of him, and he felt bored. Speaking of which, he still had 2 dream skills. One was to distort dreams, and the other was to spread dreams. Keeman looked at Distort Dreams, which was in a usable state. Distort Dreams. You can distort the other party's dream world, and the distortion method is consciousness distortion. Keeman tried to activate the Distort Dreams skill. The next moment, the gray space was undercurrent surging, the fog rolled, and the original character's body consciousness was undergoing a huge change. Keeman felt that his control over this dream had improved. Originally, I could only browse, but now I can try to distort the things here. There are too few things. How about some water and air? Keeman thought. The next second, water vapor was born from the gray fog, flew out, floated in the air, and continued to gather. After a while, an artificial blue ocean was formed here. It was vast and boundless, as if there was no end. Let's have another sun, Keeman thought. With a thought, a bright ball of light rose slowly in the sky. The sun shone fiercely here, and soon the sea surface was hot. More seafood. Keeman thought about seafood, but he couldn't help but think of the crazy seafood in the city of Raya. When Keeman wanted to make further changes, the system told him that his mental power was not enough to support a higher intensity transformation. Can you only distort so few things? Standing above the ocean, Mr. K looked around. There was nothing else except water, air, sun, and strange seafood. Mr. K was very disappointed. He didn't expect this skill to be so boring. Then, Mr. K activated the 3rd dream skill, Spreading Dreams. At first, there was no reaction. After a few seconds, the ballads like a chorus echoed in the dream world, sometimes far, sometimes near, sometimes up, sometimes down, and the sound was very hoarse. The skill of Spreading Dreams does not require Keeman to spread it himself, but is spread by patients with distorted dreams. People with distorted dreams often have nightmares. If he tells the content of the nightmare to the other party will also start to have nightmares. Then, the victim told the content of the nightmare to the next ordinary person, and the next ordinary person also started to have nightmares, spreading layer by layer. Keeman experienced the use of this spreading skill, and was surprised by its spreading mode. This transmission mode is like an infectious disease, spreading one after another. If you want to resist the spread of dreams, either your mental resistance is high enough, or you struggle in the dream. Try to maintain yourself and maintain rationality, otherwise it is easy to lose control. What a great skill, but they are players. What use is my skill? The players are offline. They should not be affected by the game. Keeman muttered in his heart. While Keeman was transforming the players' dreams, The sacrifices in the dog-headed mountain village did not stop. The dog-headed priest waited for a while, and then began to express his needs. Great Cthulhu, we don't want the female adventurers to become extinct. We only beg you to let us get the power of revenge. After the discussion the day before, the Knoll Mountain village thought that their requirements were too high and the sacrifices did not meet the requirements, so this time they lowered the conditions, hoping to get the help of Mr. Cthulhu. After that, the priest squirmed his body, knocked his head on the ground and dared not look up, holding a small basin with new sacrifices in his hands. It was an old leather glove with round nails embedded in it, which fell into the pool along the basin. Keeman's consciousness stared at the glove, not knowing what it was. The Knoll priest lay on the ground, motionless. Keeman blinked his eyes, and his consciousness had not returned to reality, indicating that it was not time for him to wake up. Since he has not woken up yet, let's try to respond to the believer's requests. After all, the things said by others are not dangerous things. At least help to make the believers feel expected, so that they will have the motivation to hold the next sacrifice ceremony. I agree to your request, Keeman said. However, Mr. K's mouth was sealed by the ancient god, and he could not speak. Fortunately, accepting sacrifice is a conscious act, and Kumeng's words were transmitted as soon as he thought about it. However, as Mr. K's whisper was transmitted, the power of the evil god on him was also transmitted. All the people in the dog-headed mountain village heard a buzzing sound, as if the sky was falling. They were too low-ranking and had limited abilities, so they could not hear the full content of the evil god's words at all. They only felt that there were 10,000 bees buzzing in their ears, and their heads were swollen and about to burst. Their bodies also trembled, as if invisible tentacles were drilling all over their bodies, making them uncomfortable. Keeman saw the black-robed man in pain across space and time, and Keeman himself didn't know what happened. It seemed like they were scared silly. Forget it, let's get down to business. Keeman looked through his skill bar. As an evil god, he had countless skills, and the skills that gave believers power were naturally countless. A skill called Random Gain Magic attracted Keeman's attention. Clicking it, the skill description was as follows. Random Gain Magic. Use this skill on multiple targets, and the target will randomly gain magic, which may be negative gain or positive gain, full of randomness. It seems good? Keeman thought to himself, and used this skill on the believers. Kobold Village, outside the well. Countless black-robed dog-headed men trembled, their faces twisted behind the masks, enduring invisible torture. It was also at this time that the buzzing sound full of chaotic emotions disappeared, and the brain stopped trembling. The dog-headed priest breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he did not die. But it was too dangerous to offer sacrifices to the evil god. Don't do it next time. It is dangerous and not worth the loss. When the dog-headed priest had the idea of retreating, the bright ripples spread outward with the well as the axis, scanning the entire mountain village. The dog-headed priest was shocked, his body swelled, and his muscles were full of strength. What kind of power is this? The priest was shocked. Unexpectedly, Mr. Carilli responded, and he gained a new power. But he could feel that this power was not permanent, and it would disappear after a while. Behind him, there were also the surprised voices of the villagers, and the painful wails from some people. The priest was awed, and dared not speak. The gift of the evil god is never safe. Some people can accept it, and some people die because of it. And he is just a lucky one among dozens of villagers. Chapter 14. Keeman opened his eyes, and looked to the left side of his bed. There was a glove inlaid with round nails in the basin. It was made of black cowhide, and a little worn. Keeman got up and prepared to look for the big-faced cat, and suddenly saw a furry creature in the room. Woof! The hairy ball whooped. Looking at the little furry dog, no, it can no longer be called a little furry dog. It was covered with thick and long yellow hair. It was about 60 centimeters tall at the shoulder, taller than yesterday. Its ears were completely covered with fluffy yellow hair, with only the mouth, eyes, and nose exposed, and the whole head looked very round. The back of the dog's butt was also covered with a lot of hair, and the end of the tail stuck out of the dog's tail, with only a little tip of the tail exposed. Looking at this big hairy dog, there is an ancient poem that fits the occasion. The little lotus has just revealed its pointed tip, and a dragonfly has already landed on it. If you grow another 4 days, you won't be bigger than a wolf, will you? Keeman patted the big hairy dog's head. The big hairy dog looked at him aggrievedly and whimpered. It seemed to be begging for dried fish. Keeman sneered and threw a dried fish to it. The big hairy dog ran quickly and swallowed the dried fish with extremely agile movements. Then Keeman took out another dried fish. Feed the dried fish to the big-faced cat. Do you know how to feed a cat? Forget it, I feed it. Your dog's paw is not suitable for feeding a cat. Keeman was afraid that his dog's paw would be swallowed by the big-faced cat, so he didn't dare to let the big hairy dog try. The big-faced cat not only eats dried fish, but also other foods. Keeman did an additional test when shooting the video last time, and it can eat any meaty items. Last time he didn't put his hand into the big-faced cat's mouth, which is the correct way to feed it. The big hairy dog squatted on the ground, watching Keeman use chopsticks to pick up small dried fish and put it into the big-faced cat's mouth. The big hairy dog was jealous. I really want to eat it, but the owner won't give it to me. The big hairy dog whimpered again. Seeing that the mouth of this funny guy was so greedy, Keeman threw 2 more small dried fish to it. The dog took out 2 small dried fish in one mouthful, eating fish very quickly. Keeman didn't give it any more, letting it continue to stare blankly. For 15 seconds, Keeman looked into the eyes of the big-faced cat, and his mind gained some knowledge. The black gloves in the basin are called giant gloves. The gloves can change size freely according to the palm of the user. The wearer can increase strength, and can easily carry objects 20 times his own weight. Wearing these gloves will not affect muscle deformation. After gaining new knowledge, Keeman secretly said, it turned out to be weight gloves. This is a good evaluation video material. Kumeng is thinking about the evaluation content in his mind. He can go outside to carry heavy objects, and create a sense of visual difference in individual size. Imagine a person lifting a car with one hand. Isn't the picture very shocking? Kumeng picked up the gloves. As soon as his fingers extended to the glove mouth, the gloves automatically absorbed on his hands, and deformed automatically to fit every inch of skin on his palm. He moved his fingers, and did not feel any blockage. The gloves were very light. Kumeng stood up and looked around. He estimated that his bed was the heaviest item in the room. He walked to the edge of the bed, and grasped the legs of the wooden bed with his right hand. Like holding a sausage, he lifted it to a height of 1 meter in one breath without any obstruction. The quilts, pillows, and other items on the bed also rolled to the other side, because the bed surface was tilted. Kumeng put down the table legs, and put the rolling quilts and pillows back to their original positions. This glove is really powerful. Keeman sighed secretly. If weight is used as a reference factor, it can also carry objects 20 times the weight of the evil god on the evil god's tentacles. Keeman imagined Cthulhu using a tentacle to move something heavier than himself, and the picture came to mind. But what's the use of that? It seems that it is really useless for the boss. Cthulhu itself is the ultimate boss, and the strength of 20 times his body weight is just a negligible increase for him. The passive damage of the tentacle is countless times higher than this strength value. Keeman clenched his right fist. This glove is useless for the boss, but it is useful for ordinary people and players. It is a rare item. However, because the calculation formula of the giant power gloves is based on the size of body weight, the weight change of the player is not large, so the appreciation potential is also limited. Keeman wondered in his mind whether the weight brought by the equipment would be calculated into the weight range. After thinking about it, Keeman took a pen to write, but unexpectedly the black pen was crushed by the huge force. Take off the giant gloves, change a pen and write in the notebook. Does the strength increase accordingly by increasing the weight of the external object? Keeman put on the gloves, lifted a chair with his left hand, and stood on the scale in the living room. His weight increased by at least 9 pounds. Unfortunately, Keeman does not have a good testing method, and cannot quantify his strength value. Forget about that, and take a look at the data of the big face cat evaluation video. Log in to be stationed to watch the video. The number of views of the strange evaluation video recorded by Keeman has risen to 28,000. More than 3,000 people like it, and there are also many people who throw coins. Calling up the system list, the number of viewers is 11,000, and the task has been completed. Keeman clicks to receive the reward. Ding. Resistance +1. Current resistance 2. That is to say, before the resistance is increased, Keeman has a little resistance, may first be the basic value of ordinary people. After completing the task, Keeman increases a little resistance and is more resistant than ordinary people. At this time, the optional tasks are updated instantly, and 2 more options are added. Ordinary task. Conduct a video evaluation of a strange thing. The number of viewers is at least 10,000, and the reward is resistance +1. Difficult task. Conduct a video evaluation of a strange thing. The number of viewers is at least 100,000, and the reward skill is shadow grabbing hand. This time there is an additional difficult task, and Keeman's eyes move back and forth between the ordinary task and the difficult task. After thinking for 10 seconds, he chooses the difficult task. Immediately, the ordinary task disappears, and the difficult task hangs in the task list. 100,000 times, you can try it, Keeman muttered. This time, the video review was shot with a giant power glove, which was also a gimmick. The attraction brought by the previous video has not ended yet, and he can release a new video review while the heat is still there. After accepting the new task, Keeman was very interested in the rewards in the difficult task. What is the shadow grabber skill? Can it capture shadows, or is it another function? At this time, the sound of spraying was heard outside the window again. Keeman walked to the window and saw Mrs. Chen using a disinfectant bottle to simply disinfect the road surface in front of the convenience store. Although it was morning, the sun did not come out. The gray clouds covered the whale city, making the whole street look a little dark. Mrs. Chen stood in front of the store and focused on disinfection. I don't know if it was because of the gray sky. The shadow under her feet was very faint, as if there was no shadow. Chapter 15. Keeman ate breakfast and took his temperature before going out. Everything was normal, so there should be no problem. He went downstairs with the video equipment he bought for 20,000 yuan. He planned to use his car as the material for the new evaluation video. He was not very rich. He only had 2 properties under his name. The car was not bought by him, but was inherited by his parents. Compared with those truly rich people, he was just an ordinary person. In the days without his family, he had become accustomed to such a solitary life. Finding fun became Keeman's biggest hobby without knowing when. Even if some things might contain some risks, he was willing to take risks. He was very curious about what kind of skill the shadow grabber would be. In the dark background of the universe, a planet surrounded by orange oceans revolved around a star. The orange ocean is a unique feature of the orange star. There are countless orange plankton in the seawater. Due to the influence of trace elements and minerals in the seawater, billions of years have allowed the skin of these planktons to evolve into a special photosensitive surface layer that does not absorb orange light with a longer wavelength. Because the number of these plankton covers the global seawater, the entire seawater of Orange Star is orange. Intelligent City is a highly developed intelligent mechanical city on Orange Star. Artificial intelligence governs the life order and industrial production of Intelligent City. All people living in Intelligent City do not need to do any physical work. In Intelligent City, the only job that humans need to do is scientific research. People who do not have scientific research ability or do not want to engage in scientific research can enjoy life and entertainment. Virtual reality games developed from disciplines such as brain neuroscience, material science, and brainwave science are one of the most popular daily entertainment activities in Intelligent City. Currently, the number of virtual reality games on the market has been updated to 901. In a super high-rise skyscraper in Jixia City, the man in the bedroom of number 06 on the 210th floor suddenly opened his eyes and screamed, "Oh!" His expression was distorted, and veins on his forehead were exposed, looking extremely painful. The large hedge covering the bed popped up danger alarm text and sound. Warning! Warning! Abnormal brain waves. Suspected brain injury. Safety mechanism activated. Reported to the Research Institute and local hospital. Research Institute researchers have been dispatched. The hospital ambulance is expected to arrive in 68 seconds. While the virtual game cabin loudly warned, at the same time, the game cabins of the other 2 people in Jixia City also loudly alarmed and reported to the Research Institute and local hospital at the same time. In Jixia City, there is no alarm option, because the law enforcers have been replaced by robots, and artificial intelligence monitors every public place. No criminal can survive safely in Jixia City. The local hospital is also composed of medical robots. The real-time standby maglev transport vehicle immediately entered the vacuum maglev pipeline, and soon arrived at the suspension track station near the patient. The small manned electric propulsion aircraft slowly flew out of the transport vehicle, passed through the vacuum transfer station, the isolation area, and then moved to the outside of the traffic pipeline. After flying hundreds of meters, it arrived at the balcony outside the 210th floor, just in time of 68 seconds. The artificial intelligence of the skyscraper took over the control system of the resident number 06 on the 210th floor. The guardrail of the balcony was removed. 2 medical robots rushed into the house with a stretcher and saw the resident man who was howling crazily. Before coming, the game cabin brain of the house was taken over by the city main brain, and the patient's physical data and real-time video were uploaded to the medical system for analysis. The medical robot entered the room and immediately injected a strong tranquilizer. The man who was screaming crazily groaned twice, closed his eyes after a few seconds, and stopped being crazy. Then the man was carried to the emergency plane by 2 robots and rushed back to the General Hospital of Jixia City. Two crazy men who had accidents elsewhere were also rescued by the emergency plane and flew to the local hospital. At the Jishia City Research Institute, the director was frightened by the sudden alarm. 3 people's brains were injured and forced offline by the security system. He read the red words on the light screen, very surprised. For the technologically advanced Orange Star country, it is incredible to be traumatized by playing virtual games. You should know that the virtual game cabin has been in operation for decades. Except for some minor problems in the early years of operation, such as players playing games for 48 hours, resulting in physical exhaustion, neurasthenia, and a few people's brainwave connection delays for too long, there have been no problems since the repair. These machines have never caused any brain damage. Each game cabin has undergone very strict quality control. If there is a 1 in 10 million defect, it will be remade and directly meet the production standards of spacecraft. The director knew the seriousness of the situation and immediately looked at the safety measures of the intelligent brain. In the intelligent brain task list, it has immediately dispatched 5 researchers to the maglev transportation layer. If the director gives an order, the actual decision will be a few seconds slower than the artificial intelligence, so the artificial intelligence order is the fastest option. This is the rule written into the program. Of course, the director can also cancel the operation of the artificial intelligence after it gives an order, but the director will not do that. This is a matter of saving lives, and there is no need to cancel it. Send a message to all researchers, and ask those who are free to come to the meeting. At the same time, send virtual game researchers and medical researchers to the hospital to check the situation. Also, notify the people from the World Game Company, and ask them to come to see me immediately. The order has been executed. The message popped up on the light screen in seconds. After a while, the director entered the conference room, which was already full of researchers wearing white research uniforms. The researchers are people on Orange Star who have escaped from vulgar interests. They are keen on research and have studied the subject knowledge in various fields of science and technology to make Orange Star technology more powerful. Therefore, when everyone sits together, they are either studying this or that. Today's research topic is very unusual. Everyone stared at the words on the big light screen with a solemn expression. 3 game players suffered brain damage from playing virtual games. After each researcher looked at the big light screen, he hurriedly lowered his head to download the meeting materials. They swiped the light screen in their hands, and some were reading the life trajectories of the 3 players from childhood to adulthood. Some were checking the running code of the game cabin a few minutes ago, trying to find abnormalities. Some people were reading the game data of 3 players. Under normal circumstances, the game system has no right to record the privacy of players. Only when players record can the video be leaked. So everyone didn't know what the 3 of them had experienced. They could only read the homemade game videos they put on the internet. Master Brain, do you have the latest video? We want the most recent one, preferably the one recorded a few minutes ago. A researcher in the game field asked anxiously. He was very eager to know why playing games would cause brain trauma. This was too incredible for a country whose technology had entered the interstellar era. The database has been updated, and the latest video has been put into the database. Please check it out. The Master Brain downloaded all the files in the game cabin storage, and after checking them at the speed of light, it was logically judged that it would be useful for treating the players, and immediately uploaded it to the database. Everyone was very excited when they heard this, and they all called up the latest video to watch it. In the video, everyone saw a group of humans with dog heads tying up 5 players. Chapter 16. Blue Star, a small mountain area on the outskirts of Wales City. A black car drove into the mountain area, birds chirped in the forest, reptiles flashed by, and the noise of insects competed with the roar of the car. Keeman got out of the car and moved the camera equipment, folding table, and cardboard boxes to a flat lawn. As an unboxing evaluation video, the sense of ritual of unboxing is very important. It's a pity that the dog-headed man has no aesthetic sense. He gave away the basin twice. It would be better if it could be beautifully packaged. Keeman put the giant gloves into the cardboard box, and personally glued the tape to seal the opening of the cardboard box. After everything was in place, Keeman stood in front of the camera and read the opening line. Hello everyone, I am Keeman. Today I received a strange item from a friend in Crocodile Island. It is said that wearing this glove can lift very heavy objects. I will help you evaluate it today to see if it is true. Keeman opened the carton in front of the camera and took out a black, worn-out round-nailed leather glove from the carton. In front of the camera, he demonstrated what the automatic adsorption function is. As soon as his finger was inserted into the opening of the glove automatically adsorbed to his right palm and fit every inch of skin. He turned his palm back and forth in front of the camera to show the image of the giant glove as completely as possible to the audience. After shooting the item display phase, it was time for the actual application phase. Kuming walked to his car, bent down, lightly grasped a part of the car chassis with one hand, and lifted it up. It was very heavy in the hand, and he felt obvious resistance. His car weighed at least 2,600 kilograms, and he weighed 140 kilograms, which was considered normal weight for a boy of 1.8 meters in height. After using the giant gloves, one hand can lift 2,800 kilograms of weight. Facts have proved that Kuming can indeed lift his own car. In a flash, the front of the car was lifted to the height of his shoulders by Kuming. However, because he was afraid of crushing the chassis of the car, Kuming's movements were very slow. Kuming put the car down, walked to the camera, and excitedly introduced the function of the giant gloves. With this glove, you can lift objects 20 times your own weight. Facts have proved that the things said by friends in Crocodile Island are real. Kuming introduced it with a happy face, without any doubt that it was fake. The audience also wanted to see this kind of exaggerated effect. Normal people generally don't believe that someone can really lift a car with one hand. After shooting the video material, Kuming took a car back to his home. Edit the video and upload it to B Station. Take a look at his pet unboxing evaluation video. The number of views has risen to 40,000, and the speed of spread is very fast. Video review takes time, and Kuming started writing and drawing during this period. He drew an octagonal magic array on the manuscript paper. The pattern of the array was exactly the magic pattern drawn by the dog-headed man and the cat-faced man. The magic arrays of the two came from the same source, which should be the summoning knowledge taught by the Black Ghost Apostle, so the pattern style of the summoning array is also from the same source. After drawing the magic array pattern on the paper, Kuming blinked his eyes and felt that it was just like that. There seemed to be no obvious changes. By the way, the summoning array requires time and space stone powder. Just knowing how to draw is useless. To summon Ku, you need the power to travel through time and space. Only time and space stone has the power to cross boundaries. And time and space stone powder should be a rare item. Although Kuming is not a player there, and does not know how much time and space stone powder costs, it is not likely that many believers can easily hold a sacrifice ceremony. Orange Star. A group of experts have watched the entire video, and the video ends with the scene where the leather armor assassin player looks at the sky and is forced to pop out of the game. In the scene of the sacrifice process, nothing appears in the sky, and the night is pitch black. But according to the feedback from the 3 players and the kobold monster, the monster is afraid of something scary, and the player is watching something scary. The video did not record the scary thing, and it may be that there is a bug in the game, causing the content seen by the player to deviate from the content recorded by the game cabin system. I need the person in charge of the game company to give a reasonable explanation why the video recording function does not record all the scenes seen by the player's perspective. A researcher said sternly. The person in charge of the game company was sweating profusely, and he did not expect that this game would have such a serious bug. Our engineers are looking for the specific reason. The person in charge stalled for time. He was busy rushing over to get scolded, and the work of finding the cause of the bug was of course done by the team behind him. The current task of the game manager is to delay as much as possible, get a professional report, and then report the whole story to the director of the Intelligent City Research Institute. This is a very serious game accident. The Orange Star Research Institute attaches great importance to it. If the 3 players are really injured in the brain, you can no longer play the game. The director of the Intelligent City Institute said. The Orange Star Research Institute is the highest level scientific research institution on the planet, involving interstellar aerospace heavy industry. Once the big guys ask about it, it is not difficult to ban a virtual reality game. However, in history, there has never been a safety problem in virtual reality games, so no virtual games have been banned. Today, the first virtual game banned by the Orange Star Research Institute may be born. The person in charge of the game company heard that the Research Institute attached great importance to it, and quickly swiped the screen. Sure enough, he saw the report of the accident of 3 players published by the Institute in the media. The cause is currently under investigation. Director, our company's game will be shut down for maintenance immediately. It will not be open until the cause is found. Please rest assured. The person in charge sent a message to the game company to shut down for maintenance. The virtual game shutdown for maintenance has never happened in Orange Star. After all, Orange Star's global network is too developed, and a large amount of updated content can be downloaded in a moment, So the World Game Company has become the first virtual game company to shut down for maintenance in recent decades. After a while, the hospital sent 3 latest physical examination reports. The 3 patients' physical values are all within the normal range, there is no abnormality, and they are very healthy. Is their brain injured? What is the state of their brain waves? There is no physical trauma to the brain. The patient's brain waves are consistent with a deep sleep state. This is the effect of a powerful sedative. The researchers were relieved to hear that the 3 players were fine. The head of the game company couldn't help but relax his tense muscles when he heard the latest news from the hospital. The player's brain was fine, and his company's virtual game was still safe, and there was no risk of being banned. After the patient wakes up, question him immediately. The 2 female players, who took the initiative to force themselves offline, come here, we need to ask some details in person. The director said to the intelligent brain. Received. At the same time, in 2 girl-style boudoirs in the intelligent machine city, 2 girls received investigation invitations from the director of the institute at the same time. Chapter 17. In the evening, Keeman's new evaluation video passed the review. Due to the bonus brought by the previous video, Keeman has established a fan group. At this moment, Keeman is in the fan group, sharing an interesting video about online classes. Fans found that the group owner did not update the group, and shouted, "What's the update today, Mr. K? It's almost there, I see if it's passed the review." Keeman replied, "What video? Another strange evaluation." Group owner, "What are you going to review next?" When the fans asked, Keeman went to be stationed to take a look, and the video in the background passed the review. Switching back to the Q group, Keeman forwarded the video and replied, "This time we're going to review a pair of gloves." Gloves? What's so good about gloves? Are they made of gold? The fat guy in the group was confused. Well, they're not made of gold, you know when you see it. Keeman kept it a secret, and didn't talk about the function of the gloves. The fat guy in the group was curious, and clicked the shared link to watch the video. Big Fatty is AB Station Ghost video enthusiast on Blue Star. He accidentally saw a Moor Cat video forwarded by someone in a certain group, so he clicked on it. Because the serious look of the up-host in the video was too funny, and the expression of the big-faced cat was very magical, he got a laugh from the video, and began to follow this new up-host. Let me see, what video have you updated again? The big fat man took a look at the title, which was, Unboxing Review, Giant Power Gloves. The title name follows the style of the previous video, the front title encircles the content, and the back title content is separated by a space between each word. Seeing this silly title, the group member Fatty knew that this was a funny video. Click to play, and a brisk BGM played, heating up the atmosphere. Keeman appeared in the camera and pretended to introduce to netizens that he had a dog-headed friend. His friend picked up a strange glove in the boring desert and sent it to him by express delivery. Tokuman tested the ability of the glove. After listening to this, Fatty could already guess that the following evaluation should be very different, otherwise there would be no need to introduce a dog-headed friend. I have a friend who often has such things, not a real friend who gave him the gloves. Wake up, you have no friends. The friend you are talking about is me. Send it back quickly, funny. High energy ahead. High energy. 3 bullet comments floated over Keeman's head. Keeman took out a worn black glove. As soon as he put his finger into the glove came alive as if it had life, biting Keeman's palm, and the surface quickly liquefied, and it fit perfectly on Keeman's right hand in just 1 second. What just happened? Familiar rhythm, worthy of you. I knew it was not a normal glove. Up-host, please confess. Did you steal the gloves I hid in the desert mansion? It's funny. The moment he put on the gloves, several comments floated over. Although this video was just released less than half an hour ago, it has already attracted traffic. As long as there are paragraphs with slots in the video, there are comments floating over. Some people were attracted from the previous video. Some people saw the up-host, they followed updated and immediately clicked in, and the fat man learned the news in the group. I didn't expect to see the up-host's liquid-like visual effects of wearing gloves as soon as I came in. Compared with the last review of the big-faced cat, this issue's sand sculpture style is still the same, and it is worth looking forward to. After putting on the gloves, Kaming showed off the front and back of the gloves conceitedly, and then walked to the side of a black car. This glove can increase strength. My dog-headed friend said that it can lift objects 20 times its weight. I don't know if it's true, but I don't believe it anyway. Kaming said seriously. I don't believe you, the old man is very bad. You'd be crazy to believe that he can lift objects 20 times his weight. There's a car here, you don't really want to lift it? Probably not, I guess it's just for show. Don't you understand the style of the up-host? Just do it, Ollie Goo. High energy ahead, high energy ahead. A barrage of comments passed through Keeman's body. Keeman bent down slightly, touched the chassis of the car with his right hand, and the car was lifted up, lifted up. The audience sitting in front of the computer saw this exaggerated scene, and their expressions changed from expectant faces to surprised faces. The fat man's mouth opened into an O shape, which was too exaggerated, and his arm strength was inhuman. Special effects, definitely computer-generated special effects. Keeman lifted the front of the car. It looked very slow, but he did lift the front of the car. An object weighing more than 1 ton was lifted to the height of the shoulder with one arm. Oh! Is Ning the reincarnation of the Hulk? I'm about to burst. Car, knock inside, do you hear me? Let me down. Bumper, I was so scared at that time. I thought he was going to bump me, but he wanted to lift the chassis. Several bullet comments flew by, and the fat man was in a state of surprise. After seeing the bullet comments, he was amused by them. Although it is unrealistic to lift a car with one arm, the exaggerated funny style is indeed done by the up-host, and it is very funny when used together with the bullet comments of the silly netizens. After lifting the car, Kumeng in the video pinched the stone with his right hand to demonstrate the terrifying power of the giant glove. After the demonstration, the fat man was satisfied and gave a series of 3 likes and coins. Back to Kumeng's fan group. The group was more lively than before, and all the fans were discussing Kumeng's new evaluation video. Boss Ke, you have watched your new video. Do you have any more? Update one more. Update one more. Let me get it for free again. Kumeng said in the group. Update once for 50,000 collections. After the group owners spoke, the fans had new motivation. It's a bit difficult to get 50,000 collections. I'm afraid I won't see it in this lifetime. The group owner is too bad. He only has so few fans. Please pity him, and give him a triple like and forward it. Fans took a look at the number of fans of Keeman's account on Bilibili. It has only grown to a few hundred fans, so it is very difficult to get 50,000 collections. If a video has 50,000 collections, then its actual number of viewers must be more than 100,000, or even more than 200,000. In short, Keeman's requirements are quite high. But people still have to talk about dreams. Maybe they will get them if they work hard. The popularity of the previous video has not dropped yet. By the evening, it has risen to 80,000 views. It has the potential to become popular. The new video can take advantage of the popularity of the previous video. When the fans forwarded the video, it was already late at night. Keeman watched the video for a while, and then went to bed. The big hairy dog shook his body. Hearing the sound of his owner sleeping, he also curled up and slept beside Keeman. Chapter 18. Orange Star. Investigation Room of the Research Institute. The 2 young girls had slightly nervous expressions on their faces, wearing pink short-sleeved shirts, cool shorts, and 2 pairs of white legs clasped restlessly. When we quit the game, we didn't know that the 3 of them were in trouble. The player White Milk shook his head and said. The other girl also shook her head and said, I am a temporary team member, and don't know them in real life. The investigator nodded and asked some questions, roughly asking them if they felt abnormal body sensations during the confinement. Because the investigator found that when the player recorded the video, he said that he adjusted the game's body sensation to 0, but the player still looked very cold, as if he was in a minus 30-degree environment. What confused the investigator was that in the system video, there was no blizzard in the environment, nor did there appear to be any environmental changes in the form of cooling, and the status bar on their bodies did not show negative buffs such as cold. The investigator saw only 2 negative gain states buff, that is, confinement and poisoning. At that time, the player looked up at the night in the strange dog-headed mountain village, but there was nothing in the night in the video. The people in the game company currently suspect that the 3 players are mentally ill and have hallucinations of the 5 senses, thus triggering the abnormal brain wave alarm in the game cabin. When a person is mentally ill, he is not allowed to enter the game cabin to play games. The game cabin cannot scan the other party's brain. In essence, the game is played with brain waves, and there is no need to insert brain electrodes. Therefore, once the player's brain waves are abnormal, the alarm mechanism will be triggered. There is no abnormal body sensation. I didn't pay attention to this kind of thing at the time. The female player shook her head and denied it. But the confinement time was really quite long. Isn't that the beginning of the hidden plot? The investigator shook his head. Sorry, I'm not responsible for the game plot development. I can only say that what the dog-headed NPC did was not in the game company's plan. They were spontaneous, intelligent thinking behaviors, and the computing resources they occupied at that time did not exceed the preset upper limit. In short, the intelligence of the dog-headed NPCs is equivalent to that of an ordinary home artificial intelligence, and they can think independently. After asking the two female players, the investigator updated the files of the two female players, writing no abnormality yet. That night, the three players woke up. The Institute sent brain expert researchers to investigate their mental state. When the three players woke up, they saw a group of people in research uniforms surrounding the bed and were startled. "Don't worry, we are from the Institute of Intelligent Machinery City, and we are here to investigate your encounters in the game." While asking, the brain expert also closely checked the brain waves of the three people. When the leather armor assassin player Wang Qing heard the other party's content, his fuzzy brain vaguely thought of something, but he couldn't remember it. "I don't seem to remember it." Wang Qing rubbed his head and said, "Amnesia? Well, it should be that the brain has been subjected to a huge mental stimulation, resulting in amnesia." The brain expert analyzed calmly. The other two players were similar, and they couldn't remember what they played in the game. They really couldn't remember that memory. If you try to think hard, your head will have severe pain, which makes you feel so painful that you give up thinking. The brain expert was a little anxious when he saw this situation. If nothing is done, this accident can only end with the title "The player's mental abnormality caused the game cabin to sound an alarm." Soon, someone received the latest order. The director said that the purpose is to treat people, and we should learn a little bit in the process of treating mental trauma. The brain expert nodded, and that was the only way. To treat mental trauma, gentle hypnosis can be used to draw out the other party's subconscious, and use the subconscious to treat the patient's psychological state in turn. After the doctors decided on the treatment, they disclosed the reason to the three patients, so that the patients knew their own status. The three people learned that they had memory gaps, and might have suffered unknown mental trauma. At present, the Institute has a safe and high success rate treatment for amnesia, which can be tried. The three patients believe in the strength of the Institute. It not only studies industrial technology, but also has deep research on other technologies. After signing the consent form for treatment, the three came to the Jiji City Institute in the early morning of that night. As mentioned earlier, the player is very healthy, and does not need to lie in bed to rest. There is no abnormality in his mental state. Because the brain autonomously blocks that memory, the three people are like nothing happened and can't remember what they did in the game yesterday. Leather armor assassin player Wang Qing entered a closed secret room. There were some very beautiful landscape photos in the secret room. The spring scenery of the countryside was endless. He could smell the fragrance of some flowers and plants. There was also a lovely and gentle female doctor sitting there. She looked at him gently and asked him to take a seat. Wang Qing's tense nerves unconsciously relaxed. He sat on a soft chair and chatted with the female doctor. They didn't talk about amnesia or games. The two of them communicated harmoniously and naturally like friends. As he was talking, Wang Qing felt his consciousness was a little heavy, the sound in his ears gradually became blurred, and his brain thought became slower. The female doctor began to take the initiative to lead the topic, took out a light drawing board, put it in front of Wang Qing's desk, and asked him to draw something on the paper. He didn't remember what to draw, and subconsciously followed the other party's request and drew casually with his hands. In the eyes of the female doctor and the surveillance camera, the painting changed from blank to a simple scribbling painting. He drew a little slowly, his hands moved according to his subconscious, and gradually outlined the background of countless black villains kneeling in the mountain village. Among them, 5 stick figures were painted in a different style from the black villains. The black villains were wearing hats and had no faces, while the stick figures had eyes, mouths, noses, and ears on their heads, representing the 5 players. The painting style was hazy and unclear, like a child's graffiti, and it was not the work of a master painter, but everyone could see the meaning of the painting. That was the scene when the player lost his memory, and it was also the most impressive scene in his brain, and the scene with the greatest impact. After drawing the mountain village and the black man, Wang Qing began to draw a well, which looked like a magic circle. Suddenly, his palm exerted force, and shook wildly in the blank space above the well. The messy and crazy lines scratched the paper like lightning. At this time, the monitor beeped. "Warning! The patient's heart rate has risen to 150 beats per minute. Warning! The brain wave changes too drastically. The patient is too excited and nervous." The female doctor's forehead began to sweat. She took a look at the unfinished painting of the other party, gritted her teeth, and had to stop the treatment. Snap! She snapped her fingers. The snap of fingers was like a switch to regain consciousness. When the crazy Wang Qing heard the snap of fingers, his brain exploded like a thunder, and he woke up immediately. He stopped drawing immediately, blinked, and didn't realize what happened just now, and said, sorry, where were we talking just now? After saying that, he felt that the atmosphere was not right, and subconsciously looked down, and saw a child's graffiti-like painting of a mountain village sacrifice. What is this? Why am I holding a pen? Leather armor assassin player Wang Qing was confused, looking at this ugly painting. For some reason, there was a sense of strange familiarity. He blinked, and the stickman in the painting seemed to come alive, moved his head, and looked at him. But when he looked at the painting in his hand again, the stickman didn't look at him, but looked up at the messy lines above the well. He must have been dazzled. Chapter 19. The eternal sea water swam in the city, circling around the huge stone pillars suspended above the city of Lael, occasionally making strange vibrations. In Lai, the rioting seafood fought everywhere in the city, fighting day and night. Keeman had watched it countless times, and this time, he would watch it for several hours as well. If it were a normal person, he would probably be bored to death. But Mr. K did not reach the critical point of madness. He stared at these crazy seafood with his huge eyes. Because these seafood had fallen into madness, their minds were crazy, their brains were disordered, and their mental circuits were disordered. Their reactions to the outside world were very slow. But if Keeman wanted to kill them, he could still do it. Although Mr. K could not move his tentacles to attack at the physical level, he had many mental skills. Control fear. After the skill was activated, the crazy seafood who lived in fear all day long suddenly stopped. The brain was watched by an extremely terrifying existence, and the body was no longer controlled by its body, but by a god whose face could not be seen clearly. Keeman's eyes flashed, and he controlled a water scorpion to release a skill, shooting out 2 red rays, instantly hitting a crazy blue seahorse with purple skin. The seahorse melted instantly, dissolving into a mass of unknown purple matter. Keeman tried the skill several times in a row, and each time it was a one-hit kill. How could this little guy's skill damage be so strong? Aren't everyone level 999? How could they be crushed by creatures of the same level? Keeman stared at the water scorpion with amethyst appearance that was controlled by him to be terrified, and the words level 999 floated over his head. Level 999 should be the upper limit, Keeman guessed. Keeman didn't have a level value on him, and he didn't know why it didn't have one. Maybe the ultimate boss didn't need the so-called level limit. In order to avoid killing all the seafood, he stopped attacking after only 10 tests. Without seafood, Raya was too monotonous and boring. Although Mr. K was not afraid of madness, boredom was its biggest enemy. See how far I can control it to run, Mr. K thought. With a thought, Kumain controlled the opponent's fear and gave the order to move forward, otherwise he would commit suicide. The crystal scorpion was very scared. It had already gone crazy, and its fear perception of the outside world had dropped to the freezing point. Unexpectedly, the terror came again, and the madness was suppressed to the freezing point. There was only fear in the whole body. The crystal scorpion ran forward frantically, moving faster than when it fell into madness, and it slipped out of the huge city of Raya in less than a minute. And Kumain's control over the crystal scorpion also decreased. It seemed that there was a huge barrier seal on the edge of Raya city, which weakened his ability. After a while, the control power was as thin as a thread, and could be broken at any time. Mr. K did not believe in evil, and controlled another crazy seafood to rush out. With a whoosh, the red lobster lost control after leaving the city. No one knew where it swam to, but it was impossible for it to come back to suffer. Mr. K moved his eyes, and controlled another seafood to leave the city. The ending was the same. It would lose control soon after leaving the city. It's boring. The creatures I control will lose control as soon as they leave the city. Keeman sighed in his heart. In this unchanging Raya, the life of a boss is really boring. At this time, a black cloak ghost swam over from outside the city of Raya. It humbly lowered its head, and whispered to Keeman about the recent missionary results. 8 small mountain villages have been newly preached, and there are currently a total of 16 places where fanatical believers are located. At present, only the Knoll Mountain village still has a little stock of time and space stone powder, but it is not enough for the next sacrifice. Other mountain villages are poorer, and are still collecting time and space stone powder. There is good news that the Tomb Ghost village is about to collect the first batch. Then, the humble ghost apostle reported that they found a large human settlement town. There are many intelligent humans in it, and their intelligence is much higher than that of the small mountain village. Such highly intelligent people often have precious things in their hands, which may be helpful to Cthulhu. Currently, the ghost apostles are planning to infiltrate the city full of adventurers, but half a day ago, All human adventurers disappeared and their whereabouts are unknown. The ghost apostles are very confused and don't know what happened. Some ghost apostles think that all the adventurers in this city were sacrificed to God, so the apostles ran back urgently. Sacrificing to Cthulhu is a completely different ceremony from sacrificing to other gods. There must be a strong sense of ritual on the scene. But they did not feel the sense of ritual. This is a new type of sacrifice. They must report it to the Great Lord and let it know everything. After the ghost apostle finished his report, as usual, he did not receive a reply from Mr. K. It waited there, enjoying the gaze of the soul-torturing gaze, and excited itself in pain. After more than 10 minutes, the decayed and dark aura on his body became stronger, and then he slowly bowed and retreated, continuing to investigate the disappearance of adventurers in the city. Mr. K watched the ghost apostle leave. His facial muscles did not tremble at all, but his mental activities were not calm. All the players are missing? The game is under maintenance. Why didn't I receive the game maintenance message? Is it because I was asleep, so I just missed the system announcement? Mr. K was thinking about it in his mind, but a vague call came to his ears. It's a new sacrificer. According to the ghost apostle, the Tomb Ghost Village is about to hold a sacrifice. What will be sent this time? Listening to the name of their village, it doesn't look like a neutral NPC monster. Could it be an NPC village of an evil faction? Keeman listened carefully to the mumbling sound in his ear. The sound was getting closer, and the picture gradually became clearer. Keeman's thoughts were hazy. His consciousness transcended the limitations of time and space. He saw a gloomy cave in the distance. A man in a black robe was trapped in the wet soil, raising his hands and singing the name of God. Ah, the great Cthulhu. The sleeping god of R'lyeh. The old ones. Chapter 20. Grave ghosts are not normal human bodies. Half of their bodies are stuck in the soil. They are skinny, and like to live in moist soil. But recently many so-called adventurers have attacked the village, and they have to crawl out of the soil to fight adventurers. Every time they die, their souls will return to the village altar, rebuild their bodies, and resurrect through corpses, but the memories of their previous lives will not be preserved. As a result, many grave ghosts died in the village, and many grave ghosts were resurrected. The batch of grave ghosts, who had not died, felt the threat brought by adventurers. Death is not terrible, but what is terrible is that memories will not be brought into the resurrection altar. So the older generation of grave ghosts gathered together, leaving the resurrected young and middle-aged people to suffer at home, and they went to the outside world to collect time and space stone powder. Finally, the grave ghosts completed a great summoning ceremony today. Above a dark pool of water, mist fluttered upwards and condensed into an indescribable mist mass. The oppressive atmosphere directly overwhelmed the gloomy atmosphere of the cave. Feeling the invisible force entering his body, the old ghost who presided over the sacrifice ceremony knocked his head on the edge of the pool and raised the rattan basket in his hand. In the basket made of plant rattan, there was a ball of dark brown unknown liquid. While holding the rattan basket, the old ghost prayed, "Great Cthulhu, our mountain village is facing the crisis of frequent invasion by adventurers. Please give us the ability to retain our soul memory." While the old ghost was speaking, he wondered if such a request would be too difficult to achieve. But the gods are omnipotent, he firmly believed in this. If Cthulhu doesn't respond, it means their offering is not precious enough and not qualified. This is honey that has been treasured in the village for 100 years. Please accept the sacrifice of your servant. He put the wicker basket on the pond, and the indescribable mist wrapped the wicker basket. After a while, the wicker basket disappeared without a trace. And Mr. K also heard the other party's request. Want to keep the soul memory? The request is too high. What should I do to let the believers keep the soul memory? Keeman looked through his skill bar and checked them one by one. Keeping the soul memory should be a soul skill. As an evil god, he is also quite experienced in controlling souls. Let me see what soul skills there are, Keeman thought. At the sacrifice site, all the tomb ghosts heard indistinguishable noises that penetrated their heads, and their heads were splitting, and hallucinations appeared faintly. After a while, Keeman found a soul skill called Harvesting Souls. Harvest souls. Harvest the opponent's souls, and store them in the other dimension. They can be used as one of the raw materials for making ghost apostles. Only available when the opponent dies. Kaming realized that this skill is one of the steps to make ghost apostles. So should I harvest the opponent's souls? Kaming saw a group of grave ghosts trembling, and the sacrifices they sent were not bloody and evil items. Forget it, just let them go. He was too lazy to look for it, so he casually activated the group random gain magic. Buzz. Invisible ripples spread out from the pool, and some grave ghosts exploded and died, Some grave ghosts grew branches, and some turned into giant monsters. Some of them turned into a ball of holy light and rose up slowly. With a bang, golden light rain exploded in the air, and the light rain was like arrows, covering most of the tomb. Most of the tomb ghosts were hit, and their health points were instantly deducted by forfeits. Some light arrows caused critical damage and died instantly. But some guys were lucky and upgraded several levels to become elite monsters, with the title of Elder and High Spirits. Seeing such a scene, Keeman ended the sacrifice ceremony very satisfied. What others asked for, you just agreed to do it. There is no such good thing in the world. As a big boss, Keeman naturally didn't have to take too much into consideration. He directly responded to their prayers with random gain magic to ensure absolute randomness, without any black box operation, fairness and justice, and no deception. After a while, Keeman opened his eyes, and saw that there was indeed a rattan basket on the floor. The rattan basket was all black, like a mystery, giving people a feeling of being in the clouds and mist, as if it was not made of rattan, but a basket made of water. The basket was filled with dark brown honey juice. I didn't know what it was, but I felt confused. The big hairy dog also woke up and pushed Keeman on the bed. The big hairy dog grew bigger again. Now it was at least 1 meter tall at the shoulder, a giant dog. But the appetite did not increase. It was still fed with a small dried fish. The big hairy dog whimpered. It was so wronged. The owner had a whole bag of dried fish in his hand, but he only gave a little. After feeding the dog, he fed the cat, and while feeding the cat, he looked into the eyes of the big-faced cat. 15 seconds later. Strange knowledge increased. Keeman looked dazed. He finally knew what the Tomb Ghost Mountain Village sent. Honey. Everything coated with honey will become a mysterious existence, making people imagine a mysterious background. In addition, it does not change any material, nor does it increase strength. The rattan basket is currently a honey existence, which makes Keeman feel a mysterious background. It is obviously made of wooden rattan, but it reminds Keeman of a group of rattan made of water. It is indeed a very strange thing. I just don't know if the audience will have this sense of honey background after the video is shot. In order to test the effect, Keeman decided to use Chinmomo as a video tester and ask her if she has a mysterious feeling. Keeman put on gloves, moved the rattan basket to the side, and set up a camera. Then Keeman took a toothbrush, put the hair part of the brush into the dark brown honey, hovered and soaked for 2 seconds, and then stretched it out. The hair part of the toothbrush has been dyed black and brown. After a few seconds, the black and brown disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the color of the brush quickly turned back to white. Keeman looked at the white bristles, and had a mysterious sense of déjà vu. It was as if the toothbrush in his hand was a brand new craft that combined modern chemical engineering with pure natural stone materials. This mysterious sense of déjà vu continued to erode his mind, trying to distort his concept, making him think that the bristles of this toothbrush were made of stone, while the sensory organs of the toothbrush itself remained unchanged. But Keeman knew that it was fake, and the material of the bristles was not made of stone. After more than 10 seconds, Keeman returned to normal, and no longer thought that the bristles of the toothbrush were made of stone, nor did he think that the rattan basket was made of water. You have successfully resisted mental interference. Resistance plus 0.1. The system sent a prompt, showing that Keeman's resistance value increased to 2.1. Hey, it turns out that resistance can be increased. Keeman knew for the first time that resistance can be obtained through non-task channels. It was also because of the system's notification that Keeman cracked the mysterious operating mechanism of honey juice. Honey juice affects the observer's brain through mental interference, so that the brain automatically fills in a very confusing setting of the background of the object. Chapter 21. Keeman returned to the room and wrote down today's gains in a small notebook. Resisting negative influences can increase resistance. There is also the news brought by the Black Ghost, the intelligence he explored himself. Summoning different gods has different rituals. Players are offline collectively, but the game is still running. Doesn't their server need to be shut down for maintenance? There is a suspected barrier on the edge of the city of Raya. After writing it down, Keeman took a look at the number of views of his own videos. The cat review has risen to 100,000 views, and the glove review has risen to 4,000 views. Downstairs, the sound of disinfection came again. Keeman stood by the window, and Mrs. Chen was doing disinfection work as usual. Keeman turned around and cut the video dedicated to the test into 10 seconds, then logged into QQ to send a pop-up window to Chinmomo. Are you there? Yes, do you want breakfast? Momo replied. Yes, by the way, please watch a video. Keeman typed. Momo replied that it was no problem, and 2 minutes later, there was a rhythmic knock on the door. Keeman locked the big furry dog in the room first, then opened the door to receive the breakfast sent by the other party. "Where's the video?" Chin Momo shook his head, staring at the back of him, and didn't see the little furry dog. "I sent it to your account," Keeman said. The girl nodded, took out her mobile phone, and played the video sent by Keeman on the spot. The video was very short, only 10 seconds long, and it started with a scene where Keeman put the toothbrush into the dark brown liquid and soaked it for 2 seconds. When he took it out, the toothbrush had been stained with dark brown. When the dark brown disappeared naturally, the video had advanced to the 5th stage. 5 seconds later, Keeman showed the main body of the toothbrush and the hair of the toothbrush in front of the camera. "How is it? What do you feel after watching it?" Because it was edited casually, Keeman did not add background music, so the video seemed a bit dry and not very good. But Chin Momo did not feel bored. Her eyes were glued to the screen of the mobile phone until the end of the video. "I feel that the hair of this toothbrush seems to be made of stone. It feels so strange," Chin Momo murmured. Keeman pretended to be ignorant and ordered, "Then you take it back to your mother and ask her how she feels. I plan to do this in my new video. I need to fine-tune the video effect based on your feedback." "Okay, I ask for you." Chin Momo walked away with a puzzled look on his face. Keeman returned to the bedroom and ate breakfast while waiting for the latest news from Chin Momo. The big hairy dog squatted beside him, staring at the pancake in Keeman's hand with bright eyes, and whimpered as if he wanted to eat it. "Look how well behaved the big-faced cat is. He has never asked for dried fish." Kuming patted the big-haired dog's head. Big-haired was petrified and didn't want to talk. Convenience store on the first floor. Chin Momo returned to the store, and her mother was sitting in front of the cashier in a daze. "Mom, let me show you a video," Chin Momo said as she put the mobile phone screen in front of her mother's desk. Mrs. Chin heard her daughter's voice. Her eyes regained their spirits, and she looked at the mobile phone screen. On the screen, the first scene was a mysterious black-brown liquid, and a white toothbrush was inserted into the black liquid and left for 2 seconds. Then, the toothbrush was pulled out, and the white hair surface was covered with black-brown liquid. The 10-second video was very short. Mrs. Chin stared at the screen intently until the video ended. She pulled the progress bar with her hand and watched it again from the beginning. After watching it 4 times, Mrs. Chin frowned and said, "Where is this video?" "It's Amon's new video, but he hasn't finished it yet and is collecting materials now." Chin Momo sat on a chair with her hands raised high, her 2 white and thin legs straightened under the table, and her mouth made a long stretching sound. "The bristles of this toothbrush look like they are made of stone," Mrs. Chin murmured, as if she remembered something, and immediately got up and went to a shelf. After a while, she came over with a white bristled toothbrush in her hand. Chin Momo exclaimed, "The toothbrush in her mother's hand and the toothbrush used by Keeman in the video are exactly the same in terms of brand and shape. But the toothbrush in her mother's hand is completely different from the toothbrush in the video. One side is a modern daily chemical product, and the other side is a mysterious combination of stone and chemical industry, which is very confusing. The video Mr. Kushat this time is very unusual." Mrs. Chin sat down and placed the toothbrush in front of the phone screen to compare the two carefully. No matter how you look at it, the 2 toothbrushes look the same, but the toothbrush in your hand gives people a very confusing feeling. Chin Momo sent what her mother saw and heard to Kuming, who explained, "I use psychological techniques in this video. Whether it is the ambient light and shadow or the hints, they are all the result of careful design, so it creates a cognitive illusion, mistakenly thinking it is made of stone. Don't worry, it's just an illusion." Chin Momo looked at Brother Amon's reply and felt that it looked very advanced. "Mom, did you see that? Brother Amon has carefully designed it and used psychological suggestion techniques." Chin Momo showed Keeman's reply to her mother. Mrs. Chin hummed, not paying much attention to Keeman's reply. She only stared at the video. Outside the window, the sun broke through the clouds, and the skylight poured into the store, illuminating the interior of the convenience store. The shadows of the 2 people quietly stretched on the ground, like the growth of new plants, stretching branches and leaves, and growing wildly. Second floor, Keeman's room. After receiving the feedback from the 2 people, Keeman can be sure of one thing. The effect of honey juice can be transmitted to the observer through the video screen. If honey juice is used as a new evaluation material, the video effect must be better than the giant gloves. Maybe the audience will see it, and the spread will be wider, and then the number of views will be higher. However, this also raises another problem. The effect is too strong. The giant gloves and strange cats can be made with video's special effects, but the mysterious effect brought by honey juice is difficult to explain with special effects. Its mysterious sense of vision breaks through the boundaries of the picture and hits the heart of the viewer. Keeman sat on his chair at home, thinking about whether to use honey juice as a new evaluation material. He wrote and drew on paper, sorting out the risks and opportunities contained in the honey juice video. Risks and opportunities are relative. In Keeman's view, the system task reward shadow grabber should not be a skill given casually, but it may really be used. If it is really used, the blue planet where he is not safe. Under the calm appearance, undercurrents are surging. The risk comes from enemies in the dark. They may be criminals or non-human creatures. If there are dangerous creatures, it is estimated that the country will also have special departments to deal with such things. If the honey juice video is released, it is very likely to be discovered by the special departments that may exist. Cooperation with the country is also an opportunity. Of course, there may be a risk of being regulated, which requires Keeman to consider carefully and not release the video impulsively. Chapter 22. On the internet, the popularity of Keeman's strange cat evaluation video continues to rise. It is extremely real, but it is impossible to exist in reality. Therefore, when the disseminator comes in, the first reaction is shock, and then he is attracted by the strange style. After being attracted, everyone began to pay attention to this station up host named Blue Ocean. The latest video is a review of a giant glove, which lifts the front of the car with one arm. Although there is no stock element, it has also been widely circulated on the internet, because the shooting effect is also very realistic. Awesome, the front of the car is lifted up. Excuse me, how did you do this? I guess that the front of the car was lifted up with a jack first, and then the jack was removed. It's a perfect solution. The action of putting the front of the car down is also very realistic. Is it really a jack? It can be done, but it takes time. Many netizens were attracted by the authenticity of the video, and shared it with group friends. After watching the video, a new round of netizens spread it to others. The two videos spread rapidly at an extremely fast speed. On another planet, people from the Orange Star Intelligent City Research Institute completed a research report on the brain wave alarm of 3 players. It is certain that an unknown bug occurred in the game, causing the 3 players to be overstimulated, and their brains chose to lose their memory in order to protect their bodies. The evidence is that the 3 players drew the same evil sacrificial scene in different ways, which shows that during that period, sacrificial behavior did occur in the dog-headed mountain village in the game. But we can't restore what happened during that period. The game video did not record the things above the well, and the game code also has no corresponding objects. We have a theory that during that period, a certain artificial intelligence system mutated and was out of the control of the game master. We need to be vigilant about this mutated artificial intelligence, which may break through the limitations of the core code. After the researcher from Jishia City finished his summary, the representative of the game company raised his hand and said, "Since it is the mutant AI that is causing trouble and the reason has been found, can the game world be launched?" It can be launched. The researcher paused and explained, "We will send special investigators to use the virtual game world to conduct phishing enforcement and lure the mutant AI to appear." After the researcher finished speaking, he sat down again. In the conference room, the voices of conversation increased, and everyone was discussing the details of the phishing enforcement plan. The engineers were in high spirits. This was the first time that humans discovered the possibility of the existence of mutant AI. They had used the combined computing power of several cities to search the game cabins of the 3 players, but no abnormal code that might be hidden was found. Artificial intelligence is a logical thinking mode, and the underlying code is the core logic. It will not maliciously harm the players. And what the 3 players experienced during the sacrifice period has obviously transcended the first core logic, not to harm human individuals, or to stand idly by when witnessing human individuals being in danger. Human scientists have become very interested in this, and many people have decided to reopen the server of world and set a trap to capture it. If left alone, humans cannot imagine how it will grow in the future. In order not to arouse suspicion from the other party, the official will not prohibit players from logging in, and the game will run normally as usual, so as not to arouse suspicion from the other party. As for whether the 3 players can return to the game, brain experts and psychology experts have emphasized that patients cannot return to the virtual game world. The 3 players have hidden psychological trauma. Although they can't remember those terrible things because of amnesia, they will inevitably suffer greater psychological trauma if they are stimulated again. In addition to the possible existence of abnormal artificial intelligence, we have reason to protect the personal safety of the 3 citizens, and cannot allow these 3 citizens to enter the virtual game world again. After a report summary, the 3 players also received the summary report sent by the official. What? I can't log into the virtual game world. Leather armor assassin Wang Qing was incredible. I disagree, that's my account. Why can't I enter? I'm very sorry. You are very likely to encounter trauma again when you enter the game. The game company has banned your access to world. Please choose other virtual games. The official brain of the game apologized. In order to compensate for your losses, the Virtual Game Association has customized an online gameplay package for you. You can play all games except World. Wang Qing looked at the official reply and opened his mouth. Is it that serious? The other 2 male players also received a ban notice and a compensation package for playing. The 2 female players, who used to be their teammates, were not banned, and they can still log into World. It was also on this day that World was shut down for maintenance, and all players could re-enter the game. Female player by Nyo Nai has been waiting for this day to come. Although other virtual games are also fun, for some reason, the game World gives people a different feeling. Many skills are very mysterious when they are released, not just a combination of light, shadow and sound. Like other virtual games, although it is said that the experience is 100% real, when releasing skills, it is nothing more than using light, shadow and sound changes to create a cool feeling. In fact, the body is what it should be. But World is different. Its optimization is unique. When releasing water magic, you can clearly feel that your body seems to be made of water, and water flows through your body. It is very wonderful. She couldn't explain what it felt like, but it was much better than other games. She wore a pair of white pants, lay in the soft game cabin, closed her eyes, and fell asleep in a short while. Welcome back. Your character has been resurrected. Level -1. A light subtitle flashed in front of her eyes, and the player by Nyonai opened her eyes, and saw her resurrection altar in the novice village. This is one of the settings of the game, resurrecting at the resurrection altar after death. Maybe there is a skill like resurrection in this world, but the game has just been launched, the player level is low, and no one has such a skill. So after the death of the player, they can only be resurrected at the resurrection altar, and each resurrection will definitely drop a level, and a piece of equipment will be randomly lost. Bai Nyonai opened his space backpack, and the backpack was empty, there was nothing left, all emptied by the dog-headed man. Thinking of this, Bai Nyonai gnashed his teeth. He must kill those damn kobolds. Are you online? The friend Sweetness sent a message. Yes, where are you? Let's level up together, and then go to the kobold village to find a place. Bai Nyonai said angrily. I want to find a place back too. You know, all my equipment is left in the kobold village. I'm so angry. I'm the same. I didn't leave anything in my backpack. When the 2 female players talked about the kobold village, their eyes seemed to be blazing with fire. They were very angry. Chapter 23. A huge dog-headed man walked in the mountains, stepping on the ground step by step, and the sound of vibration spread throughout the hill. He was 5 meters tall, much taller than the players, holding a huge scepter in his hand, his eyes glowing red, and the words dog-headed priest were on his head. He was a survivor in the dog-headed mountain village. Since the last sacrifice, half of the people in the village have survived. Others either died of illness, explosions, or other ways of death. And the surviving dog-headed men all gained powerful power. But this power is not eternal, so the dog-headed men decided to kill all the surrounding adventurers within the powerful time. Behind the priest, there were a large number of dog-headed men following him, some of whom grew black bone skin, some grew wings, and all kinds of strange things. At this time, a group of players came out of the novice village and leveled up by killing monsters in the wild. The sound of the ground shaking came from afar, alarming a group of players. White Milk looked back and saw a giant dog-headed man running over with a group of strange-looking dog-headed men. Looking at the words floating above his head, White Milk immediately thought of the evening when she was imprisoned by the dog-headed man for a long time. The other players were surprised. Oh my god, how can there be such a big dog-headed man? Is this a wild boss? It's so big. Let's go at him together. The players are not afraid of death, because there is a novice village behind them, and they can be resurrected in the novice village if they die. Degrading is a small matter. They are at a low level, and can train back at any time. The rewards for attacking the boss are rich, and getting a piece of boss equipment is a big profit. Except for White Milk and Sweetness, who knew that the group of dog-headed men were not ordinary. No one else knew that the dog-headed men had a long bug. The 2 girls looked at each other and chose to retreat, not to rush up to fight with other players. The giant dog-headed man was fearless, and waved his scepter to headshot him. Bang! More than 3,000 points of damage. The tank player died directly. Bang! Another one died. Bang! Another player died. He hit a kid with a stick, with the corners of his mouth curled up, and laughed strangely. The dog-headed people behind him ran over and showed their skills. The flying dog-headed man swept across, and took away a player with a normal attack. The players did not give up. Although they died one after another, they were many, and people kept flooding the public channel, claiming that the wild boss was coming. Players privately chatted with friends, formed gangs, and everyone in the novice village came over. Players from other leveling areas also came here because of the reputation, and no one was scared. As long as you show your blood bar, you will be killed by the gods. This is the concept of the players. The two female players saw so many people rushing up, and they died in batches, but they still didn't dare to go up and attack the kobolds. First, they had almost no equipment, and the damage was too low. Second, they had psychological trauma, and didn't want to be beaten or imprisoned. That night, the players were fighting in the wild. Two monsters that could heal appeared among the kobolds, and they kept healing the kobolds, allowing the kobolds to fight with the players for several hours without losing. The two girls ran to another leveling area, brushed back the lost levels, and also replenished a set of ordinary equipment. When they sneaked back to the wild area to watch the battle, it was already late, and the kobolds were still fighting with the players. A large number of players were beaten so badly that even their mothers couldn't recognize them. Compared to a few hours ago, there were a lot of equipment on the field, which were the equipment dropped when the players died. Now when the players saw the equipment on the ground, they didn't want to fight the boss anymore, and they all turned to picking up garbage, and they were having a lot of fun. The dog-headed man also found that most players behaved strangely, hiding from them to pick up equipment and not attacking them, so the dog-headed man picked up all the equipment and put them in a pile. That's right, they picked up the equipment, put them all in a pile, and sent people to guard it to prevent players from picking them up. Some players wanted to take advantage of the loopholes, but were beaten to death with a stick. The players planned to work in a team, with 5 people attracting monsters and 2 people stealing. But the dog-headed man saw through their plan directly, and if he couldn't hit anyone, he wouldn't chase them, and resolutely defended the defense circle and didn't let anyone in. The players were stunned, and they had never seen an NPC who could pick up equipment and prevent theft. This monster is really smart. It can pick up equipment and prevent theft. It can't even attract hatred. Fuck, this monster is too smart. Why is there such a smart monster in the low-level area? In the virtual game world, the smarter the NPC is, the more computing resources it occupies, so high-intelligence NPCs are often used in high-level areas. However, unlike other games, the NPC here can actually pick up equipment. Incredible, the players were shocked, but the 2 female players, who had already experienced it, were not surprised. It took so long. So sleepy. The 2 female players played for several hours, and were actually a little sleepy. Since the emergence of virtual games, people can sleep in the virtual cabin all day, or they can choose to sleep in the virtual game. The game cabin has a sleep aiding function. 3 hours of deep sleep in the game world is equivalent to 8 hours of sleep for a normal person, which greatly extends the time players can play in the virtual game. The 2 returned to their own house in the novice village and closed the door. No one could enter without the permission granted by the owner. White Milk covered herself with a quilt and fell asleep on the soft big bed. The virtual cabin sleep aid module detected the player's sleep signal and began to release sleep-aiding brain waves, affecting the player's brain and releasing fast deep sleep signals. After a while, the White Milk girl fell asleep. Suddenly, she heard the sound of waves. Her body felt wet from being soaked in water, her head felt hot from the direct sunlight, and her legs had very obvious water resistance. She opened her eyes in confusion and saw the endless blue sea. For an Orange Star citizen, who had never seen the endless blue ocean, she was surprised. She was soaking in the seawater, and before she realized it, a big wave rushed over and swallowed a mouthful of salty seawater. Ah! She sank into the seawater and struggled with her hands, but the struggle could not change the fact that she sank into the seawater. The seawater gurgled into her mouth, and she couldn't breathe. With eyes wide open, she watched the blue sea surface, with a glow getting farther and farther away. Some sturdy marine creatures swam over and opened their mouths to bite her. The pain of death was heart-wrenching. Ah, no! White Milk opened her eyes, and there was no seawater in her mouth. She immediately made a terrified sound. Her hands reached out to the sky in panic, and the blue seawater hit her body again, and another mouthful of sea water rushed into her mouth. Gurgle. She struggled too much, and once again watched the endless sea water drown her. Her mind was confused, and she didn't know what happened. A shark pounced again, opening its bloody mouth. Ah! White Milk woke up again. The surroundings were still the endless blue ocean, the sea water was surging, and there was a huge crisis. This time, White Milk realized that she was reborn. As long as she died in the sea, she would be reborn in the sea. She closed her mouth and held her breath. It was not as bad as the previous 2 times, but she could not swim, and she could not escape the fate of being drowned. Gurgle gurgle. After the 4th rebirth, White Milk opened her eyes again. The blue sea water was endless, the sky was clean as if it had been washed, and the bright sun was hanging high, releasing scorching sunlight. White Milk sank to the bottom of the sea again, and was submerged by the sea water. She could not breathe, and the marine life would also feel tearing pain when swallowing. She was not a hardcore game player. When she was reborn for the 7th time in the seawater dream, she remembered that she was sleeping in the game before. Why do you dream about such terrible things when you sleep in the game? I want to go out, I want to go out. The girl called the game system with her mind, trying to find the button to exit the game, but the virtual system did not appear. No matter how she called, she could not change the fact that she was trapped in the blue sea. At the same time, another female player, Sweetness, was also trapped in the blue ocean, and she was in an endless cycle, and she didn't know when it would end. Chapter 24. Kamong finished shooting the honey juice video material, but he did not upload the video to Bilibili. That night, he fell asleep again, and Mr. K stared at the seafood and lay in a daze. There was no sacrifice ceremony today. But Mr. K had an inexplicable perception that someone was experiencing a dream modified by him in an invisible place. Keeman tried hard to capture this ethereal feeling. After a while, his thoughts drifted, and he glimpsed a vague dream. No, it was 2 dreams. Both dreams were blue oceans, and the sun was hanging high, releasing eternal light and heat. In each of the 2 dreams, there was a female player floating on the sea. After a while, she sank due to water intake, either suffocated to death or swallowed by ferocious marine animals, and her death was extremely tragic. Keeman himself was not an evil person. It was not his intention to become Mr. K. It seemed too much to torture innocent players. After all, they did not threaten Keeman now. How can I get rid of the dream? Keeman thought to himself, trying to control the direction of the dream, so that the 2 girls would not suffer so much. Keeman activated the dream distortion skill, and the system popped up an unavailable status, because he did not invade other people's dreams, and was only performing cross-border synesthesia. Keeman glanced at his skills, and found the synesthesia skill description in the passive skills. Synesthesia is a clever means of perception. Through the connection between something and oneself, the information of the opposite direction is perceived in the dark. The closer the connection, the higher the success rate, and the clearer the perceived picture. And these 2 girls are in the dream modified by Keeman, so the connection between the 2 is naturally very close. Keeman is also the big boss, and he can directly perceive the picture of the 2 suffering. After understanding the principle, Keeman used his synesthesia skill to invade the other party's dream. After the invasion, Keeman could see a clearer picture, no longer covered with a layer of speckled gray. Because of Keeman's invasion, the sky above the 2 dreams changed drastically, with dark clouds and a group of indescribable fog. Before looking up at the sky, the girl who was reborn in the ocean had already felt the pressure of the spiritual level. After more than a dozen deaths, the 2 people's spirits declined to the extreme. A very scary monster appeared above them, and the 2 did not dare to look up at all. Keeman did not intend to speak. The words of the evil god were lethal. People with too low status could not hear what he was saying, just like the dog-headed man at that time who almost went crazy. Distort the dream. The last time the dream was distorted, it took all the mental power of a player to create the dream. Spread it to the other 4 people, and Keeman did not modify it again. This time, Keeman could feel that the 2 girls were mentally exhausted, and at the same time, they were also providing him with new available mental power, which he could use to continue to transform the dream. Keeman imagined a big whale in his mind, and a piece of meat in the stomach of the big whale petrified and turned into a concrete floor. Reinforced concrete buildings rose from the ground, and a piece of farmland appeared on the outskirts of the city. Green buds grew out of the soil, growing rapidly, and the branches expanded and became thicker, and soon they grew into trees. One by one, the green buds grew rapidly in the same way and spread outward. Soon, the area around the building turned into a forest. There must be wild animals in the forest, otherwise people would have no source of meat. The next second, many wild animals emerged from the mud in the forest. A well was drilled next to the farmland, which can continuously extract seawater from the outside world. As for the method of purifying seawater, Mr. K believes that these players should be able to handle it by themselves with their IQ. Mr. K scanned the inside of the big whale and looked at the farmland, letting the farmland grow all kinds of vegetables. Then he gave the big whale a simple order to search for victims who fell into the water, swallow the victims with its huge mouth, and let them live safely in its stomach. This dream is people-oriented. If the dreamer has a mental breakdown, the dream will also collapse by itself or be awakened by external forces. K quietly retreated. He was not suitable to stay here. Just peeping was unbearable for low-level creatures. Staying here would only increase the mental burden of the other party. After Mr. K left, the seawater dream returned to normal. The two girls were reborn again. The huge pain of death almost made them lose hope of living. There was no virtual game system list. Everything was like real reality. For a time, the two thought they had traveled to another world. But traveling to another world is fine, but there is also infinite resurrection. This is too much of a mental problem. They are not hardcore gamers. After going through this for more than a dozen times, they are almost collapsed. When they saw the sea's surface surging up to the sky in the same dream, a huge black shadow poured down from the sky, and their eyes went black. The endless sea water took them back into the black giant mouth, drifting with the waves, not knowing where they will arrive in the future. It was also at this time that the dream woke up. Deep sleep has ended. You have rested for 3 hours, 0 minutes, and 0 seconds. The player White Milk opened his eyes tiredly, and saw the ceiling in the game world. The line of system subtitles was so kind. "I am back?" White Milk spoke very slowly. After a long time, his scattered eyes regained focus. There was no sea water covering the sky, no big sharks biting people, and no sense of terror that came and went suddenly. There was no danger here. At this moment, she liked the sense of security very much. There was nothing more comfortable than safety. After her brain became a little clearer, she didn't want to stay in the game for a moment, so she immediately slid out of the system list and clicked the exit button. "You are exiting." The light in front of her eyes darkened, and her consciousness returned to reality. At the same time, another girl, Tianwei Maiman, did the same thing and chose to return to reality, not wanting to stay there for a moment. For them, that real game was a huge pit, and they never wanted to go back there again. However, the two didn't know that Mr. K's nightmare could be spread. Chapter 25. Nothing happened overnight. No one held a sacrificial ceremony today, and there were no new sacrifices in Keeman's house. After getting up, Keeman saw a huge ball of hair, which was even bigger than the day before yesterday. "Big hair?" Keeman shouted. "Woof!" The big hairy dog responded. "Can it still be called a big hairy dog now?" Keeman thinks that big hairy ball is the most suitable name for it. The big hairy ball is now round all over, and the lush dog hair is at least several dozen centimeters long. The eyes are buried in the hair, and the mouth is also covered by the dog hair. Needless to say, the 4 legs are short to begin with, and when the hair grows longer, it even covers the legs, and the hair is directly pressed to the floor. Forget about the tail, it is also covered by the hair. Keeman highly suspects that this is not a canine animal, but a mutant species. The facts also prove that it is indeed not a normal dog, but a genuine creature from another world game. How about a new video to test the big hair? Keeman got out of bed and patted the big hairball's head and found a ball of soft hair, very smooth. Woof! The hairball made a puzzled sound. Keeman first went to feed the big-faced cat and put the dried fish into its mouth with chopsticks, and the dried fish disappeared. The big hairball whimpered with hunger and rolled around behind Keeman. "How do you eat with so much hair?" Keeman showed a suspicious look and threw a dried fish to the ground. The hairball rolled in front of Keeman's eyes, and the dried fish was pressed into the hair. After the dog rolled over, the dried fish disappeared. Keeman widened his eyes and felt incredible. How can a hairy creature eat a 7-centimeter long dried fish when its mouth is full of hair? To be honest, it is almost impossible. A pile of hair blocked the mouth, and whenever he ate, he would eat dog hair. Keeman was stunned. "How do you eat, you guy?" "Show me again," Keeman said, throwing another dried fish. The big hair ball rolled over, like a wheel rolling over, but the dried fish was not flattened, but disappeared. Keeman didn't believe it. This time he picked up a dried fish with chopsticks, hung it in his hand, and didn't put it on the floor. The big hair ball rolled over and stopped beside Keeman. Since the person in front of him was the owner, it naturally couldn't just roll over his face to eat the dried fish. So Keeman saw the truth of the big hair ball eating the dried fish. The golden hair seemed to come alive, and several golden hairs wrapped around the dried fish, dragged into the hair, and sent it into the mouth surrounded by heavy things. Keeman realized, that's how it is. The hair of the big hair ball can be controlled freely. As an elite monster, it has a skill called dog hair needle, but it will become bald if used too much. In addition, its giantization skill is also unlocked, and Keeman decided to test its skills. Today, I will test your skills. If you listen, you will get dried fish. Keeman patted the big hair ball. The big hair ball rolled left and right, looking very happy. Looking at this round hair ball, Keeman took a ruler to measure its height. It is 1.2 meters tall. I wonder if it will grow taller in the future. After deciding to test the skills, Keeman began to think about the test site. The hair ball's skills include giantization, bite blood recovery, and pear blossom rain needle. Both giantization and pear blossom rain needle require large field testing. Keeman thought that the mountains in the suburbs, where there are no people and the field is large, are the best test sites. Keeman ordered breakfast first, and Chin Momo brought it up, asking curiously, "Brother Amung, why haven't you released your new video yet?" Last time, she was told that a new video was being recorded, and Chin Momo had been looking forward to the release of the feature film. She saw that there was no new video yesterday, so she asked about it when she brought breakfast. That video is too difficult to make, it won't be released that quickly. Keeman continued to talk about psychology. Things like this involving psychological suggestion techniques need to be thought about many times before a similar misleading effect can be achieved. Chin Momo nodded as if she understood, and looked behind Keeman again. "Where's your puppy? I want to touch it." "I gave it away. It was too noisy at home." It was not convenient for her to show the dog. It had grown to about 1.2 meters, like a giant plush ball puppet. Thinking of plush toys, Keeman thought about it. It seemed that it was not impossible to watch it. Just treat it as a newly bought plush puppet, provided that the dog could not move, otherwise it would be exposed. Chin Momo didn't get the answer she wanted, so she pouted and walked downstairs in a sullen mood. Keeman returned to the bedroom and ate breakfast while warning the big fur ball. "I call you fur ball from now on. When you meet outsiders, don't move around in front of them unless your life is in danger. By the way, what do you think of the name I gave you?" The big fur ball whimpered, as if he was dissatisfied. "Is it ugly? I think it's okay." Keeman took a look at the plush creature with golden hair and tried to find a better name. Jean Shanshan? Well, although its hair is related to gold, Jean Shanshan easily reminds people of that anime character. No, we have to change it. Keeman didn't know what name to give it, so he might as well post a dynamic to see what netizens think. He took a photo of the dog's latest photo with a camera and posted it to the dynamic of the B Station account. The picture was accompanied by the text, "I received a gift from a friend in Crocodile Island, a super large plush doll. I want to give it a name. I wonder if you have any opinions." The dynamic had just been posted, and no silly netizens appeared, so Keeman temporarily turned off the screen of his phone. "Let's go and evaluate it." Keeman patted the round head of the big fur ball. It was extremely soft to the touch, without the warmth brought by the animal's body temperature. The dog was already a qualified elite monster, and its performance in all aspects was different from that of normal canines. The big fur ball was round and rolled directly over. When it reached the door, its body was slightly stuck. The width of the master bedroom door was about 90 centimeters, and its diameter of 1.2 meters had exceeded the width limit of the door. Fortunately, the fur on the dog's body was not steel needles. With a little effort, it squeezed it, and successfully squeezed out of the bedroom with a puff. Woof woof. The dog barked happily. The big ball of fur rolled along behind Keeman, completely abandoning the traditional way of walking on all fours for dogs, like a long-haired bowling ball. When they reached the main entrance of the hallway, the ball of fur was stuck on the door frame, just like before. The door of the main entrance of the hallway was wider than the door of the inner room. It moved slightly, and with a puff, it quickly squeezed out of the door frame without any effort. Keeman took the ball of fur downstairs, picked up the big ball of fur directly on the first floor, and treated it like a plush toy, so that others would not see the ball of fur rolling by itself. This staircase leads to the side door, not directly connected to the convenience store, so the people at the convenience store could not see Keeman carrying a big ball of fur downstairs. A car parked on the side of the road opened its door. Keeman looked at the narrow door, and then at the big ball of fur in his hand. "I'm going to force it in," Keeman said. After that, he pushed the big ball of fur into the car door. The ball of fur squirmed a few times, and then slid into the car door by itself, but to outsiders, it looked like Keeman had forced it into the back seat. Then, Keeman went upstairs to move the drone, camera equipment, and other items to the car. Chapter 26. Out in the wilderness, the grass and trees are lush, and the insects are chirping in the woods. Keeman parked the car in a mountain forest in the eastern suburbs of Wales City. There was no place for cars to drive in here, and there were weeds half a person high everywhere. Opening the car door, the big ball of hair squeezed out of the car by itself, rolling around on the grass, covered in mud. "You guy, can you take it easy and don't get yourself dirty?" Keeman looked at the golden hair covered with mud, and he felt bad. What is there to be afraid of when raising a dog? I'm afraid that this guy will roll around everywhere, roll home covered in dust, and make the floor dirty. At this moment, the big ball of hair fully demonstrated the nature of a dog, rolling around and having fun everywhere. After a while, the golden hair was no longer so bright and clean. Kunming taught, "Damao, do you know what the best pet dogs in the world are like? They are clean, educated, polite, considerate of their owners' feelings, and think about what their owners think." Damao stopped when he heard this, and began to reflect on his life as a dog. What is a dog's life like? What is the best pet dog like? In fact, Damao himself doesn't know, because he has never seen other dogs. He is just a newborn, and has not seen this world for long. The dog's little head turned, and the more he thought about it, the more confused he became. Finally, he simply stopped thinking about it, and started rolling happily again. Woof woof. Damao made a cheerful rolling sound. Rolling is a way of moving that is difficult for it to change. Walking on 4 legs is too awkward, and endless hair blocks it. Only rolling is the most suitable walking mode for it. Of course, it is inevitable to get covered in dust when rolling. Keeman stopped it. Since he couldn't teach it to be a quiet pet dog, he could only guide it to make a technical transformation. Isn't your hair free to control? After each rolling, it will automatically shake off the dust, dirt, debris and bugs on your hair. Can you do it? Keeman paused. If you don't clean the dust on your body, you will lose a dinner. When Damao heard about losing dinner, his whole body immediately shook, and a layer of dust shook out of his hair. The dust on the top of his head was also brought to the hair at the bottom through the rhythm of the hair, and then thrown out. Every hair on Damao's body was like a soldier, in order. Damao dog instantly turned back into a golden glossy fur ball doll, and every inch of his body was very clean. Seeing that the dog was so sensible and successfully made a technical transformation, he was stunned. What could he say? He could only say that he was worthy of being an elite monster. 2 minutes later, Keeman set up a camera on the top of a high slope, turned on the drone, and controlled it to take off to check if there were people in the forest. With Keeman as the center of the circle, the drone quickly patrolled a circle, and saw no people or large animals, only small animals and plants. The big fur ball came to the lowland downhill, and heard Keeman shouting, "Giant!" The big fur ball barked loudly, and its body expanded, growing rapidly from 1.2 meters to 2 meters, 3 meters, 4 meters, and 5 meters. At this time, the big fur ball was finally no longer a round ball, but a giant dog on all 4s. As its body grew bigger, its hair also grew longer, with golden hair all over its body, and 2 big copper bell eyes shining with golden light, looking very fierce. According to Keeman's instructions, Damao slapped a tree several meters high, and a loud thump came from the tree. The leaves shook violently, and the middle of the branches broke off. 2 seconds later, the upper half of the tree tilted to one side and slowly fell. Very strong. This slap was not a force that a normal human could resist. After measuring the strength, Keeman asked Damao to cast the rain of pear blossom needles again. Damao did it in sequence, standing on one leg in place, hugging his 2 front legs, half raising his right leg, and the huge furry tail rotated with him, swishing, rotating at a very fast speed. In less than 5 seconds, it turned out a high-speed rotation similar to a double cone. The golden needle shot out from Damao's body, piercing the surroundings. Keeman did not see it with his own eyes, but used the drone's lens to check the scene where Damao tested his skills. The golden needle rain almost covered the entire circle of trees. When the big hair stopped spinning, Keeman walked down the slope himself, and could see the needles on the grass and trees. They were reflecting the sunlight, and were a bit dazzling. The big hair had not yet returned to its original state. It also looked at the scene of its destruction with curiosity, and showed a mysterious proud expression. But Keeman pointed at its body. "How much less hair have you lost?" As soon as this was said, the big hair was stunned. It looked down at its hair. It used to be very lush, but now it was a little sparse. There were not as many hairs as before, and the overall hair had shrunk by nearly 10%. Woo-woo. The dog made a wrong sound. It didn't want to use the pear blossom rain needle again. It didn't expect to lose 1/10 of its hair after using it once. It's okay, you can grow it back. Keeman laughed happily. The dog's trick was really amazing. The dog hair was used as a needle, and the depth of each needle insertion was very deep. As mentioned earlier, the dog's hair has grown to several dozen centimeters long, and when it grows to a giant size, the longest dog hair even exceeds 1 meter, and the shortest is 20 to 30 centimeters. Keeman saw a dog's head stuck in the bark of a big tree, with only a little bit of straight dog hair needle exposed at the end. Walking behind the tree trunk, the tip of the dog's hair had pierced the trunk, and the tip was a total of 30 centimeters. The penetration power is extremely terrifying. Compared with hot weapons and firearms, the big hair can be called an animal weapon. If you encounter someone robbing something, the unlucky person will only be the criminal, not the dog. Can you absorb all these hairs back into your body? Keeman asked. It is very bad to leave these dog hairs outside. If someone sees them, they may be used as strange materials for short videos and posted on the internet to attract the attention of curious netizens. The big hair barked, turned back into a hairball, and rolled on the spot. Every time he rolled over a patch of grass, beside a forest, the dog hair needles stuck in plants, soil, and stones would disappear. Keeman knew that it was because the big hair had eaten its own hair. It loses its hair by shaking it off, and then it eats it back, and it can grow back afterwards. It's amazing. Keeman found the shining point of the evaluation material. The big hairy dog trembled inexplicably, and its owner seemed to be thinking about something very terrible. Chapter 27. Keeman repeatedly emphasized that there would be a big dinner in the evening, and the dog agreed to the second test, which was also the last test behavior. In the future, unless it was an emergency, it would not use this skill. In this test, Keeman asked the dog to shake the dog hair, actively control the dog hair on its body, and focus on one direction to throw 100 dog hairs. It could not throw more or less, and it had to be precisely controlled, just like shaking dust. Whoosh, 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 the golden flash rain flew far away. He walked to the direction of the shooting, and at a distance of 1,000 meters, he saw the shining golden needles inserted into the trees, stones, and grass. Compared with the close-range killing scene, the penetration of the dog hair needles was only reduced by about 30%. This proves that the dog hair needles can be shot farther, but the accuracy is hard to say, because the dog hair needles will be affected by wind resistance during flight, and there will be errors. After the dog collected the 100 dog hair needles into his stomach, Keeman went back and drove away from the scene. After the dog hair on Michio's body is thrown out, it can't grow back immediately, and Keeman doesn't know how many days it will take to grow back. After returning home, the dog began to look forward to the feast that Keeman mentioned. 10 portions of chicken chops. It has never eaten before. Don't you know how delicious it is? When the delivery man brought 10 portions of chicken chops to the door, the dog smelled the tempting fragrance in the bedroom. The owner is not lying to me. Michio made a happy barking sound. Keeman put 9 portions of chicken chops on the floor, and only ate 1 pack himself, watching the video he recorded while eating. Compared with a few days ago, the evaluation data of Strange Cat has skyrocketed, because it was officially recommended, and the exposure has increased greatly, and it has now risen to 300,000 views. Kuming's glove review video also got some attention. After all, these 2 videos are not serious review videos, mainly focusing on sand sculptures. If you take it seriously, you will lose. At present, the data of the glove review video has risen to 70,000 views. Kuming took a look at the real data of the system, and found that the real number of viewers was 58,000. It's almost time. The shadow grabber skill will be available soon. After watching the video, Kuming turned over his dynamic news, one of which was a dynamic about naming the dog, and some fans had replied below. Keeman turned the dynamic to the dog. Look, these are the names given by everyone. Which one do you like? The dog barked, making a puzzled sound. What are these things? I don't understand. The dog doesn't understand the Blue Star language, but as long as Keeman reads it out, the dog can use the close connection between the two to empathize with the owner's meaning. A long golden dog hair pointed to the 3 words head and shoulders on the mobile phone screen. Keeman read the 3 words head and shoulders, and it understood. A kind of shampoo, special for cleaning, after use, add water to rinse, fragrant. Then it pointed to the word tangyuan, and Kuming continued to read it. Woof, the dog understood again. It turns out that tangyuan is a small and exquisite food, round and white, with stuffing inside, some sweet and some salty. Woof woof. The dog made a sound of wanting to eat. Keeman slapped it, thinking only of eating. After reciting all the words in one breath, the dog rolled back and forth on the ground, thinking about dog life. At 9:30 in the evening, the convenience store downstairs. Chin Momo was scrolling through the updates sent by the landlord and exclaimed, "What a big plush ball. When did Brother Amon have the interest to buy a plush doll? It must be very comfortable to sit on it." Chin Momo gave Keeman a thumbs up and asked him in a private message, "Where did you buy it? Give me one. There is no place to put it at home." The mother's voice came from behind. "I just asked casually, it's not." Chin Momo turned back subconsciously and got stuck in the middle of the sentence. There was nothing behind her. Her mother was not behind her, but behind her was a sales shelf. "Mom?" Chin Momo shouted. No one responded to Chin Momo's voice in the convenience store. Chin Momo was confused. Was it hallucination? Why did she hear her mother's voice? "Mom, where are you?" Chin Momo shouted again. The convenience store was still so quiet. Chin Momo glanced at the time. It was already 9:30. They were going to close at 10 o'clock. Every night before closing, the mother and daughter would sweep the floor and mop the store floor before closing. It was possible that her mother was soaking the mop in the bathroom of the convenience store. Chin Momo walked to the bathroom. The door was not closed, and the light was on. When she walked into the bathroom, she saw her mother lying on the ground. "Mom." Chin Momo walked up and shook her mother, but she didn't wake her up. Behind Chin Momo, at the door of the bathroom, a shadow turned into the bathroom from outside and got to Mrs. Chin's feet at lightning speed, becoming Mrs. Chin's shadow. In a flash, Mrs. Chin had a shadow. Mrs. Chin slowly opened her eyes and raised her hand to block the light above her head. The light was too dazzling. Chin Momo stared at the ground, not knowing if she saw it wrongly, as if she saw a black shadow flying over. She stared at her mother's shadow, feeling an inexplicable strange feeling. Chin Momo complained to her mother, "Take a break if you are tired, don't wear your body down." Mrs. Chin said halfway, didn't know what to say, simply stopped talking and stood up directly. The clothes on her body were a little wet, and the two discussed and decided to close the store early. During the cleaning and mopping, there were occasional customers who came to buy things and found that the store was about to close, and they couldn't help showing a surprised expression. "Closing so early?" a male customer asked. "It's not early. We used to start cleaning at 10 o'clock, but now we start half an hour earlier." Mrs. Chin smiled. When the last customer left, the two used a mop to clean the floor where the customer stepped on it, then turned off the main power on the first floor, closed the door, and locked it. The two got on the small battery car and slowly left the convenience store. Chin Momo sat in the back seat and looked back at the convenience store. The store was in darkness, with only the cold light from Keeman's room on the second floor. Chapter 28. Orange Star. After waking up from that endless dream, White Milk has not recovered yet. Whether she opens her eyes or closes them, she can still remember the pain of being drowned by the sea. Those ferocious marine animals are also nightmares that she can't get rid of. She looked haggard, sitting on a chair, just sitting there blankly, looking at the sky. Ding dong. "There's a guest visiting outside the door, master." White Milk heard the gentle female voice of the housekeeping robot and nodded. "Who?" "It's Miss Tion," the robot said. After a while, the two haggard girls sat down on the balcony, letting their bodies be exposed to the sun and making their hearts a little warmer. "Did you have that dream too?" White Milk paused and spoke very slowly. She didn't speak so slowly before, but after experiencing that terrible dream, her mental state was very bad, and she had no strength to speak at all. "Seawater, endless seawater. I dreamed that I fell into the seawater, and then I was resurrected every time I died." Miss Tion, who was sitting opposite the table, tried to recall the terrible memory. Every time she said it, she felt very sick because it reminded her of what happened when she died. Miss Bai heard that the other party also dreamed of that dream. Suddenly, for some reason, she felt a sense of relief that she was not alone. But the relief was only for a moment, and she became more pessimistic. The fact that both of them encountered that dream showed that it was not a coincidence, nor was it her imagination, but a real thing. Since it happened once, it may happen again. Why did we encounter such a terrible thing? We were just sleeping in the game. Bai Nyonai frowned. Being trapped at sea, with no exit button, is so frustrating. The two of them talked more and more excited, finding a spiritual resonance. "Let's file a complaint against the game company together. The free play package cannot make up for our mental loss. We need greater compensation." Miss Tion was very angry. Anyone who encounters such a crazy thing will be angry. While she was angry, she was also very scared. Why did the game company do that? Such a torturous dream could not pass the official review. Thinking of this, She realized her logical fallacy. The game company would not do this, nor would it dare to do so. Reason returned, and the anger subsided. Miss Tion frowned deeply, realizing that this matter was not simple at all. A dream like that would never pass the review. Since the development of Orange Star, the relevant laws are extremely complete, and no organization is allowed to infringe on the personal safety of legal citizens. Powerful artificial intelligence monitors the world at all times. No one can do illegal things under the eyes of artificial intelligence, not to mention the sleeping cabin, which is full of intelligence. It is as difficult as heaven to manipulate and impose terrifying dreams. The two chatted for a while, and decided not to go through the official complaint channel of the game company, but to contact the researcher of the research institute directly. The researcher is much more useful than those people in the game company, and the two happened to go to the research institute in Jixia City the day before yesterday, and knew the other party's contact information. After a while, the two came to the research institute in person to report the matter of the reincarnation dream, hoping that the researcher would report it to the headquarters, investigate the whole story of the matter, and give them a reasonable explanation and sincere compensation. The researcher in charge of the virtual game field personally met the two girls, and listened to the complaints of the two girls in the reception room. At first, he thought the other party was joking. In such a scientific world, who dares to do such a thing? There are virtual games with reincarnation as the theme, but the game company will definitely set up an exit method, and will not deliberately force players to stay and be abused. The monitoring of artificial intelligence is countless times more powerful than that of humans. In a network, no one can bypass the supervision of the main brain. The two female players sent the mental state test data of the sleeping cabin to each other. The researcher was half believing and half doubting, and still did not fully believe it. The two test data only proved that the two people had mental weakness and needed high-quality sleep and rest. They could not be overly frightened, and it was not recommended to play horror virtual games. At present, the medical intelligent brain recommended that the two play casual virtual games. This not-so-serious mental state test alone cannot explain anything. This is the result of being under tension and pressure for a long time. As long as you rest more, you can return to normal. However, the researcher of the Intelligent Machinery Institute considered that there may be a mutant artificial intelligence recently, and it might be its trick, so he believed the reincarnation dream that the other party said. How about this? You two tell me the contents of your nightmares, I make a record, and then send someone into the world to try to see if we can restore the process of your nightmares. As for compensation, we will reassess the compensation intensity based on the severity of the accident. The two girls didn't think much about it, and told what they were doing before the nightmare, and what they encountered in the nightmare. The researcher personally listened to the contents of each other's nightmares, and heard the blue ocean, ferocious animals hidden under the ocean, resurrection after death, and terrible monsters passing by in the sky. The researcher listened with relish. This reincarnation dream sounded magnificent, but after all, there were only a few things. In front of the virtual game researcher, it was a bit shabby. He initially estimated that the modeling scene should not be large, and there should be only one ocean scene, and the model resources would be reused repeatedly. It is not difficult to model underwater animals, and there are no giant floating cities and other facilities in the sky, only one sun. According to Orange Star's technological level, such a design can be done by entry-level virtual game engineers. Humans are responsible for design, and artificial intelligence is responsible for improvement and expansion. Our research institute has received your complaints. Please wait for verification. The researcher replied in a formal way. After the two girls vented their anger in one breath, they felt much more comfortable, and left the research institute with a lighter pace than before. Chapter 29. After leaving the institute, the two girls separated and went back to their own homes. When she got home, she posted her daily updates about her nightmares in her personal social account. It's terrible. I didn't expect that such a terrible thing would happen when I slept in the game world. After a while, someone asked, Milk, what did you dream about? I was sleeping in the game and dreamed that I fell into the blue sea and kept dying. Do you know how uncomfortable I was? I hate this world game company. Can't I quit? I want to quit too, but they didn't even make an exit button. Now I have reported it to the local institute. They will investigate this game company and give me a reasonable explanation. White Milk replied in the dynamic. After a while, her friends who knew her all spoke below to comfort Miss Bai. Some players also sent private messages to White Milk Girl, wanting to know the details. After all, this kind of inability to quit a virtual game is too illusory and unreal. In reality, no company can bypass the supervision of artificial intelligence. By Nyo girl received private messages from some friends and some players. She was a little angry, and had a lot of anger in her heart. She would not feel happy if she didn't vent it out. It happened that she took this opportunity to vent her depression to those curious friends and netizens, and told them the terrible things that happened in her dreams over and over again. While telling the story, she also criticized the World Game Company, suspecting that the company had begun to take the path of anti-humanity, and asked everyone not to play the game and remember to be careful. Some people heard this, and went to play World out of curiosity. This is a new game, and not many people play it yet. At present, the virtual game market of Orange Star has been solidified, and it is difficult for new games to stand out. After all, in terms of content, old games have been created for decades and constantly updated. The gap in content over decades is incomparable to new games, and the world view is very large. Some people don't believe it, thinking that Miss By deliberately made up stories to attract attention. Some relatives and friends believe her, and don't plan to touch World. However, some relatives and friends think that she is stupid in playing games. How could there be no exit button? The dynamic released by Nyo was only circulated in the circle of friends, and not many people knew about it. The game World was not affected, and continued to run steadily. At this time, the researchers of the Institute of Intelligent Machinery also entered World to prepare to test the horror dream encountered during the game sleep mentioned by the two girls during the day. Researcher Lishan opened his eyes, and was at the starting point of the novice village. He did not do the novice tasks, nor did he sleep. Instead, he ran to the outskirts of the novice village to watch a group of people attack the Null tribe. The people in their research institute had long noticed the battle outside the novice village. The Null tribe actually fought with the players for a whole day and night. The people from the game company were now being dragged here to whip the corpses. Why did the mountain village monsters near the novice village have such strong combat power? Their combat power was almost at the level of level 20 or 30. The two gnolls responsible for blood replenishment seemed to have no need to restore mana. They kept replenishing blood for their companions, causing the players to be unable to attack for a long time. Now the gnolls are a little tired. They have not eliminated all the adventurers after fighting for so long. They want to retreat to the Null Mountain village. But the players don't want to let them go. Even if they lose level, they use their numbers to hold the kobolds back. The kobolds have strong blood-adding ability, and their level is much higher than that of the novice village. However, the players believe that as long as the top team can level up, they will be able to eliminate these ignorant kobolds sooner or later. There is something wrong with these kobolds. Researcher Lishan stood in the distance and watched for a while. The people of the game company tried to modify the physical data of these kobolds in the background, because they were inexplicably strengthened and had strength that they should not have. However, the engineers of the game company said that after tampering with the kobolds' data, the background data has returned to normal, but the kobolds in the game world are still so awesome, and there is no sign of weakening. Therefore, the people of the Research Institute began to focus on the kobolds and detect their running code in real time. However, the engineers could not find abnormal code, as if what happened in the game was not the same game as the game running on the server. This is not something Lishan wants to deal with. He is now testing whether sleeping in the world will cause a terrifying reincarnation dream. If there is no exit button, it will be a serious matter. Returning to the hut that comes with the novice village, lying on the bed, and clicking the deep sleep button. Schedule deep sleep for 3 hours. A line of subtitles appeared and slowly disappeared. As the subtitles disappeared, the researcher also closed his eyes. His consciousness became drowsy, and the sound of waves seemed to come to his ears. Strange, where did the sound of seawater come from? A strange thought flashed through Lishan's mind. He opened his eyes, and saw the blue sea, which was endless. The ups and downs of the waves were surging, and if you were not careful, a big wave would hit you. Blue seawater, deep sleep. Lishan woke up instantly. This was probably the reincarnation dream that Miss By had mentioned. The researcher was hit by seawater on his face, and was hit by the current into the seawater. But he did not panic. He took the initiative to swim to guide his body to the surface and breathe. Unlike the two female players, he could swim and had swam in the sea in other games. This little difficulty was nothing. Exit key, system, where is the system? Lishan floated while trying to call out the system panel. As a result, the game cabin system seemed to be unable to hear Lishan's brain waves, and the system interface did not pop up, so he had no way to exit the game. At this moment, Lishan felt that the situation was not good. Deep sleep in the virtual game, but no exit interface, means that he is floating on the sea until the machine actively wakes him up. At this time, a big shark swam over from under the sea. Ah! The researcher experienced the pain of being eaten alive for the first time. Inhuman pain invaded the whole body. The pain was so intense that it exceeded the upper limit of the virtual game's somatosensory settings. Deep under the sea, a huge whale opened its eyes and slowly swam to the surface, ready to capture the player in distress. Chapter 30. Deep in the sea, in the center of Raya, there is a stone statue with an octopus head, a fat body, and 2 bat wings. The statue looks strange, but it has no life fluctuations, only a dull pressure covering the whole place. The 999 level seafood has strong attributes and has long been accustomed to this dull pressure, so it doesn't feel so terrible. But after the statue suddenly opened its eyes, it changed in an instant. The lifeless dead object suddenly contained a huge amount of life force. An indescribable mist shrouded it, making it difficult for the seafood to see the statue. The terrifying pressure pushed over like a tidal wave, and the movement became slow. Keeman opened his eyes and looked at the city of Raya built of green boulders. He was calm in his heart and thought that his eyes were not malicious. But in the eyes of the new visitors to Raya, there was suddenly a pair of very scary eyes in the center of Raya, and the malice deep in the skull invaded every nerve. The seafood who couldn't bear it fell into madness, lost their minds, and their will was lost in chaos. Some fragile seafood had their brains exploded. Keeman watched Raya restore its old order, and was speechless for a long time. Is the boring daily life of Cthulhu going to start again? Cthulhu thought. At this time, in the city of Raya, a rotten and dark ghost flew out from the corner. It came when Cthulhu's consciousness was asleep, but it was a pity that Cthulhu had not awakened at that time. The seal of the ancient gods was very powerful, locking up many deadly powers. The sleeping Cthulhu was almost the same as a statue. But Cthulhu was too strong. Once he woke up, the terrible power would also wake up with him. The ancient gods could only restrict and weaken him, but could not make him surrender. Now that Mr. Ku's woken up, the ghost apostle feels the familiar pressure and immediately flies over to report his recent gains to Mr. Ku. Kuming calmed down and listened carefully to the other party's progress report. Looking at the other party's cautious and trembling appearance, he felt like a newcomer in the workplace reporting to his immediate boss. The black ghost reported to him that all the adventurers had returned. At first, the black ghost was suspicious, and was not sure whether they returned because of the failed sacrifice or for other reasons. They conducted a thorough investigation and learned the reason for their collective disappearance from a very small number of adventurers through means such as bewitching, forcing, or torturing. The reason turned out to be that the rules of a certain high-dimensional game restricted their personal freedom. The game maintainer announced that the game would be shut down for maintenance, and they all had to obey unconditionally and leave there until the game was opened again, and they could be teleported back to the adventurer town through a special channel. The black ghosts have limited knowledge, and it is difficult for them to understand what the adventurers say. They can only understand that there is an unknown god controlling the personal freedom of the adventurers. The collective disappearance and collective appearance are inseparable from the unknown existence, and the number of his followers is incredible. So if they want to infiltrate that town next, it is equivalent to occupying his followers in the territory of the unknown god, which will inevitably attract the attention of the unknown god. The black ghosts are in a dilemma. On the one hand, they are jealous of so many adventurer resources. They are smart and cunning. They don't know how to die. They can also be resurrected at the town altar and retain the memory of their previous lives. Although they are not strong, they are all potential stocks that are set in stone. They are useless now, but in the next few decades, they will definitely help General Ku and offer useful sacrifices. On the one hand, he was afraid of the attention of the unknown gods. The existence of the unknown was always unpredictable. He might be weaker than Mr. Ku, or he might be equal to the ancient gods and be able to seal the great Cthulhu. Therefore, the black ghost raised the most important topic of the day. He hoped that Mr. Ku could point out the direction. The black ghost knew that Mr. Ku was sealed and could not speak, but he could control fear, hint to him, and tell him at the spiritual level. Keeman stared at his violently trembling figure, and his heart was surging. Players can actually tell NPCs about virtual games. NPCs really can't understand what players say, and can only use gods to replace game maintenance theory. Believers who invade unknown gods? They are game players, and there is no god behind them. Mr. Ku did not hesitate, or he didn't need to hesitate at all. Players are better believer resources than NPCs. Now they are at a low level, and have no good things, but when they are at a high level, there must be good things. How could he not want such a free-point question in front of him? Keeman stared at the black ghost, and used the power of controlling fear to instantly control its body. The black ghost trembled all over, feeling the great will pressing down on it. Fear made it succumb, and it dared not think of violating orders. After a while, a vague and mentally devastating voice sounded in its consciousness. It could not hear the specific content, but it roughly felt the will that the great existence wanted to express. Infiltration. The black ghost realized that the great Cthulhu decided to attack this unknown god with a huge number of believers and occupy his believers. The fear like a tide quietly subsided, and the will of the black ghost was no longer suppressed, but the residual power he once left behind still impacted its body again and again, making its decaying smell deeper. After a while, the humble apostle left Raya with difficulty. Mr. K kept watching it disappear, and he found that these black ghosts liked to be tortured and crazy. He was speechless for a long time. The unconscious seafood fought in the city, killing crazily. Mr. K was a little bored and didn't want to watch them fight. He was tired of watching, so he might as well find something to do. From the moment he landed in Raya, he vaguely sensed that a reincarnation dream was opening somewhere. But because of the arrival of the black ghost, Keeman was not in a hurry to explore the distant dream. Now without the black ghost, Raya fell into an endless boring daily life again. Keeman listened attentively, and captured that feeling. There were many vague connections, not as strong as the connection between white milk and sweetness. Keeman tried to capture it for more than 10 minutes, and finally felt the dream scene in a distant place. It was a group of reinforced concrete buildings, and a man was standing in the middle of the road, soaking wet, with a look of doubt on his face. Another group of reinforced concrete buildings. A woman was shouting on the street, asking if there was anyone. There were several other dreams, with forests, farmlands, and mountains. This time Keeman sensed many dreams, not just one person dreaming, but a group of people having the same dream. Chapter 31. Most people in the dream experience death, either drowning or being eaten by sharks. In the end, he was swallowed into the world of the stomach by a huge sea beast whose face could not be seen, ending his suffering journey at sea. After falling into the world inside the whale, the Orange Star people began to be confused. They didn't know what happened. There was no one on the whole street. Looking up, you will see the red flesh wall. The flesh wall is not a decoration. It is alive and trembling. The thick blood vessels are twisted into a net on the surface of the flesh wall, transporting glowing blood. It is this glowing blood that illuminates the small world in the stomach and brings light. Researcher Lishan looked up at the sky and saw that there were incandescent lamps swimming quickly in the thick blood vessels, releasing light. There was light, but the blood wall above his head did not make him feel at ease. Instead, he felt that it revealed a sense of weirdness. He secretly speculated that this should be the flesh and blood wall inside the giant sea beast. But he had not expected that there was an ancient human city in the belly of the sea monster. When people were exploring the city and the forest, Mr. K was also sensing their dreams. Seeing the Orange Star people nervous and struggling to survive in a different world, Kaming watched it with relish as a survival movie. It was safe inside the whale, and there was no danger, but they did not understand the purpose of the whale swallowing people, and they were still carefully verifying what dangers there were in the ancient human city. In the eyes of the Orange Star people, the architectural style of this city was too old, and it felt like modern people had returned to the era of cold weapons. It was seriously lacking in intelligence, and was not very adaptable. Keeman watched all night, and some new dreamers appeared one after another, all of whom were faces he had never seen before. When it was nearly 3 hours, Keeman felt that a player woke up early, and the dream bubble disappeared. This was the first person to leave the dream. Keeman thought that it should be the game cabin set up by the other party in advance that activated his consciousness and interrupted the dream process. Keeman counted the number of existing dreams, a total of 58 people, each of whom died once, and contributed some mental power during the suffering, which could be used by Keeman to transform the dream world. Keeman thought that since he was idle anyway, he might as well transform the dream world. Considering that single-player dreams would be boring, Keeman wanted to connect these dreams together to make the dream world more diverse, so that the sense of fun would increase. Orange Star, Virtual Game World, player everything is gang private cabin. Deep sleep has ended, you rested for 3 hours, 0 minutes, and 0 seconds. The researcher slowly opened his eyes, and saw the familiar game subtitles and the ceiling. He knew he was back. Sure enough, there is no exit button, and the degree of reality exceeds the limit of what the virtual game cabin can simulate. The researcher muttered. Lishan got up from the bed, and felt sick again, when he thought of the pain of being eaten by the shark. After a minute, he barely adjusted his mentality, and temporarily stopped thinking about the painful memory. Since he had just come out of the reincarnation dream, He had a deep understanding of the reality of the reincarnation dream. He wanted to know where the gap between the reincarnation dream and the virtual game was. He first explored the game room for a while, pinched his flesh, and went to the shooting range to practice the skills that came with the mage account. Fireball. All things are strong activated the fireball in his mind, and the blue bar consumed 10 magic points. Then he felt a heat sensation in his body. The heat sensation spread to his palm, and then a small fireball ignited out of thin air on the magic wand. He explained, originally intending to feel the difference in physical sensation between the world and the dream of reincarnation. The conclusion is that they seem to be similar. He could not tell where the difference was. It seemed that the optimization of the virtual game, the world was better than that of the old big companies, and the realism was very high. The old big companies could also do the heat sensation that spread throughout the body, but the fireball here was different. Li Shan could not tell the specific difference, and it was difficult to describe this wonderful feeling. This game really has problems. Researcher Li Shan quit the game, wrote a brief report, and sent it to the director, and then immediately logged into the virtual game Xiao Xian produced by the old big company, and used skills in the game. After 2 tests, Li Shan became more and more certain that the optimization of the virtual game world was better than that of the old big companies. Its gaming experience may even exceed the upper limit of the game cabin. That night, the researchers of the Institute of Intelligent Machinery were alarmed by Li Shan's new research institute, and went to test the experience of the virtual game world. Some researchers went to sleep in the game specifically, and heard that the nightmare was quite real, and there was no exit button. The researchers wanted to know how it bypassed the security program of artificial intelligence. However, the researcher who did not browse the specific content of the nightmare was disappointed. He slept in it, and did not encounter the nightmare. The researcher who carefully studied the nightmare document experienced a nightmare in the game dream. The pain of being eaten alive by marine animals is never a pleasant experience. Every time you think about it, you feel sick and want to vomit. The optimization of this game has exceeded the upper limit of the capacity of the civilian game cabin. I think it should be temporarily shut down for maintenance. Wait until its risk level is further evaluated before it is open to players to play. Researcher Li Shan said. Some researchers did not have nightmares, but some researchers had the same nightmares. This proves that the game world is really poisonous, and needs a comprehensive investigation. Once we shut down for maintenance, the mutant artificial intelligence may detect the abnormality, and it will be more difficult to capture it. Someone said. Safety first, let's stop the game first. Li Shan glanced at him, and said cautiously. The director clicked on the desktop and ordered. The mutant artificial intelligence may have been transferred to the game cabin, and then to the public network. It is very difficult for us to catch it. Put public safety first, and look for the mutant artificial intelligence later. Deep Sea Relia, the 8th hour of General Ku's awakening. The game will be shut down for maintenance in 1 hour. Please return to the safe zone and log off. Kamong heard the voice broadcasted all over the world. Shut down for maintenance again. Is the service of this game company so bad? Keeman muttered in his heart. But it's shut down. There are more and more people dreaming here. In the picture of Keeman's synesthesia, the dreams of all the dreamers are finally connected together. It was at this time that Keeman woke up. Chapter 32. Keeman squinted his eyes, turned his head, and saw the sunlight outside the window shining in, making the room bright. Woof! The sound of the big fur ball wanting to eat Tang Yuan came to his ears. Although Keeman did not understand dog language, this pet was different. It had a close bond with him, so he could roughly understand what the dog wanted to say. Since you want to eat Tang Yuan so much, why don't you call yourself Tang Yuan? Keeman stood up and knocked the dog on the head. The hand was extremely soft hair, and before hitting the dog, the hand was surrounded by soft dog hair. Woof! The dog made a sound of approval. So the dog's new name was decided, Tang Yuan. To celebrate the dog's new name, Keeman sent a message to Chin Momo, asking her to bring up 4 bags of Tang Yuan, and cook Tang Yuan for breakfast today. Keeman transferred the money to the other party, and Chin Momo replied. Momo, I want to eat too. Okay. Keeman agreed. Put down the phone, move the big-faced cat to lie on its side, feed it a small dried fish, and then close and lock the door to prevent Chin Momo from accidentally entering and seeing the strange cat. Tang Yuan doesn't need to be hidden. Its image to the outside world is a large plush doll that can serve as scenery. Tang Yuan squeezed out of the bedroom excitedly. Hearing that the owner was going to cook Tang Yuan in the kitchen, it waited in the living room and dining room first. When the Tang Yuan rolled to the side of the dining table, there was a rhythmic knock at the main door of the entrance. I'm coming. Kuming opened the door, and saw Chinmomo standing at the door with a blue mask, 2 ponytails, and a light yellow short skirt, revealing her pretty legs. "Come in, no need to change shoes." Chinmomo nodded, holding 4 bags of tangyuan in her hand, 2 bags of sesame flavor and 2 bags of peanut flavor. "What flavor do you like?" Kuming put 3 packs of glutinous rice balls into the refrigerator, and then stood in the kitchen waiting for the water to boil. "Anything is fine." As soon as Chinmomo entered the house, she saw the round plush ball. It was so big that it was hard not to pay attention to it. "Wow, this thing is so big, can I touch it?" Chinmomo walked to the big ball of hair, and her eyes were attracted by the ball of hair. "Sure." Kuming's voice of agreement came from the kitchen. Chinmomo immediately pressed the ball of hair with her hand, and her petite palm seemed to be sucked by the hair, which was very soft. She was 1.55 meters tall, only 35 centimeters taller than the glutinous rice balls. After watching it closely, she really realized how huge the size of the glutinous ball doll was. "Can I sit on it?" Chinmomo tried to sit on it, but it was too high and not convenient at all. She had to give up the idea of sitting on the glutinous rice balls and hug them instead. "If you can reach it, try it." Chinmomo hugged her and changed her posture. She leaned on Tangyuan to play with her phone. Her back was wrapped in a softness, and her little face showed a comfortable expression. The living room fell into a quiet atmosphere for a while, with only the sound of short video music playing on the phone. The light-colored shadow behind Chinmomo moved quietly, as if stretching. She was completely unaware of the shadow's movement. She kept staring at the screen and watching the video with relish. Tangyuan, who was leaning on her, saw the shadow's movement. The dog's eyes were buried in the hair and could not see outside. But Tangyuan has other means of perception. Each of its hairs can perceive changes in the light and shadow, smell, etc. of the outside world. Tangyuan found that the distribution of light and shadow in the outside world had changed slightly, which led to changes in the black shadow attached to his body, like a person stretching. But this change only lasted for a few seconds, and the shadow stopped moving again, as if it had never changed. Tangyuan was confused, but it didn't cry out. After all, it was a plush doll, and couldn't cry out in front of outsiders. After a while, Keeman put 2 bowls of white Tangyuan on the table. "Tangyuan is here." Chinmomo sat down, took off her mask, and revealed her fair and round face. Holding the bowl with both hands, she felt the temperature of the bowl with her palms. It was very hot, so she didn't eat it immediately. Tangyuan, who was standing aside as a scene, saw it, and his mouth was already drooling, but with outsiders around, he couldn't move. Keeman didn't urge Chinmomo to eat quickly. He took out his mobile phone and logged into B Station. He was shocked to see that the number of views of the strange cat evaluation had risen to 760,000. The video recommended by the official is different. The number of views soared like a rocket in 2 days. Keeman was very satisfied. And his giant glove test video also benefited from this, rising to 150,000 views. Call the system secretly with your mind, and in the task list, 100,000 people have been reached. Keeman used his mind to receive the reward for the difficult task. Skill Shadow Grabbing Hand has been acquired. Shadow Grabbing Hand. Your hand can capture shadows, or put the shadows back on the original owner, or on someone else. The function of this Shadow Grabbing Hand is quite peculiar. It can really capture shadows, and put them on someone else. Keeman thought that this skill might be a trick-style skill, specially used to prank others. But he had no idea what would happen if he took away someone's shadow. It was not good to use others as experimental subjects. How about using your own shadow as a test subject? Kuming couldn't make up his mind for a while, mainly because he didn't know whether the life of the person without a shadow would be in danger after the shadow was taken away. The system on Kuming didn't have the function of intelligent question and answer, so he couldn't give more knowledge. At this time, it would be great if the strange knowledge cat sent him some strange knowledge about what would happen to humans without shadows. But he just thought about it, and it was hard to say such things. By the way, when I was watching your B Station Dynamics last night, a strange thing happened. Chinmomo ate glutinous rice balls, glanced at the big fur ball doll next to him, and remembered the strange incident last night. What's the matter? Kuming was absent-minded, thinking about who to use for the experiment. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration came to Kuming, and he thought of a wonderful way to use the shadows of small animals, or the shadows of stationary objects for experiments. Brother Amin. Chinmomo's delicate voice woke him up. Oh, where were we just talking about? What happened last night? Kuming came back to his senses, and saw that Chinmomo was very dissatisfied. I was sitting on a chair and sending you a message last night, asking where you bought it and if you could give me one. Then I heard my mom say no, there was no place to put it at home. But my mom wasn't behind me. She fainted in the bathroom. You know, I got scared at the time. Shin Momo grumbled in dissatisfaction. Kuming ate the glutinous rice balls in his mouth and hesitated. Why do I feel like you are making up a ghost story? This is a true story. I promise that there is nothing wrong with my ears. There were no customers in the store at the time, and the sound was very clear. Shin Momo frowned, swallowed a mouthful of glutinous rice balls, and continued. After returning home, I directly asked my mother if she had peeked at me playing with my phone. Do you know what she said? What did she say? Kuming asked. Chapter 33. She said that she did see it. Shin Momo felt cold when she talked about it. She sat on the chair, moved her little butt, and continued after stretching her body a little. I asked her. She fainted in the toilet at that time. How could she see my phone? Yes, she fainted. How could she see it? Kuming also realized Mrs. Chen's logical fallacy. How could she see the content of Shin Momo's phone when she fainted in the toilet? The two of them didn't even match their positions. She said that she was standing behind me and watching me playing with my phone. Shin Momo hesitated when she said this, not knowing whether to say it or not. If she continued, it would become a ghost story. If she broke the chapter here, it would be a joke. But that was not a joke made up by Shin Momo. She went home last night and asked her mother in person. It was a real thing, not an auditory hallucination. Her mother could accurately tell what Shin Momo was looking at that time, and she could also accurately tell what Shin Momo typed to Kuming. Go on, don't keep us in suspense. Kuming urged Momo when he saw that she was hesitant to speak. The most uncomfortable thing about listening to someone tell a story is that the other person hesitates, telling half of the story but not the other half, leaving people in suspense. She knew what message I sent, but she couldn't explain why she fainted. Or, she didn't realize she fainted at all, but knew what I sent. Shin Momo glanced at Kuming. If you don't believe it, I won't say anything. Anyway, this matter is difficult to explain. Go on, I'm listening. Kuming did not express his opinion on whether he believed it or not. After all, he had never encountered such a weird thing. A person fainted in the toilet, but he clearly knew what his daughter was doing. Just thinking about it makes me feel cold behind my back. In such a scientific modern society, it is difficult for normal people to believe such things. But it happened that the man sitting in front of Shin Momo was not a normal person, but a big boss behind the scenes. The power of the boss is in the game world. Keeman himself does not have the abnormal strength of the second-round boss, but he has a powerful thug pet, a popular science pet, and a shadow grabber skill that the system has just sent. This is an advantage that ordinary people do not have. Keeman adjusted his mentality, and changed from listening carelessly to listening attentively. Shin Momo noticed that Amon was staring at her closely, put down the glutinous rice balls in the spoon, and continued, Then I asked my mother if she said to me that there was no place to put them at home. She said that she just thought so in her heart, and didn't say it out loud. My mother can't remember how she fainted. This is a bit strange. When I was helping my mother in the toilet, I seemed to see a black shadow flash by, as if it got into my mother's body. I don't know if it was dazzled, or if there was really a black shadow getting into my mother's body. Shin Momo finished her doubts in one breath, and the pressure on her body became lighter, and she was no longer holding her breath. Hey, just say something after listening, would? Shin Momo knocked the bowl with a spoon, making a crisp sound. Keeman put down the spoon and further confirmed, Is this true? I'm not lying to you. This happened around 9:30 last night. After that happened, my mother and I closed early. You didn't turn off the lights on the second floor at that time. Shin Momo complained. Since it's true, the shadow you saw last night should be someone's shadow. It may have invaded your mother's body or shadow. Kamong said while looking at his newly acquired shadow grabbing hand skill. The system gave him something that was not a random skill. Shin Momo listened to Kameng telling her something unconventional in a serious manner, and her mind was a little confused. No, I just said that, and you believed it. Accepted it so quickly? Shin Momo herself was also confused. Anyone living in a normal world would not believe it so quickly when seeing a friend telling a ghost story seriously. But Kameng believed it, and it was fine if he believed it, and he also helped her analyze what the shadow was last night. This is a little difficult to explain, but if your mother is really in danger, I won't let it go. After all, she has to pay rent to me every month. As a landlord, it is necessary to protect the safety of tenants, so I can only show my cards to you. Kameng spread his hands. There is no way to avoid this. If the shadow hand skill needs to be used on Mrs. Chun, Mrs. Chin's daughter needs to know the risks involved. This is responsible for the safety of people. At the same time, Keeman also needs to protect his source of income. If it is interrupted, he will not be able to live happily. Showdown? What cards do you want to show? Chin Momo's mind is already stuck. I always feel that at this moment, Brother Amon has suddenly changed his style, taking off the skin of a salted fish landlord and putting on a detective coat with a middle school style. How should I put it? Let me think about it. Keeman was a little distressed. How can I explain this strange worldview? He looked at the bowl of glutinous rice balls. There was a faint shadow at the bottom of the bowl, very faint, but it did exist. This world may not be as normal as you think. There may be some strange things in it, and its principles cannot be explained by the current scientific theories. Kuming said, reaching out to grab the shadow of the ceramic bowl, using the shadow-grabbing hand. Chin Momo blinked, and saw that the round black shadow at the bottom of the ceramic bowl disappeared, and she didn't know where it went. Kuming opened his palm and showed it to her. Look, the shadow of the ceramic bowl has been caught. The round-faced girl looked at the palm of Amanga, and there was indeed a round black shadow on his hand. Kuming grabbed the shadow in his palm back under the ceramic bowl, and the ceramic bowl regained its shadow. Not bad, it succeeded the first time. Kuming thought to himself. If the shadow is not caught successfully, it means that the show-off failed, but fortunately that did not happen. Show it again. Chin Momo's expression became anxious, and he wanted to watch it a few more times. Kuming himself was still unsatisfied, nodded, and grabbed the shadows of the still lives in the room, and all the shadows were caught. Even if you use the flashlight of your mobile phone to shoot, the still life has no shadow. They no longer have shadows. Kuming tried to grab the shadow of the refrigerator onto the chair. With his right hand, he took it and threw it. The shadow of the refrigerator suddenly appeared under the chair. Chin Momo, who was standing by, saw it and opened her mouth wide. Is this a magic trick? Is this a high-level psychological suggestion? Kuming shook his head. This is not a magic trick. Shadows can indeed be grabbed. By the same token, there may be abnormal shadows that have entered your mother's body. So what happened last night sounds very strange, like a ghost story. Chapter 34. Kumong took two factors into consideration when showing his shadow-grabbing skill to an acquaintance. First, Chin Momo had already encountered a strange incident and stepped into this vicious circle. Second, it was to take precautions in advance. Kumong was at the sacrifice coordinate point. If a loud guy was sent in later, Chin Momo downstairs would be mentally prepared and would not be scared. At this moment, Chin Momo was digesting the new information she had just received and reorganizing her worldview. There were actually abnormal things in this world. It turned out that she was not hallucinating last night, and the black shadow was not her hallucination, but a real danger. So my mother is not normal now, and there is something wrong with her shadow? Chin Momo grasped the problem of the shadow. It is very likely. Kumong did not finish his words. He did not know much about shadows, and even the shadow-grabbing skill was just acquired today. Then what should I do? Momo looked at Kumong. Just stay as you are now. Do your classes if you need to. Play with your phone if you need to. Stay calm. Don't panic. Your mother should still be here. If anything happens, call me loudly. I go downstairs to catch the shadow. We can't alert the snake for now, Kuming said. After Chin Momo knew that there was something wrong with the shadow, she was very eager to remove the abnormal thing from her mother and asked, can't we just catch it? I haven't experimented with living things yet, so I don't know what will happen to people without shadows, Kuming said. Then when do you plan to experiment? I go catch some insects and bring them back for the experiment. The experiment will be completed soon. Kuming originally wanted to buy some live chickens or rabbits at the livestock market, but he thought that taking Tang Yuan to the nearby area to catch live insects would be the fastest option. Chin Momo nodded, a little absent-minded, and hurried downstairs. Keeman looked at the golden-haired Tang Yuan ball and said, I take you to the wild to catch insects. You know how to catch insects, right? Use your hair to catch the insects, don't kill them. The dog actually wanted to eat Tang Yuan, but after hearing the urgency in the owner's tone, it was very sensible, and didn't mention eating Tang Yuan. It followed Keeman downstairs, and was then carried by the owner to the green belt beside the road, where it rolled 2 meters. Did you catch the insect? Woof. Hearing Tang Yuan's very quiet dog barking, Keeman took it home. Some passers-by on the roadside looked sideways, and wanted to take pictures of the confusing human behavior with their mobile phones, but unfortunately Keeman was gone. What's wrong with this person, playing with a big plush toy on the green belt? This person is so weird. The passers-by saw Keeman enter the back door and disappear, so they stopped paying attention. Upstairs, Kuming put the glutinous rice balls aside and said, "Shake the bugs onto the table, I help you get the glutinous rice balls." Golden Retriever glutinous rice balls got excited and shook the plush dog hair on his body, and 10 small bugs were shaken onto the table. "Catch them, don't let them run away." Kuming turned and went into the kitchen to get the glutinous rice balls. He looked at the glutinous rice balls in the pot and thought it was too troublesome, so he simply moved the pot over to save time. Kuming put the glutinous rice balls pot aside and let the glutinous rice balls drink by themselves, while he began to use small bugs as experimental subjects. He reached out and scooped over a big ant, and the shadow of the ant was caught by Kuming directly. The big ant was still moving 1 second ago, and the next second it lay on the ground motionless. But the shadow of the ant on Kuming's hand began to move. It seemed to be panicked, running around on Kuming's palm, running very fast, crawling towards the shoulder, and circling around the skin. Seeing that it was about to run into his armpit, Keeman reached out with his other hand, and the shadow of the running ant was immediately caught in the palm of his other hand. How fast can it run? Keeman stretched out 2 fingers of his right hand and gently pinched the air. The shadow-catching hand is very magical. You don't need to touch the shadow directly. You just need to keep your palm close to the target shadow for a certain distance and have a strong desire to capture it, and the shadow will be automatically absorbed by your hand. The next second, a flat shadow of a large ant appeared between Keeman's 2 fingers. The shadow wanted to move again, but this time it was clamped by the 2 fingers, and it couldn't move anymore. The shadow has no 3-dimensional surface. It is like a 2-dimensional species, tightly fitting Keeman's finger skin, without the weight that an ant should have. Keeman looked at the unconscious ant on the table, poked the ant's body with his finger, and the ant did not move. Is this thing dead or not? In order to verify what he thought, Kuming flicked his 2 fingers lightly, staring at the unconscious big ant, and a light gray shadow immediately appeared under the big ant. That was its shadow. After the ant had a shadow, it could move again, running very fast, looking very panicked. Kuming watched it run for several meters, and then stretched out his hand to grab it in the air, but failed to catch it. Getting closer, the distance between the palm and the shadow was about half a meter to 1 meter, and the ant finally lost its shadow. Flipping the hand, the ant's shadow ran around in Kuming's palm again. Once a living animal loses its shadow, it will not move. Kuming murmured. Chin Momo once said that her mother fainted in the toilet. Did Mrs. Chin have a shadow when she fainted at that time? Suppose Mrs. Chin's shadow ran out of the toilet, so Mrs. Chin fainted? Keeman deduced according to this idea, and his ideas were connected at once. Chin Momo once saw a black shadow flash by, and then her mother woke up, which means that Mrs. Chin's shadow went out and returned to her body, so the coma ended. Keeman looked at the unconscious ant, and then at the other 9 small insects on the table. They were tied by 9 long dog hairs to prevent them from running away. So what will happen if the ant's shadow is grafted onto other insects? Keeman put the sleeping little ant back on the table, and then asked the dog to remove the restrictions on another insect. A red 7-star ladybug landed on the ground, crawled quickly on the table, and spread its small wings, ready to take off. He stretched out his hand and grabbed it in the air, and a very small round shadow appeared in his palm, which was the shadow of the 7-star ladybug. After grabbing the shadow of the 7-spot ladybug, its body stopped moving, as if it was in a coma. It didn't have time to retract its wings, and it was stuck in the air. It naturally sank down due to gravity. Keeman flicked his hands and exchanged the 2 shadows. The next second, the shadow of the big ant turned into the shape of the 7-spot ladybug. The shadow under the 7-spot ladybug also turned into the shape of the ant, and the 2 completed the shadow exchange. Keeman stood aside and watched closely, wanting to know what would happen after the 2 insects exchanged shadows. Chapter 35. At first, the 7-star ladybug did not move, but only moved its limbs, as if it was familiar with its new body. The big ant was the same. It did not move in a panic, but moved its limbs. After a long time, the 7-star ladybug moved first, crawling on the table, without a sense of direction, and wandering around. Then it was the big ant's turn to move, and it also wandered around without a pattern. The big ant occasionally stopped and moved its back, but nothing happened, and then it continued to move. Keeman touched the 7-star ladybug's back shell with his fingernails. Normally, when a 7-star ladybug is frightened, it will either play dead or spread its wings and fly. But this 7-star ladybug did not retract its 6 short legs to play dead, nor did it spread its wings on its back. Instead, it changed from crawling to running quickly, just like the ant's reaction. Keeman tried 5 times with his fingernails in a row, but failed to scare it into using its wings. He thought that the ladybug was being controlled by an ant, and this big ant had no wings. It didn't know how to use wings to fly, so it didn't take off, but fled with the frightened thinking mode of an ant. Keeman reached out and grabbed the shadows of the 2 back into his palm. Watching them crawling around in his hand without any sense of weight, he sighed that this thing was really magical. He pinched the 2 shadows, opened the side door, and saw the dazed strange knowledge cat. It squatted in the cat bowl, keeping a static posture for a long time, and never changed. Keeman looked directly into its eyes, and after 15 seconds, there was indeed more strange knowledge in his mind. These are 2 separated animal insect shadows, being caught by someone. Isn't that all the knowledge? Can't you give me more details? Keeman rolled his eyes at the big-faced cat. He knew all this knowledge without it telling him. Keeman moved the big-faced cat to the dining table in the living room, so that he could learn new knowledge in time. After putting the 2 shadows on the original owner, the ladybug flew again, and the ant ran around as usual. Then Keeman swapped the shadows of the 2 insects again, and stared into the eyes of the big-faced cat for 15 seconds. Strange knowledge has increased. These are 2 living insects parasitized by shadows. Currently, the insect bodies are controlled by the consciousness of the shadows, but because they are not the original bodies, the coordination is poor, and it takes some time to adapt. The knowledge said this time was finally useful, and Keeman understood the significance of exchanging shadows. So, shadows can represent consciousness? Keeman murmured. If shadows can represent consciousness, what is the brain used for? The big-faced cat did not give an explanation for this. Then Keeman started a new round of evaluation, putting 2 shadows on the ants. With a wave of his hand, Keeman threw the shadow of the 7-spotted ladybug into the shadow of the big ant. At this time, the shadow of the big ant expanded and twisted for 2 seconds, and then returned to normal. Its shadow was still the shadow of the big ant. Keeman poked the big ant, and this guy's escape style was still the ant style. He looked at the big-faced cat, trying to get new strange knowledge from it. 15 seconds later, Keeman looked dazed. So that's it. This is a creature invaded by a shadow species. At present, the main personality takes the initiative, and the secondary personality is dormant. Some unpredictable things may happen in the future. According to the explanation of the big-faced cat, the will of the 7-star ladybug has been integrated into the shadow of the big ant. He stretched out his hand and grabbed it, and the gray shadow of the big ant immediately appeared in his palm. Strange. Where is the shadow of the 7-star ladybug? Kuming murmured. Could it be that after the 2 shadows shared a body, the 2 shadows merged into one? If so, Mrs. Chen's situation is not good. Kuming looked at the motionless 7-star ladybug on the table. It is certain that the 7-star ladybug will not die without a shadow. But how long can a creature without a shadow live? Kuming is not sure. Insects are too small and difficult to observe. Or animals like mice are more suitable for experiments, Kuming thought. Kuming looked back at his palm again, and grabbed the shadow of the palm of his right hand with his left hand. The shadow he grabbed was still in the shape of an ant. He would not catch his own shadow, because the shadow-catching hand judged according to his consciousness, and would not catch it by mistake. If he really caught his own shadow, Kuming didn't know what would happen. Anyway, he didn't dare to think about it. Maybe he could never put it back, or maybe he could find a chance to get back. By the way, Mrs. Chen's shadow could leave the body and get back. This is a living example. Kuming suddenly woke up. He hadn't thought of this before. Now think about it. Catching your own shadow is not a dead end. However, he didn't want to try. Although he was very curious, his intuition told him that it was better not to try. Unless he encountered a desperate situation and needed to catch himself to escape, he would try. At this time, Tang Yuan had eaten all the Tang Yuan in the pot and made a satisfied dog bark. Can you wash the dishes? Keeman asked. Tang Yuan didn't know how to do it at first, but after synesthesia, it vaguely understood what washing dishes meant. Do you still want to eat Tang Yuan? If you can wash the dishes, go wash the dishes. I treat you next time, Keeman ordered. When Tang Yuan heard that there would be food next time, he excitedly used his dog hair to pull the pot and rolled all the way to the kitchen. The pot was held alternately by its hair to ensure that it would not drop the pot while rolling its body. After a while, the sound of washing was heard in the kitchen. Keeman nodded with satisfaction. It was convenient to have a pet dog. Then he put the shadow back on the big ant, grabbed it back and forth, put it back, and tried to catch the shadow of the 7-spotted ladybug. After catching it many times, Keeman became proficient. Keeman could feel that the target of each grab was the ant, and the shadow grabber was indeed catching the big ant. The seven-spotted ladybug was hard to separate because it was integrated into the shadow of the big ant, just like chewing gum stuck between two objects, and was forced to be caught with it. If the single grab was replaced with grabbing with two hands at the same time, one hand grabbing the seven-spotted ladybug and the other hand grabbing the big ant, grabbing at the same time, even if there was a piece of chewing gum stuck in the middle, it is possible to separate the two. Kuming did it as he thought, putting the shadow of the big ant back into its body, and then moving both hands to scoop in the direction of the ant, thinking in his mind that the right hand would catch the ant, and the left hand would catch the seven-spotted ladybug. Turning over the palm of his right hand, there was an ant shadow running around. Turning over his left hand, there was a small round shadow, which was the seven-spotted ladybug. Success? Chapter 36. Downstairs, Chin Momo was taking online classes as usual. But her eyes unconsciously looked at her mother, observing her mother's expression. Although she didn't observe anything unusual, Chin Momo couldn't help but look. Her mother sat on the side playing with her mobile phone, ignoring her daughter's observation. However, after watching too much, Mrs. Chin also noticed the abnormal behavior of Momo's frequent observation. "There is something on my face. You keep looking at me." Mrs. Chin switched the selfie camera of her mobile phone and looked at her face carefully. She thought that the mask was worn upside down, but it wasn't. "Nothing," Chin Momo heard her mother say, and immediately stopped looking. After that, she kept looking at her mobile phone, not at her mother. Mrs. Chin didn't have the desire to ask further questions, and continued to browse her mobile phone. Time passed quietly, and it was 8 o'clock. Kuming suddenly sent a message saying that he was ready. Chin Momo then secretly glanced at her mother, cautiously, afraid of being discovered. My mother fell asleep on the cash register, with her eyes closed and her eyelashes motionless, sleeping peacefully. Chin Momo subconsciously looked at his mother's feet, but there was no shadow. He took out the flashlight of his mobile phone and shone it, but there was still no shadow. The shadow ran away. Chin Momo stood up suddenly, like an ant on a hot pot, not knowing what to do. Da-da-da. The footsteps outside the store were getting closer and closer. Turning around, it was Kuming who walked into the store. He looked at Mrs. Chin who was sleeping on the table, and then looked at Mrs. Chin's feet. There was only the shadow of the chair, but no human shadow. "Where is your mother?" Kuming asked. "I don't know either." Chin Momo shook his head anxiously, looking at the layout of the entire convenience store. "What do you want to talk to me about?" Suddenly, Mrs. Chin's questioning voice sounded behind Keeman. Keeman turned around and saw a shadow on the floor, like a woman's shadow. Without saying a word, he aimed both hands at the human-shaped shadow and scooped it up in the air. Then, both of Keeman's hands turned pitch black, and dark shadows swam on his palms. The human shadow was too large, and the palm area was limited, so after grabbing the shadow, his palm was very dark. Keeman's right hand swung at Mrs. Chin's face in the air, and the black shadow disappeared immediately, and Mrs. Chin regained her shadow. The black shadow on the left hand began to wriggle, and in a flash, it ran along Keeman's arm and toward the torso. Keeman clenched his fist suddenly, and the shadow's feet were caught, and it could not move further. He stretched out his hand and scooped it up, and the strange shadow was caught in the palm of his hand and locked tightly in his fist. "Did it succeed?" Chin Momo asked. "It succeeded," Keeman nodded. In front of the table, Mrs. Chin slowly opened her eyes, as if she had just woken up. "Mrs. Chin, you take a rest here. I have something to discuss with Momo," Keeman said. Mrs. Chin had not yet understood the specific situation, and was not sure what had happened just now. She just felt that she had just walked around the store, and saw Keeman looking for her, and then she woke up again the next second. So was she dreaming just now? "Mom, I'm going then." Momo's voice sounded in Mrs. Chin's ears. "Well, go ahead." She did not stop them, and watched the two leave the store. Upstairs, Keeman and Chin Momo came to the dining table together. When Momo went upstairs, his eyes were fixed on his fist. The shadow had been pressed into the palm of Keeman's hand, without revealing any shadow, so the back and edge of Keeman's palm were no longer black. "Chin Momo, in fact, you have also been invaded by the shadow, but you haven't realized it yet." Keeman looked at Chin Momo's shadow, which was the news Guzi told him. "Ah, I was invaded too?" She was very surprised. She didn't expect that her shadow also had problems. "Yes, I plan to catch it out." Keeman first shook his hand, and forced the shadow in his palm onto a black ant. "Do you want to catch it out?" "I can catch it at any time now." Keeman's hands were empty, and he could use both hands to catch a target at any time. Chin Momo didn't hesitate. After knowing that there was a monster in the shadow, she couldn't help looking at her own shadow. Catch it. Under her feet, the shadow was motionless, and there was nothing unusual. But Brother Amon said so, so of course she chose to believe it. Then sit down first to avoid fainting on the ground. Keeman watched Chinmomo sit obediently on the chair, and then scooped her shadow with both hands. The next moment, Chinmomo tilted her head, and her eyes lost focus. Kunming swung his right hand, and Chinmomo's eyes regained their spirit. "Is it all right?" Chinmomo asked. For her, it seemed that she was just in a trance for a moment, and she came back the next second. "It's all right now," Kunming said. "Wait here for a moment." Kunming grabbed the shadow number 1 that he had caught before, and then clenched his fists and came to the big-faced cat in the bedroom. Chinmomo stayed in the living room, looking at her shadow curiously. In the bedroom, Kunming did not gain any strange knowledge. It seems that the two things in his hand are so-called shadow species, so no new knowledge points have been born. Keeman returned to the living room and put the two shadows back on the two bugs. "Well, how are you going to deal with them?" Chinmomo was a little scared and curious about this kind of new things, half of each. "I want to ask where they came from, but bugs can't talk, which is really a headache." Keeman sat on the chair, looking at the two bugs, a little distressed. The two little bugs are insects and ants. After they have shadows, they begin to show different places. First of all, the shape of the shadow. The little ants pulled out the shape of a human in the sun, but due to the size of the bug itself, the shadow was not pulled very big. Yes, Keeman was not wrong, it was the shape of a human. This proves that the two abnormal appearances may be human shadows. But can the shadow of a normal person escape from the body by itself? Keeman himself does not know how to control his own shadow to leave the body, so he is sure that these two shadows are not normal. Then why not let them write? Chinmomo moved the small chair and stepped back, away from the two bugs, fearing that they would leave the body again and take the opportunity to get into her shadow. "That's a good idea." Kunming nodded slightly after hearing Momo's plan. If the shadow can retain its thoughts, then it won't be difficult for them to write. Kunming saw that the two bugs did not move, but just moved the antennae on the ant's head, as if they were communicating with the antennae. "If you two can hear it, write the way ants walk, write your identity names." Kunming knocked on the table, and said solemnly to the two ants. Tang Yuan on the side stood still, using his hair to sense the progress of things. Chapter 37. The two ants were a little confused at first, not knowing what was going on. Especially shadow number 2, she was the most confused. She stretched in Chinmomo's shadow, and continued to take a nap. When she was sleeping soundly, she didn't expect to be pulled out by someone. Being pulled out was terrifying enough, but she didn't expect to be put on an ant. Mental breakdown. The two ants moved their antennae slightly, which were sensory organs used in the field of smell. Ants communicated with smells, but neither of them had used this strange way to communicate, so they couldn't communicate anything. In the eyes of outsiders, the shaking antennae of the ants were a signal that the two shadows were communicating, but only the two of them knew that it was fear that caused the antennae to shake. The next second, when Keeman stretched out his big finger and hung it in the air, a strong wind rushed over the huge body, making the two ants even more nervous. "If I press this finger, you two may die." Keeman's voice sounded in the air. "Devil, devil, he is a devil." Shadow number 2 controlled the ants, his heart was filled with tears, and he began to crawl on the ground, trying to write his own name. But controlling the ants was too difficult. She was originally a human, and was familiar with the way humans walked. Now she had to walk on the 6 legs of an ant, which would take some time to get used to. "Don't play tricks to delay time for me. No one can save you. Even if you run away, I can catch you back. I give you 5 minutes to get familiar with your body, and then write your name." Kmon's voice sounded again, above the two ants' heads. The two ants walked very strangely. Sometimes the front legs moved, but the middle legs did not move, or the back legs did not move. However, with the threat of death hanging over their heads, the two ants tried their best to familiarize themselves with their bodies. Chinmomo watched the two ants walk from bumping and bumping to gradually walking steadily, and her little face was full of curiosity. Of course, her inner fear still did not diminish. The two strange shadows really came to life and parasitized on the ants to continue living. What a terrible species. Even if Amon crushed them to death, they probably wouldn't die immediately. Chinmomo was thinking wildly in her mind. 2 minutes later, the two ants began to walk neatly in a straight line on the table. Keeman went to the room to get a piece of white paper and a pen to record the strokes they wrote. After a while, the two ants stopped, as if waiting for Keeman's order. "Right," Keeman said. The two ants trembled slightly, and started walking at the same time. After writing a stroke, they stopped for 2 seconds, then adjusted their position and wrote a new stroke. On the paper, the strokes were connected to form 2 Chinese names. Wen Yushan, Mi Jingyun. It sounds like a girl's name, Kuming thought. Gender, Kuming said. Chin Momo glanced at Amunga from the side, and continued to watch the insects write. To be honest, after watching for a few minutes, I found that they were at the mercy of others, and did not dare to resist Amunga, and Chin Momo's fear also decreased. As long as Amunga is there, these 2 ants can't turn the world upside down. A few dozen seconds later, 2 female characters appeared on Kuming's white paper. When did you sneak into the bodies of the mother and daughter? After a while, the 2 ants gave the answer, 10 days ago. Kuming looked at Chin Momo and asked, where did you go 10 days ago? Did you feel unwell? Did you encounter any strange things? Chin Momo looked at the information given by the 2 ants and thought, 10 days ago, my mother and I took a car to Octopus City to purchase goods. I was very sleepy for a while, and then I fell asleep in the car. The key is that my mother was also very sleepy, so she parked the car in a temporary parking space on the roadside and slept for a while. I don't know if this is a strange thing. Octopus City is a neighbor of Whale City and a larger city. Most of the goods for Chin's convenience store come from Octopus City. By the way, the continent where Keeman is located is Koi Continent. The names of cities with large populations are mostly named after aquatic animals, and occasionally there are some non-aquatic animal names. Do you know about this? Keeman asked the 2 ants. The 2 ants wrote together, one was responsible for writing knowledge, and the other was responsible for writing way. Did you do it? At this time, the 2 ants hesitated a little, but still wrote yes. Chin Momo saw it, and couldn't help staring. He didn't expect that the reason for falling asleep at that time was actually from 2 strange human shadows. Why can you leave the human body? Keeman continued to ask. The more he asked, the more he felt that this matter was unusual, and there seemed to be some of their kind behind them. I don't know. This time both ants wrote I don't know. Do you really not know, or are you pretending not to know? After asking, Keeman felt that threatening like this would not work, and he needed to know their fatal weaknesses to facilitate interrogation, so he changed the question, if I crush your ant body to death, can you transfer to another object and continue to survive? Answer yes or no. As soon as this question was thrown out, an extremely solemn atmosphere enveloped the heads of the 2 ants. The antennae of the 2 ants trembled and their bodies shuddered. They could feel Keeman's character from his cold tone. He might not hesitate to pinch the 2 ants to death. Even if there were 2 human shadows living in these 2 ants, he would not be soft-hearted. Humans have an inexplicable fear of aliens. This may be determined by genes, or it may be the spiritual intuition of the brain that they cannot be kept. Keeman was also affected by this at this time, thinking that these 2 shadows were aliens, not pure humans. Then the 2 ants wrote a word under Keeman's threat, yes. They didn't dare to write no. Once they wrote no, Keeman would probably pinch them directly to test whether they were really dead. If they were not dead, he could repay their lives with torture. His hands were so strange that they were sucked on the palm of his hand, and when he wanted to run, he was locked again. Even if he changed his body, he would be caught by Keeman and then continue to be stuffed into the body of the ant to live. Neither of them wanted such an ending. If you leave your body for too long, you will die, otherwise why would you parasitize in someone else's body? Wouldn't it be better to live as a shadow? Isn't this immortality? Keeman threw out another fatal question. Will you die if you leave your body for too long? The answer is yes or no. Keeman asked. Chapter 38. Yes. Looking at the answer on the table, Keeman's expression did not change, and it was not beyond his expectation. If they can leave the body and not die, then they are immortal species, and there is no need to parasitize in other people's shadows. How many people like you can freely invade and leave the body freely? The 2 ants gave unknown words. Keeman and Chin Momo looked at each other, which meant that there were many strange shadows like theirs. Is there an organization behind you? This time, the 2 ants hesitated a little, but under Keeman's threat, they still moved. Yes. What is its name? The 2 ants shook their bodies, walked straight lines, turned corners, and drew on the table. Keeman combined them on paper, and got 2 Chinese characters. Ing Lu. Half an hour later, Chin Momo returned to her home downstairs. She was a little confused, and needed time to adapt to the new worldview. On the 2nd floor, at the table, Keeman took out a small notebook and sorted out the important information he had just obtained on the paper. It can survive for a period of time without a host, but it will dissipate over time. The best way of life is parasitism, coexistence, and hiding. When the shadow species first invades others, people will feel weak and sleepy, and the shadow will have a long dormant period after starting to parasitize. But this is not an iron rule. The two remained awake when they transferred to the shadowless ants. The mysterious organization in Octopus City is called Shadow Stream, and its scale is unknown. When Yushan and me Jingyun said that they are the subordinates of the Shadow Stream organization and don't know much. After writing down these things, Keeman closed his notebook and looked at the sky outside the window. The sunlight penetrated the clouds, and the rich golden color sprinkled all over the streets of Whale City. The houses were like wearing a golden coat. After a while, the sunlight was not so bright, and the light golden color disappeared. Did something happen just now? Keeman realized that the golden light just now was not simple, and it was not a normal sunlight phenomenon. It was also at this time that the system showed words. Resistance plus 0.1. This means that Keeman has just experienced a wave of mental interference. After successfully resisting, his own resistance increased by 0.1. What should have happened in Whale City? Keeman looked at the streets in the distance outside the window and looked at the sky. The sun was still shining and heating, and it seemed that there was not much difference from the ordinary sun. And the area illuminated by the golden sunlight just now covered him from a distance. While sending a message to Chinmomo, Keeman looked into the eyes of the big-faced cat. 15 seconds later, the big-faced cat did not give any new strange knowledge. It seems that there is no new strange thing around Keeman. Didi? Chinmomo replied. Just now, the sun was very bright for a few seconds, and it felt warm. What happened? Nothing. I just asked you how you felt. I suspect there are strange things in Whale City, Keeman said. Do I need to be careful? Since it feels warm, it shouldn't be dangerous, Keeman said. Kamong resisted the mental interference. He didn't feel any warmth, but felt that the brightness just now was a little unusual. If it weren't for the system's resistance value reminder, he wouldn't have noticed it. In this peaceful city, it seems that something is hidden. Keeman stared at the sun in the sky, lost in thought. Sitting back at the computer desk, Keeman began to think about which evaluation video to choose. He flipped through the system's optional task list. The ordinary level tasks had changed. They no longer required 10,000 viewers, but had risen to a higher level. Ordinary tasks. Evaluate a strange thing. At least 30,000 viewers will watch it, and you will be rewarded with resistance plus 2. The difficult tasks were gone, but the shadow hand was really convenient. If there were similar skills, Keeman would still want it. Unfortunately, there were only ordinary tasks now. If it is a requirement of 30,000 viewers, I can post a small evaluation of Tangyuan. Regarding the evaluation video of Tangyuan, Keeman chose to keep its bottom line skills, not showing the pear blossom rainstorm needle and bite, but only showing the huge visual effect to the audience. The new evaluation video had been edited before, and the pear blossom rainstorm needle was cut out. It did not need Keeman to modify it manually, and could be directly posted to Bilibili, waiting for review. After clicking the upload button, Keeman sat in the room doing nothing for 2 minutes. He wanted to watch videos, but when he thought of the golden sunlight that just passed through the street, he couldn't help but be curious. He simply went downstairs, stuffed the dumplings into the back seat of the car, and then took a car to walk around the streets, focusing on the streets illuminated by the golden sunlight. Keeman intuitively felt that something strange was happening in Whale City. This is the city where he was born and raised. He didn't want to stay at home and know nothing. If the shadow creatures in Octopus City ran to his side to make trouble, he could help temporarily and eliminate the harm for the people. He first walked around the streets near the central shopping mall. He saw many tourists wearing masks, shopping in pairs, dining together, and smiling on their faces. Keeman drove slowly through these streets and saw nothing unusual. However, when passing near a museum, Keeman saw 2 teams of police setting up checkpoints to block the road and putting up traffic warning signs that said no entry. Keeman's car slowly passed the blocked intersection and glanced in the direction of the museum. The armed policeman also looked at Keeman. His eyes were compelling, as if he was examining him. Officer, what happened at the museum? Keeman asked boldly, leaning out of the window. There are fugitives roaming around near the museum. Don't stay, go home quickly. The policeman waved his hand and urged Keeman to leave quickly. What does the fugitive look like? If I see him, I can call the police for you, Keeman asked. The armed policeman was stunned for a moment. This young man was quite courageous. Others heard that there were fugitives roaming around nearby, and they were afraid of being targeted, so they quickly slipped away. He volunteered, not at all. You can follow the official WeChat account of the Whale City Police. The latest wanted notice has been issued on the official WeChat account, with his portrait on it. If you meet him, stay away from him quickly and ensure your personal safety before calling the police. The police said. Keeman made an okay gesture to show that he understood. After leaving the street by car, Keeman stopped the car temporarily on the side of the road and followed the official WeChat account of the Wales City Police on his mobile phone. On the official WeChat account, there was indeed a wanted notice issued 10 minutes ago. It was a rough man with a square face and broad eyebrows, a high-nosed eye, and a wandering look, as if his eyes were out of focus. On the official WeChat account, the wanted notice only said that this person was a high-IQ criminal, a fugitive who escaped from Octopus City, and his means of committing crimes were extremely covert. He was the main culprit in many closed-room murder cases. His hand-to-hand combat ability was also very strong. Citizens were advised not to get close to him when they saw him, and pay attention to their own safety. Chapter 39. Keeman sat in the car, quietly looking at the portrait on the wanted poster. What happened at the museum? Why was the wanted criminal involved? Is there any connection between the wanted criminal and the appearance of the mysterious sunlight? To outsiders, the sky suddenly brightened for a few seconds, which was nothing, but Keeman knew that it was not accidental. Keeman thought that the appearance of the golden sunlight should be what happened at the museum. The location of the mysterious incident was found, but the matter was related to the official. He did not have the authority to investigate for the time being, and it was impossible to enter the museum to investigate. So this matter had to end. Keeman drove around the surrounding area. After finding nothing new, he drove directly home. He stopped the car, opened the door, and took the round glutinous rice balls down. I thought there would be no harvest, but the glutinous rice balls suddenly raised a long dog hair, pointing in a certain direction. Keeman looked over there, and saw a man stopped in front of a red paper with a rental notice. He seemed to be looking for a house to live in. Keeman walked over, and the man seemed to notice something and looked into Keeman's eyes suddenly. And Keeman happened to see the other person's face. He had a square face and broad eyebrows. His pupils seemed to be out of focus, his eyes were wandering, and he looked absent-minded. "Are you looking for a house?" Keeman said to him, while holding a big plush doll. The square-faced man frowned. Seeing a big man holding a big plush doll, he felt very uncomfortable. He said in a hoarse voice, "Yes. The monthly rent is 3,500 yuan, fine decoration, 3 bedrooms, 1 living room, 1 kitchen and 2 bathrooms, Wi-Fi included, and water, electricity, gas and electricity are charged according to the civilian standard." Keeman said it in one breath without taking a breath, as if he had said it hundreds of times. The square-faced man was silent for a long time. "How about it? Do you want to rent it? I am the landlord of this building. The family who used to rent the 3rd floor has moved out. You can move at any time." Keeman looked at his hands, which had rough calluses. He looked like a man who had done heavy work. Looking at the muscles in his arms, the lines were clear, and he looked very strong. With this punch, Keeman might even have his ribs broken. But the Tangyuan in Keeman's arms was not a vegetarian. It was uncomfortable enough to straighten the dog's hair and prick him in the face like a hedgehog. Of course, if the hedgehog-like attack didn't end well, Tangyuan could also use his body to hit the opponent and knock him unconscious, which would be easier. The square-faced man was silent for a long time, carefully looked at Keeman's body, and thought that Keeman was easy to deal with, so he nodded and said, "Okay." Keeman was 1.8 meters tall, had some muscles, and was not fat, but compared with the strong square-faced man, he was still a little behind. Keeman waited for a few seconds, and seeing that the fugitive wanted by the police did not take the initiative to chat, he had to take the initiative to say, "Then go upstairs and take a look at the room?" "Yes." The square-faced man glanced at Keeman, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Keeman unlocked the side door, and let the other party go upstairs first. Keeman followed behind him holding the big doll. The square-faced man walked very slowly, and the shadow under him was also connected to his 2 feet, sticking to the wall of the stairs. The infrared sensor of the stairs automatically sensed humans, and the light bulb lit up. His shadow stretched very long at this moment, directly to the left of Keeman's feet, almost sticking to the edge of Keeman's soles, and parallel to the shadow under Keeman's feet. Keeman's pupil shrank slightly, and he let go of his hands that were tightly holding Tangyuan, and moved his left hand to prepare to catch the shadow. The glutinous rice balls were released, fell to the ground and bounced violently, rushing directly to the back of the square-faced man. The square-faced man stood on the 12th step with his back to him. He heard the sound of the heavy object falling to the ground and bouncing, but he was unmoved and calm. Or rather, the square-faced man did not realize what kind of terrible existence he was about to face. Bang. The glutinous rice balls hit the other person's back. The square-faced man only felt that his back was hit by a huge force, and his body fell uncontrollably, with his hands and feet on the ground. The square-faced man was shocked. The landlord is so strong. Little did he know that it was the power of the glutinous rice balls themselves. It sat on the back of the square-faced man and locked his upper body. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't stand up. "Are you from the investigation team?" The square-faced man frowned and cried out in frustration on the ground. Keeman did not respond to his question. He chose to remain silent. Suddenly, the shadow under the square-faced man suddenly expanded and contracted, trying to change the slope of the shadow and move towards Keeman's feet. According to what the two female shadows said before, the shadow has a long dormant period after parasitism, and temporarily changing the host means risk, but at this moment, the square-faced man has no time to care and plans to temporarily change the host. Keeman's left hand suddenly closed and clenched into a fist. The stairwell suddenly became quiet. The man fell to the ground, without a shadow. Only the shadow of Tangyuan remained on the ground. Keeman's left hand clenched into a fist, and there was no black shadow edge overflowing. The man's shadow was being locked in his palm. With a flick of his left hand, he took the other shadow back into his body. In the other's consciousness, it was just a trance. There was a strange attraction that sucked him away, and then there was a strange repulsion that threw him. If he grabbed it many times, he would sooner or later realize what happened just now. But now, he didn't know what happened just now. "What happened just now?" the square-faced man asked in doubt. "Knocked him out," Keeman said. The dog on the square-faced man's head suddenly jumped up, aimed at the back of his head, and sat down again. Bang. The square-faced man rolled his eyes and fainted. Keeman kept his distance, while being on guard against his shadow, and returned to the door. According to the two female shadows, when in the parasitic state, as long as the host is knocked out, they will also faint. Keeman was considering whether to call the police directly, or use the ability of the shadow hand to threaten him, interrogate him, and obtain information about the shadow flow. He thought about it. Since this person was under the attention of the police, it would not be appropriate for him to torture him again. After thinking about it, Keeman took out his mobile phone and dialed 110. Chapter 40. Whale City Police Station. Beep beep. In the police center, the phone rang frequently. Hundreds of operators answered the phone. They wore headphones and patiently listened to the calls from the callers. This was part of the busy daily life of Whale City. An operator picked up the phone in front of him and said, "Hello, this is the 110 Police Service Desk. Hello, there is a person who fainted here. He looks like the fugitive wanted by the Whale Police for half an hour. I don't know if it's him. You guys come and take a look. My location is..." The operator was stunned when he heard what the other party said. The wanted criminal fainted. Why does it feel a bit nonsense? However, the other party calmly reported the specific location, and the operator had to report the alarm information according to the rules. Not long after, this information was transmitted to the mobile phones of the investigation team members. In Whale City, 3 plainclothes men wore glasses. What they saw in the glasses cast a layer of light golden light on the room. On this golden street, you can occasionally see some black stains, but those stains are intermittent and not continuous. The sun's rays will disappear at night, and we must find his location as soon as possible. A man with stubble said solemnly. "Captain Luo, someone called the police and said that they saw the fugitive fainted on the ground." A young man took out his mobile phone and said. Captain Luo looked at the younger generation in the team. "Are you sure? The other party may have changed people, and we have to get to the next victim quickly." Another person said solemnly. "Let's go and take a look." As the 3 of them talked, they took a police car to Keeman's house. A few minutes later, Keeman greeted 3 plainclothes policemen and a formal policeman at the door. "Did you call the police?" Teammate Luo looked at Keeman. "Yes." In Captain Luo's glasses, the road surface here was shining with gold, and some black stains emerged, which was incompatible with the gold. These stains were still fresh, proving that someone from the shadow stream had been here. Upstairs? Captain Luo saw some fresh stains leading to a door. He fainted, just at the corner of the stairs. Keeman explained, and took the initiative to open the door. The 3 looked at each other, and didn't say anything. But the invisible atmosphere suddenly became tense, and the 4 of them took out their pistols. "Let the drone check," Captain Luo ordered. "Yes." In the police car, a small drone flew out of the window, and flew into the gate at a steady speed. The flash was turned on, and the camera was aimed at the top of the stairs. A man fell to the ground, His shadow was reflected on the wall, deep in black. In the car, the police officer operating the drone approached carefully and aimed at his face. "It's him, Captain Luo!" the police officer shouted. Captain Luo turned on the intercom and reported, Building 0, Building 0, the suspect was found here, the location is received." A voice came from the intercom. Putting down the intercom, Captain Luo began to ask Kuming about what happened. "He was standing there looking at the rental notice, and I happened to recognize him. Then when he went upstairs to look at the house, I secretly knocked him out. This is what happened," Kuming explained. Captain Luo looked at him with a suspicious look. "Such a dangerous person was knocked out like this? No defense at all? I thought it was a false alarm, but through the images transmitted by the drone, he was convinced that it was that person." The harmless landlord in front of him seemed to be no simple matter. As far as Captain Luo knew, the fugitive was a very cunning person and difficult to catch, not to mention such a low-level method as sneak attack from behind. Not long after, several police cars came speeding and stopped near Keeman's house. Armed soldiers, plainclothes police, and a large number of people appeared around Keeman and set up a cordon. Some curious passers-by were driven out and not allowed to enter. At the convenience store on the first floor, the mother and daughter of the Chen family were also persuaded by the police to go out and told not to get close to here. They were temporarily waiting for news outside the cordon. They were catching the fugitive and could go back to business after catching him. When Chen Momo came out, she saw Keeman chatting with the police next to a police car and wanted to go and see, but she was not the one who called the police and was not allowed to stay nearby. Keeman should have waited outside the cordon for news, but Captain Luo did not. He felt that Keeman was not simple and wanted to ask him something later. Captain Luo carefully took out a box from his arms and opened it. A wave of heat came over him, as if the temperature around him had risen by about 10 degrees. Keeman saw that the small box was made of jade, and a small badge with a diameter of 2 centimeters was placed inside. The surface of the badge automatically emitted light. Just looking at the badge, Keeman felt very hot. Captain Luo held the badge, looked at the police officers next to him, and the soldiers rushing over, and said, "Prepare to capture. Stay here, don't move. I have something to ask you." Captain Luo told Keeman to stay by the police car. "Okay." Keeman nodded, his eyes staring at the badge in the other's hand, full of curiosity. "What is that thing? If there is a big-faced cat here, Keeman will know it in 15 seconds, but the big-faced cat is still upstairs." The police supported Captain Luo, holding guns, and slowly went up the stairs to catch people. After a while, the police came down with black transport bags, sweating all over their heads. The fugitive was probably put into the bag. Keeman did not see the capture process, but he knew that the badge was very hot, so hot that it reminded him of the weather outside in the south in summer, which was about 40 degrees. After Captain Luo came down, he took the hot badge box and walked around nearby, and then returned to Keeman. "Did he enter your room?" Officer Luo asked with sweat on his face. "No." Keeman shook his head and began to sweat. "That's right. I just walked the entire staircase, and he should not have walked up." Officer Luo covered the small box, and the heat disappeared for the most part. However, the residual heat in the air did not disappear so quickly, and Keeman inevitably began to sweat. "Officer, what is that thing? Why is it as hot as a stove?" Keeman pointed at the small box in Captain Luo's hand. "You want to know?" Officer Luo looked at him. "Yes." "Then tell me, how did you knock him out?" Officer Luo wiped the sweat from his neck with a towel, while observing Keeman's expression. Keeman had a curious expression on his face, without any fear. His mental quality was very strong, but compared to his personality, Officer Luo wanted to know more about how Keeman knocked him out. "I was holding a big doll, and I hit him on the back with it, and then I hit him on the back of the head with it, and then I knocked him out," Kuming explained again. How can this problem be avoided? Kuming thought that he was a little impulsive. He should not knock the fugitive out, but should lock the door on the first floor, lock him up there, and then call the police. It would be more reasonable. But the person had been knocked out by him, and the matter was done. There was no room for regret. Now this Officer Luo kept asking how to knock out the fugitive, probably because he realized that Kuming was unusual. "Is it difficult to get close to him?" Kuming asked. "Very difficult." Officer Luo nodded. People without special skills cannot succeed in sneak attacks. While Officer Luo was speaking, a plainclothes policeman next to him interrupted. "That doll should be a special item. Can you show it to us?" At this point, it was almost like a showdown. When communicating with normal people, They would not talk about such unconventional topics. But there is obviously something wrong with Keeman. It is difficult for normal people to sneak attack the cunning man. The police have encountered citizens like Keeman who occasionally obtained special items before, and have experience in dealing with them. After that, the plainclothes felt that this was too serious, so he changed his words and said, "We will register it, and don't want your things. If a vicious incident occurs one day, and it is related to your things, you will be responsible. If you feel that you can't handle it, you can hand it over to our police. There will be a reward for handing it in. Don't worry too much. The country does not lack these things, and we don't force them." Chapter 41. It was the first time to deal with the authorities, and the other party's attitude was quite kind, so Keeman relaxed slightly. There was no sense of tension of "I know you have a problem, I want to detain you," nor was there any intention of robbing. Keeman also knew that if such strange things were left outside, they would be used by those impure-minded humans and cause social disasters. But the authorities did not kill them with one stick, which made him feel a little warm. After all, not all citizens are bad-hearted people. People like Keeman who are brave and righteous use special things for the right purpose. That doll is indeed a little unusual. In fact, it is my pet. Keeman nodded. The evaluation video of Tang Yuan has been uploaded to the internet. If the police watch his video, they will know that Tang Yuan is a canine pet that can grow to a giant size. Instead of lying, it is better to be honest at the beginning to reduce the gap and facilitate cooperation in the future. And if there are evaluation tasks in the future, there will be more and more things to test. It will be much more convenient to stand with the authorities, and there is no fear of harmony. There is also my review video on Bilibili, about the plush pets, which will be released soon. Kuming said. Which account? I follow it? Officer Luo saw that Kuming was willing to tell the truth, and he was no longer so nervous. I am afraid of those who would never tell the truth. If something really happens, it is not a matter of one person, but a matter of a group of people. Only by deeply understanding special items, registering them, assessing the degree of danger, and closely monitoring their location can we reduce disasters in this regard. Otherwise, the whole society will be in chaos and disorder, and it will become a dark society. No one wants to stay in such a country. Keeman showed the other party his B-Station account, and Captain Luo followed him, and quickly browsed Keeman's previous videos. There are food broadcasts, daily vlogs, and boring unboxing videos. The previous videos had very few views, but the latest two videos had very high views, namely the cat unboxing and glove unboxing videos. Are you going to post your plush pet online? Just to popularize science for everyone, nothing else. Keeman said. Popular science. It really should be popularized. These special items have appeared a bit too many times recently. It's not good for the public to be kept in the dark. It's easy to get into trouble. Captain Luo said, thinking it made sense. Throughout history, ignorance and deception are manifestations of backwardness, and enlightenment and openness will promote development. There are many special items in Koi Island that have not been officially recorded. If the public knows about it, and takes the initiative to report the records, the situation will be much better. Even if they are not handed over, as long as they are informed, the risk control on the national side will become much easier. After all, the internet is very developed now, and surveillance cameras are everywhere in the streets and alleys. It is easy to see where there is a problem. After knowing the location of these special items, they can also conduct key monitoring and improve emergency response capabilities. Keeman took the police upstairs and opened the door, and saw a round fur ball parked in the living room, motionless. Captain Luo looked at the golden fur ball with glasses. It looked like a plush toy from all angles. If Keeman hadn't said it was a pet, he really wouldn't have expected it. What are the characteristics of your pet? Have you tested it? Captain Luo said, while motioning his subordinates to take mobile phones to shoot video materials. It can grow to a gigantic size, 4 or 5 meters tall, and when it grows to a gigantic size, it can break trees with one slap. Keeman said. These materials are all footage from the video, and Keeman has nothing to hide. Captain Luo nodded. No wonder it could knock out the fugitive. With this pet, it can indeed physically suppress adults. High risk. The recorder typed the word high risk on the phone. Is it controllable? It only listens to me and recognizes its master. If I tell it to go east, it will never dare to go west. Keeman said. Tang Yuan, roll east. Tang Yuan immediately rolled east in a small circle, very obedient. The police looked at each other and said nothing. Can you do a detailed test? We need to record it in the file. Your pet can only be kept by your side if it is recorded in the special file connected to the national network. Captain Luo explained. There are also strange pets in Koi Island, and they are controllable, as long as its owner does not teach it bad things. Where do you do it? Special Affairs Investigation Bureau. Captain Luo said. This was the first time Kuming heard of this agency. He had never heard of it before. Is it newly opened? It was opened 5 years ago, but it was not announced to the public. Currently, people involved in special cases, industry insiders, and special item owners are aware of it. Captain Luo paused. You are also an unofficial special item owner now. We in Jinlizu will monitor and record the owner's daily travel. Please understand. Kuming expressed his understanding. This is common sense. In this era of popularization of smartphones, 5G network, and the Internet of Everything are the research directions of technology companies. Under such a technical background, it is very easy to monitor his travel. I have some special items in my room, a cat and gloves. Keeman said. These 2 items are also the items he reviewed in his video. At first, he filmed the review of the relevant items because of the system task requirements. Now it would be inappropriate to hide them. 3? Captain Luo was surprised. He didn't expect Keeman to have so many special items. It turned out that Mr. Ku's latest 2 videos were reviews of special items. He didn't expect Keeman to be so keen on reviews. It is very lucky for a normal doll to get a special item, let alone 3 special items in a row. If you have the ability to control them, and don't harm society, you can keep them yourself. Captain Luo knew what the other party meant by mentioning the 2 special items, and immediately gave Keeman the answer he wanted. This is the magnanimity of the Special Affairs Investigation Bureau, and the magnanimity of Koi Country. All are controllable. Keeman promised. Anyway, take them all to the Investigation Bureau for testing, and then record them in the special file. If you don't want to, and are afraid that you won't be able to come back after going, you can choose a place, and our Investigation Bureau will send someone to do the testing. Captain Luo said. To be honest, Keeman really wants to see what the Special Affairs Investigation Bureau looks like. An hour later, Keeman arrived at the Special Affairs Investigation Bureau. The Special Affairs Investigation Bureau is located in the Science and Technology Development Zone of Wales City. There are technology companies everywhere nearby. Many buildings are high-rise buildings, and there are very wide roads downstairs. There is no word Investigation Bureau hanging at the door of the Investigation Bureau. The company plaque in front of the door is Special Affairs Company, Ltd. Keeman looked around and could see soldiers with guns guarding. In this country where guns are strictly prohibited, the presence of soldiers guarding it itself represents the signal of Koi Island, which is a military secret place. Chapter 42. Deep Basement Test Site. Spacious space, pure white walls, some unknown machines were placed on the open ground, and professionals in white coats walked around the machines and operated them. Keeman brought 3 things to the Special Affairs Investigation Bureau. One was the big-faced cat, the second was gloves, and the third was a big ball of hair. With the help of professionals, Keeman first tested its strength with gloves. This is a professional pressure scale. Please push the scale plate with your hands to see how many pounds you can push. A young lady in a white coat said with her chest puffed out. Keeman was also very curious whether this giant glove could really exert 20 times the weight of his body, as the big-faced cat said. He pushed the huge scale with his right palm, and the visual data panel on the scale immediately popped up the changed data. From 0 pounds, it jumped to 2,802 pounds. Wow! The tester was stunned and thought she had seen it wrong. Is there an extra 0? Captain Luo, who was accompanying Keeman, was also shocked. Is this glove so terrifying? Captain Luo looked at Keeman, whose expression did not change much. It was hard to imagine that he could be so calm. Brother, that's 2,802 kilograms, not 280 kilograms. 1.4 tons. Too exaggerated. Captain Luo had rewatched the evaluation video shot by Keeman twice before coming here, and knew that he could lift the front of a car. But Keeman did not try to lift the car above his head, but only lifted the front of the car to the height of his shoulders. So Captain Luo was not sure how terrifying the power of the worn-out glove was. Now seeing the quantitative data, he was immediately shocked. Wearing this glove, are there no side effects? Captain Luo asked curiously. Any powerful props basically have side effects. So these special items are difficult to use, and each one is more bizarre than the other. Items with 2 dangerous side effects are basically sealed in inventory, and no one is willing to use them. Sometimes the reason why humans are prevented from using them is because the side effects are too dangerous, or they are so bizarre that they are unacceptable. For example, the small badge used by Captain Luo just now is a prop that can burn the power of the dark system. but the person who uses it will sweat quickly and evaporate the water in the body. If the small badge is worn for a long time, people will become a dried corpse due to lack of water. For props like this, the side effects are still within the acceptable range. As for those more bizarre props, Captain Luo will not say much, because Keeman is currently an out-of-station staff. Side effects not yet found. Keeman shook his head after hearing what he said. Side effects are unknown. The researcher typed the word unknown. If side effects occur in the future, please report to the Investigation Bureau. We need to update these data in real time for safety reasons. Okay. Keeman put the gloves into a scanning area, and then a 3D model of the gloves popped up on the display screen of a machine, which was very detailed and realistic. Material composition: hydrocarbon hydroxide, carbon element. Weight: 180 g. How can this thing be so light? It's a bit too much. After all, it's a special item, anti-scientific. When the researchers saw such perfect data, they were very envious of Keeman for having such a good thing. Then, Keeman began to test the fur ball. Rolling speed, bouncing speed, reaction speed, hearing, olfactory sensitivity. The various tests were more detailed than Keeman's, and also made Keeman re-recognize Tang Yuan's combat ability. When Tang Yuan transformed on the field, the flat ground became larger, the body grew to a height of 5 meters, the golden hair became longer, and the canine limbs stretched out, finally taking on the appearance of a dog. And it slapped the pressure scale with a slap, and the display screen gave a data of 3,152 kilograms. It was even more exaggerated than Keeman's gloves. Is this really the strength that a canine animal can exert, even if it grows very big? Captain Luo believed that even if there was a truck in front of him, this guy might be able to overturn it. The armed soldiers looked alert, and looked at the test site with vigilant eyes. If the big dog hurt humans, they would shoot with guns. After testing Tang Yuan, the researchers came down to test the big-faced cat. Your cat is not ordinary. When testing the big-faced cat, everyone looked at him strangely. Because looking at this cat, strange knowledge was born in the brain. If there is something strange next to it, the corresponding strange knowledge will be born in the brain. No one present is a fool. The people of the Special Affairs Investigation Bureau know that its value is far higher than glutinous rice balls and giant gloves. Knowledge is a treasure. With knowledge, the country can classify those strange things. It must be said that the existence of the big-faced cat made Captain Luo excited. However, the big-faced cat is not their thing, but the private property of Keeman himself. Captain Luo nodded. The big-faced cat is temporarily classified as a level 1 confidentiality level, and non-level members cannot know it. If it can also instill strange knowledge of level 0 things, it may rise to level 0 confidentiality. Mr. Ke, you are the original owner, please keep it well. So, you are also A-level members? I am not an A-level member. Captain Luo shook his head. After the test is completed, I and the testers will go to the bureau to receive specific memory deletion and delete the memory about the big-faced cat. You are the owner of the original object, and there is no need to delete the relevant memory. But please keep it carefully, because such a precious thing can easily arouse others' jealousy. Especially be careful of those illegal organizations. If you have difficulties, ask the country for help. We will not sit idly by. Hearing Captain Luo's serious emphasis, Kumail felt a little warm in his heart for his sake. Of course, he was more thinking about having a good impression of the Investigation Bureau. In the face of such things, they still insist on maintaining the rules. The Investigation Bureau is really something. It is very likely that there are more perverted items behind the Investigation Bureau than the big-faced cat, such as those that can suppress an entire continent, so they have the confidence to accommodate non-staff personnel with special items. And Keeman also found out about new terms such as level 0 things and A-level members here. After the whole test, the big-faced cat was tested very quickly. After all, its role is to be a popular science cat, not as cumbersome as Tang Yuan. The files of the 3 special items have been entered into the National Confidential Files. You can log into our National Bureau of Investigation's official website and enter your ID number to view your files. But you are a non-staff member and cannot view other people's files. You can only see your own files. Remember your ID number. You will need it to view your own files in the future. Captain Luo said, teaching Keeman how to log into the Bureau of Investigation's official website. With the help of Captain Luo, Keeman logged in to the official website and entered the number that Captain Luo told him. ID, 9713. Name, Keeman. Organization, non-staff member. Special things, 1-0528, 5-0678, 6-0064. Keeman looked at this line of numbers and fell into deep thought. 4 digits? Does it mean that the Bureau of Investigation has at least tens of thousands of special items? Chapter 43. The test has an upper limit. The Investigation Bureau in Whale City is not the largest one, so it is impossible to take out Level 0 objects as test objects. Similarly, Level 1 objects will not be so easy to take out as auxiliary tests. Therefore, Big Face Cat is currently classified as a Level 1 confidential object. No one knows how high its knowledge limit is. And Keeman clicked on 1-0528 and saw the full body image of Big Face Cat. Below was a row of physical data, covering height, weight, fur color, body temperature, ability, etc. There was a red exclamation mark in the upper right corner of each data. Keeman pointed with his finger, and a line of small words immediately appeared. A-level authority visible. Kamong is not an A-level personnel, but he is the original owner, and has the authority to directly view the original object. At the bottom of the Big Face Cat's file, there is a special note. Note: 1-0528 may have knowledge of Level 0 objects, not tested, and temporarily classified as Level 1 confidentiality. Captain Luo, when will the Level 0 test be conducted? Keeman asked. There is no further news about the subsequent Level 0 test phase, and it is tentatively scheduled to be the Level 1 confidential object stage. Captain Luo tilted his head, tapped the Bluetooth headset on his ear, and gestured to Keeman. This is not his decision alone, but the idea of the superiors. The test here is recorded by cameras and uploaded to the General Administration. The General Administration has issued an order to Captain Luo not to conduct Level 0 testing. Is this okay? Keeman said in surprise. You are a non-staff member, and no leader is willing to let you get close to Level 0 things. In addition, your Big Face Cat is not an aggressive thing, so just leave it alone. Captain Luo explained, and whispered, Level 0 things are terrible and not worth testing. Besides, you don't want to hand over the Big Face Cat, so we can only leave it alone. Keeman nodded. Of course, he didn't want to hand over the Big Face Cat. After Captain Luo's explanation, Keeman gradually realized the way of doing things in the Special Affairs Investigation Bureau. The General Administration has checked all your information from childhood to adulthood. There is no record of anti-humanity. You can take your things back. Captain Luo received a new order at this time, and said to Keeman. Keeman heard the implicit warning from the top. If anti-human records are found, a very strict investigation will be launched. If the facts are true, there is no need to say more about the consequences. If there is no anti-human tendency, everyone will live in harmony. No one likes a fragmented society without hope of life. After that, Captain Luo sent him out, and sent Keeman away specially. After all, Tang Yuan is a pet that is too big, and the Big Face Cat, as a first-level confidential object, should not be exposed in public. It was already 9:50 p.m. when I got back home. The convenience store downstairs was still open, but no one was shopping. The mother and daughter in the store were preparing to clean the floor and close the store. The car stopped downstairs of Kuming's house, and transported the dog and cat back to the house. Captain Luo left, and Shin Momo also received the news that Kuming had returned home safely. Momo, you went out. Are the 2 ants still there? Yes. Kuming typed back. In Kuming's house, the 2 ants were still locked in a small box. With human shadows under them, they were definitely them. After the shadow species parasitizes, it is not easy to change the host, and they need to sleep after changing. The reason for the sleep is that the shadow needs to reach a balance with the original host, which takes a lot of time. Mi Jingyan left Mrs. Chen's body, and went out to train her abilities and shorten the sleep time. The original shadows on the ants were taken away by Keeman, so they didn't need to compete, reducing the steps of sleep. Now both of them huddled under the ants, lying on the ground without moving. Keeman poked them with his hand, and the 2 ants moved slowly. Don't dare to leave? Keeman asked. To be honest, Keeman couldn't keep watching them. In this family, only he knew how to catch shadows. On Captain Luo's side, Keeman also asked how to deal with the fugitive, but it was a pity that Captain Luo didn't say it. It was a secret of the Investigation Bureau unless he joined the organization. If the 2 ants in front of him wanted to run away, they could escape while he was sleeping at night. He couldn't do anything with the 2 ants. It was useless to crush the ants to death. They could change their bodies, and Keeman's shadow-catching hand could only catch, not tear the shadows. Can Keeman keep holding them with his shadow-grabbing hand? He can't do it. He is a human being, and needs to sleep. As long as Keeman sleeps, the 2 shadows have a chance to escape. They are 2-dimensional objects, and they can get through any gap. In theory, it is difficult to lock such things up. Only by blocking the way with special items that burn the power of darkness, like Captain Luo, can the shadow species be imprisoned. I saw 2 ants writing on the ground. Can't get out. Why can't you get out? Keeman asked. I don't know. The 2 ants wrote again. They are ants, and writing is too troublesome, which makes it difficult for both sides to communicate. The ants can only shorten the text as much as possible. Keeman didn't have a lie detector, so it was difficult to sense the other party's thoughts. Did he really not know, or did he not have the strength to escape? Speaking of perception, Keeman could only sense Tong Yuan's language sense at present. This might have something to do with recognizing the master. After all, the first person Tang Yuan saw when he opened his eyes was Keeman himself, and a strong connection was established invisibly. Then let's test it, Keeman said. There is no reason why he could get out of the shadow before, but now he can't. The 2 little ants were a little nervous. How could they test it? If they can't get out, they can't get out, otherwise they would have escaped long ago. The current situation is that there is a problem with the ant you are parasitic on. The original shadow has long been taken away by me and transferred to other insects. You can't get out. It may be related to its lack of shadow. So let's test it now. What will happen if I throw you into another shadow's body? Keeman didn't wait for the 2 to protest, and directly reached out to grab Mi Jingyun's shadow, which was the shadow that had previously possessed Mrs. Chen. Keeman himself didn't have a good impression of these 2 shadow creatures. Although he didn't see them doing bad things, he felt uncomfortable parasitizing in other people's shadows. Besides, he didn't forget the popular science that Big Face Cat had given him before. This is a creature invaded by a shadow species. At present, the main personality is in the initiative, and the secondary personality is dormant. Some unpredictable things may happen in the future. The key points are future and unpredictable things. Keeman thought that the shadow species might eventually erode the main personality, reversely control the body, and live again. It is difficult to kill them. Keeman can't keep holding them to death. He can only find out their nature first, and then target them. With a flick of his right hand, Mi Jingyun's shadow was placed in the shadow of the 7-spotted ladybug. The shadow under his feet swelled up, and a few tentacles appeared vaguely, and then quickly disappeared, returning to the original shape of the ladybug shadow. Mi Jingyun, can you hear me? Kumeng asked. If you can, move your left leg. The ladybug was standing quietly on the ground at this moment, without any new movements. It seemed that the main insect cell of the ladybug took the initiative, and Mi Jingyun's shadow, who liked to leave the body for a walk, fell into a deep sleep. On the other side of the table, when Yushan's little ant was trembling. This man is really scary. Chapter 44. Seeing that she didn't say anything, he used his 2 hands to separate the insect from Mi Jingyun. After a series of quick operations, Mi Jingyun returned to the ant without a shadow. Seeing the ant controlled by Mi Jingyun moving again, Kumeng knew that she was back and awake. After testing more than a dozen times in a row, Kumeng roughly figured out what was going on. If a shadow creature invades a creature without a shadow, there will be an embarrassing situation where the shadow cannot leave the body. As for why this situation occurs, they don't understand, and Kumeng is even less likely to know the principle. Mi Jingyun and Wen Yushan have never encountered such a strange thing, but they themselves have not tried to change masters many times, so they don't have much experience and knowledge. Maybe the old members of Shadow Stream will know something. What else do you know about Shadow Stream? Kumeng asked. Shadow Stream is an illegal organization that is officially cracked down on. The 2 ants don't want to say much, and don't want to be Shadow Stream's second-in-command, but Kumeng's methods are too powerful. Just one sentence: what will happen if you parasitize on the chair scared the 2 of them out of their wits, and they quickly moved their short legs. Keeman saw them start to write hard, fearing that they would be caught on the chair, and wondered if they would stop thinking because of this. The 2 girls struggled to move around on the table, writing down some information about the Shadow Stream. Those who joined this organization are no longer normal people, but transformed into strange species such as shadows. They are ordinary people in Octopus City. Because of a fire in a movie theater, their faces were disfigured, and they felt they could not live anymore. Coincidentally, the Shadow Stream people appeared. Give up the ugly burned face, embrace the Shadow Stream, choose the face you like, and live again. Keeman had guessed most of the story afterwards. They took a fancy to Mrs. Chun and Shin Momo, who were driving, got in, and became their shadows. The above is their story. However, Keeman was still curious about the chair. Why are you afraid of the still life? Can't you invade the still life and become its shadow? No. The instructor warned us not to invade dead things without thinking ability. The 2 expressed strong protests, and then began to beg for mercy, hoping that Mr. Ko would not joke about human lives. But in Keeman's eyes, these two shadow species are not considered human beings, but aliens, and the word human life does not fit them at all. They used to be human beings, but now they are shadows, and they made their own choices, and no one forced them to do so. Keeman continued to ask questions, trying to find out why they could not invade the shadow of the still life. Neither of them could come to a conclusion. They were new and did not understand the principle. Their instructor only warned them not to do stupid things. If they could not come back after invading the still life, whoever was stupid would invade. This was the fate that the two ants did not want to see, and they were forced into the chair by Keeman. Actually, you don't have to be afraid. If you stop thinking, I can pull you out again. Keeman was still confident in his hands. The two ants trembled, but in the end, they could not resist Keeman's will. The people of Shadow Stream would never dream that someone in this world could force a shadow into a chair. Forget it, I tested with a bug first. Keeman thought about it, and decided not to do the real person shadow experiment for the time being. The poor bug shadow was picked up by Keeman again, and the other hand picked out the shadow of the chair, and then threw the bug into the chair. The next second, a shadow of a bug appeared on the chair. He threw the shadow of the chair onto the bug and waited there, motionless. Keeman waited for a long time, but the chair did not move. The overall structure is fixed, so this test is meaningless. Keeman murmured. We have to find a dead object that can move, so that the test will be meaningful. Forget it, let's test it tomorrow. Keeman glanced at the time. It was almost 11 o'clock in the evening. He didn't have the habit of staying up late, so he was ready to go to bed. Throw the two poor ants into a small paper box, with glutinous rice balls watching next to them, and the glutinous rice balls can handle any slight disturbance. Keeman took a bath first, lay comfortably on the bed, and went to the station to watch before going to bed. The video has been reviewed, and the round glutinous rice balls finally meet netizens. Since the video has just been broadcast and the popularity is not high enough, Keeman will not watch it for the time being, and will watch it tomorrow. Tang Yuan, keep an eye on them. Kamong ordered, and when he heard Wang's answer, he closed his eyes with peace of mind. After a while, he fell asleep, and heard the sound of the sea surging in his ears. Orange Star. Since the last time someone dreamed of a strange blue sea, people in the entire smart city, or in other places in Orange Star, have dreamed of that strange dream. The researchers in Smart City are now in a state of panic, with red eyes, staring at the screen. On the screen, there are research reports from various cities. It's out of control. As long as everyone dreams, they will dream of that dream. But why don't some people dream of it? Why? In the Research Institute, people began to roar. But roaring is useless before a solution is found. Why did those who didn't dream about it later dream about it? The mysterious dream made everyone confused. What's more terrible is that the dream didn't just happen in the game. People who didn't dream in the game cabin also dreamed about the weird dream when they slept naturally. When the first report of non-game cabin dreaming was uploaded to the Institute, everyone was shocked. This broke the cognition of all researchers. The worldview collapsed. Some people thought it was people's imagination, but as more and more similar report files appeared, researchers finally believed the facts. The dream of the blue ocean has been separated from the game cabin mechanism, connecting everyone together to make a huge dream network game. Countless question marks turned in the minds of the researchers. It was really confusing, really. So far, the number of people with nightmares counted worldwide has exceeded 100,000. What is the method of dream transmission? It is still under investigation. It spread to 100,000 in one day, which is a disaster. If it continues to spread, it is hard to imagine that people all over the world will have the same blue dream at night. Orange Star people currently have no way to eliminate the biological need of sleeping. As long as they sleep, they may dream. Orange Star has sounded the first level alert, and the world has entered a crisis moment. The official said that Orange Star is experiencing a dream disaster that is difficult to explain scientifically, and advised everyone to sleep as little as possible. Researchers from all over the world have begun to study the causes of dreams, understand dream documents, and read the contents of nightmares. Little did they know that this would lead to the further spread of nightmares. It still takes some time for them to realize that nightmares can be spread through language and text, which may be a few hours later or a day later. Chapter 45. Kamong opened his eyes and looked at the dark sea water in silence. The suspension of the game will not affect the Order of Laya, and the 999 level seafood is still fighting mindlessly. But this is not the point. The point is that he sensed many unknown dreams. They were dreaming the same dream in an invisible place. At first, it was a desolate personal world, but after the connection, it was not a dream of one person, but a dream of everyone. Too many. Kamong sighed. The skill of dream transmission is really exaggerated. He couldn't count it anymore, and didn't know how many people were dreaming. Too many dreamers is also a trouble. Kamong wanted to stop the spread of nightmares, but after searching around, there was no such option in the skill. The dream cannot be interrupted, it has begun to spread, and it will continue to spread, unless people interrupt the language transmission channel and take confidentiality measures, such as blocking the news and isolating the dreamers. If specific memories can be deleted, it is also a good way to isolate and keep secrets. Keeman thought about it, and thought that deleting specific memories might be one of the ways to cure nightmares. Since there was no way to get rid of nightmares at present, he could only build a good dream to make it seem more normal, and make everyone happier. He first communicated with the dream of a person with whom he had a close relationship, that is, the dream of the white milk girl. A person's dream connects to countless dreams. Through this entrance, Keeman saw a more vast dream world. In that dream, he saw countless people living in a city built by a big whale. There were people everywhere in the forest, grassland, and dormitory buildings. At first, Keeman designed it according to the scale of a small city, so this city inside the whale can accommodate hundreds of thousands of people. Now, according to the trend of disappearing every day, it may exceed millions of people in the next few days. It's terrible. Keeman didn't know when Orange Star would discover the means of spreading nightmare disease, so he would build the dream first. Now there are countless new people, contributing a lot of mental power, which can be used for him to transform the dream world. By the way, this dream world is a joint dream formed by dreamers together, and the mental power used is also provided by them. Keeman does not intend to use the mental power of the evil god as basic construction materials, so the current dream is still normal. A thought came up, and Keeman invaded the joint dream world. The players were trapped in the big whale, and they could not see the fog floating above the sea, so they naturally did not feel fear. They just suddenly felt that the atmosphere in the world of the whale became a little depressed, and there was an inexplicable stuffiness in their chests. What's going on? I feel something is wrong. I don't know either. The players were whispering in the whale world, exchanging their thoughts about the sudden changes. And the girl with white milk, who was afraid in the early days, now feels a little relieved. She is not the only one here. There are a group of players from Orange Star around her. Humans are social animals. When the number of their kind increases, their sense of security increases dramatically, and everyone has gone from being afraid in the early days to not being so afraid anymore. However, the problem of water sources followed. Now the only well in the farmland in the whole city can pump up seawater. Now the players don't stay for long. They wake up every time they dream, but it's only a few hours, so they won't die of thirst. The combat players gathered at the well, watching with eager eyes, but did not take action, because it involved great interests. At present, the official Orange Star has set people to intervene in the dream, and take over the control of the well. Whoever makes trouble will be locked up in this small black room. Above the big whale, Keeman saw the new drowning person join the joint dream, and was drowned alive because he could not swim. The big whale is not fast, and it takes time to swallow and spit each time. Some people can avoid drowning, but some people cannot. The starting point is the center of the sea. This setting is 2 pit. People who can't swim will definitely drown. People who can swim are also difficult to resist. After all, this is the sea. A big wave hits, and it is easy to be swept into the current. Keeman's mind moved, mobilizing everyone's contribution of spiritual power to generate a continent in the center of the sea level. The next second, the player who had just drowned was reborn on land. He lay on the ground with a look of horror on his face, gasping for air, holding his neck, trying to choke out the seawater, but there was no seawater in his mouth at all. Player Right was stunned for a moment. Something seemed wrong, and realized that he might have been resurrected. He was wearing a black warlock robe, thin and tall, and he was originally handsome, but now his face was tired and haggard. The experience of being drowned by sea water is really terrifying. Above his head, there was another very terrifying feeling, as if a terrible monster passed by in the sky. His intuition told him that the terrible thing didn't look at him, but just passing by made people terrified and adrenaline soared. He didn't dare to look up at the sky above, so he had to carefully observe the surroundings. What is this? A desert without grass. He wiped his eyes, and saw a green sprout suddenly appeared under his feet. What's going on? Right blinked again, and the green sprout suddenly increased, with hundreds of green sprouts next to his feet, blinked again, and the whole desert was covered with green plant sprouts. Is this a horror game? Why does it change every time he blinks? Right regretted that he shouldn't have read that nightmare story. Maybe if he hadn't read other people's stories, he would have been fine. But he knew that this was his imagination. Even if he didn't read the nightmare stories on the internet forum, he would still be infected. Because the official said that the transmission route of nightmare disease is unknown, and now no one knows how it crosses the restrictions of cities and sleeping cabins. Nightmare disease is an unprecedented super-infectious disease with an unknown pathogenesis that ignores any physical isolation. Orange people who have not had blue nightmares are now afraid to sleep. Because of his excessive curiosity, Wright deliberately learned about the case of patient 0 of nightmare disease, and news reports of nightmare disease spreading rapidly everywhere. The more he knew, the more curious he became. He was bold and set the 3-hour deep sleep wake-up alarm as usual. Now he regretted it, and his mind was full of such thoughts. I'm so stupid, really, I shouldn't sleep. I shouldn't set the 3-hour wake-up time. The sleeping cabin has an active wake-up mechanism, which can reduce the dreaming time. The official strongly advocates that everyone should be forced to wake up after only half an hour of deep sleep, and hold on for this period of time. He set the 3-hour wake-up alarm, and who knows what he will experience in the nightmare next. No one has ever seen this scene on the internet. I saw green buds stretching out branches under my feet, as if they were brushed by the hand of time. Time accelerated, and they grew rapidly. Some grew into green trees, and some turned into flowers. The desert was gone and turned into a grassland in an instant. At this moment, Wright only wanted to say one thing in his heart. Fuck. Wright cursed in his heart, and saw new things emerging. Some grass soil burbled, as if something unknown was about to be unearthed. The terrible pressure above his head became more and more terrifying. Wright trembled and felt that everything he saw was strange. The next second, strange-looking insects drilled out of the soil, jumping around and chirping. And those stones, Wright dared to guarantee that he saw them drill out of the soil, just like the way those insects were born. Then, a rumbling sound came from the horizon. It was hard to tell what it was. There was only a bright white light in the distance. After a few seconds, the bright white light came through and split the grass. As he got closer, Wright saw that it was a stream that could break through anything, breaking through all obstacles. The white light on it was because it refracted the sun's light. After about a few minutes, the changes in the land stopped. A huge snow-covered mountain stood in front of him, towering into the clouds, and the river was flowing down from the mountain. The giant trees were 6 or 7 meters high, and the dense treetops blocked the light of the sun that never set above their heads. Occasionally, some sunlight passed through the gaps between the trees and fell down, forming a bright path. Some strange-looking plants opened ghostly flowers, spewing fluorescent substances, floating all over the forest. The pressure on his shoulders quietly dissipated, and the terrifying existence in the sky seemed to be just passing by and did not stay. Wright's legs softened and he knelt on the ground, looking at this unfamiliar environment at a loss. Chapter 46. In just a few minutes, Keeman built a brand new land for the players, with giant snow-capped mountains, long rivers across the land, vast forests, harmless animals, but no cities. There are already reinforced concrete cities in the Big Whale, and Keeman wants to see a different city style. If the players have the ability to build, what kind of city will they build? Keeman is looking forward to it, but he has no good ideas for how to implement his ideas. The ability to distort dreams is stuck at this step, and it is impossible to achieve what Mr. K wants. The needs are too vague and ethereal, and the steps to realize the ideas are not specific enough, requiring more powerful mental support. Keeman will not do it for the time being. He left the dream world and secretly observed it through synesthesia. For example, invading dreams is like watching a football game in person, while synesthesia is watching a live football game on the computer at home. This method will not cause bad effects on them. The players in the whale's belly didn't know that there was a new continent on the sea. They were still carefully exploring the map, trying to find the key item to interpret the dream. Player White Milk looked up at the sky. The rich blood vessels were as thick as tree roots, bulging and shrinking, and bright white spots swam in the tubes, providing light. The strange feeling of chest tightness had disappeared, but for some reason, she intuitively thought that something had happened outside. No one knew how to get out yet, but everyone knew a backup way to get out. If you commit suicide, you will most likely be reborn on the sea, but you will still not escape the fate of being swallowed back into the belly of the whale. Now this group of Orange Star people have seen the news and the report published by the Research Bureau, and know that the big whale likes to swallow the victims on the sea and send humans into its stomach. In the stomach of the big whale, there are urban heritage left by ancient ancestors, which may contain the key to interpreting dreams. The Orange Star people responded to the call and walked around in the big whale, looking for dream interpretation objects that they didn't know whether they existed. On the mainland, some new dreamers entered the dream world one after another. They didn't fall into the sea, and refreshed to the land as soon as possible. The dense forest blocked the scorching sun, and the blue lantern flowers bloomed everywhere, and the forest was full of swimming fluorescent insects. Where is this? Am I playing a game, but I didn't get on the game cabin? Didn't I sleep in the game before? The three were confused and didn't know what happened. Suddenly, a tired and slightly magnetic voice came from the woods. This is not a game, it's a nightmare world. By the way, brother, you are brave not to sleep in the game cabin. Do you want to sleep for a few hours? Who? The three orange people turned their heads and shouted. A man in a black warlock robe walked out from behind a giant tree. Wright spread his hands. Like you, I am also a player trapped in a nightmare, but I set it to wake up in 3 hours. Everyone was shocked when they heard the man in the black warlock robe say this. Is this a nightmare world? What about the blue sea? The player Kamaro said in a suppressed soft voice. She was wearing heavy armor, a sword on her waist, and a helmet covering her face. The image style did not match her voice. There should be a young and childish girl inside the heavy armor. She looked around and didn't see the sea at all. There was a sea before, but it's different now. It's become land. The player Wright looked a little haggard. He still hasn't come out of the shadow of death. It takes a long time to slow down, and his speech is not as strong as before. Not long after, another human refreshed. At this time, the three players began to believe Wright's words. This should be a nightmare world, otherwise it doesn't make sense for everyone to gather in the same space. There is no game cabin system here, no exit button, everything is like real life. Listen, the situation is unclear now, and I don't know if there is any danger here. Now make some simple weapons by yourself, wait until you wake up from the dream, and return to reality to read the news from the Research Bureau to see what the experts say. Wright said. Looking at this haggard guy with elegant conversation, the suggestion he made is quite reasonable. Everyone stopped making a commotion, listened to him, made simple weapons for self-defense, and talked about other things later. Anyway, they could go back after waking up from the dream. During this period, people appeared in the forest one after another. They were all new dreamers, and didn't understand the current situation very well. The female player Kamara rested her sword on the ground, wearing a helmet. From time to time, people looked at her heavy armor. She sat on the ground with her legs in an inverted V shape and her hands hugging her legs. Hello, can I ask where you got this equipment? A man in a t-shirt asked curiously. Kamara shrank her legs like a frightened little rabbit. After 2 seconds, she said, I slept in a fantasy game before, and then I came here, and the equipment is also from there. The t-shirt man heard this and said, Can the game equipment be brought over? Yes, I brought the warlock robe I wore in the game. Wright also joined the topic. Are the attribute enhancements of the equipment still there? The t-shirt man asked quickly. The t-shirt man has a luxury account in the virtual game Xiaoxian and a beautiful outfit. If he can bring it over, wouldn't it be flying into the sky and hiding in the ground? I don't know. Wright shook his head. The heavy armor knight girl shook her head. She hadn't even tested it. I don't know either. If you don't know, then test it. It's not a big deal anyway. The t-shirt encouraged the two to fight. Since they had nothing to do anyway, the two hesitated for a while, and decided to test the attributes of the equipment. The heavy armor knight girl swung her long sword and chopped the tree horizontally. The blade cut into the tree 10 centimeters deep. The attribute is wrong. Kamaro whispered. What's wrong? In the original game, it was easy to chop trees with a knife. Kamaro said. On the other side, Wright blew a whistle with his hand. After waiting for a few seconds, there was no unusual sound, and nothing happened. My warlock robe can summon an eagle, but there is no eagle flying here. I guess the skills and attributes of the equipment are not brought here. Wright shook his head. The t-shirt man was disappointed when he heard this result. If it could be brought here, it would be so exciting, but unfortunately the dream does not allow it. The heavy armor knight also felt very sorry, but unfortunately these equipment have no attributes. Wright did not dwell on this matter, and turned to the people in the forest and said, Everyone be quiet. Who said a short-term awakening? Report to me, and take the information I know to the Research Institute later. Wright is the first person to experience the accelerated evolution of the land desert. What he knows is very important, and must be reported to the Research Institute as soon as possible. I said a 20-minute awakening. Kamaro raised his hand weakly. 18 minutes later. The Orange Star Research Institute updated its intelligence and learned from the player Kamaro that the dream world had undergone a huge change, and the sea had turned into land. Researchers around the world were scratching their heads. The transmission route of nightmare disease had not been solved yet, and the dream world had undergone another huge change. It was really a disaster. On the projection screen, a line of bright red words kept popping up. Previously, there were more than 100,000 victims, and by late at night, it had been updated to 980,000 victims. And 980,000 people were just the number of people who woke up from their dreams. Those nightmare patients who were dreaming and had been infected had not yet been entered into the statistical system. Chapter 47. Focus on analyzing the case of Patient 0. Miss Bai and Miss Tian, Patient 0, were the first to have nightmares. Through the analysis of their travel trajectories, they took a car directly to the Intelligent Machinery Research Bureau and took a car on the way back. There were surveillance cameras on the public roads throughout the journey. A total of 391 people had close contact on the road, but some of these citizens had nightmares, and some did not. Researcher Li Shen was the first person to receive them, and he took notes and began the dream test that night. But according to the latest National Review report, the third nightmare patient is not. It was researcher Li Shen. He was an ordinary citizen in another city. He was a game friend of Miss Bai, and he was the real patient number 3. Patient number 3 had never met Miss Bai offline, and had not traveled to Jixia City in the past 2 weeks. He only learned about Miss Bai's latest developments from his circle of friends, and then asked her carefully, and entered the game to sleep before the researchers. In addition, 99% of the cases had never seen Patient 0 before the onset of the disease. Researcher Li Shen sat in the research room, taking the lead as the leader of the nightmare disease emergency team, browsing the previous progress reports. He was the first person to receive the disease, and his understanding of nightmare disease was at the first echelon level. Originally, he thought that the mechanism of nightmare disease was related to the game cabin, but after multiple natural sleep cases appeared, he knew that his research direction was wrong. Natural sleep cases, that is, sleeping naturally in bed without the help of the function of the game cabin or any sleep-aiding equipment. Many natural sleepers had never been to the Intelligent Machine City before. Before they suddenly got sick, they all had one thing in common, that is, they all read the complaints on the forums on the internet or read the complaints on the WeChat moments. The earliest can be traced back to Miss by complaining about the nightmare incident in WeChat moments, when the spread was not so high. Those who read the WeChat moments had nightmares, and also complained online to vent their anger. Healthy people who were not sick read the complaints posted by these new patients online, and then they began to get sick while sleeping. At first, the scale of infection in the outside world was not large, but a large number of internal personnel in the institute had nightmares. Some researchers did not have nightmares, and some researchers did. The difference was whether they carefully checked the nightmare disease information on the internet of the institute. After a day of development, the nightmare disease in the outside world showed its power to ignore physical isolation restrictions and geographical locations, and the speed of transmission was far faster than the development of the disease inside the institute. The statement that nightmare disease can be spread through the internet was first proposed by researcher Li Shen. Li Shen focused on one direction of research and read every patient's online traces. The more he read, the more shocked he became, and the more he felt that his idea was right. The transmission route of nightmare disease is the internet. The mechanism of disease is unknown, but the transmission route must be related to the internet. This is too magical. But thinking that nightmare disease can break through the physical limitations of the game cabin, it is not too magical. Li Shen, the report you submitted is taken very seriously by the higher-ups. Now the entire network has begun to ban key sentences and keywords related to nightmare disease. Whether it will succeed depends on a few hours. Next to Li Shen, the director sat down with a worried look on his face. The director also experienced nightmare disease in person. The feeling of drowning was not pleasant at all, but this was not the point. For a scientist, the most terrifying blow is the collapse of the scientific building in his heart. The way nightmare disease spreads violates the laws of physics, which is difficult for scientists to accept. While the two were talking, all supercomputers on Orange Star temporarily put aside unimportant computing work, and a large amount of computing resources were invested in inspection and blocking work. Detect keywords and key sentences, and mindlessly block any sentences related to nightmare disease. Even if there is no text, only suggestive sentences must be blocked. Orange Star is a large unified country that has just entered the interstellar era. It is highly intelligent. Once this state machine gets serious, the speed of blocking is very scary. Some Orange Star citizens were still reading nightmare disease posts posted by others on the forum in the last second. The post itself did not say how painful it was, but just said how magical the old city in the whale's belly was, and how it had archaeological significance. The next second, the post was gone. Some people just came back from a nightmare and wrote a long story about the forest, wanting to share the story with others. Less than 10 seconds after posting it, the post was immediately deleted. Even the official report was deleted completely, leaving no trace. A few minutes later, all the online texts related to nightmare disease disappeared from the Orange Star network. No citizen could browse any text related to nightmare disease on the internet. Now only those internets that are not connected to the outside world retain information related to nightmare disease. Then, artificial intelligence began to check a large number of audio files on the entire network. This is a huge workload. Some people also posted voices about nightmare disease. At present, the senior leaders of Orange Star are not sure whether the voice file can spread nightmares, but it is always right to ban it first. Now the nightmare disease spreads so fast, the sooner it is banned, the sooner it can be contained. Orange Star, a city. The player, what can I do? Frowned, swiped the screen with his hand, and found that the post he posted 10 seconds ago had been deleted. He thought the network was stuck, so he reposted it. As soon as the post was posted, it was immediately deleted by the Artificial Intelligence Network Police, and a pop-up window warned, "You are suspected of posting illegal content," and a pop-up window warning once. Note that if you post illegal content and do not change after 3 warnings, you will be detained for 7 days. There are 2 option buttons at the bottom bar of the pop-up window. The first button is red, and promise not to post related content again. Another option button, reject. What the hell? Where did I break the law? The grumpy brother saw the window popped up by the network police and clicked reject directly. Second warning. The old box was gone, but a new red box popped up again. The number of warnings changed from 1 to 2, and there were 2 buttons in the bottom bar. Brother Plunge's forehead was bulging with blue veins. He was stubborn, and felt that he had not violated the law. F***KU, I refuse. Third warning. Reject. After pressing the reject button, the red warning box finally stopped popping up. The world was quiet, and the irritable brother also felt that he had won. But a minute later, the alarm sounded outside his window. Turning his head, he saw a blue and white electric propulsion aircraft hovering on the edge of the balcony. Swish! The car door opened, the balcony automatically removed the railings, and the small and exquisite robot police strode in, holding an electric baton in his right hand and a newly printed detention order in his left hand, and shouted, "You are suspected of endangering public safety and network security, and you are officially detained." Chapter 48. Beep beep. The police car siren sounded in the house next door. The player Meng Lianxingchen lay on her bed with a fairy face, wearing a short-sleeved pajamas, pink shorts, and her legs lying on her side. Hearing the sirens from next door, she suddenly perked up with a round face, got out of bed in a hurry, and ran to the balcony to look at the balcony next door. The balcony next door was more than 10 meters away from her, which was quite far, but she could see a police plane powered by an electric propulsion engine hovering beside the balcony. "I didn't break the law, I don't accept it. Isn't it just publishing what I saw in my dream? I'm not scary." A very ordinary-looking irritable boy was held by the robot with his hands and detained in the police car. Meng Lianxingchen watched the police car close the door, and then a circle of blue appeared at the engine port at the rear of the car, and the rear of the police car spewed blue ion flow and quickly left the house. Meng Lianxingchen wiped her eyes. She hadn't dared to sleep for a day and wanted to sleep. She didn't expect that her next-door neighbor was arrested for posting the content of her dream. On Orange Star, the authorities are still very tolerant of everyone's freedom of speech. The entire planet is unified, and technology has entered the interstellar era. Orange Star's spaceship shuttle back and forth in its own galaxy. With such a strong military strength, no matter what comments the trolls make on the internet, they can't shake Orange Star's technological and military hegemony. Let him troll, and technology will continue to develop. But this time, it seems to be really different. The emergence of nightmare disease has caused panic among all the people of Orange Star, and they dare not sleep. Meng Lianxingchen saw the official authoritative announcement issued by the General Research Institute a day ago, claiming that nightmare disease of unknown principle has emerged all over the world. It advises everyone not to sleep, or to reduce the time of deep sleep, etc. The cause of the accident is under investigation. The fewer words, the more serious the matter. The General Research Institute did not explain the matter in detail, mainly because the current understanding of nightmare disease is not enough. Meng Lianxingchen raised the watch on her right hand, tapped the screen, and immediately cast a light curtain on the wall. She tapped her hand, logged into the official website of the General Research Institute, and then clicked on the news column. In the news column, the news that the virtual game world caused nightmares, and the company is currently undergoing rectification published 18 hours ago, disappeared without a trace. Nightmare disease has non-game cabin infection cases, and the situation is serious published 10 hours ago disappeared. The country declared an emergency state of war published 8 hours ago disappeared. 4 hours ago, there was another news called Don't Sleep, which also disappeared. It seems that everything related to nightmare disease has been deleted by the official. Has the nightmare disease been solved, or is it even more uncontrollable? Menglian Xingchen has not slept for a day. She wants to sleep now, but her intuition tells her that she can't sleep. The neighbor next door has just been arrested, which proves that the country has taken unprecedented strict measures to control the development of the disease. She tried to log into the forum of a virtual game world, which is the place where nightmare disease is discussed most, because the emergence of nightmare disease is related to world. On the internet, many people don't believe that playing games will cause nightmares. World has attracted the attention of the world, and a large number of players have flocked to its forum to ask those who have had nightmares. Once the posts about nightmares are published, they can always get more than 1,000 readings in the first time. After leaving the nightmare post hanging for a few hours, the number of views can reach hundreds of thousands, which shows how popular it is. The game forum is being rectified. I'm very sorry. Menglian Xingchen clicked the refresh button, but still couldn't log in. Even the game name is blocked. Is it so serious? Menglian Xingchen raised her cute little eyebrows. The situation of nightmare disease is more serious than she thought. She searched for the official company of the original game, but couldn't find it at all. It was blocked by the official. She looked around and found that there were no posts about nightmare disease in any forum where nightmares were discussed fiercely. She didn't believe it, so she posted on the internet, "What happened? Why did it disappear? How far has the situation developed?" Menglian Xingchen felt that there was not a single word in her words related to nightmare disease, so the post should not be deleted. However, 2 seconds later, she was dumbfounded. The post showed that it had been deleted by the administrator. She posted another post, but there was no text on it, only 3 question marks. This time, the post was not deleted and hung there as usual. After a few seconds, the number of replies exceeded 100, and the number of views exceeded 1,000. The post is gone. The authorities are blocking speech. The strictest control in history. Everyone, stop talking about it. A friend of mine was warned by the internet police because of this. Those who disobeyed have been arrested and detained for 7 days. I'm in the intelligent machine. I just woke up and connected to the internet. What happened recently? I don't understand what you are talking about. Don't ask. If you ask, it will be blocked. This post didn't survive for long. Someone replied with the word nightmare on the 100th floor, and the entire post was deleted immediately. Menglian Xingchen scratched his head. This was a bit confusing. Why was it so strict that even mentioning it was not allowed? Logically speaking, it wouldn't kill you to mention it, otherwise everyone would be kept in the dark, and people who didn't know the transmission route would continue to wander outside, and people who were originally safe would suffer from nightmare disease. Half an hour later, perhaps the General Research Institute felt that not saying anything would make the situation worse, so it immediately issued a statement to explain, after research, it is necessary to block speech. It is recommended that everyone cooperate and continue to maintain self-isolation, do not visit each other, and report the disease. There is no solution at present. Orange Star, General Research Institute, Conference Hall. The red numbers reported from all over the world are still rising. These are ordinary people who saw nightmare disease on the internet a few hours ago and did not report it to the general hospital until now. The internet is blocked, but the connection between people continues. For example, a family can discuss the content of nightmare disease face to face, and it cannot be stopped. At present, Orange Star researchers still think that its transmission method is internet transmission, and they are not aware of the real transmission mechanism of nightmare disease. On the other side, Deep Sea Raya. Keeman was sensing a player's dream when he suddenly heard a vague singing voice in his ear. The singing voice was very distant and full of emotion. Great Cthulhu, the sleeping god of Raya, the old ones. Someone is calling me. Keeman heard this intermittent voice and immediately knew that someone was holding a sacrifice ceremony. Who could it be at this time? Keeman no longer sensed the player's dream, but tried to capture the ethereal calling sound. Chapter 49. In a deep mine, they were huge, wearing ill-fitting black robes, standing next to a pile of minerals, dancing and reciting the name of Cthulhu loudly. After the Keeman consciousness descended, the black-robed people all knelt on the ground and kowtowed to the large puddle in the mine. These black robes that covered their bodies were not the clothes they usually wore, but might be strange costumes prepared for the census ceremony. At this time, a black-robed person with the title of Stone Man Monster on his head crawled in a creeping manner, holding a steel fork high in both hands. "Great Cthulhu, we are the Stone Man clan, your loyal servants. We have been trapped in this mine for many years, and we want to get out of this mine and gain freedom. Please accept this insignificant offering." They are the Stone Man clan, and they have recently been bewitched by the Black Ghost and began to believe in the great evil god Cthulhu. The adventurers all went offline, and the ghosts had no missions, so they had to infiltrate local monsters, and the Stoneman village was the new gathering place for fanatical believers. The Stoneman tribe guarded the mine alone, with rich mineral resources and time-space stone powder. The first time they arranged the summoning ceremony, they successfully called the attention of Mr. K. The Stoneman spirits were nervous. To be honest, there was no treasure here, all shiny ores. But the ore was too low-end, and it was everywhere in the mine, not rare enough. They were afraid that Mr. K would not be interested, so they contributed the only stone halberd in the cave. This steel fork was inserted into the time-space stone a long time ago. The halberd was divided into 3 forks, and was inserted very firmly, so the stone people could not pull it out. Fortunately, the Stoneman tribe has the ability to chew minerals. Although the time-space stone is the most difficult ore to chew in this mine, after years of chewing, the time-space stone under the trident was ground, and the trident was preserved intact. The Stone Man didn't know how to use this thing at first, but when a warrior in the tribe used it to fight, the trident would always inexplicably kill creatures from nowhere. Sometimes it would stab a bug, sometimes a huge crocodile, and sometimes a Stone Man cub from the same tribe. The cub was stabbed to death by a shot, and after that, this strange weapon full of randomness was sealed by the tribe, and they never wanted to use it again. The Stone Man monster was full of random thoughts. Maybe such a rare weapon would attract the attention of Mr. K. He put this strange steel fork into the puddle, and the steel fork was very heavy and sank directly into the puddle. There are many such puddles in the mine. Whenever there is a heavy rain season, the mine will always be flooded, which is also the source of the puddle. Relia. Keeman heard the request of the fanatical believers, and silently turned over his skill bar to find available skills. Want to live outside the mine? It sounds simple, just throw them outside the mine. But the problem is precisely here. They don't realize that they are small monsters that move in a certain area. They are locked in the mine area by the rules of the game mechanism. If they take half a step out, they will be stuck back in the mine and cannot escape. Keeman can ignore their request and directly give a random group buff magic. But Mr. K is very curious about the Stone Men and wants to know if they can jump out of the mine with the power of the evil god. Is the evil god more powerful, or is the game mechanism stronger? According to the rules of the game mechanism is naturally stronger than the boss. But if you haven't tried it, you have no right to speak. Keeman wants to challenge it once. After a while, he found a space skill. Water Mirror Shuttle. This is a spatial skill based on the water environment, which allows Mr. K to shuttle through the water surface, which leads to the plane of another water area. For example, Mr. K dives into the surface of the ocean, and when he comes out, he reaches the horizontal surface of another ocean. The water surface is the door of space, connecting 2 different water areas. However, he cannot use this skill, as the ancient god seals the movable skills. Unable to use this skill on the spot, Mr. K quickly thought of another way. If you don't know the skill, then start learning from scratch. No one knows everything from the beginning. Ordinary people start from scratch and lay the foundation step by step to have a rich amount of knowledge. Mr. K himself is the embodiment of a huge amount of knowledge, but Keeman did not actively transmit this knowledge to the other party. He was afraid that the other party would receive too much knowledge, and his brain would explode. After all, in the mythical Cthulhu, those investigators knew too much, couldn't bear it, and fell into madness. After Keeman made up his mind, his brain consciousness became active and transmitted the knowledge of Water Mirror Shuttle. In his skill column, there is a knowledge transfer skill, which is not explained in detail, and is only used to transfer knowledge. A few seconds later, Keeman saw a large number of black-robed stone men screaming inside the mine. "I see it! I see it! Great Lord!" Countless stone men covered their heads, and illusory whispers sounded in their ears. Although they were covered by masks, they saw layers of illusions. There were lakes one after another, some surrounded by green forests, some with bleak autumn winds, and the vast sea. These waters originally had ripples, but under the influence of a certain power, the ripples on the water disappeared. The water surface was as smooth as a mirror, and it could reflect the sky 100%. There was a lingering voice in his mind, which kept ringing, crossing. Water surface. Mirror surface. That voice kept ringing, changing different languages, using different methods to tell how to smooth it out, buzzing. But there was no one who could really hear the full content. The Stone Man monster had a bunch of messy images in his mind. He knew the horror of the evil god, so he kept his original mind and remembered several images that impressed him. This might be the direction that Mr. K gave to the tribe. Smooth the water surface and cross to another world. But some stone men went crazy and kept shouting, "Cross, cross, cross!" Or shouting, "Water, water, water, I want water!" Crazy, almost all crazy. Above the puddle, in the indescribable fog, Mr. K saw that everyone's reactions were almost all crazy babbling, and no one said the real way to use it, and he was very disappointed. Too bad, these NPCs can't bear the indoctrination of knowledge at all, and they are not even qualified to do experiments. Chapter 50. The morning sun shone into Keeman's room. He slowly opened his eyes, waited for a long time, and then realized that he was back. After living in the sea for a few hours, sensing other people's dreams, and responding to the Stone Man's sacrifice, he returned to bed and didn't want to move. Being Mr. K and being a human are completely different feelings. The specific difference is that when he was Mr. K, he felt more things and thought about a lot of things in his mind. It's like a computer with a 4-core 8-thread processor suddenly replaced with a 32-core 64-thread processor, and the parallel processing capability increased many times. No, that feeling is far more than that. It is a more extraordinary and more vast feeling. After returning to a normal human body, the sense of strength gap made Keeman feel very empty, as if he had lost a lot of things, and he couldn't wait to sleep and have that explosive strength again. Keeman shook his head. This was a dangerous idea. Being addicted to K was risky. He was the evil god boss. If you were addicted for too long, human thoughts might be quietly assimilated. Woof! Tang Yuan called softly in the room, making a sound of wanting to eat Tang Yuan. Keeman got out of bed and saw a black trident lying on the floor. It was not like the trident of ancient Koi Island weapons. It looked very much like the fishing fork commonly used by fishermen at sea, the kind of trident specially used to poke fish. There was some rust on the surface, and it looked a bit old, with a sense of history that had been weathered for a long time. At the tip of the middle halberd of the trident, there was a black strange fish stuck in it. Black blood flowed out of the fish body, and the fish's eyes were wide open. It seemed to be dead and lifeless. The body of the strange fish is about 30 centimeters long, with strange scales on its body, and the surface of the scales has a kind of ripple pattern. After watching for a while, Keeman was a little crazy, as if he saw his face growing on the fish's face. The more he watched, the more horrified he became, and a chill ran down his back. He tried to move his body to leave, but his body froze, and he couldn't move at all. He wanted to open his mouth to speak, but the muscles of his vocal cords seemed to have been drained of strength, and he couldn't speak. It was as if the scales of the dead fish had pressed his face on it, and Keeman couldn't move. He knew that something was wrong. When the trident fell into the puddle before, there was clearly no fish stuck in it, but now there was an unknown fish species from another world. There were too many uncertainties in the things that non-believers sacrificed, and he was caught at a glance. He forced his eyes to look to the other side, not looking at the scales. The chill on his back was still there, but after not looking at the scales, his mouth suddenly became less stiff, and the muscles could move slightly. Tang Yuan! He shouted in a low voice, but the connection between the two was very close. Tang Yuan understood it immediately. Tang Yuan rolled over and stopped between the master and the trident, blocking the view. It was this break that finally made Keeman's body less stiff, and the tingling horror on his scalp also quickly decreased. Resistance plus 0.1. This means that Keeman was mentally disturbed again. Kamong's resistance value has increased to 2.3. It was not clear how strong the resistance was before, but now Keeman has come to realize that 2.3 resistance seems to be very powerful, otherwise he might not even be able to shift his gaze. Keeman first let Tang Yuan block his view, and then fed the cat with dried fish, while staring at the big-faced cat's round and huge eyes. 15 seconds later, strange knowledge increased. Nameless fish. When you see its scales, your fish head, face, will be reflected on its scales. People with low mental resistance often lose their fish heads and think that their faces have been abducted by the fish. As long as they don't look directly at its scales, they will remember their faces. In addition to nameless fish, knowledge of weapons was also poured in. Uncertain trident. Stab in any direction, the stabbed animal will appear inexplicably in the middle of the trident. The greater the stabbing force, the larger the animal will be. The uncertain trident releases weak fluctuations that affect the mind at all times. Long-term users will become fond of stabbing actions. There are only 3 points of knowledge, not much, but the content is very large. Before obtaining the sacrifice, Keeman didn't know the story of the stone man obtaining this trident. All of this was unknown. It was not until he obtained strange knowledge from the big-faced cat that he knew the ability of the trident, and the ins and outs of the tragic death of the nameless fish. No matter which direction it stabs, it will inexplicably stab an animal, creating something out of nothing. When the steel fork fell into the puddle, perhaps the throwing action of the stone man monster triggered a stabbing judgment, so a fish from another world was stabbed on the trident, and it shuttled through the real world with the trident. This is very magical and thrilling. Fortunately, Tang Yuan's resistance is higher than his, and he rolled over obediently to interrupt the vision. In fact, even if Keeman's resistance is insufficient, Tang Yuan will realize that something is wrong after waiting for a long time, and then roll over to save the master. Keeman first found a piece of cloth, and asked Tang Yuan to cover the scales of the black fish with white cloth. Woof! Tang Yuan said that it was covered. Keeman turned his head and looked over. The fish was covered with white cloth, and finally, there was no such thrilling feeling of stiffness all over the body. This thing is really thrilling. Keeman had thought about it before, and the things said by the evil god believers are not always safe. This accident fulfilled his idea. A harmless item, because of its special ability, was inserted into a strange fish swimming somewhere. He was immediately caught when he saw it. It was very strange. Because of this time of being controlled, the resistance given by the system became more precious. If the resistance is not high enough, you can't play at all in the later stage. Keeman first called up his task list and looked at the progress bar. Number of views, 21,000. It's almost there. There are only 9,000 people left to complete this ordinary task. By then, his resistance can be increased by 2 points. But Keeman thinks that this is not stable enough. It's impossible to increase it by 2 points at a time. It would be great if there was a way to increase it by more than 10 points, or even hundreds of points at once. Chapter 51. The convenience store downstairs was open as usual, and what happened yesterday did not affect their lives. After ordering breakfast, Chinmomo personally delivered soy milk and fried dough sticks to the door. Tada! Opening the door, I saw Chinmomo wearing a blue mask, carrying 2 bags of breakfast, shaking her ponytail, and walked into Kuming's house. Are the 2 ants still there? Chinmomo asked. Still, they didn't run away. Kuming shook his head. They are trapped and can't leave the body on their own. Momo pulled a chair and sat down, eating while casually scanning the living room. Where is your big fur ball doll? Kuming thought, the existence of Tang Yuan has been known to the country, and there is no need to hide it in front of acquaintances. Tang Yuan! Kuming shouted, and the door opened automatically, and a round, fluffy fur ball squeezed out and slowly rolled into the living room. Chinmomo opened her mouth in surprise, and took a big bite of the fried dough stick. After chewing it, the chewiness of the fried dough stick remained the same as before. This was not a dream. A plush doll suddenly moved, which was very scary. However, after seeing the moving shadow and the writing ant yesterday, Chinmomo's psychological acceptance ability was much stronger. She only felt a little scared, and then thought that Kuming called it Tang Yuan, so it should be a safe thing. Why didn't you tell me before that it can move? Chinmomo cast a resentful look at Kuming. You didn't ask either. Kuming would of course not say that he didn't tell Chinmomo before because he was afraid of scaring her with a normal worldview. As of now, Koi Island keeps a confidential attitude to the public, and has not yet announced the existence of strange things on a large scale. However, Captain Luo said that it is not a good thing to keep it secret from the public, and it is possible to do popular science education for the public in the future. The evaluation video that Keeman is broadcasting now is a preheating. So the cat, camera, and that strange toothbrush you tested before are also strange things? Chinmomo held the yellow straw in her mouth, and took a sip of the pale white soy milk liquid. The camera is not, the cat is one, the black liquid honey is also one, and the toothbrush is something affected by the honey. Keeman said. These things are all things that Chinmomo has seen in the video. Although she has never seen the real thing, if she doesn't say it out, it will only make people suspicious. If she hadn't come into contact with a moving shadow, Chinmomo would not believe Keeman's nonsense, but now she believes it. Can you show it to me? Chinmomo asked curiously. The cat with such a weird appearance was thought to be just a high-precision 3D model, but she didn't expect that there is such a weird cat in reality. Chinmomo didn't ask where those strange things came from. Everyone has secrets. It's a bit annoying to ask about them. Now the things she asked about were things that appeared in the video. She had watched the video, so it was okay to let her see it in real life. Okay. Kuming didn't hesitate. This was not a difficult thing to do. After a while, Chinmomo walked into Kuming's bedroom for the first time. She first looked at the overall layout, which was surprisingly not messy. A white-haired cat sat in the cat bowl, with his hands on both sides of his fat waist. His expression was dull, and the long whiskers on the cat's face were shining in the sun. Wow, it really looks exactly like the one in the video. Chinmomo squatted down, his face full of curiosity, but he didn't touch the cat with his hands. Tang Yuan also squeezed in. Although his body was large, he was very flexible when rolling. When Chinmomo looked at the big-faced cat curiously, Keeman logged into the station and browsed his own evaluation video. Pet evaluation, strange evaluation 2. At the beginning of the video, Keeman himself was seen standing on the grass, introducing today's evaluation to the audience. Recently, a friend from Alcoa gave me a pet. It is very large and round, and its whole body is covered with fur. Let's see what unusual characteristics this new pet has. Chinmomo, who was squatting down, heard the sound of the phone, and she was also aroused by curiosity. She stopped looking at the cat, and pulled a chair to watch Keeman's new video. The big-faced cat was ignored, but its cat face did not change any expression. After all, it had stopped thinking a long time ago. The round Tang Yuan heard the voice of its owner, and slowly rolled behind Keeman's chair to watch the video together. When Keeman introduced Tang Yuan in the video, Tang Yuan barked twice, and made a proud cry. Chinmomo heard the familiar cry, "Isn't it a dog barking?" She was a little confused. In the video barrage, netizens also joked. "Here it comes, another classic start, I have a friend." A friend out of nothing? Is it the pet friend who gave me the big-faced cat last time? Wow, I also want to have such a friend. High energy ahead, pets can transform. The next second, under the command of Tang Yuan's Keeman, it suddenly transformed and swelled, and the round body disappeared, replaced by canine limbs, a furry dog tail, and big copper bell eyes. Scare me, it really changes as soon as you say it. Up host, your special effects are getting more and more exaggerated. I want to learn from you. Even the shadow is so real, the up host is really attentive in making videos. Chinmomo didn't watch this video last night, but now after watching the comments from netizens, she was surprised at Tang Yuan's ability to transform, and laughed. They don't know this is real. After that, Chinmomo turned around and patted Tang Yuan's hair, which was very soft and not hard. Woof! Tang Yuan made a proud cry. The video vibrated with a snap, and Tang Yuan slapped a tree in the video. The upper half of the tree slowly fell down and hit the ground, splashing a layer of dust, which was extremely real. The comments were also uniformly brushed with the style of 666. Everyone was shocked by the fighting power of this big pet, and refreshed their understanding of pets. It seems that our understanding of pets is not the same. The up host's path is narrow, and the more he shoots, the more money he spends. It's funny. When netizens saw the pet's transformation and the pet patting the wood, they said it was exciting, and the comments were also part of the climax. At the end of the video, it was Kuming's turn to tease. Don't look at its size. In fact, transformation is not its most important ability. Helping with housework is its main job. The video cuts to the scene where Tang Yuan uses long dog hair to control the broom, mop, and rag. Tang Yuan rolls on the ground, and the dog hair on his body also controls it alternately, keeping the three things from falling to the ground and rolling with it. I'm torn. Is this the correct way to use a pet? Laughing and crying. I understand. I go back and teach my pet to do housework. Tang Yuan. It's too hard for me, I'm just a pet. Tang Yuan, who was watching the video behind the two, couldn't understand the text, and heard Chinmomo's silver bell-like laughter, and thought Chinmomo was praising it. Woof woof. Tang Yuan barked happily, showing off his ability. Chapter 52. After Chinmomo went downstairs, Kuming took out a small notebook and sorted out his newly acquired knowledge points. The first is the Abnormal Affairs Investigation Bureau, which is a national mysterious force agency with a large number of mysterious items. O-level things. A-level members? The hierarchy of the Investigation Bureau is based on confidentiality, and the leakage of information about special items seems to cause disasters. This reminds Kuming of the dream he released casually, which spread to hundreds of thousands of people in a few days. It is a typical disaster of special information leakage. If it is not controlled, it is easy to cause danger. Kuming thought of this and nodded gently, understanding the confidentiality measures of the Investigation Bureau. Perhaps some zero-level items have disasters similar to nightmare disease. As the information is blocked layer by layer, the first people to be affected are high-level authorized personnel. If it is a disaster similar to nightmare disease, the first batch of people who are at the forefront are high-level authorized personnel, and ordinary people may be spared because they do not know the information. But sometimes ignorance is also a disaster, such as not knowing when a disaster is coming, and dying too aggrieved. Kumeng turned the pen in his hand. It is not good to know too much, and it is not good to know too little. It is really a dilemma. No wonder the country has not done comprehensive popular science. This level of consideration is a bit deep. Kumeng can only think of this level for the time being. So what level have the people in the Special Affairs Investigation Bureau thought of? At present, Kumeng has only 3 special items registered on the official website, but there are still 3 things in his home that have not been registered. One is honey juice, one is a trident, and the other is an unknown strange fish. According to Captain Luo's previous reaction, the 3 special items are considered to be very lucky among civilians. If there are a few more, you can still lie with luck. But if there are more than 10, it has little to do with luck and must involve special events. Keeman thought of the cornucopia, which is a story circulated in Koi Island. There are endless treasures in the cornucopia, and you can take them again and again, endlessly. He is not a cornucopia, but Mr. Ku's inherent sacrificial ability in the game world is comparable to the cornucopia. The game items sacrificed by believers are equivalent to the treasures in the cornucopia. Keeman has to find a reason to convince the Investigation Bureau, otherwise it will be very troublesome if there are too many things in the future. So what reason should be found? Keeman can enter dreams and become Cthulhu. This is Keeman's core secret. As long as he doesn't say it, no one knows. Everyone will only wonder why strange things keep popping up in Keeman's room, and thus suspect whether the room itself is a special item, rather than suspecting that he is an evil god. When I dream in a foreign place, will the things that believers sacrifice still come to me? Kumeng wrote this in his notebook, mainly considering the problem of sacrifice coordinates, whether it is directly bound to the room as the coordinates, or directly bound to the person. When making excuses for the country, we must also pay attention to basic rationality. If there is a loophole in the reasons made casually, it will be bad. Sleep on the 3rd floor for the next few days, until the new believer sacrifices. Keeman made up his mind. Now the 3rd floor is still empty. No one lives in it. Keeman can use it for testing. If it is directly bound to a person, he will sleep on the 3rd floor, and the items will naturally go to the 3rd floor, instead of staying in the original 2nd floor bedroom. As long as he succeeds once, he can rest assured to make excuses to the Investigation Bureau. Shadow Species Invasion Still Life Test. Keeman didn't forget the 2 ants at home and continued the test last night. Before the test, he needed to buy some dead things that could move to see if they could move. He put on a mask and let Tang Yuan guard the house. He went out shopping alone wearing giant gloves. Keeman glanced outside casually and saw a new surveillance camera installed on a street lamp, pointing directly at the side door of Keeman's house. It was obviously a camera installed by the Investigation Bureau. This is the Investigation Bureau's monitoring of non-staff personnel. After all, they have special items on them. If they are not monitored, it is not safe enough. Keeman doesn't care about the surveillance cameras deliberately arranged by the Investigation Bureau. It is precisely because of such strict monitoring that the security level of Koi Island is far higher than other continents. After a while, Keeman's car set off, and the camera turned its head to capture the direction it was going. The cameras along the way took pictures of Keeman's license plate, and the satellite navigation positioning information would also be automatically uploaded to the Investigation Bureau to ensure that non-staff personnel were monitored in real time. On the way to the car, Keeman went to a doll store and bought 2 dolls for the shadow test. Then he went to the toy store and bought 2 toy racing cars, the kind with electric control, also for the shadow test. Keeman returned home, and the 2 ants in the same basin with the big-faced cat shook their bodies and looked like they were about to cry. When they thought about being thrown into the still life next, their mood couldn't be worse. The 2 ants shook the antennae on their heads and communicated with difficulty by identifying smells. The instructor said that if you enter the shadow of the still life, you will be trapped in the shadow, and it is impossible to move. Only those who are desperate will crash into it. No matter what I say, he won't believe it. He is so stubborn that he has to test us. Sigh. No matter how the 2 complained, Keeman came back with 2 things in his hands. 2 toy racing cars and 2 dolls. The 2 ants huddled in the corner and trembled. Looking at Keeman's face, they felt that he was very evil. Kumeng did not attack the 2 first, but took the shadow of the insect as the test object. The first round of test, fusion test. With both hands, the insect was thrown into the shadow of the two dolls and merged with the original still life shadow. After waiting for half an hour, Keeman came back after watching the video, and the dolls did not react at all. When asked Tang Yuan said that he did not see the move. The test failed. The second round of test, pure test. Kamong caught them, threw away the original shadow of the doll, and then threw the insect back to the doll. At this moment, the two dolls had the shadow of the insect. The two dolls did not move. The two ants were terrified. They dared not even think about such a test. If their mentor was here, he would probably feel like they were about to break apart. Keeman went to watch the video again. After watching for half an hour, the dolls still did not move. Tang Yuan, did the two dolls move? Keeman asked. Compared to his own eyes, Pet Tong Yuan's observation ability should be better than his. Tang Yuan barked, and the doll's animal ears moved a little bit. It actually moved? Keeman said in surprise. Turning around to control the computer, slowed down the video, cut into the time point that Tang Yuan remembered, and played it slowly frame by frame. On the computer screen, at the 26th minute and 5 seconds, the two furry animal ears of the animal-eared girl doll of Ant Shadow shook slightly at an amplitude that was difficult to distinguish with the naked eye. Chapter 53. The shaking means that invading a dead object is not a dead end, but the reaction time is long enough, and there is a reaction in the 26th minute. Keeman asked Tang Yuan to continue monitoring. The two dolls in the pure test moved their ears in the subsequent 46th minute, 51st minute, 56th minute, and 59th minute, and other parts did not move. In order to avoid wind factors, Keeman closed all the windows in the house and shut the door. The test results remain unchanged. The ears of the animal-eared girl doll did move by themselves. Keeman patted the cute head of the animal-eared girl doll, and the doll did not move, like a person pretending to be dead. Considering that they are just ants, they may be subject to unknown restrictions when transferred to a still object. You also saw that their animal ears can move when invading a pure and shadowless still object. In my opinion, you can also try it in the still object. After all, you are smarter than ants. Keeman turned his head and said to the two human-shaped ants in the box. The requirements are not high. Move your animal ears within an hour, and then I will take you back. Tell me how you feel. Kamong did not wait for the two ants to walk in right. He grabbed the insect shadows on the two dolls and threw them back on the insects. Then he took Wen Yushan and Mi Jingyun out and threw them into the shadows of the two dolls. 1 second later, the two animal-eared dolls immediately had human shadows. Kamong stared at the two animal-eared dolls for a minute. The animal-eared dolls did not move. Keeman asked Tang Yuan to monitor them, while he played with his phone and watched videos. 20 minutes later, Tang Yuan barked. Kamong looked back and did not see the animal ears of the two dolls shaking. But through the video playback, he found the shaking of that second. In the next hour, the ear of the doll trembled 8 times, more than the ant's shadow. Keeman first pulled out Wen Yushan's shadow and pulled it back into the ant's body. It took Wen Yushan a long time to move her antennae and hands and feet, and she rode slowly until Keeman urged her. Its body is difficult to move. It was difficult for the ant to write, and the speed was not fast. Keeman looked at her writing and thought about the disadvantages of the shadow of a living person invading a still life. Keeman also pulled out Mi Jingyun, and after waiting for a minute, Wen Jingyun's ant gradually moved its body, as if its body was very stiff. Mi Jingyun's answer was similar to that of the other girl, and both gave a very difficult to control feeling. Difficult to control. Dolls do not have biological substances such as nerve cells and muscle cells. Controlling them to move with human shadows is equivalent to entering a new lifestyle. Just like the two girls were very uncomfortable when they first entered the ant's body. Crossing species and traveling to the doll, this feeling of discomfort will be magnified countless times, making both of them feel difficult to control. Moreover, this is a test in pure mode. If the original shadow of the still life is not stripped off, the two people may be suppressed by the original shadow as soon as they enter, assimilated and affected, and then stop thinking. Next, there is a small racing car test. Tell me how it feels after the test. After saying this, Keeman took out 2 tour racing cars. The two ants looked terrified, watching Keeman install batteries on the racing cars, and then transplant 2 insects into the racing cars. The pale yellow body, the black chassis, and the ant shadows, no matter how you look at them, they are all toys from childhood, but at this moment, they have become nightmares for the 2 shadows. Entering the body of an ant is fine, but also the body of a doll, and finally the body of a mechanical object. Being a shadow is really too difficult. The test will start in an hour, Keeman said. Now we will do the 1-hour test of the bugs first, and it will be the turn of 2 people in an hour. They were powerless to resist, and could only look sad and see if the 2 small racing cars could move. The shadow of the racing car was in the shape of an ant, but the shadow of the ant was motionless under the racing car, as if it had stopped thinking. An hour later, Tangyuan barked. The racing car did not move at all. The bug failed to be installed into the racing car under the pure test. Of course, it may take longer to adapt. Since Keeman only has 2 shadow species, in order to prevent accidents, only one was tested and the other was left. Keeman first transplanted Mi Jingyun's shadow into the racing car, and the other shadow species continued to be placed in the animal-ear girl doll for pure testing. The 2 shadow creatures had no choice, who told them to meet Keeman. Not long after, a female shadow appeared under a yellow racing car. Keeman sat back in his chair and opened his system. The ordinary evaluation task has been completed. Click to receive the reward. Resistance +2. Keeman's resistance has increased to 4.3. 4.3 is much stronger than before, but he feels it is not stable enough. Clicking on the optional task list, a new ordinary task is hanging there, and it is still required by 30,000 viewers. Not stable enough, it would be better if it were a little more difficult. Keeman muttered to himself. Perhaps the system sensed his will, and a small rotating loading symbol appeared on the optional task. 1 second later, a difficult task was added to the optional task list. Difficult, evaluate a strange thing, and be seen by at least 400,000 viewers, and reward resistance 15. Keeman raised his eyebrows. It turned out that this evaluation system can be interactive, but 15 points of resistance still feels a bit small. The previous difficult level quest rewarded the skill Shadow Grabber. Does this mean that the value of 15 points of resistance is also very high? Is there a more difficult level? 15 points of resistance is not stable enough. I need higher resistance. Kuming murmured in his heart. On the internet, there is a famous saying among game players. Stack the thickest armor, and take the most poisonous blows. In reality, Kuming wants to stack the thickest resistance, and take the most poisonous blows. Chapter 54. The rotating loading circle of the evaluation system rotated for several seconds, and a task with flashing golden light appeared. Unknown task. Evaluate a special item native to Blue Star, with 400,000 plus viewers, and a reward of 30 resistance. Turtle, you can really get a more difficult task. Not to mention the difficulty of collecting a special item, just how to find them is confusing. Investigators from the Investigation Bureau may have a way to find special items, but Keeman does not have such means, and he does not know where to find special items in the wild. The condition is that it is a special item from Blue Star, which prevents Keeman from taking shortcuts with Trident and Honey Juice. They are all things sacrificed by evil believers in the game world. No wonder the prefix of this task is unknown. The difficulty can be easy or difficult, depending on how Keeman operates. He temporarily put this task there, and if he wants to take the task, he can take it again. The system does not have strict time requirements. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the sunlight gradually weakened, and the car that Mi Jingyun had sneaked into still did not move at all, as if it was really dead. The shadow of the woman reflected by the car only changed with the change of the angle of the sunlight, and there was no new movement. And when Yushan, who was in the animal-ear girl doll, gradually increased the frequency of controlling the animal ears, from 8 times an hour to 60 times, and almost shook the animal ears once a minute. Congratulations, Kuming was looking forward to Wen Yushan's performance. If she could live in the doll's body, she would not need to breathe, eat, or go to the toilet to excrete secretions. A perpetual motion machine that can move by itself without energy, it is an ideal creature, completely free from the physical needs of carbon-based creatures. Such an operation cannot be achieved without the shadow-grabbing hand. When Yushan was living in the doll body, and his heart was broken, he did not feel very comfortable. As for the performance of the small racing car, it was still the same as before, and it never moved. Before going to bed at night, Kuming moved to the 3rd floor to sleep, and Tangyuan also moved those important things to the 3rd floor, watching the doll racing car while keeping watch. The animal ears of the animal-eared girl can shake twice a minute, but the racing car is still motionless. Is it because the structure is too complicated and it really can't run? Kuming silently speculated on the reason why the racing car could not be driven by the shadow consciousness. Kuming was very patient, and had no intention of pulling Mi Jingyun back to ask. It takes time for people to adapt to machines, maybe they can move tomorrow. If they can't move, then pull her back. They are no longer normal humans, after being transformed into shadow species. They are almost immortal. If the shadow organization has an old monster that has lived for thousands of years, it is terrifying to think about it, so the research on them cannot be careless and must be meticulous to be stable. Even the dolls can move. There is no reason why they can't move if they are replaced by machines. Keeman does not know the boss of the shadow organization, nor is he a member of the Investigation Bureau system. He has no right to view the shadow organization files. He can only understand the shadow species step by step. Slowly closing his eyes, thinking about some speculations about the shadow organization, all kinds of things. Dolls that can move, small racing cars that can run, fruit knives that can cut people, shoes that can jump, banknotes that can run around the world, but they have human shadows. They run around on the ground, run straight on the wall, and flutter in the sky with the wind, like a group of demons dancing wildly. He thought about more and more things, and he didn't know when he fell asleep and heard the gurgling of the sea water in Raya. Orange Star. In the conference hall of the Research Institute, the number displayed on the projection screen above has risen to more than 10 million. The nightmare power spread through the internet is really terrible. Everyone has been suffering from insomnia since last night after seeing this number. Fortunately, the top management of Orange Star decided to ban the keywords and key sentences on the entire network. The growth rate of nightmare disease has been greatly reduced, and it is not so scary. There are still new nightmare patients in the outside world, but the scope of transmission has become smaller. The nightmare disease has evolved into a family-based transmission and cannot be transmitted to strangers. Putting the cases together, such obvious commonalities have attracted the attention of many researchers. In this regard, Orange Star researcher Li Shen once again proposed a new viewpoint: content transmission. On the surface, nightmare disease spreads on the internet, but in fact, its essence is content transmission. As long as the content containing nightmares is told to the other party, and the other party listens carefully, the nightmare disease will be infected. As a super information aggregate, the internet happens to be the best carrier of nightmare disease. The internet speed is its transmission speed. As long as you read the relevant content, you may be infected. In addition to the internet, writing it down or changing it to a conversation has the same effect. Li Shen stood in the lecture hall, facing a group of researchers with surprised expressions. Li Shen knew that his concept was too shocking to the world. In such a scientific world, you suddenly told a group of scientists that there is a virus that can be transmitted through content. Wouldn't it be surprising? If tens of millions of people had not been diagnosed, everyone would really think Li Shen was a lunatic. However, the facts have proved that the ban on the entire network has indeed slowed down the transmission speed of nightmare disease. Li Shen's research direction is correct. Nightmare disease is a new disease, which cannot be reasonably explained by current scientific knowledge. My conclusion is to make public the nature of the transmission method of nightmare disease, so that everyone can recognize how nightmare disease is transmitted. As long as the content of nightmare is not mentioned, it will not be dreamed of. Li Shen concluded. In the conference hall, researchers whispered to each other and nodded silently, feeling that it made sense. Pa pa pa. The first applause sounded. It was the dean of the Research Institute. He was energetic and clapped very vigorously. Pa 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 pa. The applause flooded the conference hall like a tide, and researcher Li Shen's face was flushed. It felt so good to have his results recognized by everyone. A few minutes later, the edited report will be uploaded to the internet, and the video will cut out the specific dream content of nightmare disease. That night, the citizens of Orange Star did not dare to sleep, and they all had dark circles under their eyes. The authoritative video of the Research Institute was released, and the number of views soared like a rocket, exceeding 10 million views in just half an hour. 3 hours later, the number of views exceeded 100 million. The whole country is paying attention. Chapter 55. Kamong, who was in Raya, had just opened his eyes when he sensed countless dream bubbles in the distance. Those dreams were more than a day before, and the number was not at the same level at all. Kamong didn't know how many people on Orange Star had nightmares, and whether their existence had been noticed by them. If the game officials noticed it, would they delete the second round boss character? This is a question. However, even if Keeman realized the problem, he couldn't make any changes. After all, he was just a game character. Of course, the game officials might not delete him either, with a 50-50 probability. Kamong concentrated on sensing the dream of the thing, and no longer entangled with what the game officials thought. When the time came, the boat would naturally straighten out. Even if the boss character was deleted, at most Keeman's life would return to normal. Not long after, Keeman felt the dream of a player. The dream world was still the same as before. The sea continent was vast and boundless, with 2 or 3 million people living, and there were still more than 100,000 people living in the belly of the big whale below. There are tens of millions of people infected on Orange Star, but not all of them sleep at the same time, so the number of people in the joint dream will not exceed the tens of millions. But after the transmission route of nightmare disease was officially announced, those who dared not sleep for 2 days and 2 nights finally began to sleep. During the time when General Ku was online, the number of new players entering the joint dream increased. Most of the new players came from people who dared not sleep for 2 days and 2 nights. After entering the dream, their first reaction was confusion, and then a little panic. But new players will not be drowned by the sea, and they will not suffer the pain of death. After a period of time, the new players ended their early panic and quickly adapted to the dream life. Don't panic, you can return to reality after waking up in a while. Everyone has set up a half-hour wake-up mechanism, right? You will wake up in half an hour. Just don't run around. We are safe in the dream. Orange Star official staff interspersed in the crowd, telling everyone not to panic. Thanks to Mr. Ku's transformation, there is no danger of drowning in the dream world now, and the people of Orange Star have long been at peace. High-level players, who are keen on playing games, can't stay still, so they organize adventure teams to explore outside together and improve the big map of the dream world. Keeman secretly observed the changes in the dream world and found that many players were exploring outside. However, the wild animals encountered on the map are not very aggressive animals, and there is no sense of threat. Keeman can see the disappointed expressions of the high-level players. Are the animals too weak and too unchallenging? High-level players are all masters in virtual games. They often walk on tightropes and challenge the limits of life and death. They are braver than ordinary people. The feeling of the dream world is very close to reality. Keeman even saw a player who wanted to die, testing the place of rebirth and experiencing what death is. The result is self-evident. After seeing the rebirth of this player, Keeman's face turned pale, and he lay on the ground trembling. After a long silence, Keeman no longer paid attention to those who wanted to die, but thought about how to build an interesting dream world. Keeman's wisdom is limited if he builds a dream alone, and it is difficult to build an interesting dream world. The best way is crowdfunding, and all players build a dream together. In order to realize this idea, Keeman already has a prototype in his mind. The next second, Mr. Ku began to invade the joint dream. In the sky above the united dream, an indescribable giant gray fog immediately appeared, and it seemed that something extremely terrifying was passing through it. The players living on land felt their souls tremble for no reason. What kind of fear is this? Fear, madness, destruction, chaos, all kinds of emotions were born in people's hearts, as chaotic as a twist. Most players are not brave enough to look up at the sky. Their intuition tells them that not looking up is the most correct choice. But some brave high-level players can't help but use their strong will to resist the fear of their bodies and slowly look up at the sky. The player playing a priest's heart is dirty looked up. He felt his brain trembling in his priest's robes, his body hair stood up, and his crotch was cold. He knelt down directly towards the indescribable fog in the sky. His eyes were wide open, his lips were trembling, and with just one glance, he immediately knocked his head on the ground, breaking his scalp. Because of this sudden action, he no longer looked directly at the indescribable fog to avoid the possibility of further mental pollution. Ah! I saw it, I saw it. Great existence. The priest covered his head, veins on his forehead bulged, and some terrible pictures kept appearing in his mind. It was a dark sea world with giant stone pillars hidden in the darkness. Although he couldn't see the shape of the stone pillars, he could feel that there were very terrible and indescribable things carved on the stone pillars. Perhaps, that thing was the terrifying existence passing by his head. The priest had a splitting headache, closed his eyes, and bit his lips until they bled. It seemed that pain could restore reason and reduce chaotic thinking. The players next to him saw it, and they dared not look up at the sky. The priest yelled crazily, saying, I saw it, but what the hell did he see? The passerby players didn't want to know at all. Trembling. This world is not as harmonious as the Orange Star official said. After a long time, the Keeman in the sky above quietly retreated. During this period, a total of 260,000 brave players looked up at the sky. Without exception, they all suffered the most intense fear suppression in their lives. Some people saw the underwater Raya, but the information they learned was too fragmented, and they could not accept all the content at all. They just felt that it was a deep sea without light. Some people heard chaotic and incomprehensible noises. Each pronunciation was not the standard pronunciation of the Orange Star people. It was combined like a church ballad, but it sounded very evil and very chaotic. Listening to it too much would drive people crazy. Some people felt that their mouths, ear holes, and nostrils were extremely uncomfortable, as if they were drilled by something slippery countless times, which was extremely disgusting. For a time, the danger level of nightmare disease increased by several levels in the eyes of the Orange Star people. Chapter 56. Kamong did not expect that some players would be so bold as to look directly at him. Is the example of the 3 male players in Good Village not profound enough, or did they not find the clue? The consequences of looking directly at the evil god, needless to say, falling into madness is the lightest. Even if Mr. K did not enter the dream in his true form, people with low mental strength could not stand it. One look can make you crazy. Are you panicking or afraid? Kamong silently mourned for those players who looked directly at him, hoping that they would have a good end. A few minutes later, the alarm clocks of a group of sleeping cabin players rang, waking up those in deep sleep. After waking up, some of the players, who looked directly at the indescribable fog, still felt headaches and confused. The game cabin itself has a detection mechanism. Although it is not known why people cannot detect abnormal mental states of the brain when dreaming, after the brain wakes up from deep sleep, the abnormal brain waves are very conspicuous and cannot be covered. Beep beep. The player's brain waves are abnormal, and the brain is suspected to be injured. It has been reported to the local hospital and research institute. The hospital is expected to arrive in 67 seconds. The standby robots in hospitals across Orange Star are all in action, rushing to various residential buildings for emergency treatment. The people in the research institute are even more anxious because of this. They keep apologizing to the public and say that they will study the main cause of the nightmare madness incident as soon as possible. Kamong silently sensed the changes in the dream world, and his attention was mainly focused on his new settings. It was a construction temple, built in the center of a huge lake, and the lake surrounded the giant stone hall. There are many temples like this, covering most of the area, ensuring that land players can obtain construction capabilities at the fastest speed. This is the specific implementation method he thought of, to teach players the ability to build a dream world together. Keeman referred to the gameplay of the pixel game Minecraft. All players who join in building the temple can use small blocks to build houses, and create the buildings in their minds. These buildings may have different styles. They may be hardcore sci-fi style, or they may be wild and unrestrained. In short, Keeman is looking forward to the imagination of Orange Star players. However, this ability is a secondary authority. As long as Mr. K wants to demolish the things built by the players, he can demolish them. And the things that Keeman created cannot be transformed by players, because the players do not have enough authority. The construction skills that Keeman created are essentially the rule power generated by distorted dreams, and it cannot exceed the restrictions of distorted dreams. This ensures that the land under your feet, the big whale, the sun and the blue sea and other primitive creatures will not be destroyed by players. As for decorations such as woods, land, and stones, Keeman reduced their destructible permissions and made them destructible. While Keeman was silently looking forward to it, finally a surviving high-level player discovered the stone temple surrounded by lakes. 2 talking wolves were running on the plain. Since the terrifying thing in the sky disappeared, they planned to return to the original route to exchange information with similar players. "What is that?" said the female wolf player Geely. Before running 1,000 meters, they saw the stone temple that did not exist before by the lake. The stone temple was about 6 meters high and all white. The huge arch was dark inside, as if there was something inside. On the wall next to the arch, there were some mysterious symbols carved. Although I couldn't understand what the runes were, my brain understood their meaning. It is to build a temple. As long as you believe in a great being whose name is too long to remember, you can gain the ability to build. The name of that great being is very long, and the 2 non-human race players can't remember it, but they understand the location of the temple. Frecky shook his head. "I don't know either." The brother and sister are sleepers who play the beast game, because they are beasts in the game, and they also become non-human bodies after dreaming. Becoming beasts in nightmares makes the brother and sister a little confused. Others are normal people after dreaming, but they are wolves, which can be called a mysterious start. However, the beast feeling from the body is very real, and the experience is better than the beast virtual game. The 2 ran for thousands of meters and felt a kind of honey joy. "Let's go in and take a look." The younger brother raised his head and walked towards the temple and stopped at the river. "Nothing will happen, right? What are you afraid of? You will be resurrected after death." The younger brother grinned, revealing his big white wolf teeth, and stared at the temple greedily. "This is the legendary opportunity. If you don't take it now, when will you take it? Anyway, you can be reborn after death." He hasn't experienced the real feeling of death yet. Maybe it's exciting? No matter how the sister persuades, she can't persuade the greedy brother. The wolf brother stepped into the lake mud with a confident and flamboyant step and stepped into the water. After a while, the lake water submerged his legs and shoulders. The wolf brother took a deep breath and held his breath, and his entire wolf head was submerged in the water. Gurgle, gurgle. Bubbles emerged from the lake, causing the sister on the shore to bark, worried that her stupid brother would be drowned. 5 seconds later, the wolf's head withdrew from the water and ran back to the shore in a panic, all wet. Damn it, I think we need to make a boat, otherwise we can't cross the river. Frecky shook his body violently, and the water droplets were thrown away. Oh Frecky, if you're so aggressive next time, I slap your ass with my wolf claws. Sister Yuri glared fiercely, and raised her elegant wolf claws to scratch the air vigorously. At the same time, in the deep sea Raya, Mr. K sensed these two non-human characters, and when he heard the conversation between the siblings, he was speechless for a moment. He was clearly speaking human language before. Why did he suddenly start speaking in a translation tone? It's really a world-famous painting. Chapter 57. The lake where the temple was built was very deep, at least 8 meters deep, and it was not something that ordinary people or animals could swim across. However, people who could swim were an exception. The dream world was close to reality. People who could swim arrived at the scene, talked with the wolf-headed siblings, and then swam to the temple and successfully landed. The wolf-headed siblings were eager to see it, but they didn't expect that being able to swim was also a blessing. Sister, I will learn to swim when I go back this time, and swim to the other side myself next time. What about you? We are wolves now. How can wolves learn to swim? That makes sense. The wolf-headed brother listened and thought to himself that it was right. The swimming posture of humans is different from that of animals, and it cannot be inherited. But can animals not swim? Of course not. Wolves can swim, but the two players are human souls, so they still have to start from scratch if they want to swim. Learn, just learn hard. The younger brother Feliki raised his head and sank into the water again, actively exploring how to swim with a wolf body. The elder sister looked at her foolish brother and followed his example. She also frowned and was in a dilemma. 10 seconds later, elder sister Geely also went into the water to try to figure out how the wolf swims. Over at Raya, Keeman watched these two funny guys going in and out of the lake, frantically testing the edge of drowning, and found it very interesting. After watching for a few minutes, he noticed that the first successful person walked out of the door of the construction temple. He looked rather wretched, with a Mediterranean hairstyle, a flat nose, thick eyebrows, big eyes, and dark skin. Player Feng Shui Pai Pai Liang learned the construction skill from the temple. As soon as he walked out of the temple, he started using the skill. He grabbed the ground with one hand, as if grabbing soil. The next second, he had a small mud-textured cube in his hand. The small cube had 8 distinct edges and corners, and a smooth surface, as if it followed extremely rigorous geometric aesthetic rules. He threw the small square on the ground, grabbed it out of thin air, and another small mud block appeared in his hand. He grabbed it again, and another mud block appeared in his hand. He turned around and looked at the stone pillars of the temple, stretched out his hand and grabbed it, and a small stone cube appeared in his hand, which was also a strict cube shape. He stacked the stones to the lakeside and slowly built a bridge. On the other side of the lake, 2 wolves who were practicing swimming saw each other building a bridge out of thin air, and the expressions of the 2 wolf heads were stunned. I'm so stupid. Why should I learn to swim? Can't I just wait for him to build a bridge? After a while, a square bridge made of stone and mud was built, connecting the path outside the lake and the center of the lake. The 2 wet wolves also successfully entered the construction temple, believed in the god whose name was too long to remember, and then gained construction skills. In the dream world, construction skills are like this. Point your finger at an object and grab the corresponding attributes. Then the player will mobilize their own mental power to generate a small block of matter, and the material attributes depend on what they grab. For example, if you grab a stone pillar with your hand, you will grab a small block of stone attributes. Grab a tree, and you will generate a block of wood. A large object is made up of small blocks stacked together. Keeman, who was observing the players' behavior behind the scenes, nodded silently. The adaptability of Orange Star players is indeed outstanding. Now they can put their abilities into practical use instead of staying in a confused period. While everyone was building things in the dream world, the Orange Star Research Institute conducted a survey on 260,000 players with abnormal brain waves, and the progress of the matter has reached the most critical step. When the subconscious minds of 260,000 players drew pictures, they all drew chaotic and disordered lines, and even scratched the paper, and their consciousness was very unstable. However, this is similar to the cases of 3 male players a few days ago. The 3 players were named Chin, I am not a human anymore, and Angry. They were once caught in the village by the dog-headed people in the virtual game world and faced the NPC sacrifice scene. The subconscious minds of the 3 players once drew such a picture: mountain village, well, black villain, stickman, and chaotic and disordered lines. So the researchers turned their attention to the virtual game world. There must be something wrong with this game, and we must check it. However, the researchers don't know who the target of the dog-headed people's sacrifice is, so they need to send people to the dog-headed mountain village to conduct a detailed investigation. At present, the virtual game world has stopped service, and the game company has also been shut down for rectification. Everyone in the company thinks that the company is facing a crisis of bankruptcy, and most of the engineers in the company have submitted their resignations. Some have already successfully changed jobs, while others are still in the resignation stage. After the General Research Institute found out, it immediately ordered to recall all the original members of the development team, without missing a single one. Now there is a big problem, and the original members must be held accountable. People at the General Research Institute have been reading the core code of the virtual game world, and the virtual engine is not much different from the games on the market. The failure to modify the data of the dog-headed man is a bug in the game, and this bug must be fixed. But later, the nightmare disease broke out, and all the researchers' energy was devoted to the epidemic itself, and no one paid attention to the bug of the dog-headed man's abnormal data. Now looking back, that batch of dog-headed men has been out of the control of the program. Even if the backdoor is open to modify the NPC character data, it will not work, so the top management came up with a way to send people to enter the virtual game world in person to investigate the mystery of the dog-headed man's abnormality. Now we need a batch of god-level equipment and full-level accounts. This operation is codenamed Mission Zero. Each investigator must use a god-level account to enter the game and investigate the mystery of the Kobold Village. You know what it means to kill with one strike. No matter who stands in front of you, you must kill them with one strike. If you can't kill them with one strike, you are the only one to blame. The director of the Research Institute paced back and forth in the center of the conference room, scolding the boss and engineers of the game company. After such a big accident, scolding people is considered light. The boss and the development team lowered their heads and willingly accepted the director's angry roar. What are you doing? Hurry up and do it. Yes. After a while, the sweaty engineers restarted the server and set about creating god-level accounts and pulling god-level equipment. In the distant Raya, when Keeman was watching players build houses, he suddenly heard an ethereal voice. Game launch. Chapter 58. The blue-white sky was as pure as water, and the sun was setting in the west, illuminating the silent giant novice village. The novice village was very large, 400 square kilometers, and could accommodate many players. Hundreds of players refreshed to the novice village, wearing ordinary novice clothes and holding ordinary basic weapons. LV1. 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 Countless level 1 newcomers emerged. Of course, there were also some people with accounts of level 8 or 9, and some with accounts of more than 10 levels. However, these accounts with levels were a minority after all. Most researchers were LV1 and had never practiced and were original accounts. The player All Things Are Strong looked down at the mage robe on his body. It was still the same mage robe, and his weapon was a two-handed sword. He was a melee mage system, and he was reckless and didn't talk much. He just clicked on the lighting spell. However, when he saw his own equipment, he knew that something was wrong. System. After calling out the system panel, the dazzling LV2 came into his eyes. He didn't level up much, so his level was very low. Fuck, why am I a level 2 account? Engineer. Come out here, I beat you to death. What's going on? Where are the god level equipment and the full level account you promised me? Come out. A group of researchers were staring at each other. All of them were furious, and they couldn't accept such a fact no matter what they said. The engineer was pulled out and whipped, and he trembled and said, "The data has been adjusted. Everyone's account is a full-level account in the company's system background, and the equipment is also god-killing equipment. Everything that should be done has been done. This can't be blamed on me. Blame the game if you want to blame it. Everyone, please be quiet. There is a problem with the game. It is useless to blame the game company." The Captain Yun Dan Feng Qing stood up and used gestures to calm everyone down. Before entering the game, we have discussed another possibility. The game is no longer the original game. The operation of retrieving data in the background has no effect on us, so the characters we log in now are all native characters, which have little connection with the background data of the game company. The captain said in a heavy tone. This means that if we want to investigate the source of nightmare disease, we must level up from the beginning, level up to the appropriate level, collect the appropriate equipment, and then sneak into the dog-headed mountain village to detect the secrets of the dog-headed people. The player 2 Mei Jiang was speechless. The teammates all came from the research institute. The main research directions of the researchers were relatively diverse, but the captain was a virtual game researcher. He had a deep understanding of the game, and everyone listened to his command. This is not an ordinary game. Don't look at it with normal game thinking. You must raise your concept to the same level as treating the weird nightmare disease. The captain continued to type in the public screen, constantly speaking and issuing investigation tasks. Then the captain went offline and brought the bad news back to the research institute. The old dean seemed to have aged 10 years after hearing it. I don't understand. Why is this game so weird? The old dean shook his head. Dean, the most urgent task is to investigate the cause of the game anomaly, level up, spy on intelligence, and be vigilant. We need more people to monitor the Kobold village. We need to publicly recruit high-level assassins from the society to work for us. The captain Cloudy and Light suggested. The old dean nodded slowly, slumped in the chair, sighed, and said slowly, just do as you say. Kamong naturally heard the sound of the game opening, but the game opening did not affect his life, so he still did what he had to do. After watching for a long time, Keeman calculated the time, and it was almost time to wake up. At this time, a vague call sounded in his ears, sometimes far, sometimes near, sometimes up, sometimes down. It was almost time to wake up, and Keeman thought that he might not have time to respond to the sacrifice when the time came. Great Cthulhu. Sleeping God. The old ones. However, if someone offered a sacrifice, it would be a waste. Keeman accepted the idea of sacrifice very pragmatically, and saw a small mountain village by the sea. It was a dilapidated mountain village, where a group of fish frogs lived. This was originally a dry well, and at this moment, the bottom of the dry well was filled with seawater carried by the fish frogs. Outside the well, there is a glowing fluorescent magic circle. The magic light flickers, and the candles sway with green flames, like a breathing beast, making the fish frogs feel uneasy. They wear old black robes to cover their bodies. Most of the fish frogs have no eye holes on their face masks, and they also wear hats on their heads, which are very tightly covered. Doing so can ensure that they will not look directly at the evil god and increase their sense of security. Otherwise, if they accidentally see the evil god, their fate will be too miserable. Great Cthulhu, we are the fish frogs of the fish frog village. Our ancestors were once deep-sea tribes. We have the blood of the deep-sea magic frog tribe. We hope that the great lord will activate our ancestral blood, even a little bit. This is a wonderful power water, melted by a mysterious person, and it is the most precious treasure in the village. A big-headed fish frog squatted down by the well, and threw a jade bottle in his hand into the well. After Mr. Cthulhu accepted the sacrifice was not over yet, and he had not woken up yet. So Keeman looked through his skill bar. Activate ancestral blood. It's true that any trouble can come to him, but Keeman doesn't seem to have such a skill. It's a headache, he is an evil god, not a babysitter for believers. Random gain, it's convenient. Keeman thought. The sacrifice believers felt an inexplicable power surge into their bodies, and some unknown changes occurred in their bodies. Ah! I feel it. It's the Lord's will. I'm getting stronger, ha ha. I'm dying. The fish frogs spoke frog language, and the stronger fish frogs were so excited that they were incoherent, thinking that this was a manifestation of the awakening of ancestral blood. However, some fish frogs deteriorated and wailed in pain. The forest outside the fish frog village. A group of players just approached and prepared to level up, but they felt an inexplicable chill. However, this chill came and went quickly, and disappeared in a short while. What's going on over there? Said all things are strong holding a two-handed sword. Look at the map, it should be a level 5 monster area, Fish Frog Village. The game engineer opened the map and said. Chapter 59. Something must have happened over there. Said Tu Mei-chan in the team, her eyes became sharp. Tu Mei-chan was wearing a light leather armor, her main job was an assassin. She was turning a curved blade dagger in her right hand, and she moved forward quickly in a stealth posture. She was an assassin, with a pair of sharp eyes and agile steps. Her duty was to rush to the front to get information, and bring the detected information back to the team. The members of the leveling team followed slowly behind. They were not assassins, and their basic movement speed was not as fast as assassins, so there was no rush. 10 minutes later, 2Machon typed in the team chat channel. There are many powerful fish frogs here. I'm being targeted. Everyone be careful. It's so fast, it's deadly, I've been caught. The interval between 2Machon's posting of information was about 6 or 7 seconds. From discovery to being caught, it was only 20 seconds. 1 minute later, another new message was flooded on the screen. They tied me up with ropes, and the restraints can't be undone. Be careful not to get tied up. I suspect this is the same type as the restraint bug of the kobolds. 2Machon said. The leveling team members looked at each other, and all things are strong looked at the original engineer in the team. Didn't you say that it was a level 5 area? It is a level 5 area, yes. The engineer said guiltily. All things are strong raised the two-handed sword in his hand. Although he was reckless, it didn't mean that he would rush forward even though he knew there was a problem ahead. He had all the staff in the group, and immediately got the captain's approval, and a group of level 10 veterans were dispatched to support them. It's ridiculous that a level 5 monster spawning location actually requires members of more than 10 levels to come and help to be safe. It's really fate. 40 minutes later, a group of players with an average level of 19 arrived at the scene. Most of these players were high-level players recruited by the country. They were originally pioneers of World, and were famous figures on the level list. Because the game was shut down due to the nightmare disease, these high-level players could not play anymore, and returned to the old game. Now that the official call was made, they responded to the call, and logged into the game to join the support team. Report, I am Yin, the first on the level list, a 19th level assassin. I am Morrison, 19th level, a shooter. Morrison pulled the wooden bow in his hand. I am. None of them changed their jobs. All of them were basic jobs. But their levels were very high, and the top player on the level list was standing here, 19th level, the first in the server. If it weren't for responding to the call, Yin wouldn't want to stay in this low-level area for a moment. The Fish Frog Village is in front of us. It used to be a level 5 area, but according to 2Machon's investigation, the fish frogs inside are very powerful, and there is a bug in the confinement time, which has not been resolved until now, said the two-handed sword mage. There is a bug in the confinement time? Yin was surprised. This was the first time he heard of a 40-minute confinement. These big guys on the level list were all surprised, and became deeply interested in this. They also heard about why this game was shut down. This game is related to nightmare disease, and it is very likely the source of nightmare disease. Leave it to us, I go find out, Yin said. After saying this, Yin led the 8 level 19 assassin players in the rescue team to the Fish Frog Village together. The top team is right here. Why are you still trying to find out? Just run through them. If you want to know something, just ask 2Machon. The two-handed sword mage swung his two-handed sword, and he couldn't wait to fight. The rescue team members were speechless, but everything as strong was right. The top team was standing here. If they didn't even dare to crush the level 5 wild monster area, what's the point of talking about rescue? Everyone hit it off, and all members moved forward steadily, heading towards the beach village. In less than a minute, everyone stepped into the Fish Frog Village, stepped on the soft beach, and the wet and salty sea breeze blew on their faces, blowing everyone's hair and clothes. A huge fish frog stood on the beach, looking similar to a frog, with a copper bell eye carved on each side of its head, flashing a strange green light, 4 toes on the front feet, 5 toes on the back legs, and a smooth back reflecting the light of the sun. It raised its head to face the sun, glanced at the player, and after a second, it suddenly looked directly at the player and uttered frog words. Quack! The invisible waves spread out from the giant frog as the center, and all the players subconsciously covered their ears, and their legs were shaken so hard that they couldn't stand steadily. You are in fear. Each player slid out the system prompt, but the brain really couldn't react. When the state of fear disappeared, a group of small fish frogs surrounded them, slapped people in the face, and pressed them to the ground. The flexible female fish frog took out the twisted rope and tied them up. The agile Yin jumped out of the group of fish frogs, turned the knife in her hand, and stabbed the eyes of a small fish frog. Swish! Green blood splashed out, and the frog's eyeball was pierced by him, popping out a damage value of more than 400. Yin avoided the attack in the crowd with a clever move, and pulled a few assassins to go with him. They were able to reach a high level, so they were not weak in their own abilities. They quickly showed off their agility, and made the frogs unable to touch them. They would run away after hitting a knife, and never stand still to output. The players who could not operate were tied up one after another, and some players were slapped to death by the angry frogs, and their health bars disappeared. The players who were not caught united and besieged the giant frog. The giant frog roared loudly, and used mental attacks to shock it. The small frogs rushed up and tied people up while they were stunned. The battle was very fierce, and the team chat channel began to flood the screen at the same time. The tied players could not get rid of the imprisonment and could only chat, so the teams far away saw the text description of everything is strong, and he used text to broadcast the battle scene on the spot. No way, it's so difficult to fight in the level 5 area. Someone asked. More than that, the big fish frog's roar will definitely put people into a state of fear for 3 seconds, and the skill interval is only 10 seconds, it's too strong. All things are strong said. Several level 19 assassins' damage can't penetrate in seconds. This amount of blood can't be a level 5 monster, you really didn't go to the wrong place? Yes, this is the level 5 wild monster area. The original engineer also joined the chat team. 1 minute later, the chat screen came with bad news. Mian Mian was also hit by the big fish frog's skill. My god, the blood bar was directly emptied. This damage is too explosive. What's going on? No one can escape. If you don't fight them yourself, you don't know how strong they are. Although some fish frogs are indeed very weak, some fish frogs are terribly strong, at least level 40. The original engineer calculated the damage, and his pupils shrank slightly. The team that was leveling up far away fell into silence after hearing this. The level 5 fish frog area suddenly became a high-level area. There must be something abnormal happening here. Investigate, must investigate. Chapter 60. Kamong woke up, and was stunned for a moment when he saw the unfamiliar ceiling. Then Tang Yuan barked, breaking his thoughts. This is the room on the 3rd floor. Keeman looked at the floor on the left and saw a small white jade bottle, which proved that the coordinates of the sacrifice were bound to his body, not the room. He got up to feed the cat, and gained strange knowledge. Random skill water. This is an item of unknown origin that allows the user to gain a skill. But the person who takes it will inexplicably like to drink water. Great item. It can randomly add a skill. But the disadvantage is also pointed out, drinking it will make you like drinking water. What kind of like is this? Keeman doesn't understand, he is very curious. Some risks can be taken, but for things that obviously have side effects, he needs to weigh the risks involved. Tang Yuan, do you like to drink water? Keeman asked suddenly. It is also a good choice to let the pet add a skill. It depends on what Tang Yuan thinks. Keeman used a long paragraph to explain the side effects and advantages of the random skill water. Tang Yuan listened and agreed without thinking. Woof. Isn't it just that I like to drink water? When I'm thirsty, I just slip into the kitchen, turn on the faucet, and drink whenever I want, without any panic. Tang Yuan has lived in Keeman's house for so many days, and it has learned a lot of modern life knowledge, such as boiling water, washing vegetables, cooking, and rice. Drinking water is a piece of cake, and it is not difficult for it. After Tang Yuan responded in seconds, Keeman couldn't make up his mind again. Humans are like this. They know that this thing is useful to them, and are reluctant to give it up. Let me think about it again. Kuming said. Tang Yuan barked, it didn't care, the owner gave it, it drank, it was that simple. Kuming took the dog back to the 2nd floor, taught Tang Yuan how to cook noodles, and took out a bowl to prepare the skill water. When he opened the bottle stopper, a burst of fragrance hit his nose. It was originally a very fragrant smell, but for some reason, he thought of a dry desert. The sand was dry, and there was no water. Suddenly, his throat was a little thirsty, and he wanted to drink water. No way. Kuming's heart skipped a beat. Why did he feel thirsty when he opened the bottle stopper? No, he had to cover it. Kuming immediately put the cork back and sealed the bottle mouth. After sealing the bottle mouth, the feeling of thirst was still there, and his tongue was very dry. He looked down and saw the water droplets attached to the surface of the wash basin. The water droplets had an inexplicable attraction, and he wanted to stick to it and lick it dry with his tongue. Kuming tried hard to suppress the absurd thoughts in his heart, turned around, and went to the water dispenser to get water. While fetching water, Keeman looked at the water in the cup and licked his dry tongue subconsciously. I can wait. A few seconds seemed like several months. Keeman was eager to wait, and when the water level reached 2/3, he immediately raised his head and drank the water in big gulps. Gulp gulp, all the way to the bottom. Ah! It feels so good to drink water. Keeman let out a long breath, feeling so good. Fetch more water, drink again, and feel so good again. After drinking 3 times like this, Keeman received a prompt from the system. Resistance plus 0.1. The resistance value rose to 4.4, an increase of 0.1. Keeman stared at the resistance value, and didn't expect that drinking water could also increase points. Random skill water will have a mental interference effect as long as the smell is smelled, and it may be used as a scoring tool. Keeman did what he thought, and immediately opened the stopper of the skill water, and smelled the special fragrance of the skill water. That's the smell of the desert, a dry taste. Keeman opened his mouth, his tongue was very dry, and he wanted to drink water. It seemed that if he didn't drink water, his body would be extremely uncomfortable. He saw the blue bucket of the water dispenser, and regarded it as a divine object. Water, I want to drink water. Keeman covered the wooden stopper of the jade bottle, pressed the cold water direct drinking switch, and stared at the transparent and pure small water column. The water flowed into the water cup, forming a fluctuating horizontal surface, which continued to rise. There is no delicacy in the world that can compare to the pure water in this cup. He dared to guarantee it. He raised his head, took a breath, and gurgled. Ha! Keeman finished drinking the water, and made a refreshing sound. 1 cup was not enough, so he refilled 2 cups of water, which relieved the sequelae of thirst. Resistance plus 0.1. It has increased again. Keeman looked at the jade bottle in his hand, as if he saw a treasure for brushing points. If the resistance is high enough, can the side effect of liking to drink water be offset? Tang Yuan sat on a chair beside him, silently monitoring the water surface temperature of the noodle pot, occasionally wrapping a few dog hairs around the upper part of the chopsticks, and controlling the chopsticks to stir the noodles in the pot. At this time, how much peanut oil and soy sauce should be put? Tang Yuan wanted to ask the owner how to do it, using dog hair to sense external information, and saw the owner drinking water from a water dispenser continuously, and then sniffing the small bottle with a honey expression after drinking the water, and then continue to drink water, and then sniff the small bottle, forming an infinite cycle, and never tired of it. Is this a new way to drink water? Tang Yuan was aroused by curiosity, and wanted to join the owner's new game. But the noodles in the pot have reached the critical moment of cooking. Bubbles are bubbling up, and the noodles are rolling and dancing on the water surface, as if saying to the glutinous rice balls, "Come on, have fun." There is no way, it can't leave, so the owner can only play with the water dispenser alone. Chapter 61. Keeman drank for a few minutes until his stomach was bloated, so he had to give up. Because he was full from drinking water, he had no appetite, so he could only let Tang Yuan eat the noodles by himself. Keeman went over to see how Tang Yuan cooked the noodles, and he saw a pot of dark water, and the noodles were black, almost blending into the black water. No, why is it so black? How much soy sauce did you put in? Keeman looked at the black noodles in the pot, and his sense of dissuasion was immediately full. Tang Yuan didn't say anything, and it only realized after seeing the dark water that it had put too much. Keeman was speechless, and patted the big ball of hair with his hand. Then you eat it all. Tang Yuan barked and did as he was told, picking up the pot of noodles, and swallowing it in one gulp. The hair around his mouth was pulled apart, and the black water and noodles entered his mouth together, gurgling. Keeman saw the dog finish eating the noodles with his own eyes, and Tang Yuan licked it with his tongue, and there was not even a drop of oil left at the bottom of the pot. Awesome. What else can Keeman say after seeing this? He can only say that it is awesome. If dark dishes are made in the future, Keeman thinks that Tang Yuan can help to eliminate them. A helpful and caring little pet at home. There is no such good pet in the whole world. Keeman went to the toilet and returned to the bedroom to check 2 still objects. One is a doll with animal ears. Keeman said, "Is Wen Yushan here?" Shake your right ear when you hear it. The right ear of the doll with animal ears shook, and it was furry and cute. Shake your left ear again. The animal ear girl shook her left ear immediately after hearing this. Keeman took a notebook to record the progress of controlling Wen Yushan. He controlled the ear part in 19 hours. Can you shake your head? It can't shake its head without moving its head. It's still too difficult. Controlling still objects and animals are not at the same level of difficulty. Then Keeman looked at the 4-wheel drive racing car. The blue racing car was lying quietly on the floor, but the shadow of the racing car looked like a woman. "Mi Jingyun, can you move?" Keeman asked. The racing car was motionless, as if it had no consciousness. Tang Yuan came in and barked, reporting to Keeman about the surveillance last night. The racing car had not moved. Keeman didn't wait any longer, and immediately pulled out the shadow of Mi Jingyun, who was boarding the 4-wheel drive car, and installed it on an ant. The ant had no shadow attached to it for a night, and necrotic parts had appeared on its body, but Keeman didn't know it. Looking at the ant's limbs not moving, Keeman waited for a while, and then thought that the ant might have died, and then helped her replace it with a new pure ant. After Mi Jingyun was transplanted into the new ant's body, it took a long time before she moved. The transplant of the still life made it difficult for her to control her body, and the long-term immobility affected her, and her mind became a little numb. Mi Jingyan wrote with difficulty. I can't understand the body of the racing car, I can't control it. Please don't throw me into the racing car. Keeman looked at the words of the little ant begging for mercy, unmoved. If they knew this day would come, why did they join the shadow stream in the first place? The purpose of their joining the shadow stream is to change a body and live in a better posture, but this is not fair to the original owner. Since you have joined the shadow stream, you must be prepared to be countered by humans. Keeman is not a person who kills indiscriminately, but he has no good feelings for villains, and will not be soft. After some people do evil, they will kneel down and beg for mercy, hoping that others will pity them with sympathy. But who will pay for the losses of those who are persecuted by them? This time, Keeman discovered it early, and the mother and daughter downstairs survived. But in places where Keeman could not take care of them, the shadow members have begun to infiltrate humans. The experiment still needs to be carried out. Please take some time. After saying this, Keeman threw Mi Jingyan back into the racing car. The structure of the racing car is different from that of the dolls. It uses batteries as energy and motors to output power. It is much more complicated than the dolls. Keeman turned on the battery switch of the racing car, and the motor immediately hummed, and the small black wheels also turned. With a whoosh, the small racing car rushed towards the wall like a sharp arrow, and the front wing was in close contact with the wall. The small racing car hit back, and there was no trace of human influence on the running track. Keeman watched the small racing car run for a few minutes, until the battery ran out of power, and then he pulled Mi Jingyan's shadow back to the ant with his hand. What did you feel when driving just now? Keeman asked curiously. As soon as Mi Jingyan returned to the ant, she immediately controlled her body, and ran around without cooperating at all. She was about to collapse. She didn't want to answer Kuming's questions at all, nor did she want to return to the car. If you don't write well, go back to the car. Kuming asked Tang Yuan to hold her down, and the ant was tied by the dog hair. The ant shook the antennae on her head. Facing such a big devil, she really had no place to cry. 10 seconds later, Kuming thought she should calm down, and instructed Tang Yuan to let go of the dog hair. The ant regained its freedom, but lay on the ground and didn't move, passively slacking off, and didn't want to tell Kuming at all. Keeman poked with his hand, but Mi Jingyan still didn't move, showing an attitude of I want human rights. If you don't give human rights, you won't help Keeman test. Looking at the tough ant, Keeman remained patient and didn't get angry. Instead, he thought about the reason behind Mi Jingyan's abnormal behavior. It's not a big deal to write a sentence, unless she has made a major achievement, and it's not convenient for Keeman to know the secret. Even if you are locked in a racing car for your whole life, it doesn't matter? Keeman asked. The ant turned its head to look the other way, like a shrew. Before Mi Jingyan became a shadow creature, she was already in her 30s. In Keeman's eyes, this head-turning action was not cute at all. Do you think you can get what you want by turning your head? Throwing the racing car back can no longer threaten her. If this road doesn't work, then take another road. After thinking about it, Keeman pinched it with his hand and pressed it on the ant. The little ant shook its antennae, as if it knew what Keeman wanted to do, and shook its antennae. Keeman did not issue any more warnings, but directly increased the strength of his fingers. He felt clear resistance on the surface of his fingers, but this resistance could not stop him from pressing down. Released his fingers. The ant was dead. And Mi Jingyan became the shadow of the ant's corpse. Keeman asked her to stay in the corpse for a while, and deal with her later. Outside the window, the sun shone into the room. Keeman walked to the window to bask in the sun. The ant's corpse behind him lay on the ground, and the figure under him quietly stretched out, with several tentacles vaguely extending, which looked a bit weird. Chapter 62. Because of the sunlight, the shadow stretched smoothly under the bed, and blended with the shadow of the bed. The tentacles that appeared on the figure attracted Tang Yuan's attention. Woof! Tang Yuan shouted. Keeman was standing by the window basking in the sun. When he heard the dog barking, he turned around quickly, and saw that Mi Jingyan's shadow had several tentacles extending out. Those tentacles bent the shadow's arms like a gibbon and rushed in the opposite direction to the shadow under Keeman's feet. The speed was too fast. In almost the blink of an eye, her tentacles stretched out. A strong sense of sleepiness came over me, and I wanted to sleep. Keeman didn't expect that she still had the ability to fight back, and she did it in broad daylight. What did you do earlier? Wouldn't it be a better opportunity to sneak attack last night? Why did he have to wait until now to pin her to death before he attacked? Is it an ability that can only be used under specific conditions? Keeman's mind was flashing, and his brain was extremely active. Although he felt very sleepy, Keeman did not fall asleep. He felt that there was some inexplicable power in his body that resisted the erosion of sleepiness and began to fight back. Resistance plus 0.1. The system popped up a line of words, and Keeman's resistance rose to 9.2. Before that, Keeman used the drinking mechanism to brush up 4.7 points of resistance, raising his resistance to 9.1, and now it has increased to 9.2. The strong sleepiness also disappeared because of the body shaking. Keeman regained his clarity and looked at the shadow under his feet. The tentacles were broken into pieces. Mi Jingyun's figure returned to normal again, but this time, her shadow was smaller. The attack just now was not an ordinary attack, but a long-planned attack. She did not suddenly attack until Keeman pressed her body to death. But Mi Jingyun did not expect that Keeman's body would send a huge repulsive force, which immediately dissolved her attack. Now, can we calm down and talk? Keeman looked at the dead ant corpse, and saw a trembling figure. Keeman switched her to the new ant, stared at her, and put pressure on her. Mi Jingyun began to write, but she did not write about the racing experience, but asked him, "Are you also a shadow streamer?" Keeman shook his head. Of course, he was not a shadow streamer. Not a shadow streamer, but you know how to use the shadow to defend yourself and counterattack. Where did you learn it from? Mi Jingyun crawled. Let's get to the point. What's the matter with your move? If you can invade others, why don't you move away at night? Keeman asked. At this point, this guy began to be silent again. Mi Jingyun didn't want to tell Kuming that it was a profound shadow flow technique, a powerful offensive means, which could remotely attack those with extremely strong spirits without the shadow leaving the body. Before using this technique, she needed to accumulate a lot of energy to ensure the invasion. The way to obtain energy is related to exercise, but normal running for 10 kilometers only accumulates 1/30th, which is very inefficient. Just now, when she was running on the small racing car, she inexplicably accumulated a lot of energy. Although she didn't know the principle and couldn't control the racing car, this accumulation gave her hope of turning defeat into victory. In other words, the magician had accumulated enough blue bars needed to use the big move. Unexpectedly, her ultimate move failed. She was very angry, annoyed, and scared. But Keeman didn't know the key. As long as she kept silent, she would always have a chance to enter the car's body to accumulate energy, and then attack the mosquito's shadow to achieve transfer. As mentioned earlier, the death of the body cannot make their shadows disappear. The most fatal situation is that there is no host. Even if it is a corpse, she can stay there and not run away and live forever. Mi Jingyun doesn't want to be a manipulated toy. She wants to take the initiative and control her own life. And Keeman can't imprison her all the time because he needs to sleep, but becomes Mi Jingyun's support for toughness. So this is the reason why you are tough? Keeman tapped the table lightly with his fingers, thinking about various tortures in his mind. Seeing the calm Mi Jingyun, Keeman looked at the beast-eared girl sitting in the corner. She shook the beast ears on her head, looking a little innocent. Are these two people really new? Is it really their first time to commit a crime? Keeman asked a question in his heart. You can't just believe what others say. Especially when the other party has countermeasures, the possibility of lying is infinite. If you can start over, you will make a new choice, believe me. Keeman pulled out a small box from under the bed, opened the seal, and revealed the trident inside. A salted fish wrapped in white cloth was inserted in the middle of the black trident. The strange power of this nameless salted fish impressed Keeman, and he still can't forget the feeling of having his whole face printed on the fish scales. Tang Yuan, you do it, call me when you're done. Keeman put the trident on the ground, then dragged out the shadow of Wen Yushan, and put it back on the pure ant. He didn't plan to unseal it himself. Tang Yuan's resistance was higher than his, so it would be more convenient for him to do it. The two ants looked at the white cloth salted fish. The white cloth hadn't been unsealed yet, and they felt a little uneasy. What on earth was in there? Chapter 63. In the eyes of the two ants, Tang Yuan took the initiative to help them untie the cloth strips. Untie it circle after circle, revealing the black fish head. What? It doesn't seem scary. Wen Yushan, the little ant, shook the antennae on his head, and communicated with Mi Jingyun ant with smell. Mi Jingyun also shook his antennae. Don't underestimate him. Kuming is definitely not a simple person. We can't look at that salted fish. Ginger is still old and spicy. Mi Jingyun believed what Kuming said, and thought that the white cloth salted fish might be scary. Wen Yushan listened to it, twisted his body, and turned his back to the salted fish, not looking at the appearance of the salted fish. But can this make the two ants get what they want? Of course not. Tang Yuan controlled two long dog hairs to straighten the bodies of the two ants. Ants have no eyelids. Want to close their eyes? Forget it. The two ants could not resist Han Yuan's control, and could only watch the white cloth strips being torn apart. What the ant saw was a piece of black fish scales. The fish was stabbed in the middle by the trident, and the blood in the wound had dried up, turning dark brown. Mi Jingyun didn't know why, staring at the fish scales, she actually saw a face with burns, ugly and unsightly. Seeing the burned face, Mi Jingyun was startled and wanted to run away. But she couldn't move, even the tentacles on her head couldn't be controlled. The fear that penetrated her soul locked every inch of flesh and blood. It wasn't because of the dog hair, her body really couldn't move at all. Looking at the fish scales again, the ugly face made her heart cold. It was as if her face was forcibly transplanted and grew on the body of the salted fish. In this way, she watched for a full half an hour. Half an hour later, Tang Yuan wrapped the salted fish with a white cloth to cover the strange scales. However, the horror was still there. Since becoming a shadow species, she has lived in someone else's body for a long time, and has forgotten her original face. Recalling her own face again, Mi Jingyun felt extremely disgusted. She thought she would never remember that ugly face in her life, but this time she couldn't avoid it. The memory of the burned face was restarted, which made her very painful. After a long while, Kuming asked, "Can we calm down and talk now?" He paused and said, "If you feel dissatisfied, you can experience it again." Mi Jingyun shuddered when she heard the word experience again. No, she must not think of that face again. It's too ugly, too ugly. She didn't want to see that face again at all. It was an extremely terrible torture for her who loved beauty. And she had a hunch that if she stared at it for too long, her face might be imprinted on that fish for the rest of her life. It's scary to think about it. It's better for that face to disappear forever and leave no trace in the world. Under the coercion of Kuming, Mi Jingyun began to confess. Kuming guessed correctly, she was not a newcomer, but Wen Yushan's mentor, and Wen Yushan was the new member absorbed by Shadow Stream. Shadow Stream has a mature offline development mechanism, where a mentor secretly selects candidates and then leads them into the pit to become a member of Shadow Stream. Until the newcomers are apprentices, senior staff will assess the performance of mentors and apprentices. If they pass the assessment, they can be promoted and learn more advanced survival techniques. Shadow Stream has strict control over intelligence. Mi Jingyun doesn't know what the higher-level Shadow Stream members are called. She only knows that she is at the mentor level, and Wen Yushan is her apprentice, still at the rookie level. The newcomer Wen Yushan is still in the developmental stage, and has not yet learned Mi Jingyun's charging attack method, nor can he make the shadow leave the body freely. Therefore, Mi Jingyun had left Mrs. Chen's body, and wandered around the store before. After detailed interrogation, Kuming knew that free separation is a shadow technique, which requires long-term practice to adapt to the feeling of active separation. However, this technique is useless for pure bodies. Kuming's shadow-grabbing hand is her nemesis, and a nightmare that she can never get around. When Kuming asked about the shadow tentacle attack, the experienced Mi Jingyun began to lie again and wrote, "Once the host dies, its vitality will be transferred to me, so I use this energy to launch a split-hand attack without leaving the body. As a result, you can see that I failed." Mi Jingyun's words are half true and half false. The core of the charging attack is energy rather than vitality. After the host dies, the remaining energy will be absorbed by the shadow, so when Kuming crushed the ant to death, Mi Jingyun took the opportunity to use the power to attack. Under normal circumstances, if the host doesn't like to exercise, it takes 2 to 3 months to accumulate energy. Keeman didn't know the key secret she was hiding. He didn't have a lie detector or mind reading, so he couldn't find any loopholes in her words. He could only believe what she said temporarily. "So, you deliberately want to make me angry, and let me crush you to death?" "Yes." Looking at the ants on the table, Keeman tapped the table lightly. The puzzle was temporarily solved. It turned out that he didn't want to answer before because he was provoking her. But Keeman didn't let her go back to the car just in case. This still life test was temporarily put aside. It was enough to know that Wen Yushan could control the animal-eared girl doll. There was no need to continue the test. "You stay on the 2 stones first. I don't need you for the time being." Keeman had no sympathy for the 2 shadow members. After saying that, he scooped his hands and threw them into the stone. The original shadow of the stone had been pulled away by him. 1 second later, 2 shadows of women appeared on the stone base. The stone was silent, the woman's shadow was motionless on the ground, and the shape of the shadow changed with the position of the sun. Chapter 64. After knowing the existence of the Shadow Stream organization, Keeman thought that this world was not safe enough. 9.2 resistance was not stable enough, he needed higher resistance. Drinking water is a good way. Speaking of drinking water, Keeman went to the toilet again. But drinking water is not a permanent solution. Keeman no longer felt thirsty at the end of the game. This is the advantage of high resistance. As long as it is stacked high enough, there is no fear of being controlled. Because he is not afraid of thirst, Keeman decided to drink the random skill water. Before, he was afraid of side effects, but now the side effects of drinking water are weakened by his resistance, so there is no need to be afraid. As long as you drink it, you can increase a skill. Such a cost-effective reward should not be missed. Open the bottle stopper, take a sip, the smell is still there, but he does not feel thirsty. Gulp, raise your head and drink up the liquid of random skill water in one gulp, not a drop left. The moment he drank it, Keeman felt his body getting very hot. As if he was in the desert, with the scorching sun above his head, his mouth was dry. The urge to drink water once again rushed to his brain. Sure enough, it is not so easy to acquire skills out of thin air. You can only smell the water molecules volatilized by the skill water, and now a whole bottle of liquid is working together to exert side effects. Keeman sat down, clenched his hands, and suppressed the urge to drink water. He had to use his own will to resist the urge to drink water, telling himself that it was fake and his body did not need water. You know, there is still a lot of water in his stomach. Even if you play with the water dispenser, there must be a limit. If you drink too much and your body is damaged, no one will compensate you, and you will still be the one who suffers. Tang Yuan saw his master drinking water, and thought of the game of unlimited drinking water. It was thinking whether to move the water dispenser over. It hadn't played with it yet, and it felt quite interesting. Woof? Tang Yuan asked. You dare. Keeman's eyes widened. Tang Yuan stopped talking. It understood what its owner meant. It's not time to play with the water dispenser yet. Don't make trouble. Keeman frowned. The dry mouth made him feel very uncomfortable, but he had to resist the urge. In order to divert his attention, Keeman took out his mobile phone to watch videos, trying to divert his energy to the sand sculpture videos. Bored, Tang Yuan rolled over quietly, stood quietly behind his owner, used dog hair to perceive external information, and watched the sand sculpture short video. Special Affairs Investigation Bureau. An important meeting on popular science for all was being held in a hall in Koi City. Recently, the frequency of special objects appearing in various places has increased, and our containment workload has also increased. The Investigation Bureau's staff is already overwhelmed. We need to publicly recruit special talents from the society to alleviate the crisis of insufficient special personnel. The boss sitting in the first place looked at the crowd with a stern look. In the past month, there have been 54 special cases with deaths. When the owners first obtained the special items, they did not know that the special items had side effects, and they did not pay attention to them, which led to murders. If they knew the dangers of these things earlier, there might be fewer deaths. Another thing is that disclosing the information of special objects to the society will also facilitate our public recruitment of special talents from the society. After the chief boss finished speaking, he paused. What do you think? Is it popular science or full disclosure? Asked one person. Some special items cannot be made public. Knowing their information will cause torture. A man wrapped in bandages said in a muffled voice. The chief boss glanced at the bandage man and nodded. Some things are kept confidential to reduce disasters in this area, so this popular science is selective and not all public. Prioritize low-level items that will not cause meme infection. Meme infection involves language, concepts, beliefs, behaviors, and other transmission channels, which is very difficult to deal with. Special items like this are often level 0 things, with very few in number, and they will not be easily unsealed. The reason why the bandage man appeared in bandages is because he is an insider of a certain level 0 thing. Just to know, he had to wrap his skin with bandages all over his body, and the side effects were extremely terrible. If that thing was unsealed, the impact would be a national disaster. How to popularize science? What do you think? You can use short videos on the internet to promote it. What about on-site popular science? What do you think? On-site popular science can be done, but not every day, just occasionally. The government and private individuals should work together and call on more volunteers to make joint videos. Everyone talked about it and soon discussed all the ways to popularize science. The remaining thing is to distribute the tasks to the subordinates and let them implement them. Whale City. Kamong endured it for 2 hours, and he was really thirsty, so he reluctantly drank 3 sips of water. Gurgle. Ah! Refreshed, clear mind. Resistance plus 0.1. The system popped up the resistance value text again, and the total resistance increased to 9.3. After a few minutes, Keeman began to feel dry mouth again and wanted to drink water. This is endless. But he can feel that the resistance is still working, but it can't completely eliminate the feeling of thirst. His body was like a virus, and his resistance was like white blood cells, swallowing it again and again, but the virus was very cunning, and it would revive again after being cleared once. Wildfires cannot be extinguished, and spring breezes will bring new life, which is what this situation means. But it was all worth it, because he had a new useful skill in his skill bar. He slid out of the system, and looked at the newly acquired skills. Chapter 65. Summon the demon map that will slow down. The demon map from an ancient ruin has signed a supreme contract with you. You can summon it to your side. Creatures that are malicious to you will appear on the map, but sometimes they will be passive and lazy. The name of the skill is rather strange, but the quality is quite high, and it is a powerful enemy-seeking skill. When he acquired the skill, Keeman also knew how to use it. Kamon closed the curtains, and then moved his mind, moved his mouth, and pronounced it unconventionally. That was the name of the demon map, and the pronunciation was rather strange, sometimes with rolled tongue, sometimes with curled tongue, and sometimes with back nasal and front nasal sounds, full of weirdness. Tom Yuan's hair stood up. For some reason, listening to the master chanting the spell, the atmosphere in the room seemed to change, as if something was about to be born in the room. The next second, Keeman stretched out his hand and summoned, and a black parchment scroll appeared out of thin air in his hand. The edge of the parchment scroll had traces of burning, and sporadic flames emerged, glowing slightly. The demon map is warm to the touch, about 30 centimeters wide. After opening the map, the entire parchment is about 1 meter long. There is no picture on the surface of the parchment, only 2 bright red dots, and a bright white dot in the center. The white dot is Keeman himself, and the red dot is something that has malicious intent towards him. As soon as he opened the book, he saw 2 things that had malicious intent towards him, and Keeman thought of 2 ants. Oh no, it's 2 stones. Mi Jingyun and Wen Yushan were tortured by him so many times, it is very likely that they have malicious intent. In order to test the effect of the demon map, Keeman put on a mask and left home, leaving Tang Yuan to guard the 2 human-shaped stones at home. About 100 meters away from home, the white dot on the map finally stopped sticking closely to the 2 red dots. Keeman returned to his home, and casually scattered the demon map. After leaving his hand, it immediately disappeared. To summon it again, he needed to recite its name again. The prelude of summoning took about 5 seconds. After 5 seconds, the black parchment scroll returned to Keeman's hand again. With this thing, Keeman could know who had ill intentions towards him. It was very useful, and Keeman liked this skill very much. It was just that the sequelae of drinking water was a bit troublesome. Keeman was so thirsty now that he wanted to drink water when he saw it. But Keeman controlled his thoughts, and only drank a small sip to control the amount of water he took in. Gurgle. Ah. It was so nice to have water to drink. Keeman put half a bottle of water aside to suppress the idea of drinking water. Sitting at the computer desk, Keeman summoned the demon map again. Keeman was not sure where the energy needed to summon the demon map came from. This was a metaphysical question. So Keeman's next test was to summon the demon map continuously, and then throw it away after summoning it, to test the energy source required for summoning, and to test when the demon map would go into passive resistance. The 5th summoning, all the light spots on the demon map disappeared, not a single one, and it was in passive resistance. And Keeman's body did not feel uncomfortable, as if summoning the demon map really did not consume energy. This means that the law of conservation of energy has nothing to do with him again. Then Keeman summoned the demon map continuously. Sometimes light spots appeared, sometimes no light spots were displayed, and sometimes only a white dot was displayed to Keeman. This is very demonic. Just after saying that it has a great effect, it is now in passive resistance. Admittedly, Keeman's repeated summons annoyed it, but Keeman also wanted to test the patience of the demon map to see if it was reliable. Facts have proved that the demon map is not very reliable, and can only be used as a reference, not completely trusted. The word demon marked in the skill column is not a random word. It should be the product of a certain demon. With a flick of his hand, the demon map disappeared. Keeman opened the curtains, and the sunlight outside the window came in, illuminating the dull bedroom. Tang Yuan took a deep breath of fresh air, and the blood vessels in his whole body became much smoother. When the black parchment scroll existed just now, Tang Yuan felt that the room was very depressing, as if the owner had turned into a black demon, summoning and waving his hand, constantly playing with that terrifying thing, and the owner did not notice it at all. Keeman sat in front of the computer desk, and went to the station to browse the evaluation video released earlier. The video of the white big-faced cat has been played to 1.06 million times. It was once exposed on the homepage and has become more and more popular recently. The glove evaluation has risen to 420,000 views, which is a gap with the big face cat. The latest glutinous rice balls evaluation has 160,000 views. It was released relatively late, but it has enough stamina and may rise to 400,000 views. Keeman looked at the optional task list that comes with the system, ignoring the ordinary tasks and only looking at the difficult tasks and unknown tasks. The requirement for the difficult task is 400,000 viewers, while the unknown task is to catch a strange item by yourself and reach 400,000 viewers. It is not difficult to see from these tasks that the purpose of the system is to train him to become a special item evaluation host. During this evaluation, it did not require Keeman to disclose all the characteristics of the items. As long as the number of viewers meets the standard, he can receive the reward. Like the big face cat, Keeman did not disclose its strange knowledge ability. This is also an important indicator for the big face cat to become a level 1 thing. During the time at the Investigation Bureau, researchers also used video methods to test the ability of the big face cat. The fact is that even if there are strange things around, it is impossible to obtain strange knowledge through videos. The special ability of the big face cat can only be used face to face, and must be seen directly with the naked eye. People wearing glasses cannot obtain strange knowledge. Only by taking off glasses and looking directly at the big face cat with the naked eye can they obtain knowledge. This kind of detailed evaluation is countless times more professional than Keeman. The more you know, the more material content you will get. Keeman has also recently summarized how to ensure that information is not leaked and make the evaluation video more interesting. Chapter 66. The difficulty assessment rewards 15 points of resistance, while the unknown difficulty task rewards 30 points of resistance. The only additional requirement is to capture special items by yourself, but the harvest is doubled. If you can get 30 points of resistance, why take 15 points of resistance? People have their own pursuits. People have different understandings of stability. Some people like to stack the highest attack, and attack instead of defense is stable. And Keeman's understanding is to stack the thickest armor, and take the most poisonous blows. Standing there, you can't get through it, and there are a group of pets behind Keeman to fight, and there are strange things that suppress you in unexpected ways. Stable, just hard and stable. Stable to the point of despair, meat is only the first layer of Keeman's surface strength, and the endless things are Keeman's killer. Since there is a higher resistance reward tempting him, he naturally can't give up easily. The only problem is how to find unowned special items. He sat in front of the computer desk and thought for a few minutes, but couldn't think of a feasible solution. Sitting there will not yield any results. Only by going out can you encounter those special items. In addition to going out, there is another way, that is to cooperate with the Investigation Bureau. The authorities may know where there are uncontained special items, or they may answer with ignorance. Kumeng took out his mobile phone and found the address book of special personnel, which contained dozens of phone numbers. There are official channels, but you have to try to find out. Connections can sometimes help you. People who have entered society know the importance of connections. If you don't have connections, you will have difficulty in society. This is not a joke, but a fact. Although Keeman was a lazy landlord, he also understood the importance of personal connections. So during the time when Captain Liu appeared, he asked for phone numbers, WeChat IDs, etc. one by one. This special personnel address book has dozens of numbers, all of which are valuable personal connections. Keeman flipped through it, found Captain Liu's phone number, and called it. Beep. 3 seconds later, the phone rang. Mr. Ke, are you in trouble? Captain Luo's magnetic voice sounded on the other end of the phone. Keeman paused for 2 seconds, thinking about why Captain Luo asked that, and soon he thought of the reason. Keeman is an official non-staff member with precious level 1 things. Such non-staff members can easily attract the attention of illegal elements, so Captain Luo asked that. Under normal circumstances, people will only call the police when they encounter danger, and Keeman chose to call Captain Luo, which is equivalent to calling the police to the Investigation Bureau. I'm not in trouble. I just want to ask if you need temporary workers? Captain Luo is experienced, and quickly understood what Kumeng meant. He said, do you mean to join the investigation team temporarily to work? Joining the investigation team will give you a way to rise, and a way to increase your strength. At the same time, your things will be uniformly dispatched and allocated by the country. Logistics personnel will focus on logistics, and combat personnel will focus on combat. Ordinary people have very few special items, and the quality is not high. They are all very rubbish and cannot be used in combat. If they are handed in, they are handed in. It doesn't matter. The Investigation Bureau will allocate them things that are more suitable for combat or logistics. Temporary workers are different. They do not enjoy the benefits of the investigation bureau and do not need to hand in their own things. After the investigation is completed, the spoils depend on personal merits. However, those very important special items will not be given to individuals, so few people work as temporary workers. Yes, during the investigation, I don't want any of the things you collected. As for my share of the reward, just let me make a review video material. Kuming proposed a win-win cooperation model for both parties, and added, the content of the video will be reviewed by you. If there is anything in the video that does not comply with the rules, I can delete it and not reveal the core features. Simply put, Kuming accompanies them to catch special items. After catching them, the items belong to the country, and he doesn't want them. He just wants to make a video of it. This is the first time that Captain Luo has met such a weird person. There are citizens who take the initiative to join the investigation bureau, but it is the first time that someone like Kuming does not ask for an equal return, but only wants to make a video. Your request. There was a long silence on the other end of the phone, as if the words were stuck. 5 seconds later, Captain Luo said, we are short of people in the investigation bureau. If you have this intention, we will not refuse. I will report it to the organization and give you a positive reply. Thank you, Captain Luo. Kuming smiled. According to Kuming's understanding, since Captain Luo has raised the key information of shortage of people, this is almost certain. Sure enough, 20 minutes later, Captain Luo called him to inform him. The superiors have agreed to your request. As long as the content of your video does not involve sensitive information, you can shoot it into video material. In addition, we will add an official certification to your Upmaster account, as one of the Special Affairs Popular Science Upmasters. Are you willing? Kuming had never heard of the Special Affairs Upmaster, and asked Captain Luo what it was. Captain Luo immediately explained to him the popular science cause of the investigation bureau. A minute later, Kuming readily agreed. With official certification, the number of followers will take off. With a huge number of followers, the future difficult rewards will also be raised accordingly, so Kuming will become more powerful. With the thickest resistance and the most poisonous blow, this dream is getting closer and closer to him. Not long after, Keeman logged into the official website of the Investigation Bureau and entered his number. ID 9713. Name Keeman. Organization Temporary Staff. Special Things 1-0528, 5-0678, 6-0064. The column of organization originally said non-staff, but now it has been changed to temporary staff. Keeman looked at his special things and counted them in his mind. Honey juice was not entered, trident was not entered, and nameless blackfish was not entered. There are a lot of things that have not been entered. It would be great if there was a space backpack. Put all these things in it, hide those that you don't want to expose, and expose those that are not very useful. Just thinking about it, the phone beeped. Tap the phone screen, the screen lights up, and a message pops up on the social software. Captain Luo invites you to join the Whale City Investigation Group number 49. Chapter 67. Keeman checked his phone and found that Captain Luo had invited him to join a small group of 4 people. With him, the group became 5 people. Welcome, welcome. This is the 49th investigation team of Whale City. Mr. Ke, one of our investigators in charge of combat, has been injured and is in the hospital. You have 6-0064 and 5-0678. Your temporary duty will be to be in charge of combat. Is that okay? Yes, Keeman replied. 0064 is the giant glove, and 0678 is the glutinous rice balls. In the Investigation Bureau, the rating of the living peg glutinous rice balls is higher, so it is a level 5 thing. Come out and introduce yourselves. Captain Luo posted. Afterwards, Keeman got to know the members of the investigation team one by one. They are all E-level members, and the special objects in their hands are a mix of level 5 and level 6 things. In the Investigation Bureau, the personnel levels are divided into 7 levels, S, A, B, C, D, E, and F. Among them, S is the highest, and F is considered a newcomer. Keeman also has a level 1 thing that E-level members cannot have, but in terms of rating, Keeman cannot be rated as an A-level member. The rating refers to many factors, such as personal physical fitness, spiritual perception, and experience in dealing with special affairs. According to the setting of the General Bureau, Keeman is equivalent to an F-level member, that is, a newcomer. Keeman is indeed a newcomer in special affairs. He has never handled special affairs, and has a lot to learn. By the way, can't we use hot weapons? My combat ability should not be as strong as firearms, right? Keeman asked. In Keeman's view, the lethality of hot weapons is obvious to all, and it is also quite convenient to use. Letting Keeman stand on the front line to attack the enemy is really a confusing feeling. When you meet an enemy, you can fire an RPG. Isn't it nice? Mr. Ke, if we can solve it with hot weapons, we can also mobilize troops for fire support. However, in some special scenes, foreign weapons cannot be brought in. Only special items can be brought in, so you know. Keeman looked at the names of people in the group, calling each other Mr. Ke, and felt strange. The main reason is that everyone is not familiar with each other. When they get familiar with each other, they can call each other by nicknames to get closer. When Keeman was in school, because his family had 2 houses, they could live on rent and had no worries about finding a job, so they were called Boss Ke and General Ke. Occasionally, some people did not call him General Ke, but directly called him Amon. But his partners did not know him well enough, so they called him Mr. Ke. For a whole day, Keeman sat at home to familiarize himself with the temporary investigator manual sent by the Investigation Bureau and understand the investigators' investigation methods. In Whale City, some special items appear from time to time, and when special items are born, they are often accompanied by some strange events. For example, why does a 70-year-old woman scream at a street lamp? Why does a naked woman have a man's shadow? Why does a 4-story building disappear for no reason, etc.? When a special event like this occurs, an isolated field may be generated in the surrounding area, and non-special items cannot be brought in. The investigator's duty is to enter the special field to investigate the cause, decide whether to contain it according to the risk level, or withdraw and report it to a higher-level member for containment. If containment is too difficult and may endanger the whole country, and senior members cannot arrive at the scene in a short time, they may use missiles to wash the ground and destroy the field terrain. Once the terrain of the field is damaged, people and objects in the barrier will be lost to the other dimension and can never be found again. The Investigation Bureau will not do this unless it is absolutely necessary. Seeing this, Keeman looked at the explanation in the manual. Because normal items cannot be brought in, each investigator of the Investigation Bureau will wear a uniform made of special silk material to ensure that each investigator can enter the special field with complete clothes. This kind of silk is not ordinary silk, but is produced day and night by a special containment. Because of the huge output, it is guaranteed that every investigator in the country has a uniform to wear. Similarly, if the firearm is not made of special materials, it cannot be brought into the special field. Keeman was shocked when he saw this. In the special field, even clothes cannot be brought in. This is too weird. If I happen to be in the special field when the special field is opened, what should I do if I am wearing ordinary clothes? Keeman asked in the group. If you happen to be in the barrier, you don't need to take it off. The barrier is only for outsiders. Outsiders can only enter the special field by taking off their ordinary clothes. Captain Luo explained. After hearing Captain Luo's explanation, Keeman suddenly realized it. In short, this thing is a rule for foreign invaders. Because of Captain Luo's explanation, Keeman finally understood why there is a setting for combat duties. In the special field, ordinary pistols cannot be brought in, and special minerals are relatively rare, so low-level members cannot be equipped with a special pistol. At this time, the investigators who master offensive things are responsible for fighting in the front, otherwise the containment mission cannot be completed. Come to the Investigation Bureau now to collect the uniform, and by the way, test how high your spiritual perception is, and there is also a combat ability assessment. If you don't know how to fight, we will ask a fighting coach to teach you how to punch, and an analyst will analyze your pet, provide combat guidance, and improve your overall combat ability. Captain Luo said. Free? Keeman's first reaction, after hearing so much content, was to think of money. It's not cheap to hire a professional fighting coach. There are also analysts who specialize in analyzing special pets. It sounds very high-end, and the price is probably not cheap. Keeman is not a regular employee, but a temporary worker. He does not have to hand in anything, and he does not enjoy the various benefits of the Investigation Bureau. He is only given soup when the labor remuneration is settled. Many people work as temporary workers just to experience the style of the Investigation Bureau. After the experience, they will decide whether to join the Investigation Bureau completely. Keeman is different. He is going to make videos, and his starting point is different. Although Keeman is not short of money, once the price rises to hundreds of thousands of yuan, it will not be so refreshing. Free. Captain Luo knew what he was worried about and added, this is to improve the team's combat effectiveness, and it is free of charge. Chapter 68. Before Keeman went out, he locked the windows and drew the curtains, then asked Tang Yuan to unseal the white cloth strip of the black salted fish, put it in the middle of the bedroom floor, and placed it on a small chair. If an unknown intruder entered Keeman's bedroom, he would be attracted by the strange salted fish and be intimidated. An hour later, Keeman parked his car in the parking lot of the Investigation Bureau, and Captain Luo, who had been waiting for a long time, came to greet him. Captain Luo is 30 years old this year, with a square face, thick eyebrows, and a pair of black-framed glasses. He is as tall as Keeman, and his clothes show that he is a tough guy who works out regularly. "Hello, Captain Luo. Good afternoon, I hope I didn't disturb you." Captain Luo turned around and began to lead the way. "No, I'm actually quite free." Keeman shook his head, and waved to Tang Yuan behind him. The round Tang Yuan immediately rolled over and rolled behind him. "You are a member of my team now, so I have something to tell you and let you know." Captain Luo told his story as he walked. He was a graduate of the Whale City Police Academy. The flower pots he kept at home suddenly became spirits, emitting a fragrant smell, which scared him so much that he called the police directly. Because of this incident, he began to come into contact with special events and knew that there were strange things in this world that infiltrated normal life. 2 years later, he made up his mind to join the Investigation Bureau and officially stepped into this special circle. Now, Captain Luo has served in the Investigation Bureau for 5 years. By the way, wasn't the Investigation Bureau open 5 years ago? Keeman caught the loophole in his words. The Investigation Bureau was indeed open 5 years ago, but before the establishment of the Investigation Bureau, its predecessor was the Counterintelligence Intelligence Bureau, which was specifically responsible for counterintelligence work in secret. I can't verify the time when the first special item entered the national vision. It's not something I can know at this level, so I can only tell you that the Special Affairs Investigation Bureau was officially established 5 years ago, Captain Luo said. Captain Luo explained that the establishment of the Special Affairs Investigation Bureau was a historical watershed. Because that year, the Counterintelligence Bureau took in a special item of the sense of justice type, which could distinguish those who were not upright, intended to split the country and create chaos. Because of the birth of this item, there was a big earthquake in the Counterintelligence Bureau, and a large number of spies and potential evil elements were caught. The superiors were furious and reorganized the Counterintelligence Bureau. With this special item of sense of justice as the absolute core, the first batch of righteous people were selected to form the Special Affairs Investigation Bureau. The Investigation Bureau was thus on the right track, and all formal investigators would go to the capital regularly to receive a sense of justice review. After listening to this series of stories, Keeman also walked into a bright and spacious room, which was decorated with soft sofa chairs and beautiful young ladies in white coats. "Do temporary workers like me need to be reviewed for sense of justice?" Keeman asked. "In fact, you have already been reviewed, but you didn't realize it," Captain Luo said. When did it happen?" Keeman had never expected that the justice review would be completed invisibly. As long as you enter the inner boundary area of the Investigation Bureau, those who don't have black air on their heads basically have no evil thoughts. Captain Luo looked at Keeman's head, and there was no black air. In Captain Luo's glasses, the walls of the entire base were covered with a layer of light, translucent white light. In this environment wrapped in white light, as long as there was black air coming out, he would definitely see it, but there was no black air on Keeman's head. Basically, Keeman noticed that Captain Luo's words were very cautious, and he didn't say anything. Some people have spiritual sympathy with secret existences, and they don't know that their spirits have been planted with evil seeds. They usually behave normally, and have no problems with their thoughts, so it is difficult to investigate thoroughly. But as long as the seeds germinate and enter the boundary area of the Investigation Bureau, this person will definitely emit black gas, and it will be particularly strong, Captain Luo said. Keeman sat on the soft sofa chair while listening. Captain Luo stopped talking and sat aside waiting for the test results. Now Keeman wants to test the size of spiritual perception, which is related to the investigator's sensitivity to special items. Spiritual perception can be divided into 2 words, spirituality and perception. Spirituality, everything has a spirit, and human spirituality can refer to the soul and spirit. Perception is the effect of objective things on the sensory organs, and then people will have corresponding cognition. The combination of the 2 words will be mysterious, like the perception of the soul. People with high spiritual perception are naturally sensitive to abnormal things. In other words, some things can make them feel synesthesia, see something, hear mysterious gossip, feel strange touches on their palms, etc. Keeman didn't quite understand what this was, but he just listened. I will take out a set of photos with special items and mixed with ordinary items. Please identify them one by one and judge which ones are special items and which ones are ordinary items. The lady in the white coat opened a sealed bag and took out 100 photos from the sealed bag. These 100 photos are all old photos, with yellow edges and sporadic black spots, as if they were splashed by sparks. The photos are cold to the touch, with a serious grainy feeling and very old. Keeman looked up at the white coat, and the lady nodded with a smile. He lowered his head and flipped through the photos in his hand. The first old photo is a red wooden door. The second one is also a red wooden door without a handle. The third one is still a red wooden door, and the style is basically unchanged. The fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh photos are all wooden doors with missing door handles. Is this a game of find the differences? Keeman had a question mark in his mind. Why are there only wooden doors? This test is so strange. However, when he saw the eighth photo, Keeman paused slightly and felt something was a little different. This photo also showed a red wooden door without a handle. There was no change in style compared to the previous photos, but Keeman stared at the hole without a handle, as if he felt that there was something hidden behind the door hole. Chapter 69. The red door in this photo is a special item. Keeman looked up and showed the old photo in his hand. The young lady was a little surprised. She didn't expect him to find a correct answer just by flipping through it casually. Then can you see other things in the photo? Normally, ordinary people are not so fast in identifying special items. In this set of photos, there are a lot of normal red door photos mixed in. Even people with high spiritual knowledge cannot be so sure and fast. There is indeed something behind this door. Let me take another look. Keeman looked at the photo again. In the photo, there is nothing wrong with the red wooden door as a whole. The problem is in the hole. I don't know where its door handle has gone. The round black hole is short and thick, as if something is standing on the other side of the hole. Keeman looked at it for a long time, and that vague feeling arose. This is an inexplicable, mysterious feeling, as if Keeman can see what is behind the door through the round hole in the photo. This is a sign of synesthesia. Every time Keeman enters a dream and becomes the boss, the skill he uses most is synesthesia. Because he is very familiar with that feeling, he immediately captures the blurriness in the photo. Empty your mind and accept the information conveyed by the photo. My mind is a little confused and I have a headache. Normal people often refuse to accept the information in the photo out of protective consciousness when encountering this situation. But Keeman is different. He is already a senior synesthesia expert and further accepts the secret information conveyed by the photo. Closing his eyes, Keeman saw a rotten red door. A breeze passed through its hollow, making a subtle whirring sound, like the sound of breathing. What did you see? The young lady asked gently. I saw a door, and behind the doorway was a red door. Keeman said, and added, it looks more decayed, worse than the first door, and the two doors are not the same door. The young lady was even more surprised when she heard this. What a fast synesthesia speed, and very clear cognition. If you want to give Keeman a score, now Keeman can be rated 90 points, which is quite excellent. Captain Luo also listened very carefully, and mentally labeled Keeman as a high spiritual ability. The score of spiritual perception is 100 points, and more than 80 points are high spiritual. Like the investigators in the bureau, the personnel who go out to perform tasks generally need spiritual awareness above 50, and those below 50 points are generally assigned to logistics positions. People who are not sensitive to abnormal things often drag their feet. However, people who are too sensitive also have a bad disadvantage, that is, they are prone to know too much. If their own will cannot bear the extra knowledge, they may go crazy. As for Team Luo's Team 49, the spiritual perception values of the team members are 71, 74, 75, and 75 respectively. By the way, I feel there is something behind the door, Keeman said with his eyes closed. Captain Luo was even more surprised when he heard this. There is something behind the door? How could he not know? Captain Luo's spiritual perception is 75, and he can't feel as much as Keeman, and it is inconvenient to ask about the test data, so his impression remains on the door behind the door. The young lady in charge of the spiritual perception test is an insider, and she knows that there is still a door behind the door. Hearing Keeman's words, the tester's expression became solemn. Then tell me, what can you see behind the door? Behind the door. Keeman paused for 10 seconds, as if he was experiencing a deeper level of synesthesia. Closing his eyes would not allow him to obtain deeper information, so he opened his eyes, stared at the photo for more than 10 seconds, and slowly said, there is still a wooden door behind it. The style of the door frame is basically the same, but the quality of the wood is worse, and it is a bit corroded, with black spots. The young lady nodded solemnly. Such synesthesia ability has reached an extremely high level, and can be scored 95 points. However, I feel that there is something behind the door opening. Keeman frowned. How could there be something behind the door? Could it be another wooden door? He tried to empty his brain, and his thoughts were a little drifting. His own sight seemed to pass through the door opening of the red door, and see the fourth door behind the door. The fourth door was painted red, and black spots were splashed on the door like ink, which looked a bit weird. This door also had no handle, and had a dark door opening. Keeman looked at the door opening, and could see a little scarlet in the dark, vaguely rectangular. Behind the door is the fifth door. Keeman vaguely felt that there were doors behind the door, endlessly. This is an infinite nesting doll. There are doors behind the door. No matter how many times you look at it, the result is the same. Keeman asked. The young lady nodded and said solemnly, yes, this door is a special item. No matter how many times you open it, it is still a door. The higher the spiritual knowledge, the more doors you can see. Then, the tester asked Keeman in detail about the details he saw. Keeman had no pressure at all. From the first door to the seventh door, the details of each door were very detailed. Stop, I know. The young lady trembled and stopped the spiritual knowledge test, and gave Keeman a score of 100. 100 points in spiritual perception. The first full-score spiritual perceiver in Whale City. Captain Luo was stunned. What? I witnessed the birth of a full-score spiritual perceiver? Full spiritual perception. This is the first time that someone with such a high score has appeared in our Whale City branch, right? Captain Luo was shocked. With so many people in the country, how many people have full spiritual perception? There are less than 15. The tester has professional judgment on spiritual perception values, and has a clearer understanding than Captain Luo. Knowing the horror of Keeman, he smiled bitterly and said, the textbook says that anyone who can see the appearance of the sixth door can get full marks. Many full-score spiritual perceivers can barely see the sixth door, but Mr. K can see the seventh door, and 100 points can no longer measure his spiritual perception. That door has a prototype in reality, and Keeman accurately describes the appearance of each door, and the ability he has demonstrated has exceeded everyone's imagination. This, Captain Luo was also speechless. From a certain perspective, Keeman is too strong. But from a safe perspective, Keeman is also dangerous. He is too sensitive, and may know too much information at any time, causing his brain to be unable to bear the pressure. Keeman sat on the soft sofa chair, and heard that his hidden score was higher than 100 points. He vaguely guessed the reason. He can be the boss every time he enters the dream. The number of synesthesia is not as many as the old investigators, but Keeman's synesthesia technology is extraordinary, much higher than normal people, resulting in his test results surpassing his predecessors. So when he talked about the seventh door, seeing the solemn and surprised expression of the young lady, he rationally stopped the topic and did not continue to talk about the appearance of the eighth door. Sometimes, genius and madness are only one step away. After the spiritual perception test was completed, Keeman and Captain Luo walked out of the test room. Captain Luo stretched out his palm to Keeman and said solemnly, Amon, let's get to know each other again. I am Luo Yuan, an E-level investigator. Keeman, a temporary staff. Keeman shook hands back. Chapter 70. The results of Keeman's spiritual knowledge test were transmitted to the local director's office desk. The director looked at the temporary staff's outstanding results and took a breath. Full spiritual knowledge? This is simply a natural investigator. In the investigation bureau, most of those who have full spiritual knowledge have become S-level members and master the secrets of zero-level things. However, full spiritual knowledge is also a kind of torture, and it is very easy to die suddenly. While God gave him super spiritual perception, it also increased his safety risks. The director carefully reviewed Keeman's information and found the note left by the tester. ID 9713 saw the seventh door, and it is very likely that there is still strength left. If this is the case, 100 points of spiritual knowledge cannot perfectly evaluate Keeman's spiritual perception ability. Not long after, Keeman's information was uploaded to the general administration. There are really too few people with full spiritual knowledge. There are only 15 in the Special Affairs Investigation Bureau. Once they appear, they are comparable to national treasures. Some of the full spiritual knowledge personnel died halfway and failed to grow up, which is regrettable. Keeman's performance has attracted great attention from the Investigation Bureau. In a high-rise office, the bandaged man clicked the mouse and quickly watched Keeman's spiritual knowledge test process by pulling the progress bar. He was very calm, and his synesthesia speed was very fast, and his spiritual perception was higher than his. We need to teach him how to keep his rationality, otherwise he will die in the investigation. The bandaged man turned his head and looked at the online conference. A man with flaming hair said dissatisfiedly, "He is only a temporary staff member and has not officially joined the investigation bureau. If you do this, it will make the people below jealous and say that we are enjoying privileges. Whether he joins or not, it is necessary to keep his rationality, otherwise once such a sensitive person accepts the guidance of the hidden existence, he will cause greater disasters to society," the bandaged man insisted. In order to make the country more stable, the full spiritual knowledge personnel must learn how to keep their rationality. They are the people who are most likely to be noticed by the secret existence. Bandage makes sense. We can't just leave Keeman alone, because he is not a formal member. Then send him a copy. The man with the fire on his head said, and his hair stopped flaming, and the tips of his hair were burnt black. At the same time, Keeman received his uniform, 2 sets of casual clothes, and 2 sets of soldier uniforms. There are many styles of casual clothes, and you can choose them yourself. Keeman picked 2 shirts, black jeans, and 2 windbreakers. The soldier uniform is a uniform with many pockets, a small vest, which can hold a lot of things, and a belt. Keeman thought that the formal uniform was a black suit, but he didn't expect that the reality was different from what he imagined. The uniform was daily wear and military uniform. When we investigators are active in the city, we wear casual clothes. They are not eye-catching and convenient to move around. The environment in special fields may be more complicated, and military uniforms are more applicable in combat. When the time comes, we need to wear military uniforms, Captain Liu explained. These clothes have automatic cleaning functions and slight self-repair functions. They do not need to be changed or washed, which is very convenient. After Keeman put on casual clothes, the fighting coach also came to the investigation bureau and just gave Keeman fighting training. Tang Yuan is guided by professional analysts to exert its stronger combat power. However, Tang Yuan has not yet learned the common language of Koi Island, and needs Keeman to pass on the message. This is a bit troublesome, but the difficulty is not big. Just make full use of the time. After a whole day of training, Keeman returned to the 2nd floor of his house. Seeing the water dispenser, his desire to drink water increased. At the investigation bureau, he tried his best to resist the desire to drink water. He only drank 4 times of water. After returning home, his desire to drink water increased infinitely. Gurgle. He raised his head and drank half a bottle of water. His resistance increased by 0.1 again. The resistance value increased to 10.0. 10 points of resistance seemed to be a watershed. The feeling of thirst was a little lighter. But even if it was a little lighter, it was still hard to bear, especially when taking a shower. Countless streams of water slid by his side. Keeman almost wanted to drink it with his mouth facing the shower. Fortunately, he resisted. Because of this inhuman torture, he did not take the initiative to drink water after taking a shower. The system popped up a new word, increase 0.5 resistance. Patients can increase resistance more than drinking water. This is in line with the definition of resistance. People can improve their resistance only if they are resistant to resistance. The reason why drinking water can increase resistance is that Keeman relieved the thirst state once, breaking the mental interference, so the resistance was plus 0.1. It was late at night, Keeman was tired after a whole day, and he was so sleepy that he fell on the bed and went to sleep. Thirst could not prevent him from sleeping. When a person is very sleepy, he can really fall asleep as soon as he sees the bed. Gurgle. The sound of the flowing sea water sounded in his ears. Keeman opened his eyes and saw the familiar city of Raya. Giant stone pillars were suspended above the stone city, and the strange carvings were full of chaos and madness. Some new faces came to Raya. All of them were at level 999. When they saw that Mr. K had awakened, they immediately fell into madness. The rotten and dark black ghost flew out of the seafood pile, respectfully stopped in front of Keeman, and reported the latest land intelligence to him. In that human town, the adventurers disappeared collectively, and then suddenly came back. The black ghost tried to infiltrate them, but the results were slow. They were very concerned about worshipping Cthulhu, but there were too few people who truly had the faith to worship him. Simply put, they were a group of idiots who worshipped on the surface, but had no faith in their hearts. Fortunately, the ghost apostles were experienced, and finally trained 8 fanatical believers, and taught them how to summon the great Cthulhu. Originally, they did not have enough time and space stone powder, but those adventurers who were not fanatical were very enthusiastic and raised enough time and space stone powder through internal crowdfunding. The first sacrifice ceremony was held yesterday. Unfortunately, Mr. Cthulhu was sleeping at the time, and the summoning ceremony failed. Keeman was surprised when he heard the report from the Black Ghost. It turned out that the players had summoned Mr. Cthulhu. Keeman felt very sorry when he thought of this. He actually missed a wave of sacrifices from players. What would the players sacrifice? Keeman was quite curious. The summoning was held yesterday, and the Ghost Apostle will report to Raya tonight. According to the intelligence of the Black Ghost, the novice village is not far from the deep sea Raya. Keeman looked up at the sky above the deep sea. The sea water was so deep that he could not see where the ceiling of the sea water was. There was a barrier in Raya City, and things outside the barrier would become blurry. Keeman had no way of knowing how deep it was. After the Black Ghost finished his report, he left slowly. On land, the 8 players began to plan the second round of summoning ceremony. We need time and space stone powder to summon the great Cthulhu. The player Luciding wore a simple black robe that covered her charming purple hair, and wore a stone mask carved by herself on her face. Her voice was hoarse, and she spoke with a kind of sick laughter, which was very creepy. In front of Luciding, the leader of the research institute looked at her mask and clothes, and said gloomily, "Take off the mask and speak." Luciding took off the mask. Her eyes were red, and bloodshot covered the whites of her eyes. "Leader, I need time-space stone powder." Luciding had a stern face, and her mouth did not curl up, but she made a hoarse and grim voice. "Your state is very wrong. Stop working first, and go back to rest." The team leader looked at the other person's face. Her face was full of madness. This is not the mental state that a scientific researcher should have. He dared to guarantee it. Chapter 71. The people in the institute discovered the abnormality of Luciding and others in time, and immediately sent people to lock them up, urging them to quit the game and go back to rest. But Luciding and others were not tired at all, and kept explaining, "I don't need to quit the game, I have no problem. If you don't give us materials, we will brush them ourselves." The team leader looked at the red eyes of Luciding and others, so he had to quit the game by himself and return to reality to report the situation. After the people in the institute knew about it, they used physical methods to forcibly interrupt the network connection of Luciding and 8 people. These volunteers came to the professional game cabin of the institute to play games, so the institute can safely interrupt their game rights at any time. After the connection was interrupted, Luciding and 8 people returned to reality. Outside the game cabin, the researchers came to pick them up in person, and saw Luciding, who was out of the cabin with a displeased face. Although she was very dissatisfied, her authority was not as high as that of the old man, and she was immediately invited to the psychologist for treatment. The psychologist looked at the materials in front of him and felt very absurd. Just yesterday, an unknown ghost appeared in the novice village and issued a task: believe in the evil god Cthulhu to the players. This task is not the first time. According to rumors from some top veteran players, the Believe in Cthulhu task was available a few days ago, but no one has completed it. The players in the Research Institute attached great importance to it, and followed the task instructions to complete the task, but not many people were able to complete the task. Only 8 players successfully completed the task and obtained the evil god believer profession, and then a special task appeared. The task was called Summon Cthulhu, and required many ordinary materials, and difficult to collect time and space stone powder. At this point in the mission, nothing unusual had happened. Everyone collected time-space stone powder for 8 players, and held a first sacrifice ceremony to see if the sacrifice ceremony was related to the dog-headed man village. The first sacrifice was unsuccessful, which made the 8 evil god believers anxious and behave abnormally. What happened next was to interrupt the connection, and force the 8 people back to reality. The psychologist looked at the secret information released by the Institute, and felt incredible. What happened made the 8 people so abnormal? The psychologist hypnotized Miss Lu, and questioned her subconscious. The more he asked, the more the psychologist could feel the other person's dark psychology. Chaos, evil, madness, desperate, and thought he was right. The psychologist tried to profile Luciding psychologically, drawing chaotic lines that could not describe Luciding's heart. The evil god in this game may really exist? The psychologist touched the lines on the paper, and got goosebumps. She vaguely felt an inexplicable sense of reality from those lines. Some kind of picture seemed to appear in front of her eyes, but once she concentrated, she saw nothing, as if the picture that just flashed by was an illusion. Joint Dream World. After the official announcement, people who were afraid to sleep began to sleep, and a large number of people entered the dream world. The total number of people is more than 40 million. As of now, the increase in the number of people entering the dream world has basically stagnated, and there will be no accidents of large-scale transmission. The place that was originally a land plane disappeared, and tens of thousands of low buildings were erected. This is a human residential building built by the players with their own mental power. Originally, the players built their own houses, but after the national machinery was put into operation, professional construction personnel gathered together to build infrastructure, and non-professional players could not compare with them in terms of speed and structure. They had no choice. The nightmare disease incident was not a matter of one person, but a matter concerning the orange people around the world. They had to join the national infrastructure task and build together to ensure the quality of life of the orange people around the world. In one day, tens of millions of people became construction workers, and their construction ability was really great. Even if a person's mental power is limited and he cannot afford the construction materials of a building alone, but the number of construction workers has risen to tens of millions, it is very easy to build a building. These houses are made of simple blocks stacked together, but this is not the most amazing part. The amazing part is the interior of the house. They made smelting tools with block materials, and the players carried the blocks and threw them into the melting furnace. The block materials met the high temperature and melted into liquid. The architectural style of the orange people is indeed a little different from that of the blue star. Keeman curiously toured various places. The architectural styles were different. Some imitated the forest style, and some were made into the shape of marine animals. Inside these buildings of different shapes, there are giant smelting furnaces. They are uniform, grabbing the corresponding material blocks with their hands according to the material formula, and then throwing them into the melting furnace for smelting. Keeman looked at the scene of their smelting, and his mind instantly thought of a term alloy. They are making alloy materials. Wow, their minds are turning so fast. They are preparing to build an industrial system from scratch. Compared with Keeman's direct creation with thoughts, players can only build houses with cubes. However, the cubes are large in size, and not flexible in shape, so it is impossible to make precision machines, so smelting factories are piled up. The Orange Star people found that as long as they are built in proportion, small cubes can be used to build a simple smelting furnace. Melting the cube materials and turning them into familiar materials makes it easier to handle. Then Keeman changed the perspectives of more than a dozen players, and saw the gun factory and the giant multi-cylinder steam engine. These giant machines are all built in proportion with cube materials, following the rigorous laws of physics. This steam engine stands by the lake, about 100 meters tall, with a huge pipe extending into the lake, constantly pumping water out of the lake. Under Keeman's original settings, the lake water is continuously generated, and the material is taken from the floating water molecules in the air. The high-temperature steam engine drives the heavy forging press, holding the forging hammer high, and violently hitting the material to increase the strength of the material. Keeman looked around, and the more he looked, the more he felt that his idea was right. The Orange Star people were building an industrial system from scratch. Keeman was in a sightseeing state that night. The originally boring dream world became very interesting, satisfying Keeman's curiosity. He also had a preliminary understanding of the Orange Star people's low-level technology, which felt similar to the early technological development route of Blue Star. Chapter 72. After watching for a few hours, it was almost time for him to wake up. Keeman ended his synesthesia and remembered something. He called out the system and checked the skills in the system list to find the possible summoning demon maps that will slow down. Previously, I saw the explanation of the demon map skill. The map had signed a supreme contract with him. It was a contract signed with the soul. Keeman was the party with a higher status, and the demon map was the passive party. As long as Keeman read its name and made a summoning gesture, it would cross the border. Now that he has entered the dream and is the boss of Keeman, maybe he will have the opportunity to summon the demon map and teach the demon map that will slow down a lesson, so that he can see whether the demon is more terrible or the evil god is more terrible. But the seal of the ancient god is not vegetarian. If he can't move, he can't move. Because he can't move, he can't raise his tentacles to make the summoning gesture required by the skill, so Keeman's imagination is mostly gone. But Keeman didn't give up. He searched around in the skill list, but he didn't find the skill summoning demon maps that will slow down. What a pity, I can't do infinite nesting dolls. Kumeng sighed in his heart. If Mr. K had real-life skills, Dream into the game would also bring them over, and he could take the opportunity to do infinite nesting dolls. Use Mr. K's body to dream into a new game, and have a new body. Then use the new body to dream into a new game, get a new body, and then dream into a new game again, forming an infinite loop. But there is no if. The bug of infinite nesting dolls and dreams does not exist. There is no demon map skill in the skill column. Kumeng tried to use other methods to perceive the demon map. Synesthesia skill, There is still a lot of room for exploration in the technology of synesthesia, and it can do a lot of things. For example, investigators often use the ability of synesthesia to track down the whereabouts of murderers. Not to mention, synesthesia is quite effective. Criminals basically cannot escape the synesthesia of high-intelligence investigators, and are then surrounded and captured by the police. If nothing unexpected happens, Keeman's temporary job task is to start with arresting fugitives to familiarize himself with the business. After the team running-in period, he can enter special places to capture special items. So the unknown tasks issued by the system are temporarily stuck, and cannot be completed in a short time. Keeman is already thinking about using the honey video as a transition first, and then taking unknown difficulty tasks. After making future plans, Keeman began to imagine the appearance of the demon map, thinking about the name of the demon map, and trying to use the connection between his own soul and the supreme contract signed by the demon map to establish a synesthesia channel. Demon map, demon map. The black parchment scroll has burnt marks on the edge of the map, and sparks automatically emerge. Keeman imagined the appearance of the demon map, and his ideas became clearer and clearer. After the image became clear, Keeman really felt a vague connection. This connection was a little weak, almost the same as the connection between most dream players. Keeman knew very well that the demon map was too far away from Mr. Ku, which greatly increased the difficulty of synesthesia. But as long as there was a connection, Keeman could synesthesia its picture. This also meant that Keeman was a soul entering the dream, and the connection of the supreme contract signed between the two still existed. After a few minutes of synesthesia, Keeman finally saw the location of the demon map through the weak connection. It was a volcanic lava environment full of malicious emotions. The black parchment scroll lay on the black boulder. The surging magma flowed through the boulder, emitting high-temperature hot air. The demon map lay quietly in such a harsh environment. It should be easy to ignite, but it didn't burn. This guy is quite leisurely, Keeman thought. In order to make this slacking employee obedient, Keeman flipped through his skills and decided to give it a taste of color. What skill should I use? Keeman looked at a skill in the skill column. Invade dreams. This is a cross-border invasion through synesthesia, but the question is, can the demon map dream? Keeman tried to use the ability to invade dreams on it, mobilized his mind, and invaded it. A vague feeling came over, and everything that the consciousness saw and thought changed. Success. Keeman entered the dream of the demon map. Its dream world is a giant maze, and there are some alien creatures in the maze that it has imagined. The alien creatures were trapped in the maze, running around and couldn't find the exit. From time to time, they looked at the black parchment in their hands, looking for the exit. But the route on the map appears and disappears from time to time, and occasionally changes the route of the map, causing them to always be unable to find the exit and fall into an infinite dead end. Keeman looked at it for a while and understood. The demon map personally transformed into a map to show the lost people the way, but took fooling others as fun. Presumably, when it was summoned by Keeman, it was also very reluctant to show the location of the malicious person. Keeman recalled the content of the supreme contract that came with the skill. The contract stipulated that the demon map was not allowed to show the wrong malicious location. However, the demon map also had the right not to show the location of the malicious person, which was the confidence of its passive resistance. Since Keeman came in, of course he couldn't just watch. A dream-distorting skill was applied to the demon map's dream, and the demon map immediately responded. Who? The demon map made a malicious sound, which was sharp and unpleasant, but this mental interference could not affect Mr. Ku. Above the dream, an indescribable gray fog gathered and came out. The terrifying pressure came over like a tidal wave. The demon map trembled, and immediately flew out of the alien creature's hands and flew away. But it didn't fly far before it felt an indescribable horror rising in its heart. For the demon, such emotions are pleasant. But when the horror value exceeds the upper limit it can bear, it becomes bad again. Keeman did not speak, but directly used skills to control its fear and control its body. I, Keeman, your master? Keeman sent it the idea of a master-servant relationship. Unfortunately, the power of the evil god was too strong, and the information was transmitted to the demon map's consciousness, turning into a crazy whisper, torturing it over and over again. Fortunately, the demon map heard a familiar word Keeman. After all, the two are connected by the supreme contract, and the word Keeman is the easiest idea to successfully convey. The demon map couldn't figure out why this terrifying existence would mention the word Keeman. What kind of connection do he have with Keeman? The demon map can feel the connection between it and Keeman, but it can't feel the connection with the evil god itself. It really doesn't understand how it can be related to the evil god. I understand. I understand the demon map prayed in its heart, hoping that the evil god would let it go, and it would do it honestly. The next second, the pressure of the evil god disappeared. The pressure on the demon map disappeared, and the power to suppress the dream was gone, so it woke up from the nightmare. Snap. The parchment roll slapped on the black rock, making a scary slapping sound. Blue Star, Whale City. Keeman slowly opened his eyes, and saw Tang Yuan open the curtains. The sunlight outside the house shone into the bedroom, and the whole room was bright. I'm back again. Chapter 73. There is no new sacrifice today, but Keeman used the power of Cthulhu to teach the demon map a lesson. After washing and refreshing, Keeman read the name of the demon map in the living room, uttering strange pronunciations, and stretched out his palm to hold the air. Tang Yuan trembled violently in the living room, and felt a little cold. 5 seconds later, the black parchment appeared in Keeman's hand. Fearing that it did not understand the warning of the evil god, Keeman warned it in person. Do you know who I am? The demon map could not guess the relationship between Keeman and the terrifying existence. After Keeman spoke, the demon map was stunned. Keeman equals evil god. No matter how you look at the black parchment, you can't see any temperament of Keeman that is related to the evil god. This harmless face. No one would believe that he is the evil god. Keeman slowly opened the demon map. There were 2 red dots and 1 white dot. After looking at it for a while, Keeman stretched out his hand and threw it, and the demon map disappeared immediately after it left his hand. This thing cannot leave Keeman's hand. Once it leaves, it will disappear. Reaching out and calling again, the demon map tested back and forth 18 times, and there was no slacking phenomenon. Seeing the employee transform into a diligent demon map, Keeman waved his hand with satisfaction, and the demon map disappeared without a trace. Then Keeman ate the noodles in the bowl and browsed Bilibili. His account had a golden yellow label, which was the official certification. Keeman clicked on his own video and found that the number of views of his big-faced cat, gloves, and glutinous rice balls did not change much. This was because the official action had not yet started, and it was just to help him add an official certification. With the official certification, Keeman was no longer timid, and the honey video could be broadcast at any time. Or the trident will work, but there are certain risks. Its stabbing action can stab unknown creatures, but it is not very effective in actual combat. The disadvantage is that it may poke humans. The way to avoid stabbing compatriots is to use it with the giant gloves. The greater the strength, the larger the body. The human body is definitely not as big as a whale, so it can avoid stabbing compatriots. So he went through it in his mind. The trident and honey can be evaluated. Keeman opened the task list and accepted the difficult task first. He cannot enter the special field to perform the capture task for the time being. The best way is to improve resistance first. Only when you are strong enough can you stand firm in the abnormal world. Especially after Keeman knew that his spiritual perception was very high, the role of resistance was even greater. Ding. The difficult task was hung on the task list. Keeman thought about it, called Captain Luo, and asked, Captain Luo, I have 2 new special items at home, and I am going to make a review video about them. You have 2 special items? Captain Luo was surprised. He didn't expect Keeman to call him to talk about this. The 3 items before were already surprising enough, but he didn't expect Keeman to have 2 special items at once. Speaking of which, Captain Luo no longer remembers what functions Keeman's level 1 things have. He only knows that Keeman's big-faced cat video announced the feature of feeding and disappearing. It stands to reason that level 1 things should not be put on the internet as materials, but the boss didn't delete the big-faced cat video, which means that Keeman's review did not announce the core features of the big-faced cat's level 1 things, and feeding and disappearing is an unimportant function. And now someone told him that I got 2 more special items. Could it be that Keeman is a European emperor? Yes, this thing will appear after a sleep. Keeman pretended to be ignorant, and did not say anything about the dream. Keeman needed to make up a reasonable reason to explain his abnormality, and convince the officials. It appeared after a sleep? Captain Luo frowned, thinking of some special cases. It doesn't appear every time I wake up, and I can't figure out the pattern of its appearance, Keeman said. Keeman pulled himself up step by step, making himself a source of attraction for special items. With sleep as an opportunity, there is a certain probability of producing items of unknown origin every time he wakes up. Through Keeman's explanation, Captain Luo realized that Keeman is a walking special thing. I will report your matter to the superiors. In addition, please bring your new items for testing. You can take them back after the test, Captain Luo said. Testing is necessary to control risks. As a citizen of Koi Island, Keeman must abide by the rules as long as he lives in Koi Island for 1 day. An hour later, Keeman brought 3 items, namely, the giant gloves, the trident, and honey juice, to the Special Investigation Bureau. The black salted fish and the glutinous rice balls were left at home to guard against accidents. A large underground testing room. Captain Luo looked at the honey juice and the trident that Keeman brought, and he was really powerless to complain. This guy's luck was too good. There was a ball of dark brown honey juice in the rattan basket basin. The dark brown thick liquid gave people a very fascinating feeling, but the rattan basket itself was more eye-catching, and it actually gave a material texture like water flow. Is this rattan basket a special item? No, this basin of black liquid is a special item. Keeman shook his head. What functions does it have? Have you tested it? Captain Luo asked. It just adds a mysterious background to the item, which doesn't have much effect. Keeman brought a small stone, which he picked up on the roadside. It was very ordinary. He held the small stone with chopsticks, and put it into the surface of the honey liquid to dip a little bit. The part of the small stone that was wet immediately gave people a feeling of burning flames. The part that was not wet was still a normal stone object. This inexplicable weird feeling was very confusing and difficult to understand. After many tests, the tester agreed with Keeman's statement that honey is a special item with added value, which is specially used to add a mysterious background to the item, so that people have a very strange feeling. This feeling can be conveyed through video, but the risk of harming society is not high. Your thing. Captain Luo paused. If we apply a layer of honey to our pistol, will it become a special item? Captain Luo's idea is very simple. Applying honey to hot weapons and bringing them into special fields is like divine help. But Keeman's pot of honey is a limited resource. Once it is used up, it will be gone. You can test it when performing a mission, Keeman said. Well, let's try it during the mission. Captain Luo stopped thinking. This thing is not from the Investigation Bureau. How to use it needs Keeman's consent. After testing the honey, the highlight of the test of the trident came. Everyone looked at the rusty trident steel fork and listened to Keeman's description of its function. Stab in any direction and stab an animal that appears out of thin air. The greater the strength, the larger the body. Captain Luo looked at the giant power gloves on Keeman's hand. The function of the gloves and the characteristics of the trident are really a perfect match. Chapter 74. How big an animal can you stab with the glove? I haven't tried it. I just got it today. Keeman shook his head. Don't know? Then how do you know its function? Captain Luo didn't understand. Captain Luo didn't know the ability of the first level things, and didn't know how Keeman knew the ability of the trident. In the test room, ordinary testers had already left, and only the test director with the A-level member status stayed to help with the test. Don't ask. Director Lei glanced at Luo Yuan. Captain Luo's heart trembled and shouted, Yes, Director. Amon, since you don't know how big an object will be stabbed with a full-strength stab, we have to change to an open-air test site. Director Lei looked up at the height of the ceiling. This is a deep basement with a ceiling height of at least 15 meters. But 15 meters is not safe enough. Keeman's full-strength attack is equivalent to 2,800 kilograms. God knows how big an animal the uncertain trident will stab. Director Lei is an A-level member. He has read the information of the big-faced cat and knows the ability of the strange knowledge cat. Since Keeman does not know the conversion formula between strength and body size, they can only test it in the outdoor field. An hour and a half later, everyone came to the wasteland controlled by the Whale City Military District. There were no soldiers standing guard in the wasteland, but there were tanks set up in the distance, and the missile system of the base was also in working condition, ready for fire support at any time. Several people stood in the middle of the wasteland, with various cameras placed on the sand. Behind them was an off-road armored vehicle. If the situation was not good, they could get on the car and escape at any time. Keeman put on the giant force gloves, held the uncertain trident, and took a deep breath. 3, 2, 1. Stab. The black trident stabbed forward, and the next second, a huge monster suddenly appeared on the tip of the halberd. It was very large, like a small mountain, more than 10 times taller than everyone else. The animal was too heavy, and it was pressed to the ground as soon as it appeared. With a bang, the surface of the ground shook, a loud noise was heard, and a large area of mud and dust was raised. Retreat! When Director Lei saw such a huge body, his first reaction was to grab Keeman and throw him into the car, and then jump into the off-road vehicle with Captain Luo. The soldier in the driver's seat stepped on the accelerator, and the off-road vehicle immediately ran towards the tank brigade like a wild horse, rumbling all the way, with rolling yellow dust behind it. The military commander looked at the giant creature that suddenly appeared in the wilderness, and his forehead was throbbing. He turned around and asked the monitor, "Has the image been transmitted?" "Commander, the image is transmitted back." The commander looked at the image and immediately reported, "Director Lay, I suggest firing the cannon immediately to destroy the giant creature. Please give instructions." Director Lay looked behind him in doubt. Dust was flying all over the sky, covering the shape of the giant animal, and he had no way to confirm the situation. At this time, the off-road vehicle had already run 200 meters away. "Commander Ling, please fire the cannon," Director Lay said. "Received." The first second after the command was replied, the gun barrels of the tank core flashed with fire, and the shells were fired, dragging the dazzling fire and flashing, passing over the wasteland at a very fast speed, and plunged into the sand and dust. There was a series of rumbling sounds behind him, and the ground was extremely trembling, shaking so much that the people in the car could feel the obvious vibration. Keeman looked back at the explosion. Flames shot up into the sky, small mushroom clouds rose from the dust, and smoke rings piled up layer after layer. The shock wave of the explosion blew over with a strong wind, and countless sands crackled, hitting the armored off-road vehicle with a rhythm like a rainstorm, making the eardrums feel uncomfortable. Boom, 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 another round of saturation bombardment, hitting to death. Keeman didn't have time to take a closer look at what the giant animal was, sitting by the window and staring at the bombardment area. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. 30 seconds, the tank troops stopped shooting, and Keeman and others returned to the tank front, feeling much safer. With such an army, I feel at ease. Has the image from the high-speed camera been transmitted back? After getting off the car, Director Lay walked impatiently to the temporary command camp. The test just now was not without preparation. High-speed cameras were set up in the areas with a radius of 10 meters, 20 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters, 200 meters, and 300 meters with Keeman as the center. As long as the monster appears, it will definitely be captured by the camera. The image has been sent back, take a look. Commander Ling stood up and pointed to a laptop screen. On the screen, there was a huge blue-skinned creature with a bare body but smooth fish skin. It had huge gills on both sides of its head, dark scales on its body, and black giant claws on its feet, which allowed it to survive in water. The part where Keeman's trident pierced was the foot skin of this giant monster bear. According to the analysis of the image, it would be difficult for Keeman to kill it with this stab. After all, its body was too big, and the trident was so short that it could not be fatally pierced with one blow. The decision to bombard it was correct. According to image analysis, when the strange bear appeared, it was still alive, but it did not expect that it would change its environment, giving us the opportunity to bombard and suppress it. "Is it still alive?" Keeman asked. The thermal imaging camera shows that its body still has heat, but its hands, legs and head were shattered by the bombardment, and it has no ability to move. "We are considering keeping its body for research," said the commander. Half an hour later, the fire truck brought by the troops started working on the wasteland and put out the fire on the spot. And Keeman moved to another vacant wasteland, took off his gloves, and under the arrangement of the tester, stabbed with the lightest force and stabbed out an ant. After stabbing several times with the minimum force, they were all small insects with very small bodies. "Please try to stab with full force again," Director Lay of the test room said. "Are you sure? What if another abnormal creature is stabbed?" "The tank troops have replenished the shells, and I am not without a backup plan when I stand here," Director Lay said, hinting that he brought advanced props with him. "Conduct detailed tests on special objects, and do not miss any details. Director Lay wants to know whether a full-strength stab will stab out the monster 100%. Keeman put on the giant gloves, took a deep breath, and stabbed with all his strength again. Boom, another black creature fell to the ground. Keeman immediately pulled out the trident, and ran to the off-road vehicle, running back. This time, the commander did not rush to issue an artillery order. Director Lay looked back while communicating. Keeman also looked back at the giant animal, with a big head, a streamlined fish body, and a wide fish tail, flapping its tail on land. It wanted to jump, but there was no water here, and it was too bulky to jump, like a fish in distress. Keeman and Captain Luo looked at each other. "A whale?" Chapter 75. "A whale? It's a blue whale." The report from the command room sounded in the headset. It's not that everyone hadn't thought about stabbing a whale. Since the first strange marine creature was stabbed out, everyone guessed that the second creature that was stabbed with full force might also be a marine creature. After all, only the ocean can breed large species, and there are no animals on land that are more than 10 meters long. The backup plan is activated and packed quickly. Understood. After the officer in the command room gave the order, a military transport vehicle drove over with a large water tank. Whale City is close to the sea, and the military camp here is only half an hour away from the sea, so the water in the water tank is also seawater prepared in advance, not fresh water. The car moved to the vicinity of the large whale, and the camera kept a close eye on the whale. As long as the other party dared to show abnormal characteristics, it would be shot on the spot. Fortunately, there was nothing abnormal about this whale. An investigator got off the transport vehicle and used a special transport item to carry the whale out of thin air, and then put it into the water tank. Keeman watched from a distance, not knowing what the special item was, but in terms of strength, it was stronger than the giant gloves. No wonder the giant gloves were rated as a level 6 thing, and there were even stronger power props on top of it. The big whale was 20 meters long and weighed at least dozens of tons, which was far beyond what Keeman could carry. The side effects of that thing should be very big, Keeman asked. Director Lay nodded. Compared to your giant gloves, the side effects of that item are indeed very big. Director Lay did not say what it was, and Keeman was tactful and did not ask the name. Are you still testing? We test it later. We need to check the wound on the whale. After waiting for a while, the test results of the whale's wound came back. The whale's belly was pierced with a wound depth of 40 centimeters. What do you mean, are you still testing? There are too few samples of full-strength stabs. We still have to test. Director Lake came back and nodded. Then I will continue testing? No, the first 2 full-strength stabs were marine creatures, and the third one is likely to be a giant marine creature. We have to test it on the sea surface. Director Lay paused and explained, the porter needs to rest. He is now suffering from side effects. The more special items, the better. Once the side effects of some things occur, it will be enough for some people to drink a pot. Kaming didn't know what the porter was suffering from, and it must not be very good. Okay. Kaming had no objection and followed the army to the military port under military control in Whale City, boarded the warship, and went to the deeper waters. Testing a special object requires the use of warships, and Keeman secretly smacked his lips. These expenses are borne by the state, and Keeman does not have to pay for them. To be honest, the state has tested so hard, using up manpower and material resources. After testing, Keeman plans to take it back home for collection, so he can't help but feel guilty. After entering the sea, looking at the endless sea water, his throat immediately became very dry. Keeman clenched his fists and resisted the impulse in his heart. This is sea water, not drinkable water. Hold it. You can test it now, Director Lay said. There were already several warships patrolling in the distance. The fire control system was fully turned on, and could launch saturation fire strikes at any time. Keeman resisted the urge to drink water, stood at the front of the small warship deck, and stabbed forward. Another big fish appeared, and due to its weight, it quickly fell into the sea, and the trident missed the target and did not enter the sea with it. Director Lay took the tablet computer and typed on the computer, 7th round of stabbing test, 9713 war 6-0064 and stabbed with uncertain trident, serial number undetermined, with a force of about 2,802 kilograms, stabbed a blue whale, 21 meters long, non-abnormal object. After many tests, the sun set in the west, illuminating the sea surface with a red-orange color. The warship returned to the port. Keeman finished today's test, and quickly drank some water to calm down. Gurgle gurgle. Ah, it's so nice to have water to drink. A few minutes later, Keeman took his trident and honey juice to the car, and Captain Luo drove him back to the investigation bureau personally. Keeman's car was still parked in the parking lot. Keeman, if you plan to make it into a video, the shooting materials are all here. Don't find a place to test it yourself. It's not convenient to test it with too many people. And you have to be mentally prepared. There are certain risks in releasing these videos. The Domestic Investigation Bureau can suppress those greedy people, but foreign forces are uncertain, especially the all-pervasive shadow organization. You have to be careful of them. Captain Luo handed over a mobile hard drive with the shooting materials for today's test. Keeman took the mobile hard drive, thanked Captain Luo, and said sincerely, Captain Luo, thank you. Don't talk about those empty words, Keeman. I hope you can officially join the Investigation Bureau. I know that the country has not spent special resources to train you. You get everything by your own luck. There is no obligation to require you to join the Investigation Bureau. If you have a certain chance of getting special items every time you wake up, then you don't need the country to allocate special items for you. I think the higher-ups will give you a special privilege. You don't need to hand it in. Just keep it somewhere else. You can come and get it whenever you want. Captain Luo spoke earnestly, and for a long time. The more items there are, the more Keeman has to stay at home to take care of them. It's okay for Keeman to be at home. The Investigation Bureau is temporarily relieved of him. If he is not at home, there may be difficult changes that are difficult to deal with. After all, Keeman does not have Doraemon's dimensional pocket, and cannot use one pocket to store everything. Once there are too many things to fill the pocket, trouble will come. Keeman is developing in the direction of a special item evaluation outpost, and foreign forces will inevitably see the popular science videos released by Keeman. The official dares to release popular science videos because the official power is strong and is not afraid of foreign forces. But Keeman is a person. He is not a place like the Investigation Bureau that is full of defensive measures. Once he goes out, it is difficult to prevent foreign forces from infiltrating. These words must have been directed by a big boss behind the scenes. Keeman looked at Captain Luo's earphones and nodded, "I consider it." Captain Luo had said this, and also talked about the effect he wanted. He nodded and said, "It's a bit late. Go to bed early, and work together tomorrow." Okay. Keeman watched Captain Luo wave his hand and leave. He sat in the car and pondered for a few minutes, then stepped on the accelerator. The car slowly drove out of the Investigation Bureau and merged into the traffic. Chapter 76. After Keeman returned home, Tang Yuan rolled over and happily circled around him. He patted its fur to make it quiet, then took out the mobile hard drive given by Captain Luo and connected it to the computer. H drive. Total capacity 1.9 terabytes, 1.6 terabytes used. Keeman opened H drive and checked the Trident video material, including a strange giant bear, saturation artillery strikes, and tests on the sea. All the test materials from morning to afternoon were in it, without any omissions. Keeman began to edit the video. He planned to release the Trident video to complete the difficult task. As for the Honey video, its effect was too outstanding. The difficult evaluation task only required more than 400,000 viewers, and the Honey video could easily crush it. There was no need to release the Honey video. When the evaluation difficulty is higher in the future, the Honey video will be released to earn resistance points. Tang Yuan rolled around behind Keeman. Not only did the owner go out for a day, but he also pressed the computer randomly after returning. It was really boring. It rolled onto 2 human-shaped stones and played with them with dog hair. How to play? Wrap the stone with the dog's head and shake it vigorously. When Keeman finished editing the video, he stretched his body and saw the golden fur ball playing with stones in the bedroom. The big-faced cat sat in the cat bowl in a daze, with the expression on his face unchanged for thousands of years. Keeman went to pat the silly cat, and the sound of meow immediately rang in his mind. The silly cat has stopped thinking. The sound of meow is similar to a conditioned reflex. If you pat it, you will hear its cat cry. The big-faced cat definitely does not need entertainment activities, but the Tang Yuan in front of him, who is waving stones, needs to be properly guided, otherwise Keeman is worried that it will become depressed. Looking at the beautiful golden-haired dog, big and round, why don't we buy you a mobile phone? You're so bored, Kuming said. Woof. Tong Yuan's hair stood up when he heard the word mobile phone, and he was very excited. After so many days of observation, Tang Yuan found that mobile phones were the most fun things. It rolled around excitedly, but the place was too small, and there was no space to vent its excitement. Kuming was not joking, and he really planned to buy it a mobile phone. He randomly ordered a 2,000 yuan machine online. The performance of a 2,000 yuan machine was enough. There was no pressure to play games, and even less pressure to play ordinary software. Here, I have placed the order. You just wait for a while. Don't always play with those 2 stones. Do something else, watch TV, or learn the common language of Koi Island. The dog barked to show that he understood, and then took the trident, salted fish, big-faced cat, and 2 stones, and moved them to the living room to watch TV with it. Keeman went to take a bath, and endured the torture of the water flow, which only increased his resistance by 0.4, with a decreasing trend. This method of brushing resistance is not a long-term solution, and the rewards for the assessment task are still generous. Speaking of which, the side effects of the skill water have not been eliminated. You should know that when he entered the dream as General Ke, his mental resistance was outrageous. A value of 100 million, Keeman recalled the feeling of being General Ke, and he didn't feel thirsty at all at that time. Maybe the side effect of the skill water is to bind the body, but it may also be that General Ke is too strong and doesn't feel thirsty at all, ignoring the side effects. After thinking about it for a while, it was almost time to go to bed. Before going to bed, Keeman watered the group in the fan group. The fan saw the group owner bubbling and frantically urged him to update. Night is long dream. Update, update soon. Luna, what will you shoot in the next video? Have you finished it? Too difficult. Group owner, the group is full, open a new group quickly. Because the video was popular, Kuming just found out that the old group was full. So he created another fan group and posted it in the dynamic. Group number 707XXX2222, welcome everyone to join the group. After posting the dynamic, Kuming shouted in the group again, the new video is under review, don't worry. Desolate cool wind, there is another video, the up master is very productive. Void, blind guess, this time it's your friend, who sent you strange things again. Kuming, this wave is a salted fish stab, everyone can look forward to it, the special effects are full. Melody Fairy, question mark. Are you there? Question mark. The fans behind turned into repeaters, repeating all the way. Keeman laid down to sleep, not thinking about anything else. In the living room, Tang Yuan heard the noise, turned off the TV, moved everything back to the bedroom, and waited beside his master. After a while, Keeman fell asleep and dreamed of the deep sea Raya. In the deep and silent seabed, the sad opera Me and My Crazy Seafood was performed. Keeman is the protagonist of this opera, and the seafood is the supporting role. Once Keeman dreams of Raya, all seafood goes crazy for it, and no seafood remains rational in front of him. Keeman glanced at the seafood as usual, and after not seeing the black ghost, he began to empathize with the player's dreams. In Keeman's eyes, the player's dreams are interesting. Raya is too monotonous, and he can't move. The seafood fights without cool skills, and the pure melee becomes more and more boring. The feeling of drifting deepened, and Keeman saw the joint dream. After a day, Keeman saw new changes. The plain area is still built on a large scale, and each factory is in order with clear division of labor. But at the corner of the land, a group of players used blocks to build a spiral mountain, and did not follow the public to build smelters, steam engines, and other things. The mountain is made of steel blocks, silver and black, shining under the reflection of the sun. At the foot of the mountain, there are some strange trees built by some players. The tree is hollow, with beds and furniture inside, and dense green leaves outside, quiet and natural. This is definitely not an industrial-style building, Keeman is sure. Keeman was intrigued, switching back and forth between the synesthesia targets among this group of players, and the synesthesia pictures in his mind kept changing channels, like a TV station changing channels. Although he can watch thousands of synesthesia dream pictures at the same time, his attention is not focused enough, and the viewing experience of a single picture is the best. Because of synesthesia, Keeman also felt the emotions of this group of players. It was an emotion of acting for hobby, not obeying the will of the whole group. Pure hobby? Keeman thought. He didn't know what these people wanted to build. Since there were not as many people as the players in the plains, the construction speed was relatively slow. But Keeman was patient, and had plenty of time to observe them. Chapter 77. In the dream world, the player Raindrop wore a wizard robe without any attributes, with the blazing sun shining on his head, and fine sweat on his cold and handsome face. Is this sun nailed there forever? Raindrop looked up at the sun in the sky. No matter how many times he entered the dream, the sun would always hang in the sky and release light and heat. After shining for a long time, the ground would also be very hot. Looking back, the ground was very far away from him, at least more than 40 meters away. Next to the wizard player, Reinhardt was shirtless, sweating profusely, and waved his hand to wave a piece of rain. It's really deadly to stay here, it's too hot. He had thrown the heavy armor on his body on the ground a long time ago, and he had no intention of wearing it. At first, this dream world was not so hot, but as the sun shining time deepened, the land became hotter and hotter. Hart reached out to the heavy armor to grab the steel block, and then placed the block on the highest ground. They were in a black spiral building, organized by a group of curious enthusiasts. They did not think nightmare was a bad thing, but a good thing. Once a terrifying existence passed by in the sky. Although they could not see it with their own eyes, they became curious about the sky, so they wanted to use their building ability to build a tower that went straight into the sky. In order to complete this project, the niche players gathered here to build the tower base. Some people were responsible for logistics. They needed to drink water, eat, defecate, and urinate. If you don't take care of yourself, you are very likely to get sick, and you will be reborn in a certain area on the land after you die. It's a waste of time to rush over. The first sudden death has not come yet, and has been on the road, so the importance of logistics is self-evident. In the distance, The thin-faced boy Bei Ci also reached out to Heart's armor to grab the steel stone, and then filled the gap with a square. It would be great if there were other professions in this world. Being a builder is really boring. Bei Ci muttered dissatisfiedly. He was also very hot. After filling this square, he immediately ran down and went into the inner room to cool off. Bei Ci was a player who was attracted here. He also wanted to climb to the sky and see what was in the sky. Whether the sun was fixed above the clouds, whether there was another starry sky above the clouds, who was the passing terrifying existence, and where was it? Everyone wanted to know the secrets in the sky. Curiosity was the driving force that drove them forward. In the game world, the novice village by the sea. Since the 8 players became mentally abnormal, the players in the novice village have avoided the black ghost for fear of being bewitched. The player Bu Yin was not afraid of trouble and walked towards the black ghost. He is a senior researcher at the General Research Institute and a researcher in the Department of Archaeology. He has a strong interest in myths and legends. After discovering that the anomaly in the world may be related to the evil god, he immediately took the initiative to ask his superiors to contact the black ghost. In the eyes of Unspeakable, the black ghost is not an NPC, but a living being. Hello, I want to believe in Cthulhu, can you teach me? The night enveloped the novice village, the street lights on the boulevard swayed, and a ghost with a hollow cloak floated on a tree, full of decay and dark breath. Unspeakable stood under the tree, and his fellow researcher teammates, who were 100 meters behind him, took the opportunity to act, ready to exit the game at any time, and then use physical means to interrupt Unspeakable network connection. The black ghost leaned over and looked at the swordsman player under him, and a weird scream came out of his mouth. Are you sure? Unspeakable heard a shrieking sound in his head, as if his brain was about to split, very uncomfortable. But he survived, his heart was pounding, and a task box popped up in front of him. Question mark issued a task to you, Faith in Cthulhu. Do you accept it? He took a deep breath and said, I'm sure. While accepting the task, he also clicked on the personal information of this black ghost. Name, question mark. Level, question mark. Health, question mark. Mana, question mark. Whether it is name, level, health, magic value, attack power, physical defense, magic resistance and other information, they all appear in the form of 3 question marks. According to his understanding of the game, there are several possibilities for this situation. One is that his level is too low, and he is not qualified to see the black ghost's value at all. The second situation is that certain conditions are required to see the other party's value. Offer your loyalty to Cthulhu. Find the 8 human believers for me. Let me see what you can do. The black ghost screamed, and issued a different task content from the past. The previous task was to let them listen to the whispers of the black ghosts, and listen to them tell the ancient and secret history of Cthulhu. In the process of listening, people will gradually begin to believe in Cthulhu. Those contents are difficult to express verbally, because they are not the official language of Orange Star, nor are they known languages. They can only be understood, but not expressed in words. Some people can often keep their inner rationality, because they do not believe in God in their hearts, or they already have faith in their hearts. But today, Black Phantom did not do that. Instead, he asked him to find out the 8 players who were in abnormal state before. Every time Black Phantom spoke, the players suffered. His consciousness became very heavy, and his brain seemed to explode. 8 faces appeared. They were 8 people with red eyes, crazy words, and distorted facial expressions. Those 8 faces were his colleagues, who were assessed as mentally ill, and were not allowed to enter the game to adventure. Will I become like that too? The archaeologist was suddenly a little afraid that he would become like that. There was no time to think about it. His brain was aching. Negative emotions guided him, and told him that he must find the 8 human believers. The next second. Your network connection has been interrupted. You are currently exiting the game. Please wait. A line of subtitles appeared in front of his eyes, and the scene around him quickly melted away. His consciousness turned heavy and quickly clear. But the fear brought by Black Phantom still did not disappear. His hands and feet were cold, and his heart was beating at a very high frequency. He opened his eyes, and watched the game cabin slowly open. A group of colleagues rushed over. Are you okay? I called you in the game, but you didn't respond, so I came out and forced you to quit. Are you okay? Seeing a group of colleagues worried about him, the feeling of cold hands and feet was gradually replaced by the warmth in his heart. It's okay, I'm fine. I'm fine, but I still have to go to a psychologist for a checkup, just in case. Okay, I got it. Bukuyin nodded and walked out of the game cabin. Everyone looked at his steady steps, clear eyes, and calm expression, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It shouldn't be a big problem. Chapter 78. Yin sat in the psychological treatment room, lying on a soft and comfortable recliner. He was very calm, or rather, he knew what test he was about to take. The test was inevitable, and since he could not refuse it, he could only lie down and accept it. After a while, his consciousness became blurred, as if he had fallen asleep. The part of him that was lurking in his heart, and not being noticed came up, listening to the psychiatrist's questions. I don't know how long it took, Yin woke up. The psychiatrist had a pile of papers in his hand. He wanted to ask her what was drawn on them, but she smiled and shook her head. I can't tell you this for the time being, you can go back and rest. Then can I go back to play games? I haven't done my task yet, he said. No. The psychiatrist refused immediately. Yin was stunned. He didn't expect this result. He glanced at the upside-down papers on the table, the side without pictures facing the ceiling, and he couldn't see what was drawn on those papers. But he had a vague feeling that they were 8 portraits. I know. He left the psychological treatment room with a frown. After the psychologist's test results were uploaded, the people in the research institute rated the danger of the black ghost several levels higher. The black ghost is extremely dangerous, it is not recommended to contact it, and it has become uncontactable. Such comments quickly spread to every research institute, telling everyone not to contact the black ghost rashly, as there are still many unsolved mysteries. The chief planner and worldview architect of the World Game Company have been questioned repeatedly, and all the plot text, overall outline, character settings, etc. of the game have been presented on the table. Because of the black ghost's activeness, the name of Cthulhu spread to the players. Based on Cthulhu's name, researchers locked the end point of the second round of the game plot, the evil god Cthulhu. If it weren't for the black ghost's preaching in the novice village, it would take some time for the Orange Star people to suspect Cthulhu. After all, this game does not only set up one evil god, but multiple evil gods, plus the background setting of the ancient gods. Now, Cthulhu's danger rating has been rated as the highest. This game has changed. If Cthulhu's strength is worthy of the title of evil god, it must be very scary. Even if Cthulhu is the source of nightmare disease, it will be difficult for us to solve the problem in a short time. We don't have full-level god equipment, and we can't even get close to him. R'lyeh is full of full-level creatures. Any one of them can kill all players in seconds. The old dean had a gloomy face and a frosty face. He was very angry about such a big thing. I thought that if I found the source, the problem could be solved easily. Who would have thought that the source of the incident was on the second round boss, which was too difficult. No player could defeat him at the current stage. The game worldview architect complained, Dean, our plot has not been perfected to the second round stage. The company just built a monster model in R'lyeh, and many plot chains are not perfect. Black ghosts should not go out to preach at this stage. I set them that they will leave R'lyeh and go out to preach when the player first passes the first round boss. After a period of time, players will find that there are more believers of Cthulhu on the land, thus leading to the second round of Cthulhu plot line. But the boss of the first round hasn't died yet, and the black ghost violated my setting and came out to preach now. This is not normal. The development of the game plot has deviated from the original outline. The worldview architect said a long paragraph, which was suffocating in his heart, and now he finally vented it out in one breath. The old dean listened and became more and more annoyed. What happened in the game world that made it out of the control of the program? You said, if we delete the game source files of the game server, will those things disappear together? The old dean proposed a possibility. The worldview architect shook his head, I don't know. No one knows whether nightmare disease exists after deleting all the game source files. No one can answer this question for them. The scene fell into silence, and this silence lasted for a whole day. Keeman didn't know the troubles of the Orange Star researcher. He was accepting the sacrifice of the new tribe. This tribe was a group of grassland werewolves with brown pointed horns on their heads. They could release plant magic and run very fast. They walked upright, wearing large robes, wearing wolf masks, covering their faces, and mumbling inaudibly. The pool under Keeman was dug by the grassland werewolves themselves, and the water in the pool came from the nearby grassland river. The full moon was hanging high in the sky, and the clear light was scattered on the grassland. The green flame and the fluorescent light of the magic circle complemented each other, reflecting the surface of the puddle. Keeman looked down and saw a ball of fog. Great Cthulhu, we are grassland werewolves. Our tribe wants to gain powerful strength. The stronger the better. This is the only treasure of our tribe, the Book of Strange Characters. Please accept it. A werewolf with no holes in his mask walked to the puddle by hearing and threw the package in his hand into the water. Kumeng couldn't see what was in the package, but he heard the believer's words. It was a book. If you want powerful power, let me see. Kumeng recalled the evil god skills he had. The blessing of the evil god. Bless the target believer. The ability is fully increased. The effect is permanent, but the believer will gradually go crazy. It's a very intuitive enhancement skill. Going crazy does not mean direct death. Kumeng thought about it and decided to use it. A thought came up, and Mr. Ka's blessing was transmitted to the body of the grassland werewolf across time and space through the sacrifice ceremony. Awoo! Under the full moon, the howling of wolves rang out on the grassland, and it continued. Kumeng retreated with satisfaction and ended the sacrifice ceremony. After the sacrifice, Kumeng looked at his feet first, and there was nothing. He used his powerful spiritual perception to sense the entire Raya, and did not see the package sent by the grassland werewolves. If the sacrifice is not in Raya, it must be delivered directly to reality. When Kumeng thought of this, he was a little uneasy. No, he can't be so passive. He must master the method of active awakening. Although Tang Yuan is watching over him in reality, he still has to try. Kumeng flipped through the skills in the skill column and looked for the exit in the system column. There are no skills and exits for active awakening. What should I do if I can't wake up? Kumeng recalled the skill notes of Dream into the game, which contained a text description like this. When you wake up from a dream, you are still you, and a certain creature falls into a sleeping stage, waiting for your next dream. Can this be understood as long as Kumeng falls asleep in the game, he can wake up in reality? So how can I, as an evil god, actively sleep? This is a difficult problem. After a while of random thoughts, Kumeng did not find a way to hypnotize himself to sleep, and he waited until the time was up and his consciousness woke up in reality. Kumeng blinked and looked at the floor. There was a small green package lying there motionless. Chapter 79. Get up and feed the cat. Strange knowledge has increased. Kumeng looked dazed, and a piece of strange knowledge appeared in his mind. Book of Weird Words. Write weird words on the book, and strange evil creatures will appear. The more words there are, the stronger they are. Every time you write a word, the writer will bleed. The writer will often become the first food of evil spirits. This is a strange book that costs blood. Its origin is vague. It was made by a fanatical believer who believed in a certain god. During the production process, he used his own blood and the blood of evil creatures, worshipped every day, and chanted the name of a certain god to the book until he died. Kumeng did not learn the name of the god from the big-faced cat. The big-faced cat made it vague, and Kumeng did not know which god's believer made this thing. This thing sounds very wrong. It is the thing of evil believers. I thought it was a powerful prop, but the writer would become the first food of the evil spirit, and the side effect was that writing would cause bleeding. The disadvantage was too great to be used by him. For something like this, it would be a good choice to hand it over to the country. Kumeng had no idea of testing it for the time being, and only ordered Tang Yuan to open the bundle and take a look. Tang Yuan opened the small bundle, and there was a book sewn with human skin in the bundle. The skins were connected by hemp thread, and black dry blood remained on the silk thread. When the strange book appeared, the temperature in the room seemed to drop a few degrees, and the environment became a little darker, and negative emotions rose in my heart. Blood, blood, I want blood. The bloodthirsty emotion rose in my heart, but this emotion was quickly swept away by the resistance power in Kumeng's body. Kumeng glanced at the system and found that the resistance value did not increase by 0.1, which meant that the opponent's mental interference was not strong. Try to open it. Tang Yuan obeyed the order, touched the book with dog hair, and slowly opened the cover. A gust of cold wind blew, and the curtains suddenly shook by themselves, and the scene seemed to be darker. Blood, the voice of wanting to drink blood sounded again. The thought of drinking blood and the thought of thirst worked together, making Kumeng thirsty and wanting to drink blood. After opening it, the book was blank. The atmosphere at the scene looked very strange. The wind from somewhere kept blowing on the curtains, and Tang Yuan's hair was also blown. However, Tang Yuan's hair was all controllable hair, and the fluttering hair was immediately locked and motionless. Kumeng stared at the pale paper, and vaguely caught a vague feeling. This strange book had been written by someone, and the feeling of writing remained on the paper. Kumeng stared at the book, emptying his mind, grasping the feeling from the ethereal feeling and strengthening the feeling. Synesthesia, a picture of the prairie vaguely appeared in front of him. A werewolf, who could write, pierced his flesh with his claws, causing blood to flow to his claws, and write on the book. Weird, weird. On the prairie, a strong wind rushed over, and a translucent cloak ghost rose from the book. The blood in the book was bright red, and the originally colorless ghost was stained with the red of blood. It opened a huge mouth and swallowed down. The synesthesia of the picture was interrupted here. Because the werewolf was eaten by the evil creature left the book and the connection became weak. It was difficult for him to continue the synesthesia with his strength. Okay, cover it. Keeman didn't want to test it anymore. He already knew how to use this book. Evil things, this is a real evil thing. The side effects are not just bleeding. Keeman can feel the bloody thoughts contained in this book. If the user can survive every time he writes, the user will like blood more and more, and eventually become what the original owner expects. After wrapping the bundle, the human skin book is no longer exposed, the sun is tilted, and the room returns to a bright and warm atmosphere again. After ordering 2 breakfasts, Chinmomo personally delivered breakfast to the door, chatted with Keeman for a while, and then went downstairs to look after the store. Keeman threw a breakfast to Tangyuan to eat, thinking about the invitation mentioned by Captain Luo. Some things are really troublesome to leave at home, and it is safer to leave them in the investigation bureau. The salted fish can be left at home to watch the house, but the book of strange characters is not necessary. There is not much use for the authentic evil things to stay at home, so it is better to hand them in. As for the trident, it is not very useful to keep it around. Who will use which thing to attack? The only offensive method Keeman can think of is to jump into the air, stab with all his strength with the giant gloves, and summon a big whale to smash the enemy to death. The trident can be kept by the investigation bureau. If you study it, you will find something strange. It has research significance. Keeman is an individual. His research ability is not as strong as that of a country. The investigation bureau can better play the role of the trident. After thinking about it, Keeman called Captain Luo and told him his thoughts. Captain Luo, when I woke up, something strange appeared again. This thing is quite weird. It is useless to keep it in my hands. It is better to seal it in the investigation bureau. The trident is useless. It is temporarily kept in the investigation bureau. Keeman said 3 sentences in a row, one was handed over, and the other was kept for safekeeping. Captain Luo was very surprised. Just figure it out. The country can become strong, and it is inseparable from the participation of strong talents. After a while, the director of the general administration called and thanked Keeman in person. Keeman, I thank you on behalf of the bureau. The bureau will ensure that no one dares to touch your things. Considering your situation, the bureau will lend you a space-type item. It will be sent to Whale City together with the rational manuscript. If your contribution value in the future is enough to exchange it, you can own it forever. The director talked to Keeman for a few minutes and discussed with Keeman about the regularity of the items. The director is a 50-year-old uncle. He is a bit old, and his voice is round and gentle. Keeman explained that every time he wakes up from sleep recently, there is a certain chance of getting new items. Director, is a humanoid special object like me an exception? Keeman asked. It's not an exception, but other people don't produce special objects. There is one person whose road will freeze when she walks. Another person's community will lose power when he dreams. The director explained that special humans are very rare. Only 2 special humans have been found so far, and there are 3 in total including Keeman. Chapter 80. Walking on ice? Is it so cool? Keeman imagined the scene in his mind. The ice-making person was wearing a Ka suit, and the road she walked on automatically froze. Wouldn't it be wonderful to put on ice skates and skate on ice all the way? As for the other special talent, the power outage in the community, when he was dreaming was similar to Keeman's. They were all dreams. Keeman was a new special item, and his was the power outage in the entire community. Keeman noticed the director's words. Is it just the power outage in the community? Will the range not increase? The power outage range of him is a bit confusing. If he doesn't sleep in the community, it will cause a larger area of power outage. Only sleeping in the community is the smallest range we have tested. The director smiled bitterly. After chatting for a while, the director hung up the phone. Kamong was deeply impressed by the communication with the director. It turns out that there are more than one special human being, but in terms of potential, Keeman's potential is higher. On the surface, Keeman can only trigger the rule of generating special items when sleeping, but he knows in his heart that special items come from the sacrifices of fanatical believers. After a while, Captain Luo drove upstairs and took him out to do the task. Keeman put on the white shirt and black pants he received from the investigation bureau, and put on a windbreaker. His temperament was immediately exposed, and he looked very pleasing to the eye. Getting in Captain Luo's car, the 2 teammates sat in the back seat. Keeman also sat in the back seat and greeted the 2 teammates. Amon, I have heard of you for a long time. I am Chung Lu, and I am responsible for attacking like you. A young man wearing glasses and a short haircut, about the same age as Keeman. I am the team Dr. Liang in. You can call me Dr. Liang. Ms. Liang had her hair in a bun and wore gold-rimmed glasses. She looked about 32 years old. Her skin was not as good as that of young women, and she had old eye wrinkles. Originally, there was another teammate in the number 49 investigation team, but he suffered a mental trauma that was difficult to treat, so Keeman replaced the injured person as the team's attacker. Now there are 4 people in the car: Keeman, Luo Yuan, Chung Lu, and the team Dr. Ms. Liang. Today, we will first take you to familiarize yourself with the team style, and at the same time train your synesthesia ability. We often use synesthesia when we enter special fields. Captain Luo said, and asked Dr. Liang to take out the information for Keeman to see. Dr. Liang handed over a file bag, watched Keeman open the file, and found that he was not wearing glasses, and suddenly asked, "Captain, doesn't Keeman need glasses?" "Glasses?" Keeman looked up and looked at the 3 teammates. All 3 teammates wore glasses. At first, he didn't think much about it. After all, most people in modern society are nearsighted, and wearing glasses is the norm. Captain Luo looked at the rearview mirror. Amon's glasses are provided by the General Administration, and it's not that fast to use the old glasses left by the predecessors. Wow, such a good treatment, Chung Lu said enviously. Glasses? Keeman asked. Your temporary worker manual doesn't mention this. I will send you a formal investigator manual later, Captain Luo said. The glasses we wear are special glasses that have been enchanted. They can see things that ordinary people can't see. Generally, newcomers wear old glasses in stock, Dr. Liang explained. Although synesthesia is a good ability, it takes a certain amount of time. Enchanted glasses have the function of clairvoyance, which allows people to see strange traces faster and find the source of things. However, these glasses are not without disadvantages. After wearing them for a long time, people who wear them will become fond of wearing glasses, and will feel uncomfortable without them. Dr. Liang said that the glasses were enchanted in batches by a special thing of unknown level. In addition, the knowledge involved in deleting memories is 0 level and 1 level things. There are too many low-level items and too many investigators, so the mechanism of deleting memories is difficult to operate perfectly, so not all knowledge is prohibited from being leaked. Things at level 2 or below, low-level personnel have no right to know. If they know about it during a mission, they will sign a confidentiality agreement afterwards to keep it confidential. The glasses are public knowledge in the Investigation Bureau. Anyone who wears enchanted glasses will ask about it. Because it is distributed in batches, everyone has to know about it. This is a confidentiality exception among high-level things. Only the name, level, location and other information are kept confidential, and its enchantment ability is announced. While listening, Keeman read the investigation file given by Dr. Liang. 2:01, March 19, 7 p.m. Tang went home from get-off work, drove into the parking lot of his community, entered the elevator on the underground first floor, and disappeared. On the morning of March 20th, Tang's family found that Tang had not returned overnight and could not get through on the phone. At 6:55 a.m. on March 21st, Tang's family called the police. At 7:23 a.m., the police arrived at the scene and retrieved the surveillance. They found that Tang fell to the ground in the elevator surveillance, suspected of fainting, but there was no Tang in the elevator in reality, suspected of an abnormal event. Keeman watched all the way and encountered this kind of abnormal event for the first time. This is an abnormal event that occurred in Wales City. There is no news report on it. It seems that the authorities have blocked the relevant information leaks. Sometimes, Keeman wonders if the authorities have a special thing on the internet. Is he trapped in a special field? Keeman asked. Not all things will generate a special field when they are born, but Keeman looked at the records in the archives, which looked a bit like a special field. People can be seen in the surveillance, but not in reality. Maybe they are in 2 different areas? However, Dr. Liang shook his head. No, special places are not like this. People wearing clothes cannot enter. We guess that this elevator may have become a special item, but we will not know until we arrive at the scene, Chung Lu said on the side. Keeman nodded and took out his mobile phone to check the time. Koi time 201, March 21st, 8:59. It is a newly released case. Chapter 81. We're ready. Keeman looked up at the tall building in front of him. This is an ordinary residential area. According to the archives, these buildings are all 23 stories high. There is a small park with a green coverage rate of 35% below, and a parking lot on the first floor below. A cordon has been set up at the entrance of the parking lot. Gun-wielding soldiers stand outside the security post, looking at the people in the car with ferocious eyes. Please take off your masks. Luo Yuan rolled down the window, took off his mask, and showed his face. The soldier on duty brought a scanning camera and scanned Luo Yuan's face. With a beep, Luo Yuan's confidential file appeared on the display screen. The soldier's authority did not allow him to check Luo Yuan's file. He only knew that the other party's organization came from the Special Affairs Investigation Bureau. Then he scanned the faces of Keeman, Chung Lu, and Dr. Liang, all of which showed positions in the Special Affairs Investigation Bureau. Inspection completed. Pass allowed? The soldier saluted the 4 people. The car drove into the parking lot on the first floor below ground. There were several police cars and armed vehicles parked near the parking lot on the east side. The 4 people got out of the car and walked into the cordon. Captain Luo was responsible for negotiation, while Keeman and others walked to the car of the missing person Tang and observed carefully. Dr. Liang and Chung Lu each blinked their eyes. There was no abnormal trace in the psychic glasses. Amon, what do you feel? Chung Lu asked. He knew that Keeman was a full psychic, and his spiritual perception was much stronger than theirs. Perhaps, he could sense hidden information. Psychic glasses are not powerful items. Some hidden traces are difficult to see. At this time, the investigator needs to feel quietly and capture that feeling. Keeman circled around the white SUV. The surface of the car was pure white with little dust. Suddenly, an idea popped up in his mind, and he said, the owner has washed the car recently. Yes, he has washed the car. Make a note of this. Chung Lu carried a notebook with him and wrote down the suspicious points of the owner's car washing in the notebook. Keeman looked back at Chung Lu. Chung Lu smiled and explained, your spiritual perception is sharper than mine. I will listen to you. At this time, Captain Luo came back from the negotiation and asked, did you see anything? Keeman shook his head. I need to sit in the driver's seat and feel it. We don't have the key. We will go up and ask the owner's family to borrow the spare car key later. Captain Luo said without hesitation. None of the 3 teammates questioned Keeman's decision and agreed with Keeman's approach. Synesthesia cannot be felt by just looking at it casually. It is best to step into the environment in person and feel the owner's situation at that time, so as to strengthen the connection. If there is no other feeling, let's go to the elevator. The man in the surveillance is still waiting for us to rescue him. Captain Luo also walked around the car and saw no special traces with his glasses, so he said immediately. The 4 of them immediately moved to the elevator room on the underground floor. There were armed soldiers guarding the elevator door. When they saw the 4 people coming, they immediately saluted. The 4 people from the number 49 investigation team also returned the salute, reported the unit of the Special Affairs Investigation Bureau, and stopped in front of the elevator door. Keeman looked at the closed elevator, the silver steel door, with a crack in the middle. It seemed that as long as the crack was opened, it might lead to another world. He didn't have glasses, and waited for the instructions of his 3 teammates. What did you see? I didn't see anything. Captain Luo shook his head, took out a black glove, put it on his hand, and clicked the elevator's up button. The gloves are available in black and white. Keeman also wore black gloves. Seeing the captain wearing gloves, he also put on black gloves. The soldier with a gun picked up the pistol and pointed it at the elevator door to prevent any accidents. The display screen on the side of the elevator door showed the number 1, and jumped to -1 in 3 seconds. Ding. The elevator door opened, and the silver door slid to both sides. Zila zila, it made an unpleasant friction sound. At the moment the door opened, Keeman saw a slightly fat man lying on the ground. But as the elevator door opened, the interior of the elevator was completely open, and there was no man lying there. It was just an illusion just now. Is it an illusion? Keeman doesn't think so. If it was the previous Keeman, he would think it was an illusion, but now, he is 100% sure that the scene just now was not an illusion. Did you see it? Keeman pointed to the center of the elevator. There's a man lying there. The 2 soldiers with guns felt cold, and had goosebumps when they heard this. The hands holding the guns became stronger. After hearing this, the 3 teammates said, I didn't see anyone, but I saw a human-shaped stain on the ground. Let me see. Keeman wanted to see what the world of glasses looked like, and he could actually see stains. Chung Lu lent Keeman his glasses. When Keeman put on the black glasses, the whole world was different, as if covered with a light transparent gray layer. In the center of the elevator, there was a pool of black stains, like sewage, vaguely looking like a person. Keeman, is that man still lying there? Keeman shook his head. No, it was just a momentary picture. Captain Luo took the lead and walked into the elevator to take a closer look. The elevator door hummed and closed inward, but Cheng-Lu and Keeman held it down with their hands and could not close it. Keeman returned the glasses to Cheng-Lu and walked into the elevator to look at the floor and carefully feel the atmosphere inside. There was nothing on the floor, but Keeman could feel the strange feeling inside the elevator. It was a feeling of a closed secret room, and a drowsy smell came from the front of the nose. He used the technique of synesthesia to quickly capture this strange feeling. Empty your mind and let your brain accept this feeling. He saw a double image. A middle-aged man went home at night with the smell of flowers on his body. When the elevator door closed, the smell of flowers kept circling in the closed space, and the man fell down and couldn't get up. In that closed space, the elevator door was not open for a long time when the fragrance of flowers was swirling, unless the fragrance of flowers in the room evaporated. Keeman blinked, and the synesthesia was interrupted. He sniffed the air with his nose, and there was no strange smell in the air, so he couldn't restore the scene at that time. Captain Luo next to him felt for a long time, but couldn't find the feeling. Keeman told Captain Luo about the feeling he found. Luo Yuan felt a little tricky after listening to Keeman's feelings. If your feeling is correct, the problem may be with the flower fragrance, not the elevator itself. According to Keeman, it was the flower fragrance that caused the isolation of the space. However, everyone couldn't find the source of the flower fragrance for the time being, so they could only proceed to the next test to restore the process of taking the elevator. 2 minutes later, Captain Luo put the drone into the center of the elevator, and then pressed the number 13 with his hand to restore the operation of Tang taking the elevator at that time. This is the record in the surveillance video. The elevator door closed with a sizzle, and the drone was left in the elevator. People were all outside the elevator, and no one tested it themselves. Keeman stared at the real-time picture sent back from the drone, and the number on the elevator display slowly increased from -1 to 13. Ding. The elevator door opened. Chapter 82. The muzzles of several submachine guns were pointed at the drone's camera. Soldiers in special combat uniforms stood outside the door of the 13th floor, ready for battle. Report to Captain Luo, the elevator door is open, it's a drone. Intercom, received. Then the four tested the elevator several times, and there was no abnormality. And the 4 people from Keeman also came to Tang's home. Tang's wife was wearing long-sleeve pajamas and looked haggard. Seeing Captain Luo appear, he grabbed Captain Luo's arm as if grabbing a life-saving straw, widened his eyes, and said frantically, "Officer, you have to save Tang Hua. He must have been killed." "Don't worry, tell me slowly, why do you think he was killed?" Captain Luo had read the transcript made by his colleagues before coming. But compared to the transcript, he wanted to learn from the person involved in person and deepen the connection. "My ex Liang Jing blocked my door last week, clamoring to make a comeback with my husband, and she didn't take me seriously. Tang Hua rejected her, but she cursed us to go to hell together." Hui Lanfang trembled. Cheng Lu wrote the word Liang Jing on the notebook, turned around and asked the police officer, "Have you contacted Liang Jing?" "She is at work, we have notified her, and we will send police to her workplace for investigation and interview at noon," the police officer said. "What does Liang Jing do?" "She runs a flower shop." This sentence made Kuming and the 3 captains Luo react instantly and look at each other. Flower fragrance? Flower shop? Luo Yuan chatted with the family for a few minutes and asked for the spare car keys. After collecting enough information, he immediately went downstairs with his teammates. "This Liang Jing may be a suspect. What do you think, Amon?" Captain Luo said as he walked down the stairs. "The flower fragrance is likely related to her. Be careful," Keeman warned. "We will act in batches. I will take Dr. Liang to Liang Jing's flower shop to investigate. I will give you the key. You and Cheng-Lu will take the victim's car to feel it. If there is no clue, come and join us." Captain Luo commanded and split the 4 people into 2 groups. "Okay." Keeman had no objection. Interrogating people is not Keeman's strong point, but when it comes to synesthesia, Keeman is very good. Captain Luo took Dr. Liang to the flower shop together. Keeman held the car key and came to the victim's white car with Cheng-Lu. Next to the white car, armed soldiers stood guard to prevent accidents. Keeman opened the car door, and before entering the car, he smelled a strange smell. The police had also opened this car before, taking photos of it for evidence, and scanning it to see if there were any bloodstains. The result was no bloodstains. Now that Keeman was sitting in the main driver's seat, he immediately felt something different. The smell was very light, but he did smell it. Unlike pungent smells, this smell was very soft and comfortable, so comfortable that it made people want to sleep. But compared to sleeping, Keeman's mouth was drier, and his desire to drink water far outweighed his desire to sleep. Chung Lo looked at the interior of the car with his glasses, and there was no special trace in the gray vision. Do you smell it? Do you? Chung Lo sniffed with his nose, and shook his head in disappointment. Keeman didn't say anything, closed the car door, and felt it quietly. After being in a closed space, the inexplicable flower fragrance became a little stronger. Keeman emptied his mind and accepted this strange feeling of sleep, trying to find the picture from this drowsiness. He used the feeling of thirst to hang his consciousness and make himself unable to sleep. On the other hand, he actively accepted the hypnotic effect of the unknown flower fragrance. Soon, he vaguely saw a blurry picture. It was a picture of a white SUV parked in a certain community, and the car was the victim's car. This car witnessed the victim coming downstairs from a certain community and kissing a woman, and the woman's perfume was attached to his body. The victim got into the car, and the fragrance on his body filled the whole car. The victim was unconscious and fell asleep quickly, with his head on the steering wheel. But at a certain time, he suddenly woke up and found that he had fallen asleep on the roadside, then drove home and got off in the parking lot. After that, the victim did not come back. Keeman opened his eyes, and just as the synesthesia ended, he saw Chung Lo slapping and anxiously shouted, "Amon, please reply if you hear me." "I'm fine." Keeman opened the car door and said, "I know who the criminal is. I almost thought you were caught, but fortunately you're fine." "What, you know who the criminal is?" Chung Lo was surprised. How long has it been? Sitting in the car and squinting for half a minute, he synesthetized the source of the incident. The criminal is Liang Jing. If there is no force behind her, then it's almost certain. Keeman took out his mobile phone and checked the group of the number 49 investigation team. There were photos of the information released by Captain Luo. He flipped out Liang Jing's headshot. She had neat short hair, a melon-shaped face, and a high-nose bridge. Although the headshot was different from her in the synesthesia picture, the difference was not big, and the overall appearance matched. Captain Luo had just set out for less than 5 minutes when he received a call from Kuming. "Are you sure it was Liang Jing?" In the synesthesia picture, the source of the victim's perfume smell came from her. People who are stained with perfume in a closed environment are very likely to fall asleep. Please be careful when touching them, and don't let yourself be in a closed environment. Kuming explained on the phone. "Okay, then let's change the door-to-door method." Captain Luo hung up the phone, and Dr. Liang, who was sitting in the co-pilot seat, pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose. "Did Amon feel the first crime scene?" "Yes." Captain Luo stepped on the accelerator and exclaimed, "Man Lingji is really amazing. He can feel the source of the flower fragrance while sitting in the victim's driver's seat. If he is allowed to enter the special field." At this point, Captain Luo thought of the mentally traumatized teammate, and the words were suddenly lost. Special fields are often filled with confusing knowledge. People will inadvertently learn some strange knowledge during the synesthesia process. If the investigator does not remain rational and deny those chaotic knowledge, he will gradually lose his rationality and go crazy. After a while, Dr. Liang sighed softly in the car. "This is not your fault." Captain Luo hummed softly, kept his head down, and drove hard. The car moved forward, but as it drove, a group of troop carriers appeared around it. When Captain Luo's car drove to the door of Liang Jing's flower shop, 7 troop carriers braked, the doors opened wide, and soldiers in special combat uniforms filed out of the cars, holding guns and ready for battle. Chapter 83. The door of the flower shop was open, and there were hundreds of pots of flowers in the shop, with the fragrance of flowers lingering in the air. Captain Luo and the soldiers stood far away and did not approach, keeping vigil from a distance. Luo Yuan picked up his mobile phone and dialed Liang Jing's mobile number directly. Beep. The phone rang, and the phone was connected. "Hello, who is this?" "I am Officer Luo. Where are you, Liang Jing?" "I am in the shop." A woman's voice rang in the phone. "Come out for a moment. I want to take your statement." Luo Yuan gave a look to the soldiers around him, and the soldiers hid one after another. No one broke into the flower shop by force, because the whole shop was full of the fragrance of flowers, and that was her home court. "Come in, I'm on the 2nd floor." The woman's voice was slightly seductive. "If you don't come down, we will arrest you by force," Luo Yuan said sternly. Hearing about the forced arrest, the female voice on the other end of the phone suddenly became silent. Several soldiers took out tear gas, and as long as the other party did not come out, they would throw tear gas to force the people inside to come out. At this time, the curtains on the 2nd floor moved. A woman stuck her head out and saw Luo Yuan standing across the street, holding a mobile phone in his hand and looking at her. "Come down," Luo Yuan shouted across the street. Why arrest me? I did nothing. His disappearance has nothing to do with me," Liang Jing said unhappily. "Come down first. I'm just asking routine questions. You have been in contact with Tang Hua, and you need to take notes. This is the routine procedure," Luo Yuan explained. In any case, Liang Jing was unwilling to come down. Seeing this, Luo Yuan could only use the backup plan. In the face of such a special crime, as long as the other party is a special prisoner, don't dawdle. No one knows whether the special items in the other party's hand are dangerous. If the other party's character cannot be guaranteed, for the sake of social stability, you can only take action. The armed soldier came out and stood beside Luo Yuan. "If you don't come down, you will bear the consequences," Luo Yuan shouted. At the back of the house and around the house, people took out tear gas and waited for an order. Liang Jing saw the gun and her face changed drastically. She didn't have a gun in her hand, and she didn't know about guns. If the other side really rushed in and shot on the spot, she would have no ability to resist. In the end, Liang Jing came out by herself. The police took out a spray and sprayed disinfectant crazily. Regardless of whether the disinfectant is useful or not, suppress the perfume on her body first. Afterwards, Liang Jing was invited to the isolation car with isolation function. The flower shop where Liang Jing was located was blocked by the police and prohibited from passing. Before the specific role of the flower fragrance was interrogated, no one went in to take the risk. Liang Jing was in the isolation car, and the interrogation of Captain Luo sounded on her mobile phone. "On the 19th at 12 noon, where were you and what did you do?" Liang Jing's face froze, and her expression was a little unnatural. The first question asked the key point. "I was taking a nap at that time." Liang Jing did not compromise, and there was still a glimmer of luck in her heart. "At 11 o'clock, Tang Hua drove into your community. The surveillance record showed that he left at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. During this period, was he at your home?" Captain Luo said. Liang Jing's face changed again. She wanted to say no, but she couldn't erase the surveillance record. In the end, she could only admit it and added, "Well, I took a nap with him at that time." Captain Luo breathed a sigh of relief. "It's good to admit it. If you admit it, there will be a breakthrough." He began to ask about the perfume, but Liang Jing started to play dumb again. "I smell like flowers because I run a flower shop, which is normal." She believed that no one could discover her criminal methods, including the police. However, her confidence was useless in front of the Special Affairs Investigation Bureau. Captain Luo had been exposed to many more special things than Liang Jing. Captain Luo spoke slowly, telling the process of Tang Hua being trapped bit by bit. "You used the magic of perfume to trap Tang Hua in the car. For some reason, he woke up on his own initiative and his body returned to the car in reality. He drove home, but you trapped him in the elevator. He disappeared and slept for 2 whole days. He hasn't eaten for these 2 days, and is about to die. Do you know what you are doing?" Liang Jing originally planned to play dumb, but Luo Yuan's words were like needles, piercing her heart one by one. Such a detailed description, as if Luo Yuan had seen her committing the crime with his own eyes. Why do you know so clearly?" Liang Jing widened her eyes, and yelled at the phone. "Impossible, you can't know, you must have made it up." Liang Jing was a little crazy. She was afraid that her crime would be confirmed by the police. Luo Yuan repeatedly pressed the question, but Liang Jing did not give a direct answer. She kept scratching her hair, pulling black hair all over the floor, and kept muttering 3 words, "Impossible, impossible, impossible, impossible." A few minutes later, Keeman arrived at the scene, and Luo Yuan and Dr. Liang immediately came to meet him. "That Liang Jing has been pretending to be crazy. We need to break through from the other side. Amon, do you feel anything?" Luo Yuan looked at the flower shop, and did not see any unusual stains in his glasses. Glasses can only see very obvious stains, and slight stains are invisible. "I try." Keeman stood in front of the flower shop, sniffed lightly, and smelled a faint strange fragrance again. The strange fragrance is different from the flower fragrance in the flower shop. Anyone with keen spiritual perception can notice it at a glance. However, Captain Luo, Chung Lu, and Dr. Liang shook their heads. They didn't smell that unique flower fragrance from the air. In response to this, Keeman adjusted his understanding of sharpness in his mind. Not everyone is so sharp. Keeman closed his eyes, smelled the flower fragrance, and accepted the feeling expressed by the strange fragrance. Emptying his mind, he saw a room without lights. Although there was no light, Keeman could sense that there were 5 rows of wooden racks in the house, and each row of wooden racks was filled with flower pots. In the flower pot at the end of the first row, a bright red flower was quietly blooming. The soil where the flower was planted was a deep red. It was the color of blood. If a normal person uses synesthesia, it is difficult to see colors in a lightless environment, but Keeman has adapted to Cthulhu's synesthesia and can vaguely feel that it is the color of blood. Keeman opened his eyes and described his synesthesia picture. There was no light, but there were 5 rows of wooden frames, red flowers, and bloody soil. This pot of flowers was Liang Jing's means of committing crimes, and it was also a special item with a bloody price. And Keeman vaguely felt that using this pot of flowers required paying the price of blood. Is that Liang Jing's blood, or someone else's blood? In this regard, Captain Luo said that he could not wait any longer. He called Liang Jing again and asked about the pot of bloody flowers. Liang Jing finally stopped repeating the keywords 5 rows of wooden frames and flowers of bloody soil when she heard them. After a 10-second silence, she said in a low voice, "How did you know? Where is the pot of flowers? If you don't tell us, we will send someone to search, but your punishment will be more severe," Luo Yuan said. "For a criminal like me, no matter how much the sentence is mitigated, it's still a capital crime." Liang Jing recognized the reality and said with a haggard and lost face, "The flowers are placed in the basement of the flower shop. Move the safe away. There is a plywood underneath. Open it, and you will find the entrance." Chapter 84. Relying on Keeman's powerful synesthesia, Captain Luo's interrogation went smoothly. Every word was like a knife, stabbing Liang Jing so hard that she couldn't hide it. It turned out that 2 weeks ago, Liang Jing was working in the flower shop in the morning and heard a faint whisper. At first, she couldn't hear what the sound was, and thought it was the sound of traffic. That night, the whisper sounded again, and the sound was clearer. "Do you want to live happily? Do you want an eternal partner? Do you want him to be with you all the time?" Liang Jing was so scared at the time that her back felt cold. Anyone who suddenly heard strange hallucinations when sitting alone in the shop at night would feel very uncomfortable. Obviously, she was the only one in the shop, and she had checked her phone and found that there was no mistake in opening the video software. The voice seemed to be able to see through people's hearts and further explained, "Don't be afraid, I am the flower you raise. Yes, it is this pot of white roses, it is me." After that, Liang Jing quickly closed the shop and didn't dare to open it for 2 whole days. But if the shop is closed for 2 days, the flowers in the shop will be greatly damaged. Flowers need watering and care. She is the owner of the flower shop and needs to take care of her flowers, otherwise her source of income will be cut off. Cutting off someone's financial resources is like killing one's father. She was forced by life to return to the door of the flower shop. She opened the roll-up door tremblingly, and the pot of white roses in the shop came into her sight again. "Why do you want to run away? I can bring you happiness, but you dare not even try. You are only afraid of a pot of flowers. You will never get Tanghua's love like this." Liang Jing's mind rang with the words of the white rose, and every word was sharp and hit her pain point. That day, she was possessed. She half believed and half doubted, and tried to do what the white rose said. Cutting her wrists and bleeding to feed, the white rose was stained with blood. Liang Jing also had a layer of fragrance that could not be faded. The first function of this fragrance was to attract men and arouse their passion. If you feed more blood, you can even use the fragrance to imprison your sweetheart. As more blood was released, Liang Jing felt a little dizzy and unwell, and she didn't dare to release more blood. The rose began to induce her to commit a crime. "Look at this guest, he is tall and big, and his vitality is vigorous. He must be easy to use. How to use? Do I need to teach you this? Use your fragrance to seduce him. Wait until he falls asleep, and then secretly feed me with blood. Do you want to keep Tanghua forever? If you want, you have to listen to me. I can make your wish come true." After that, Liang Jing embarked on a path of crime. Liang Jing was escorted to the elevator where the victim was, with a complicated expression. The method of releasing the prisoner from captivity is also very simple. The first method is for the victim to wake up on his own. People with strong mental strength will wake up on their own. However, it is a bit difficult to sleep again after waking up. After all, people need to rest. If they don't rest well, it will be difficult to wake up the second time they are trapped. The second method is to let Liang Jing come in person and cover the elevator space with her own special fragrance. The victim's closed space will intersect with reality and return to the real world. We will accompany you in, and you will take the initiative to unseal it. If you can't unseal it, you will be in big trouble," Luo Yuan said. The 4 members of the number 49 investigation team followed Liang Jing into the elevator. The elevator door closed inward with a sizzling sound, and the silver steel door closed, as if it was isolated from the world. The faint fragrance of the woman spread throughout the elevator. A man who was unconscious suddenly appeared on the floor. He lay on the cold floor, his lips dry and motionless. When he was woken up by the slap, he was very confused and didn't know what happened. Liang Jing. Why are you here? Tang Hua said weakly. Tang Hua didn't know yet that the woman in front of him wanted to imprison him. Liang Jing lowered her head and whispered, I'm sorry. Let's talk about this later. Captain Luo interrupted the 2 people's reminiscing and looked at Liang Jing, who continued to lower her head. Keeman clicked the elevator button and pressed the button for the first floor. The elevator hummed, and there was a clear vibration and a sense of rising overweight under his feet. The originally fixed number -1 began to change, jumping to the 1 key, and the overweight feeling disappeared. Ding. The middle seam of the elevator door opened, and the silver steel door slid to both sides with a rumble, showing the world outside the elevator. Resistance plus 0.1. Keeman's resistance plus 0.1. His body actively cracked a mental interference, and he woke up on his own. Outside the elevator door, soldiers with guns were waiting. Code name? The soldier shouted. Rose Elevator. Luo Yuan said. Welcome back. The soldier's tense face quietly relaxed, and he made way for the middle passage. The doctor and nurse came over with a stretcher, and quickly transported the weak Tang Hua to the ambulance. Keeman walked out of the elevator, and looked back at the digital display outside the elevator. It was still the negative first floor. The case is closed. This time, Amon has made an indelible contribution. Almost all the key clues were provided by Keeman alone. Chung Lo was very happy, and patted Keeman's shoulder vigorously. For the first time, Chung Lo found that solving a case was such a simple thing. It is really important to have a great teammate. I just did what I should do. Kuming himself was a little surprised. This mission was really easy. He thought it was difficult, but it was surprisingly easy to solve the case. Is it because of his synesthesia? Looking at Chung Li's excited look and the smile on Captain Luo's face. Who cares? It's a good thing to solve the case. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Kuming went home and brought the weird book and the trident back to the investigation bureau. The trident was kept by the authorities, while the weird book was postponed for testing and temporarily sealed. The weird book has been certified by the Big Face Cat. It is an authentic evil object and is not useful to society. The writer will bleed, and the evil spirit born will devour the owner. There are too many unstable factors, and the effect on society is too small. The tester's opinion is to wait for other testers to take the initiative to bleed before conducting detailed tests. Keeman had nothing to do. The case of Liang Jing was closed, and the police would handle the subsequent trivial matters. Without the special items, Liang Jing was just an ordinary person. The flower that needed blood was also taken to the Special Affairs Investigation Bureau. Once the special smell leaves the original host, it can be washed away by washing the body and clothes, so it is not a big problem. Keeman washed it at the Investigation Bureau, went home to play with the pet, and casually read the reviews on Bilibili. The Trident review video he released has caused a certain response on the internet. When he opened it, he was shocked by the number of views. 860,000 views. It's popular. Chapter 85. At night, Chin Momo sat at the cashier counter of a convenience store and took out her phone. She logged into Bilibili and casually browsed through it, and then she found another video shot by Keeman. Unboxing review, Salted Fish Thrust. The 4 characters of Salted Fish Thrust, each separated by a space. She had watched this video when it was first released. But there weren't many barrages at that time, but now there should be a lot of barrages. Watching videos on Bilibili without barrages, and with barrages is a completely different viewing experience. She looked at the column of playback numbers. 860,000. If I remember correctly, this video has only been released for 1 day. Is it so popular? Chin Momo looked at the number of fans of Keeman's Bilibili account, which has risen to 490,000, and the increase is like a cheat. You have to know that 2 or 3 weeks ago, Keeman's number of fans was only in the double digits. Clicking on the video, Chin Momo saw a large number of barrages. Up master, you are popular, your name is on the official list. I worship the boss. I am here to learn, please don't wake me up, thank you. What's going on? There are suddenly so many barrages, and the number of fans has soared by hundreds of thousands. Where can I see the official list? In the opening barrage, 6 out of 10 barrages mention the words official list, which aroused the interest of uninformed viewers like Chin Momo. Official list, special things. Chin Momo associated many things. Clicking pause, Chin Momo checked the video comment area, and the comment with the highest number of likes was a link directly to the official list website. Chin Momo clicked the link and jumped to the official list. In order to deal with the increasingly frequent special events, the Special Affairs Investigation Bureau deliberately disclosed information here and publicly recruited special talents from the outside world. Regarding what special items look like, what characteristics they have, and whether they are dangerous, the public can choose to pay attention to the official list of popular science personnel, which contains popular science videos produced by special personnel from all walks of life. The list is as follows. In order to cope with the future, the country plans to establish several special affairs universities. Senior high school students, who are about to take the college entrance examination, are welcome to apply for the exam. The specific application method is also under discussion. Chin Momo read all the way and had a rough understanding of the Special Affairs Investigation Bureau. Simply put, it is a special agency responsible for abnormal events. Just like those invading shadow creatures, they are the targets of the other party. And the landlord upstairs is on the official popular science list. There are a total of 140 popular science personnel officially announced, including short video popular science people and live broadcast popular science people, and Keeman is AB Station Up host. This report was released on Weibo by the official daily social account, and Keeman's videos also began to surge at that time. It is now 9 o'clock, that is, hundreds of thousands of fans have increased in an hour and a half. And this is just the beginning. As time goes by, more and more people will flock to it. 860,000 views are just its starting point, not its peak. Chin Momo took a deep breath and stared at the word Special Affairs University, feeling that this was an opportunity to work hard. In this kind of abnormal event, if you don't have the ability to protect yourself, joining the official is a very safe way. After all, the public security in Koi Island is much better than that in other continents, and Chin Momo also wants to protect the hard-won peace. After thinking quietly in front of the phone for a while, Chin Momo closed the web page, jumped back to Kuming's video, and played it again. Barrages of comments surged like waves. Chin Momo adjusted the density of the comments and then watched quietly. In the video, there was a yellow cardboard box in front of Kuming. He patted the cardboard box and explained, "Hello, I am Kuming. Today I will bring you a small review of a fisherman's steel fork. This fisherman's steel fork is a gift from a friend in a seaside city. Because fishing is too easy, I feel strange and asked me to test its upper limit of fishing ability. At this time, dense barrages slid over. Fishing is too easy. Element perception. High energy ahead. Those who watch it back will tell you that it is really super beautiful. I also want to have such a friend. Where can I find it?" Opening the cardboard box, the rusty fishing fork appeared in the video. Kuming picked up the trident. Before he used any force, just a very slight movement, a small ant appeared on the trident. "Everyone, look, an ant appeared on the trident." He moved the camera closer, and the shape of the ant was extremely clear in front of the camera. "Next, let's try to increase the force a little bit." Keeman stabbed lightly. A live fish suddenly appeared on the trident. The key is that this live fish is still alive and kicking. Keeman pulled the live fish out of the trident and placed it in front of the camera so that the audience can see it more clearly. "This fish is tilapia. Don't think I don't know. You went to the supermarket to buy a fish and come back. Don't try to fool me." "Poochie, the one in front, do you really think it was bought by the Upmaster?" "Cherish the newbies. They don't know what the Upmaster is doing yet." Then, Keeman changed a different angle and stabbed lightly with very light force. Each stab brought out a different fish. Grass carp, black carp, silver carp, carp. When the test reached the 10th round, Kuming stopped the test. "They are all small fish, not interesting. Let's change the test site to see what will be stabbed out by wearing the giant force gloves." Kuming snapped his fingers, and the scene immediately switched to the ocean. He stood at the front of the deck of the warship, and his right hand was already wearing the old black glove in the previous video. What did I see? The naval warships of Koi Island. The funding has skyrocketed. This is the real professional evaluation, brothers. Type the word professional on the screen. Professional, professional, professional. The word professional filled the entire screen, and everyone was shocked by the appearance of the warship. In front of the mobile phone, Chin Momo also counted how many warships there were on the sea. She didn't count them carefully the first time she watched it, but this time she counted them clearly. There were a total of 7 warships on the screen, and there were also planes patrolling in the sky, This evaluation was definitely done with the help of the official, Chin Momo thought. In the video, Keeman took a deep breath and stabbed forward with all his strength. Suddenly, a huge whale appeared in front of Keeman. A black fish body as long as 20 meters, a huge fish head, a manifold whale body, and a wide fish tail. This shot stabbed out a whale. At the moment, when the whale appeared on the screen, question marks filled the entire screen. The whale was too big, and the trident was too small. The huge whale fell off, and fell into the sea. Keeman conducted many tests, and a whale appeared every time he stabbed. One warship after another approached the ocean, ready for battle. Actually, when I heard the words fishing capacity limit, I knew this thing was not simple. After reading Keeman's review, I can't look at other people's unboxing reviews. Keeman is really too professional. Please, put away your magical power and stop torturing whales. I'm curious, since you can stab whales, can you stab some unknown species? Chapter 86. During the test at sea, a strange marine creature was actually stabbed out. The warship approached the wave, which was covered by artillery fire, and then captured with a special prop in the shape of a fishing net. Because of the editing, the audience did not see that scene. At the end of the video, Keeman's evaluation ended, and a small tidbit was released. On land, shells flew across the sky and bombarded a place with thick smoke. The range of the thick smoke was too large, and it was difficult to see who the tank was bombarding. In the last 10 seconds, Keeman said in a voiceover, "If you have similar strange items, please do not test them yourself. These things generally have side effects, and may also produce some very dangerous monsters. If you encounter such things, I hope everyone can take the initiative to report to the country, otherwise it may kill you and your family. As long as you pass the sense of justice test, non-evil items can be kept around and become a non-staff member." Thank you for watching, see you next time. The barrage at the end of the paragraph, everyone enviously picked up lemons. If there is such a thing, who would report it to the country? Maybe you can't get it back after reporting it. However, some people think that Keeman's warning is not just a casual remark. Everyone saw that Keeman later used the giant glove to stab out the uncontrollable big guy, and the tank troops could only kill him on the spot. This thing is risky. If you don't have the ability to guarantee your life safety, it's better not to commit suicide. Special items are not a joke. The side effects will make you die inexplicably, and will also implicate others. Chin Momo finished reading the barrage, but after reading it this time, her mood was different from the last time. Originally, I watched the evaluation video of Keeman just for fun, to see how the up-host does things. But the attitude of some people in the barrage made her feel uncomfortable. If there are special items, they are hidden and not reported? Don't you know how to write the word death? Didn't you see the final test footage of Keeman, the tanks fired? If it is not impossible to deal with, who would be willing to shoot and kill? Pulling the strange creatures back to the laboratory for slice research, isn't it great? Moreover, the firepower of the tank troops is not the strength that normal people can have. Anyone with a little IQ knows how to answer this multiple choice question. Chin Momo scrolled down the comment area, trying to find some comments that could resonate with her. Fortunately, the public in the comment area are all rational parties. After Chin Momo liked several of them in a row, her mood returned to normal. Upstairs, Keeman's fan group was buzzing, all asking about the official list. Group leader, you have been named by the official, is this true? Group leader, what should I do to be as good as you? With a group of warships as the background. Kaming just checked the reason for the explosion of the popularity of the video, and knew that the official action had begun, and immediately replied, "It's very simple, just join the Special Affairs Investigation Bureau." The Special Affairs Investigation Bureau really exists. Tell me, how can I join the organization? Group leader, when I was a child, a master said that I was gifted, and was a rare Taoist fetus in 10,000 years. Can you introduce me? After Kaming's bubble, the heat in the group exploded, and a group of fans rushed to ask about the authenticity of Special Affairs, and how to get started. Kaming naturally couldn't reply one by one, so he could only post a group announcement. Please go to the official website to learn about the specific situation. Whether you can become a special talent is not up to me. I can only know after I test it myself. After the announcement, more fans came up to ask questions. Keeman didn't dare to join the group chat for the time being. Joining the group chat was originally a very happy thing, but a group of people kept asking questions about the investigation bureau, which annoyed him. When they become the daily urging party, Keeman will come back to join the group chat. Well, it was decided happily. Keeman lay on the bed, put his mobile phone aside, and flipped through his task list. The task showed that the difficult task had been completed. Keyman clicked to receive the reward, and a line of small words immediately appeared in front of him. Resistance plus 15. Keyman's total resistance rose to 29.1. It was 14.1 before, more than doubled. To verify how strong the resistance of 29.1 was, Keyman picked up a bottle of water on the bedside. Looking at the water in the bottle, the feeling of dry mouth was still there, but not as strong as before. Gulp, drank 1/3 of the water. The mouth no longer felt thirsty, and the system did not pop up the resistance plus 0.1 prompt, which meant that the body was strong enough to resist the mental interference of thirst. Keyman laid down to sleep, and gradually, he fell into a dream and returned to the deep sea of Raya. He opened his eyes, and the old script seafood melee was played in front of him. A purple crystal-textured sea scorpion swam in the sea and fought a yellow crab for 300 rounds. Keyman sat on the floor of Raya and watched for 2 minutes, and was bored. It was still the original formula, the original taste, and there was no outstanding change. Well, let's take a look at the progress of the player's construction. Not long after, Keyman felt the player screen of the dream world. The spiral tower of Babel is still under construction, and it has been built for about 100 meters. For a less professional player team, this construction speed is not bad. After all, 100 meters is very high, and it takes at least 200 days on Blue Star. Of course, the number of players participating in the construction in the dream world far exceeds the number of players in a construction team on Blue Star, and the two cannot be compared. Keyman switched perspectives and looked at the construction team in the center of the land. Factories were arranged in a very neat order, and players went in and out, using their mental power to provide raw materials, and the factories produced industrial products. However, the other party had only built the factory for 3 days, and could not come up with a new architectural style for the time being. Keyman switched to the perspective of other players. After a while, he saw a group of players using tree blocks to build a huge tree stump with a huge circle of tree rings on it. People who don't know would think that there was such a big tree on this land, but Keyman knew that it was built by the players later. Keyman switched perspectives back and forth and estimated the surface area of the tree stump. About 1 million square meters? What do they want to do? Do they want to build a real towering tree on the spot? Chapter 87. At the construction site of the World Tree, players grabbed the wooden blocks under the seat with their hands, and then stacked them up, laying them layer by layer like bricklaying. The project was huge, and the process was very troublesome. Many players started to complain of being tired as soon as they built a base. The players present were used to playing virtual games, and liked to see the results of their work directly. Now, they spent a long time grabbing and laying things, and had no idea when they would finish. And the sun above was too scorching. If he didn't have the small wooden umbrella he made, he would be burned to death. I can't stand it anymore, take a break. A husky lay under the wooden umbrella, sticking out its big tongue and breathing continuously. He is good Jojo, whose online name is G9G. He is a player of the virtual game Animal World. Because he slept in the animal-type game, he turned into a dog after dreaming. It's absurd enough to say that after turning into a dog in the dream world, he experienced a new way of life. That was an experience that the virtual game Animal World could not compare to. In the dream, he became a real husky, with a keen sense of smell, sharp hearing, and running much faster. Because he ran very fast, he gradually liked the mode of walking on 4 legs. How to say it? It seems that the way of 2 legs limits his speed, and using 4 legs is faster and more comfortable. The disadvantage is that the body has no sweat glands, and the body is extremely hot in this violent weather. In order to dissipate heat, he began to stick out his tongue. Ha ha ha. The sound of sticking out the tongue and breathing sounded under the umbrella. G9G didn't want to move, just wanted to rest. On Orange Star, Era liked to move around at home, but G9G was essentially still a person, so he would not learn to move around like Era. First, he was too stupid, and second, he was a player, not a dog. After a while, he closed his eyes. You have been in deep sleep for 120 minutes, welcome back. G9G returned to Animal World, moved his dog body, and slowly stood up. Without the sense of reality of the dream world, G9G walked on all 4s in the room, jumping up and down on the sofa, chair, tea table, mattress and other floors, and ran 3 circles. He stuck out his tongue and exhaled, but he didn't feel the feeling of expelling layers of hot air. Sure enough, the dream world is more real than virtual games. G9G spoke in human language, walked in the mirror and looked at his black hair, white face, small eyes and facial features, which formed a funny and grotesque style. This is the dog face, he pinched himself, which is not bad. But thinking of the experience of the dream world, he still couldn't bear it and wanted to go back and experience it again. No, I can't indulge in dreams. Era shook his dog head and shook his tail. He clicked to exit the game. His consciousness gradually became confused and then became clear. He opened his eyes, and the sliding cover of the game cabin slowly slid open, revealing the ceiling of the normal world. Outside the window, it was still midnight, and the lights of the city illuminated the sky, dyeing it with a light red color. G9G got up but didn't know what to do, so he might as well sit on the balcony and watch the scenery. Outside the balcony, skyscrapers were brightly lit. Electricity is the least valuable energy in this era, and it can be used recklessly. He looked for a while, clicked on the bracelet, and a light blue light screen popped up in front of him. He tapped his fingers a few times, and then gently slid the air. His bracelet automatically recognized the gesture and entered the Dream Forum. Dream Forum? This is a professional forum that was recently established. It gathers most of the nightmare patients. Every time they come back from a nightmare, they will express their experiences and opinions in this forum. However, because the dream world later did not have a drowning opening, the crying posts also declined rapidly and became a cold topic. Only a few people are still discussing the issue of death, and most nightmare patients are talking about the infinite possibilities of the dream world. An extremely realistic world, a more realistic experience than virtual games. How real is it? G9G specially posted a post for this purpose. The post is called, Diary, I became a husky in the dream world. Many players play games just to experience different lives and indulge in virtual games. Some players are specifically for curiosity and like strange things. G9G post resonated with this type of players, and the number of views was overwhelming. So far, it has reached 200 million views. G9G clicked in and posted today's diary. January 8, 11:02 Orange calendar. Today's sun is still very hot. I don't want to work halfway through. The World Tree project is as unreliable as the Tower of Babel project in the next post. It is said that the project of the Research Institute is easier. I found that the dogs in animal world are different from the dream world. The dogs in the dream world have no sweat glands, so they will be very hot. If I don't stick out my tongue and breathe, I may explode. After the diary was published, there was another wave of comments. Real. You make me want to be a dog for fun. Recently, I have been turning into a fish. I swim happily in the water, but human thinking is a little uncomfortable. I'm a newbie. I just started having nightmares. How can I transform into a non-human? Please teach me. What newbies are you? Why don't you search for hot posts yourself? Move your fingers, or move your mouth to send a voice message. Even if you are a freeloader, you should know how to use artificial intelligence, right? In Orange Star, because of the development of artificial intelligence, freeloaders only need to move their mouths, and artificial intelligence will help you do what you want. The premise is that artificial intelligence can complete it. If you ask it to do something that it cannot complete, that's another matter. G9G ignored those newbies, but looked at a comment about turning into a fish, muttering, "Can you turn into a fish? Damn, the dream world can be played like this." He patted his thigh, and it was enlightening. Not only did he realize it, other players also responded to the fish's comment. Brother, your dreaming angle is too tricky. You actually dreamed as a fish. What does it feel like in the sea? Tell me, I'm curious about what's in the deep sea. I want to see the sea. Thousands of people signed a petition. Thousands of people signed a petition +1. Immediately afterwards, someone else opened a new post on the Dream Forum, asking for a diary post from the perspective of a fish player. Are there any fish players? Please write a diary. I want to know what's under the sea. There are the Tower of Babel, the World Tree, and the project of building a nation from scratch. So what about the underwater project? I hope the big guys can give a fish player's perspective. That giant marine creature has not appeared yet. Has it left the dream world? Posts related to fish skyrocketed, and the passion of players was ignited. Asking for a fish perspective became a super topic that night. Chapter 88. It's not easy to become a fish animal. In the virtual game Animal World, you can't just pinch the face of any animal you want to become. Animal World focuses on land animals, and the initial objects of players' face pinching are very common animals. If it is a rare animal, players need to play deeply in the virtual game and brush relevant achievement points. After brushing for about 10 days, you can often unlock the face pinching function of a rare animal, but the rarer the animal, the longer it takes. The unlocked object is related to the task the player has brushed. Players who like freshwater fish can go to the lake or river to do tasks. For example, A bear player catches fish in the river and blindly fishes with bare claws. If you catch 100 fish in a single day, you can unlock the achievement Fishing Bare Hand. If you fish in the freshwater area for 15 consecutive days, catch more than 100 fish every day, and do nothing else, you can unlock the rare achievement, number 1 in fishing. This achievement has no other function, only 2 uses. 1. Show off. 2. Have the permission to sculpt a freshwater fish. It is a golden title that can be hung on the head to show off. It is a common achievement for pretentious players, and a must-have achievement for collectors. The above is one of the ways to obtain freshwater fish sculpting. There are other ways that have not been introduced. The way to obtain seafood is also related to water. Animal World is very open, and many things are left for players to explore on their own. Every day, a large number of players explore the achievements hidden by the official. Now there are a lot of posts asking for fish players' perspectives in the Dream Forum, and fish players are also emerging. Low-key freshwater fish. In fact, I also want to know what is in the Dream Sea, and I also want to chase the giant. However, you forgot one thing. Some fish players are freshwater fish. With the realism of the Dream World, once freshwater fish enter the seawater, the salt content in their cells is lower than that in seawater, and the water in their bodies will seep out, and we will die of dehydration. I advise all freshwater fish players not to commit suicide. The realism of the Dream World is obvious to all, and the experience of committing suicide is not pleasant. My suggestion is to first swipe out the identity of a seawater fish in Animal World, and then enter the dream to avoid death from dehydration. After low-key freshwater fish posted, a large number of players suddenly realized, Big brother, this is so useful, give it a thumbs up. Thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. I wanted to go to Animal World to enter the dream as a freshwater fish, but when I saw this post, I was lucky that I didn't act immediately. The number of replies reached 1,000 posts in just a few minutes, which shows how hot the topic of fish is. After a while, a new melon appeared again. The player's Jitsi was originally a knight. Seeing the fish post going viral, and just as he had achieved the achievement not good at anything, the best at slacking off in Animal World, he immediately made a fish body, and quickly fell into a dream. After Zsai came out, he posted, Actually, everyone thinks too much. Fish players are extremely difficult to play, and the difficulty is hellish. The place of birth is on land. I didn't expect that I would be born in the air, and then fall into a haystack. The number of views of this post soared to 8 million in just 1 hour, and millions of people urged him to update at the same time. The mental state of the poster was extremely bad, and he had died several times in the game. But he couldn't stand the many private messages urging him to update, and for the first time he felt the pressure and happiness of millions of fans urging him to update. In Orange Star, because industrial automation is too perfect, it's either entertainment or scientific research, and Jitsi is a person who likes entertainment. He likes the feeling of being noticed by others. Looking at the 99999 plus private message number, he typed with voice despite the uncomfortable feeling. Do you know how uncomfortable it is to fall on land? There is no water. The gill filaments and gill lamellae are stuck together, and the water is evaporated by the fierce weather. I was suffocated to death. After suffocating to death, I was reborn in an instant, fell on the grass, continued to have difficulty breathing, and continued to play the previous scene. Players who have experienced seawater submersion must be very touched. Died and reborn, reborn and died again, it is really worse than death. Believe me, no one understands death better than me. It's really too uncomfortable. If I hadn't carefully set the 10-minute wake-up time before falling asleep, I might have to lie in the intensive care unit of the hospital after leaving the cabin. I won't say much. I need to rest. Don't urge me to update. If you urge me again, I will explode. My throat and lungs are so uncomfortable. Is this a sequelae of death? The host Jitsi went offline to rest, and the comment area below also erupted into a small climax, with hundreds of comments per second. Players who don't play non-humans can breathe freely, and they didn't expect fish players to be so difficult to play. I didn't expect that the birthplace is on land, which is really hurtful to fish. Tiger touched the OP. The OP is too hurt, he must have died many times. Low-key freshwater fish. I fell into the river for the second time when I entered the dream. The death pain of falling into the grass is very terrifying. I advise everyone not to try it lightly. Even if you have a deep-sea fish character, you may fall into the grass and regenerate infinitely. Just came out of the game. I regret not seeing this post earlier. I suffered in the dream for a few minutes. I'm going to vomit. The player Lanyi typed with a pale face. She has a shark character in Animal World, and thought the blue sea was waving to her. She never expected that she would fall on the grass. A shark fell directly on the grass. It was really terrible. She dared to guarantee that it was the most uncomfortable experience in her life. At that time, a player happened to spawn, and she twisted her tail frantically, trying to make a sound with her tail. In the dream world, as long as you can make a sound, you can convey your meaning to the other party and break through the boundaries of species language communication. Sharks have no vocal cords and cannot speak, so she uses the rhythm of her tail flapping instead of speaking. However, she used her tail for the first time and had no experience in tail language, which resulted in her meaning not being particularly accurate in the process of conveying, and human players heard chaotic and disordered language. Then he was scared away. He thought it was a weird shark, not a player. In the dream world, there is no title of a virtual game hanging on your head. To identify whether the other party is a normal person, you need to communicate to know whether it is true or not. If the language is chaotic and disordered, the official advice of Orange Star is not to contact and stay away quickly. Because in the virtual game world, chaos and madness are synonymous with evil gods. If you encounter similar situations, don't get close. Curiosity will kill you. Scared? It seems that I can't try it randomly. Clementine, I will make a bold prediction. A large number of fish players are coming. A few minutes later, the suffering posts on the Dream Forum increased sharply. In the dream world, Keeman patrolled everywhere. Huh? Keeman saw a bunch of live fish falling on the grass, sand piles, stone ground or water, jumping around. I didn't expect that there are still people playing with fish. It's really strange. Chapter 89. The dream world was originally just a casual experiment by Keeman. When he used the dream transmission skill, he did not expect the subsequent development. Now more and more Orange Star people are pouring into the dream world. There is no pain of drowning. This is like a second life for them, an alternative virtual game. Keeman can switch to the perspective of the fish player and feel the emotions of the fish falling to the ground. Difficulty breathing, discomfort, and death. Mandarin fish, cookie shark, catfish, box fish, tropical fish, pistol shrimp. More and more fish are swiping out in the air, and the varieties are varied and endless. They fell on the grass. Because their body structure is not out of the ordinary, their fate after leaving the water is naturally death. There are also some amphibians that fell on land. They did not die and successfully survived. However, amphibians also depend on luck. If they fall in the desert area, they will be directly dried by the violent sun. Keeman saw an octopus spawn on a stone. Because there was no water, she could only crawl around on the stone. I thought the octopus would be very uncomfortable, but Keeman did not feel any discomfort from her. Keeman switched to the perspective of the octopus player and understood why she could survive easily. This octopus girl stored water in the mantle cavity. She is a marine animal and can survive for a short period of time by relying on the oxygen in the water. This octopus is something, Keeman commented. Fortunately, the other party could not hear Keeman's comments in his heart. If he could hear it, he would definitely not be able to bear it. After watching for more than 10 seconds, Keeman had to do his business. More and more fish appeared, and they were refreshed when they died, and died again when they lived, falling into an infinite cycle of death. They don't need to endure the pain of death, and Keeman has no grudge against them. If they intimidate Keeman, they can counterattack them later, no rush. After a while, Keeman's consciousness invaded the United Dream world and started to improve the birthplace of aquatic animals. Orange Star. The super topic of fish players in the Dream Forum attracted the attention of a large number of nightmare patients, and the virtual game animal world became popular. A large number of new players poured into this old and boring game. It does not have the perverted strength of the Fairy Xia online game Xiuxian, and the production style is in line with reality. Player Peerless Fenghua remembered that he had brushed out a rare achievement Wings of Freedom in the animal world, which can unlock the appearance of an owl. He immediately logged into Animal World and picked up the owl shape he had pinched before. The tail was short and round, and the two claws were sharp like an iron hook. Then he fell into a deep sleep in the game, and soon fell asleep. A breeze blew over his body, and noisy voices came to his ears. He opened his eyes, and saw rows of neatly planned industrial buildings, with a large number of players coming in and out of each factory. He stood on the top of a bulletin board, being pointed at by a group of players. How did an owl appear? This owl is big and strong, and it looks delicious. It's not as good as ours. Peerless Fenghua heard the discussions of the foodies, and became furious. The owl screamed, making the angry cry of eagles. Originally, people could not understand the language of owls, but in the dream world, language is not an obstacle to communication. As long as you can make a sound and use language skillfully to express your meaning, the other party can receive the meaning of the language. Kill you! The owl screamed. The faces of the group of people changed slightly, and they all showed vigilance. Peerless Fengwa spread his wings, just like he did in Animal World. He flapped his wings, but a gust of wind was blown up, and the reaction force pushed his body up. The game is a game, and reality is reality. It was the first time he became an owl in the dream world. As soon as he flapped his wings, he began to feel uncomfortable, and had difficulty controlling his body. The owl struggled in the crowd for a few times, and was almost caught a few times. Fortunately, his survival instinct drove him to work hard, and finally he spread his wings and flew high a minute later, flying to the roof of the factory, and no human could catch him anymore. Silly, all stupid, haha. Peerless Fengwa laughed arrogantly. His voice echoed in the sky, and the humans below heard his mockery. The owl has become a spirit. It's not a player. I heard that some players have turned into wolves and huskies. There are foxes, not to mention, it's not impossible to turn into an owl. People were angry, but when they thought that the other party might be a player, their killing intent faded. This is not a game world, but a nightmare world, and you can't kill your own family members. If you are reported, the Orange Star official will send people to collect evidence. If you want to live decently on Orange Star, credit is a necessary quality for the people of Orange Star. In the game, no matter how you kill players, the official will not ask, but Nightmare Disease is an event involving global human beings, and everyone is not allowed to bring the indiscriminate killing emotions in the game into it. Similarly, if the owl in the sky uses its claws to sneak attack and kill its compatriots, as long as it is successfully reported, it will also be severely punished by the Orange Star official. The owl in the sky stood on the roof, arrogant. At this time, a group of indescribable fog appeared above his head. The pressure of fear suddenly flooded the entire dream world like a tide, and even the owl could not stand steadily, slipped and fell to the ground. Coincidentally, he was looking down, and his two eyes saw something in the sky. It was a group of fog that he could not describe, and it seemed that there were terrifying creatures passing through it. Boom, 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 the owl's brain was beating, as if something was about to jump out of the body. What was that thing? He didn't know, and didn't want to know. He just took a look, as if his whole soul was trembling. Bang! The owl's head exploded. Except for him, most of the humans in the dream world felt that the supreme and unseen will appeared above. Some researchers at the General Research Institute raised their heads and took a light glance. They knew they couldn't look up, but humans needed to progress, and progress might also require humans to bleed. They were willing to be volunteers who shed blood and become the cornerstone of human progress. Ah, I saw it. Great Lord. Another crazy one. Chapter 90. Kamong modified the birthplace of aquatic animals and added a refresh point judgment for them. As long as they are suitable for living in water, they will all be refreshed in the water area. Of course, marine life may also be refreshed in the lake. If so, there will still be a group of players who die because their bodies cannot adapt to the environment, but the death countdown will be greatly extended. But which type of creatures can be judged as marine life? Is it based on the salt content in the body, or other standards? Kamong naturally cannot be so detailed, and it is too troublesome. According to Keeman's observation, these players often wake up from their dreams in 1 minute. Orange Star must have mastered the awakening technology, so as long as these aquatic animals cannot die in the first time, they can wake up from their dreams and return to reality. Then use the dreaming method of a certain game to enter the dream world with other characters. In this way, they can solve their own death dilemma of being trapped in the water. This is a very simple solution. Let the players explore it by themselves. With the wisdom of Orange Star, Keeman is not worried that they can't think of this. At this time, an inexplicable murmur sounded in Keeman's ears. Keeman was very familiar with this feeling. It was the sound of the sacrifice of the sacrificer. The great Cthulhu. The sleeping god of Raya. The old ruler. Keeman blinked and saw a cemetery full of corpses. In the cemetery, there was a group of people wearing black robes, surrounding a deep green pool. They covered their bodies and wore black masks on their faces, so their faces could not be seen. To participate in the sacrifice of the evil god, you must wrap yourself tightly and avoid looking directly at the evil god. This is a little trick for believers to survive. Great Cthulhu, we are the humble living dead, trapped here for generations, unable to go out. Please, great Lord, lift our curse. This is our offering. Kamong didn't know what it was. He only saw a bone-textured whistle. The small bone-textured whistle fell into the pool and disappeared. Kamong accepted the offering, and he could feel the connection between himself and the offering. It was something that the believers offered to him, and it was Keeman's thing, so he would not make a mistake. As early as the last sacrifice, Keeman had thought about how to wake up in advance. Kumang was prepared this time, and had a rough plan in mind. But responding to everyone's sacrifice ceremony first is the real business. Keeman thinks about the other party's needs, and breaks the limitations of the game area. In order to break the limitations of the game rules, Keeman thought of the tragic experience of the Stone Man. How many of them who accepted knowledge learned the knowledge? Since you want to break through the blockade of the rules, I will help you. Although it is difficult, only if there are NPCs who dare to challenge can a breakthrough from zero be achieved. With a thought, Keeman used the skill of Water Mirror Shuttle to spread knowledge across the border. After a while, Keeman sensed the mental state of the living dead, which changed from normal fanaticism to crazy and chaotic love. No living dead successfully accepted all the knowledge. Only a few individuals maintained the last rationality, but the creatures who maintained rationality did not learn much. Keeman quietly retreated, no longer paying attention to the living dead, and turned to deal with his own private affairs. He received the sacrifice, but the sacrifice was not in Raya, it was on the second floor of the real world. Keeman first sorted out the triangle relationship between sacrifice, Cthulhu, and Keeman in his mind. The sacrifice is undoubtedly offered to the evil god Cthulhu, and the target of the sacrifice should also be Cthulhu. Keeman should not be in the sacrifice process, but the dreaming skill changes the sacrifice process, making the end point of the sacrifice point to Keeman. So what is the principle? The dreaming skill is to gain control of the body, and receiving sacrifices is also one of the skills, which is equivalent to Keeman gaining the ability to receive sacrifices. But the problem also comes. When Keeman's consciousness is active in Raya, the sacrifice should also be transmitted to Raya, and Keeman's consciousness is still in Raya at this time. And Keeman does not have the skills of the evil god in the real world. So the final direction of the sacrifice should be questioned. There are still many points that can be analyzed about the dreaming skill. Keeman cannot analyze the deepest principle for the time being, so he can only stop for the time being. Next, he will try synesthesia, making himself aware that he is sleeping, so that the consciousness can wake up in the dreaming state. I don't know if it works, let's try it first. Gradually, Keeman vaguely saw where the item was. It was a bone-textured whistle, lying quietly on the floor. Next to it was a round dumpling, and then a young man was lying on the bed. The man was a little blurry, not very clear, but Keeman did see and feel that it was him. Then, Keeman's attention was focused on the man on the bed. The face became clearer and clearer. The facial features became more specific, eyebrows, nose, mouth, throat, etc. When the image was very clear, Keeman seemed to hear his own heartbeat. A strange sense of horror suddenly rose. When he blinked again, the perspective had changed and became the familiar ceiling. Beside the bed was a bone whistle, and a round golden dumpling. I checked the system list, and it said, Name, Keeman. Skills, Dreaming into the Game, Shadow Grabbing Hand, Summoning Demon Map. Resistance, 29.1, This is Blue Star, he is back. Chapter 91. Get up to feed the cat, and then add strange knowledge to your mind. Looking back at the bone whistle on the floor, Keeman already knows what it is. Yellow Springs Whistle. Summon the soul of the dead, and talk to it for a while. Summon the dead, the bone whistle will plunder the whistleblower's essence. The more you use it, the weaker your body will be. Simple explanation, but very practical, it is a real treasure. But essence is a problem, it can't be used too much. He didn't know whether the so-called weakness was kidney deficiency, or whole body weakness. He would know after using it. Putting the whistle in his trouser pocket, Keeman ordered Tang Yuan to cook noodles, and then watched his own videos. Because of the official announcement, Keeman's account has soared, and the number of fans has exceeded 1 million. This is the traffic power of the official daily report. All those on the list have gained more than 1 million fans. If there was no such thing, Keeman thought he would have to rely on the power of honey juice to gather so many fans. At this time, Kumeng's cell phone rang. Hello, is this Mr. Kumeng? Your delivery has arrived. Are you home? The courier's voice rang on the phone. Yes, I'll be down right away. Kumeng went downstairs, took the delivery and took a look. It was a standard mobile phone packaging box. The courier left on the courier bike. Kumeng closed the door and took the box up the stairs. He had only taken 2 steps when he suddenly became alert and vaguely sensed that something strange appeared outside the door. Kumeng looked at the closed door, and before he could open it, the phone rang first. He looked down and saw that it was the call from the director of the whale branch. Outside the door, the strange feeling had not yet disappeared, But the phone kept ringing. Keeman stared at the door. It was an iron door. He could not see outside, and outsiders could not see Keeman inside. But Keeman intuitively felt that the thing was coming for him. The phone in his hand also seemed to have something to tell him. Keeman should have hung up the phone and dealt with the things outside the door first, but for some reason, Keeman thought it was more important to answer the phone first. Beep, the phone was connected. Keeman, the express delivery from the headquarters has arrived at your door. Please open the door to receive it. There are your psychic glasses, rational copy, and storage scarf inside. The director of the branch said. Keeman was stunned for a moment. It turned out to be a courier from the headquarters. In this way, everything makes sense. Okay, Keeman replied. Without hanging up the phone or opening the door first, for the sake of safety, Keeman asked, is there anything I need to pay attention to about the courier? I feel a weird atmosphere. The director was silent for a while. It's not dangerous, it just looks cold. It's a temperament problem. After listening to it, Keeman realized that it was like this. But for the sake of stability, you still have to be careful. He took out his giant gloves from his pocket and called Tang Yuan again. Tang Yuan immediately rolled down and came to the stairs on the first floor. Keeman liked stability. Although the director said there is no danger, stability must be right. Opening the door, Keeman saw a big black toad standing at the door, about 1 meter tall. The cement floor on the ground melted, and layers of waterways appeared, causing the ground to switch back and forth between solid and liquid. The big toad saw Keeman, croaked, and spoke human language. Keeman, your express delivery. The big toad opened his mouth and spit out a pool of saliva, in which there was a silver box. The saliva disappeared quickly, as if it evaporated. The big toad looked strange, and his eyes seemed to emit cold light. When looking at him, I felt that he was a little cold. After the big toad spit out the express delivery, he did not stop, and his body fell directly under the floor. Then, the liquid fluctuating ground solidified and turned back to the original solid floor. Outside the door, the cold atmosphere disappeared and returned to normal. Keeman closed the door. It turned out that his worries were unnecessary. The toad was indeed an official messenger. The official package was a password aluminum gold box with a password. There was a line of words on the surface of the password box. There are 2 ways to unlock it. You can use huge force to crush the password lock, or use the synesthesia password. Seeing this line of words, Keeman was speechless. The director called just now, and he should have told the password by the way. Well, wait, the director of the branch probably doesn't know the password either. This thing was delivered directly from the general administration, without any middleman. Kumeng touched the aluminum box, and could sense the smell left on the box. One was the person who placed the item, and the other was the slippery smell left by the strange animal. This should be the confidentiality measure of the general administration, Kumeng realized. He took the box to the second floor, opened the phone box first, and let Tang Yuan play with it by himself. Tang Yuan was very excited when he received the phone. Without saying anything, he long pressed the power button, and the screen lit up with the power on logo. After waiting for a while, the phone officially turned on, revealing the initial interface. Tang Yuan used dog hair to click on the App Store application on the screen, but the screen did not respond. After using the dog hair to tap several times, there was no response. Tang Yuan was confused. What kind of thing is this? Can it only be used by people? Tang Yuan rolled over and barked, but it couldn't be opened. Keeman interrupted the synesthesia process, and then watched Tang Yuan tap the screen with the dog hair, but the screen didn't respond. Keeman tapped the App Store with his hand, and the app opened immediately, as smooth as silk. And Keeman fell into deep thought. What went wrong? Looking at Tang Yuan's golden dog hair, Keeman realized. The screen of this phone is a thermal capacitive screen, and dog hair is not its target audience. Fortunately, a capacitive pen was included in the phone box. Keeman took out the capacitive pen and gave it to Tang Yuan, and simply explained to Tang Yuan the relationship between the capacitive pen and the capacitive screen. Tang Yuan seemed to understand, but finally realized that dog hair didn't work, but a capacitive pen would work. This is not simple. Just wrap the capacitive pen with dog hair and use it as if it were an arm. Tang Yuan wrapped the capacitive pen with hair and tapped the screen, and the application on the screen finally moved. Tang Yuan made an excited cry, and the mobile phone finally worked. But the question also came, is one capacitive pen enough? You know, humans have 10 fingers, but Tang Yuan only has one capacitive pen. Put a few capacitive pens into the shopping cart, and I pay for it. Keeman simply instructed Tang Yuan, and then continued to sense the aluminum gold box. As time went by, Keeman finally caught that strange feeling. It was a bright room, and the man with bandages all over his body put 3 items, a notebook, glasses, and a scarf, into the aluminum gold box. Then the box was locked, and the password was pulled out with his fingers. The locked password was 76355, but the bandaged man did not stop. After a minute, he changed the password again, and changed it to 66,911. After a while, he changed it to 15,937. At this point, he stopped changing the password and posted a note. After knowing the password, Kuming entered 15937. Click, the password box opened. Chapter 92. In the password box, there are 3 items. The black and red plaid scarf is said to be a space storage item. Keeman is looking forward to its use. The second item is an ordinary notebook, about 2 centimeters thick, about 10 centimeters long and wide, small and exquisite. The third item is the glasses sent by the General Administration. The gray lenses look like gray sunglasses, and the style of the frame is also domineering. The more you look at it, the more it looks like a pair of sunglasses. It has a very modern style. Even if you wear it on the street, it won't be particularly strange. At most, it will increase the rate of turning heads. Wearing gray glasses, the world is indeed covered with a layer of gray. But this layer of gray does not reduce the line of sight. The dark places become slightly brighter, and the brightest light source becomes darker accordingly. Keeman checked the 2 human figures and stones, and there was no abnormal trace. Looking at the glutinous rice balls, there was no obvious trace. When looking at things with psychic glasses, you can only see obvious traces. These 2 things obviously cannot produce such traces. In the Investigation Bureau, because of the existence of the barrier, the abnormal traces inside will be magnified and become very clear. In addition, when Captain Luo was searching outside, he once used an item that illuminated the entire city with golden light. The traces left by abnormal things will be very obvious. How to judge traces? Kuming needs to study hard and learn related concepts. This kind of knowledge should be learned from scratch by F-level personnel who join the Investigation Bureau. After about half a year of study, they can do tasks and improve their level. The country established special universities to teach students the investigation experience accumulated over the years. Keeman wore glasses and looked at the big-faced cat for 15 seconds, but no new knowledge came into his mind. He took off his glasses and looked for another 15 seconds, and strange knowledge was added to his mind. The judgment of the big-faced cat is relatively strict. You must look directly into its eyes with your naked eyes. It does not count if you look through a lens. Storage scarf. When the scarf is wrapped around your neck, you are its owner, and you will feel cold at the same time. Beat the items with the scarf, and you can store the items in the storage space, and you can store living things. There are 100 storage grids in the storage space, and there are gaps in the grids that can be freely shuttled, and living things can pass through the gaps to leave the storage space. The side effect is coldness, and the disadvantage is that it cannot lock living things. Keeman picked up the scarf, and immediately felt a burst of coldness. But compared to the feeling of thirst, the coldness is simply child's play. After putting on the scarf and wrapping it around a few times, Keeman immediately felt something similar to the Supreme Contract. The Supreme Contract, that is what Keeman signed with the Devil Map. This scarf has a similar sense of contract. However, it is different from the Demon Map. The contract of the scarf is not to bind the soul, but to bind the person wearing it. If the scarf is taken off, the relationship of recognition of the owner is gone. Change the owner, and the things inside belong to the new owner. So once this scarf is filled with things, it must be worn all the time. If it is taken off, it must be kept and cannot be obtained by others, or the things inside must be taken out and kept somewhere else. The scarf is very long and falls to Keeman's waist. He untied it, and the scarf fell to his thighs. Hit a chair with the scarf, and the chair disappeared without a trace and entered the space of the scarf. Keeman is its new owner. He immediately felt that there were 100 storage compartments in the scarf, and there was a chair in one of the compartments. After using the scarf to continuously hit several chairs, 5 pieces of paper and 3 books, Keeman gradually figured out how to use it. If described in game terms, it would be chairs X4, paper X5, books X3. No matter how many things are in a compartment, as long as they are of the same type, they can be put into the same type of compartment. Then, Keeman used ants, ladybugs, beetles and other insects for live experiments. Ants X106, ladybugs X3, beetles X2. Ants, regardless of gender and species, are all classified into the ant compartment without distinction. After testing the live animals, Keeman looked at the glutinous rice balls that were playing. The ants are fine, so the glutinous rice balls will definitely be able to go in. I need to do a test. Can you try to watch videos online smoothly in the scarf space, and whether you can hear me talking in it? One more thing, find a gap and cross it, Kunming said beside Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan had no objection. With a bark, he picked up his phone and watched short videos. This skilled operation was like an old netizen, not like a newbie who just started playing with a mobile phone. He patted Tang Yuan's head with the scarf, and Tang Yuan disappeared and entered the storage space of the scarf. Tang Yuan sniffed, and took a breath of air into his stomach. There was indeed air in the storage space. He swiped a few videos with a capacitive pen, and a video of several black people carrying a wooden coffin appeared. After watching for a while, Tang Yuan was so engrossed that he forgot Kunming's instructions. Until Kunming moved his mind and threw it out, Tang Yuan was still watching the short video. And wrote a comment in the comment area, "Professional." Tang Yuan has not yet mastered all the characters in Jinlizu, but the input method has a handwriting function. It looks at the rows of professional characters in the comment area. Even if it doesn't understand what they mean, it can write them down. Don't just watch the video. Keeman glared at it, took its phone, and then took Tang Yuan back to the storage grid of the scarf. Tang Yuan was a little anxious without his phone. He saw a gap and drilled into another grid, which was full of chairs. Drilling again, he ran into a space with a bunch of small ants, and the ants climbed up his hair. The sky outside was bright. Drilling again, Tang Yuan came out. Shaking his hair, the small ants were shaken off to the floor. Woof! Tang Yuan made a wrong sound. He wanted to play with his phone. Keeman looked at the ants that he shook out and fell into deep thought. This scarf doesn't look very reliable. Chapter 93. The ants were shaken out, and Keeman realized the disadvantages of the storage scarf. Living things can pass through the gap, which may lead to adjacent storage grids or directly to the outside world. Now Keeman's concern about it is whether the storage scarf will shake things out. If it shakes out, it will be useless. I hope it is not that kind of thing. Then, Keeman remembered something. This thing must be registered in the investigation bureau, and it is not okay to check the information directly. Now Keeman is not a non-staff member, but a person with special powers. At present, the investigation bureau has a lot of information. As a special person, Keeman can query things that he has no authority to query based on his achievements. At present, Keeman has not many achievements, but Keeman can still check his own things. Enter the number 9713, and immediately see the special things he owns. Ignoring the things he had before, Keeman looked at the new mark inside. For -0485, 6-0096, 6-0097. 6-0096 is honey, 6-0097 is trident. Kunming asked about the rules of the serial number. The first 0 is a blank digit, which is temporarily blank and not used for calculation. Then 096 is the sorting. It is not sorted by strength, but by the order of records. 6-0097 is trident, which is the 6th level thing. Each level rating is more complicated and is sorted according to multiple factors such as intelligence, danger, controllability, side effects, potential, etc. If a 6th level thing is proven to be underestimated, the level will be increased, and it will jump to the 5th level and be resorted. In short, the level serial number is not the only standard and can only be used as a reference. Click 4-0485, and you will see the word storage scarf immediately. It records the net weight of the storage scarf and a large number of detailed tests. For example, in a certain situation, 2 safes are stored. One safe contains cash, and the other contains a black cat. In the 396th test, when the storage scarf determines that the same type of items are placed together, the items inside the safes are different. Will it affect the scarf's judgment? Answer: the 2 safes are still in the same storage space. In the 397th test, send a wolf dog with mature wisdom into the storage space and open the 2 safes. What will happen? Answer: the black cat walks out of the safe and is not squeezed out of the storage space. Both pets can pass through the gap inside. In addition to detailed test records, the archive also records the former owners of the storage scarf. The first owner, Wu Dehui. The second owner, Walker. The third owner, Lei Mingji. This information is really useful. Even the first 3 owners are recorded. Kunming first replicated the test several times according to the above records, and the results obtained were consistent with the test results of others. Excluding the possibility of fraud, Keeman found the test he wanted to know most. In the 11th test, the scarf was shaken manually 20,000 times, and no static objects were shaken out. Only moving objects could come out on their own. In the 12th test, the scarf was shaken mechanically 100 million times, and no static objects were shaken out. Keeman grasped the word moving objects. This means that as long as the objects do not move in the storage space, they will not be shaken out. Keeman was temporarily relieved and could put things in without worry. Living things cannot be put into the storage scarf. These living things are time bombs. Things that cannot be trusted cannot be put into the storage scarf, lest it takes things out. Hang the scarf around your neck, and with a thought, shake the scarf to shake out the debris inside. Then put the big-faced cat into the grid. The cat basin followed in together, and the big-faced cat and the cat basin shared a grid. Although the big-faced cat is a living thing, even if it does not move, it also avoids the risk of being shaken out. After doing this, Keeman looked at the only paper product in the box. The appearance is an ordinary cowhide notebook, which is no different from the goods in the stationery store. When I opened the notebook, I immediately felt different. The language of Non-Koi Island was recorded on the paper. Keeman could not understand what the words were, but when he read it, his emotions suddenly calmed down. There was no reason to calm down directly, and the distracting thoughts disappeared. Originally, I was excited about the notebook and thought it was a powerful thing. This kind of high emotion has disappeared. Keeman feels that he is now a calm thinking machine and will never fall into madness. Covering the notebook, the feeling of calmness gradually decreases. A very strange notebook. This thing was not recorded in Keeman's file, and the psychic glasses were not recorded in the file. Keeman looked at the big-faced cat, and the knowledge about the rational manuscript was as follows. Rational manuscript. Copied from a book full of rationality, handwritten and copied the entire book. The manuscript can reproduce 50% of the rationality of the original. Reading this book can keep rationality. Reading this book too much will make people become abnormally calm. How to say it, this thing has obvious disadvantages and advantages. Keeman turned a few more pages and carefully checked its text. After reading it for a long time, Keeman found that its words are all the same. Although I can't understand it, there are too many repeated glyphs. Basically, every 10 glyphs are repeated once, and the whole sentence is repeated throughout the whole text. Keeman guessed that it was such sentences that made this manuscript rational. But does Keeman need it? I have resistance bonus, so I don't necessarily need it. Keeman put the rational manuscript into the storage scarf and use it when needed. Beep. At this time, Captain Luo called. Keeman, there is a mission. A special field has appeared in the East Forest District of Whale City. Keeman stood up immediately when he heard the special field appear. Last time it was because the team was not well coordinated. Now the teammates are familiar with Keeman's style, so they can naturally carry out the first special mission. Okay, I'll be there right away. Keeman hung up the phone and hid all the equipment he could carry into the storage scarf. Don't move in there. I call you out when the time comes, understand? Keeman handed the phone to Tang Yuan, who barked to ensure that he wouldn't run around. Tang Yuan disappeared when he was slapped with the scarf. The storage scarf won't hit Keeman because it's a master recognizing item and can't store its owner in the scarf. Similarly, when it's not bound to its owner, it can't actively slap other items into the storage space. Keeman put on his special operations uniform, then put on a big windbreaker, fastened the double-breasted buttons, and covered the military uniform inside. The scarf around his neck was wrapped around many times, just covering the collar of the military uniform. Wearing the psychic sunglasses, his cold temperament came over him, and he suddenly looked like a serious person. Chapter 94. Tang Yuan took the mobile phone into the storage grid. Logically, these are two different items. One is Tang Yuan, and the other is a mobile phone. But the storage scarf recognized them as golden hairball holding a mobile phone, so they both went into the same grid. In the official test records, there are many loopholes in the rules of the storage scarf. Regarding the test of the safe, the official test has been conducted no less than 100 times. There are different things in it, but as long as the door of the safe is closed, they can be put into the storage scarf every time. In the view of the storage scarf, hole takes priority over the inner part of the item. But sometimes, it is not rigorous enough. Maybe it is the rules involving space that make it so unstable. Kuming drove all the way to Donglin District, and his mind drifted to his own system. The evaluation system has shown a new task. Choose one of 3. Ordinary evaluation tasks require 250,000 viewers and reward 5 points of resistance. The difficulty of the ordinary evaluation is too low. Keeman has the official popularity blessing and can complete it 100%, so it is not considered for the time being. Difficult tasks require 1 million viewers and reward 25 points of resistance. Unknown tasks, capture a special item for evaluation by yourself, 1 million viewers, and reward 50 points of resistance. His popularity is much higher than before, and the system's task rewards have also increased a lot. Keeman didn't think much and directly clicked on the unknown task. After a while, Keeman successfully arrived outside a library in Donglan District according to the coordinates given in the group. A seal has been set up outside the library, and armed police are guarding this area. Special fields are large and small, and the place covered by this special field in front of us is the library. As soon as Keeman arrived, Captain Luo, wearing special combat uniform, came to greet him. Plain clothes? Captain Luo frowned. Keeman unbuttoned his double-breasted buttons, revealing the military uniform underneath. Captain Luo's expression eased, and then he told Keeman about the situation inside. We received a report at 8 o'clock this morning that library staff could not enter the library. I just walked in and took a look, and there is no obvious danger for the time being. Now we are the first team to go in for investigation. Everything is based on saving lives. Save lives first. Only if you are alive can you be admitted. Captain Luo warned. Dr. Liang and Chung Luo also rushed over by car. After the four of them gathered, they checked the library's information together. This library was built in 188 and is 6 stories high. The first to 4th floors are reading rooms, the 5th floor is an electronic reading room, and the 6th floor is a collection of old books. I didn't go into the building, but I felt it at the edge. I intuitively thought that there was something wrong with the 6th floor. I guessed that a certain ancient book had become a spirit. Captain Luo took out the architectural design of the library and marked the corridors, room layout, and other details. Keeman, Chung Luo and I can all fight. Dr. Liang is our medical resource. She has special medical items in her hands. If we are injured, she can help us treat the wound, but injuries such as broken arms, legs, and heads cannot be saved. Don't commit suicide. Captain Luo explained some details, and Dr. Liang took out a scalpel, tweezers, bandages, medicine bottles, and other items from the pocket of the female soldier's combat uniform, and then put them back in her pocket. With such a logistical guarantee, even if the person in front is injured, they can be replenished in time. 3 minutes later, the 4 people walked into the special field wearing special combat uniforms. Outside the field, the soldiers were on high alert. They had no special clothes, and could not enter the special field, so only investigators could enter. If there were people inside, they would be trapped in the field, and could not come out wearing clothes unless the source was moved out of the field. The first second that Keeman stepped into the door of the library, he smelled an inexplicable smell. The special smell filled the air, creating a sense of oppression. The sky was not as bright as outside, the sun was buried in the clouds, and it was difficult to see what was inside. A gust of wind blew, and Keeman felt the sub-zero temperature. There was the cold effect of the scarf, and the effect of the environment. However, this little bit of cold was nothing for Keeman with 29 points of resistance, and he could get through it by enduring it. Amon, call Tang Yuan out. Captain Luo commanded. Keeman patted his scarf, and a round Tang Yuan appeared in front of everyone with a mobile phone. Chung Luo took a glance and immediately noticed the mobile phone on Tang Yuan's fur, and saw a capacitive pin wrapped in dog hair and constantly operating it. Chung Luo, ? No, why is this pet playing with a mobile phone? Is your mobile phone a special item? Chung Luo asked. No, I just bought it. Kumeng shook his head. Chung Luo and Captain Luo looked at each other and asked, can humans be put in it? Can guns be put in it? Kumeng thought about it and said, theoretically, it can be put in it. It has been used to put humans in it. In the official test of the scarf, humans have naturally been put in it. Is there any risk? There is no risk for the time being, but the soldiers who have been tested said that they felt dizzy when they entered and exited. Kumeng shook his head. Let's go back and take people. Captain Luo retreated immediately. I didn't think of this at first, but after seeing Tang Yuan take out his phone, Luo Yuan immediately thought of how to use this scarf efficiently. This is a special item, and the side effect is that it brings a sense of coldness. As long as you can withstand the cold, you can transport troops in. Can you withstand the side effects? If not, tell me. Luo Yuan asked. The storage scarf cannot be loaded or unloaded in a short period of time. In the official test, there are restrictions on the use of scarves to load items. The larger the volume and weight of the items filled, the colder the user feels will rise sharply. If 5 armed soldiers are loaded into the storage scarf, the user will tremble. Loading 10 soldiers, partial first-degree frostbite occurs, and the skin is red, swollen and congested. Loading 15 armed soldiers, the degree of injury deepens to second-degree frostbite, local edema, and severe pain. At the request of medical supplies and determined testers, the official conducted a more in-depth test, loading 22 armed soldiers, and the tester's skin turned purple-brown and lost the pain, which was third-degree frostbite. The human test ended here, and no further in-depth tests were conducted. As a new generation wearer of the storage scarf, Keeman naturally knew the official human test information. However, he did not feel the temperature that could freeze the tissue, and it should be his own resistance that resisted the frostbite. "I think I can pack 5. Keeman said. "The coldness caused by the scarf is incremental, and it will act on the body in a short period of time. It is useless to take it off, and you need to wait for the coldness to dissipate. Even if 5 people are transported in 5 batches, the accumulated coldness of the 5 people will not decrease. However, Keeman has resistance, which is stronger than ordinary people. Now no one knows that he is strong. Try to pack 1 person," Captain Luo suggested. After a while, a soldier with a gun came to report. "Lieutenant E, please do not move when you go in later, and wait where you are," Luo Yuan urged. "Yes." Lieutenant E stood at attention, wearing luxurious individual equipment. Keeman patted the soldier with his scarf, and the soldier disappeared instantly. The judgment of scarf tapping things is relatively subjective, mainly referring to the consciousness of the user, and then collecting the items. During the collection process, if the collected object sends out a resistance, it will not be collected in the scarf. If you use a scarf to tap the ground under your feet, the subjective intention is determined as collecting the earth. The result is that the earth will not be collected in the scarf, and the ground under your feet will not be collected in the scarf. Nothing happened. This was a reckless test from the first owner, and the scarf had not been handed in at that time. The tester could not explain the principle, and could only think that the scarf could not hold all things, and some things could not be put in. "Let's go and test it." Captain Luo patted Keeman. Keeman turned and walked into the library door, and a cold wind blew in his face. Chapter 95. At the library gate, Keeman patted his scarf and let the soldiers out. He was wearing special combat equipment and standing at the boundary of the special field. He was not excluded, everything was normal. "Go back and try," Captain Luo said to Lieutenant E. "Yes." He stepped towards the library gate, and just after 3 steps, he was blocked by an invisible wall and could not go out. This was the barrier that stopped him. He was wearing ordinary clothes and ordinary equipment. If you want to get out of the barrier, you can only take off your ordinary clothes. Normal people usually don't think of it, but with the public information from the top, ordinary people can also find a way out when they encounter this situation, but it's a bit embarrassing. At this time, the help of the military and the investigation bureau is needed. At the gate, a mobile dressing room has been pulled in and stood at the edge of the barrier. Taking off clothes and quickly walking into the dressing room can alleviate this embarrassing situation. Because of the functionality of the dressing room, Keeman had more thoughts. Reduce the number of people transported and directly transport equipment inside, so that the soldiers can put on the equipment inside. Then Keeman used the storage scarf to transport the equipment of 10 soldiers one after another. Every time he transported, Keeman felt the cold temperature getting lower. If it was below 0 before the equipment was transported, it felt like minus 20 degrees now. Each piece of equipment of the soldiers was very heavy and substantial. However, this temperature still did not bother Keeman. 29 points of resistance were more durable than he thought. "It can't be transported anymore, so let it go," Dr. Liang said. As early as when transporting the 8th set of equipment, she wanted to call a halt. The storage scarf was so effective, and the side effects should not be underestimated. At present, there are only a few people with strong specialties in the Special Affairs Investigation Bureau, and they all use special items to strengthen their bodies. For people without strengthening items, the cost of enduring the cold must be very high. Dr. Liang touched Keeman's forehead with his hand, as if touching ice. "I suggest you exercise and run a few laps," Dr. Liang advised. Keeman had no objection and ran in circles in the open space downstairs of the library, running 5 laps in a row. While running, Keeman was also observing every floor of the library. The library was closed last night, and there were no employees inside, only the security guards at the security post. The security guards were supposed to be at the security post, but the people at the security post disappeared. Now the team speculates that the security guards may have patrolled into the library at night, and then got infected. As for where they got infected, Captain Luo and the other 2 all believe that it was on the 6th floor. The 6th floor gave them a strange feeling. It was hard to tell what that feeling was, but there was definitely a strange feeling on the 6th floor. Keeman looked up floor by floor, and when he saw the 6th floor, his eyes stopped. He saw a figure sticking to the window of the 6th floor. It was dark and deep, with a human appearance, but without human skin. Suddenly, the figure disappeared, as if there had never been a figure in that window. Keeman looked dazed. Was it an illusion just now, or was there really a figure that flashed by? Did you see a figure standing in front of the window on the 6th floor just now? Keeman asked. The 11 soldiers heard this and tightened their guns, a little nervous. Why does it feel a little cold in the broad daylight? Luo Yuan was watching the logistic soldiers debugging the camera, and commanded, "Show me the video just now." Luo Yuan's mobile phone was brought in by Keeman, and after receiving the video, he focused on checking the windows on the 6th floor. No figure. Captain Luo shook his head. Dr. Liang and Chung Lo also shook their heads. They had been looking up, and didn't have that feeling. Then the figure I saw might have happened in the past. He once stood on the window of the 6th floor and looked down. Keeman stopped running. Running can slightly reduce the cold, but the effect is not obvious. Resistance is still useful. Keeman is now living against the low temperature, and his body and mind are not affected. In order to avoid being affected, Keeman also took out the rational manuscript and looked through the repeated unknown words in it. A sense of calmness came over him. At this moment, Keeman was very calm and had no messy emotions. Closing the book and putting the storage scarf back, Keeman keenly felt that the coldness had intensified a little bit. If a normal person wore this scarf, he would probably be frozen to death. Is it possible that its first owner was frozen to death? After all, not everyone has such a strong physique. The storage scarf has strong strategic significance, but there are really not many people who can use it perfectly. No wonder the level is not high enough. Amon, it would be better if you didn't say that. Once you said that, I felt a chill on my back. Chung Li's throat rolled after hearing what Kuming said. Are you scared? No, I'm not scared. Chung Li shook his head. I used the drone patrol car to go in and detect it. Please wait a moment. The scout controlled a patrol car to drive into the library, and the image of the patrol car was transmitted back on the screen. By the way, when the special field is opened, the network cables and wires at the boundary will be cut off by the boundary. Fortunately, the wireless network outside can be transmitted inside, which reduces the difficulty of the scout's reconnaissance. This is why Luo Yuan insisted on bringing the scouts in. Modern reconnaissance methods are much better than their physical intrusion, and there is no need to take so many risks. Only by knowing enough information can we reduce casualties. The reconnaissance vehicle circled the first floor. On the left was the reading room. The door was locked and could not be entered. They could only look inside through the window. It was quiet, and no one was there. The reconnaissance vehicle backed up, turned to the right aisle, and stopped in front of the door of a staff room. It heard the humming sound of machines running. There were machines running inside, but the door was locked. The scout looked at the building. There was no light in the whole building. Where did the electricity come from? The wires were cut and fell naturally. Unless it was a backup power supply, the scout reported to Luo Yuan, and Luo Yuan instructed, "Can we break in and take a look? I have a drone. I can look at the window outside the building," the scout said, activating the four-rotor drone. Buzz, 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 the drone took off, went around the back of the library, and checked the staff room that made the strange noise. The drone buzzed closer and hovered in front of the window. There were no curtains on the window, and the camera lens was pointed inside. Keeman stood behind the scout and looked at the screen. A white printer hummed and white paper spurted out from the outlet of the machine, one sheet of paper every 3 seconds, and the paper piled up all over the floor. Chapter 96. The printer's paper outlet keeps pumping out paper, like a perpetual motion machine that can pump out paper without electricity. The drone watched for a while, and checked the windows of other rooms. After patrolling the first floor, the patrol car came to the stairs, and rolled up the stairs with huge wheels. Buzz, the patrol car rolled all the way up the stairs to the second floor, and continued patrolling. The drone climbed up, and looked inside from the window. While the drone was reconnaissance, Keeman remembered something. His honey was still in his scarf. While the drone was reconnaissance, Keeman patted out the honey. Luo Yuan saw a basin of sticky dark brown liquid, which gave people a very confusing feeling. Is this honey? Chung Li said with a strange look when he saw this basin of strange things. The first time Dr. Liang saw honey, it was indeed as its name suggests, full of mystery. The rattan basket soaked in honey gave people a feeling of being made of water, which was quite confusing. Keeman borrowed a pair of pistols from the soldiers, and then patted out a pair of strange chopsticks from his scarf. The chopsticks were already stained with honey. The back half of the chopsticks were normal wooden chopsticks, but the front half gave people a feeling of burning flames, but the chopsticks were not on fire. The soldiers on the side took a look from time to time. There was no way. This thing was too strange. The more they looked at it, the more they doubted their lives. How could chopsticks catch fire? There was obviously no flame. Facts have proved that this thing is so mysterious. Kuming used this strange chopstick to clamp the pistol and put it into the honey to soak the gun head. After soaking the gun head, a mysterious background appeared on the gun head of the pistol. Wooden gun. Chumlu exclaimed. In the eyes of everyone, the gun head of the pistol is no longer a steel product. Its gun head is made of wood, and the back half is made of steel. Keeman took the semi-finished product and walked towards the barrier. The tip of the pistol successfully passed through the barrier, but the back half of the pistol was stuck and could not be extended out. Keeman turned back and soaked the entire gun body with honey. After a few seconds, he pulled the pistol out of the honey, and the dark brown honey on the gun body slowly disappeared. After the honey faded, the feeling of the pistol changed completely. It was just a wooden product and had no deterrent effect at all. But visually, it still had the appearance of steel. This contradictory and mysterious feeling kept impacting my mind, and I kept telling myself that it was made of wood, but Keeman knew in his heart that it was definitely not made of wood. This time, I took the wooden pistol to cross the border again, without any sense of obstruction, and easily passed through the boundary. Successful, as long as it is covered with honey, it is a special item. Keeman took the pistol back and handed it to the soldier. The soldier waved his hand and gave it to Keeman. Keeman looked at the captain, who nodded and mouth, "Practice shooting at the shooting range tomorrow." But some parts inside the pistol are not coated with honey. Chumlu analyzed. As long as the surface is coated with honey, the barrier will not detect the inside of the pistol. This is the same principle as the scarf storage and transportation of people. Ordinary items in the scarf are not blocked by the barrier, because the barrier detects the surface of the scarf, not the inside. After testing the honey, the car and the drone also rose to the 6th floor. The 6th floor is a huge old book storage floor. The windows are locked and covered by wooden bookcases, so you can't see what's inside. The drone went around to the front to shoot, and the patrol car stopped in front of the door of the 6th floor because the door was locked. When the drone went around to the front, it finally found a window with no curtains pulled tight and shot inside. No one was seen, at least from this angle. There was indeed no one. After a few exchanges, they decided to let the reconnaissance vehicle use blasting to break the door. The military reconnaissance vehicle brought a small door-breaking bomb, and the camera of the reconnaissance vehicle shot the picture and sent it back to the ground troops. The ground troops outside the field pulled the material data of the steel door, analyzed the structure of the 6th floor, conducted a comprehensive data analysis, and gave the bomb installation point after 30 seconds. The manipulator hummed, took out the door-breaking bomb, and installed it at a specific blasting point, which could minimize internal losses. The reconnaissance vehicle climbed down the stairs and immediately remotely blasted after reaching a safe position. Bang! The reconnaissance vehicle heard the explosion and immediately drove to the 6th floor and saw that the iron door was blown open and metal block fragments were scattered on the stairs. A cloud of white smoke was suspended at the door. The reconnaissance vehicle passed the smoke, switched to the thermal imaging function, scanned it once, and did not scan the heat source, and then switched back to normal video. There were scattered metal fragments on the floor, and some books were shaken to the ground, but there was nothing else. Looking at the picture in the camera, Keeman felt a strange feeling, but he couldn't tell what it was. The 3 investigators next to him also frowned, feeling something, but couldn't capture that feeling. Keeman emptied his mind and tried to feel. A minute later, a figure flashed by, very quickly. Something must have happened here, but the camera couldn't magnify this feeling, and he needed to feel it at the scene. After the drone reconnaissance was completed, everyone decided to go to the 1st floor to move the printer out of the barrier, and then go to the 6th floor to investigate. Where did the security guard go? Why can't we find him? Chumla asked in confusion. The drone had scanned outside the window with a thermal imaging camera, and did not see any human heat source. If you don't see anyone, be careful. Sometimes some people may be related to the birth of special things, Luo Yuan said. The 4 investigators and 11 armed soldiers walked forward together and entered the main hall of the library. A strange smell filled the air. As the distance got closer, Keeman finally smelled what it was. It was the smell of printing paper. At first, the smell was not obvious enough at the door. After entering the library, the smell suddenly became stronger, and it was hard to forget. Everyone came to the door of the printing press staff room, and the soldier kicked it hard and broke it open. Scanning inside with a gun, there was nothing strange. Keeman stepped into the room, and the smell of printing became stronger, as if a pile of brand new printing paper was being pushed hard into his nose, for fear that he could not smell it. Smelling this strong smell, an idea suddenly popped up in Keeman's mind. It seems to be covering something? Is it covering something? Keeman wore sunglasses and looked at the whole room. The floor was covered with white A4 paper. His fingers wearing giant gloves picked up a few pieces of paper, and put them in front of his nose to smell. The scout took the camera and took pictures, recording the scene in the camera and transmitting it to the Information Operations Department outside through the wireless network. What do you feel, Amon? Luo Yuan asked. It seems to be covering something. What about you? Keeman asked. This machine should be the source of the special field. Luo Yuan expressed his feelings. Moving it away can end this strange field. Keeman was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Wait a little longer, I sense it, and if I don't feel it, I move it. Walking to the printer, listening to the rumbling sound of printing, Keeman touched the printer on the spot, closed his eyes, and quietly felt the smell of the printer. The smell became stronger and stronger, and the noise of printing sounded in his ears, allowing Keeman to vaguely see something. It was an office, and employees used it to print documents every day. But one day, the staff room was empty, and no one went to work for a long time. Because no one came to work, no one printed. This time point may be the period of home isolation. Empty, lonely, unhappy, the printer had emotions and started to print automatically. Keeman opened his eyes and ended this synesthesia. It has nothing to do with the 6th floor, probably. Keeman expressed the intuition brought by synesthesia. But he didn't say it all. There are exceptions to everything. Maybe the printer gave an error warning, so he kept a hand to be vigilant in order to be stable. A minute later, the printer was lifted up by several big men. Kuming supported the printer with one hand and lifted it up to the door of the library. During the transportation, the printer kept discharging paper, and several people behind him bent down to pick up the paper and followed along. The moment the printer came out, the sense of isolation brought by the library itself suddenly disappeared. The soldiers could walk freely and enter the library. The intercoms of the special forces buzzed, and all the members went out and poured into the library. Chapter 97. No one on the 1st floor. No one on the 2nd floor. No one on the 3rd floor. The drone rushed to the front line, and the special forces followed in real time, searching every room. If there is a locked room, use a key to unlock it. The key comes from the library manager to prevent all doors from being physically broken. The special forces quickly cleared the door to the 6th floor, and no missing security guard was found on the 5 floors. During the investigation, the technical investigators found that the library's surveillance video had been cleared and all surveillance videos were lost. Kuming and Tang Yuan came to the door of the 6th floor together and felt a clear sense of strangeness. Kuming was the worst among them. He smelled a dissipated smell. If it weren't for synesthesia, it would be difficult to smell the smell that once remained. The smell of printed paper was still in the air, covering it up, but Keeman smelled it. It was the smell of rotten books, the smell of moldy things. The moldy smell was not ordinary. Keeman took a step inside and felt it getting stronger and stronger. Luo Yuan also stepped in and took out a paper talisman, which was one of his attack props. When the special forces saw it, they immediately asked if they could enter. Dr. Liang said, "Don't bring too many people, just one person to protect the investigators. Too many people will destroy the synesthesia conditions at the scene. The messy scene is not convenient for investigators to synesthesia. The fewer people the better. Of course, sometimes the fewer people the better, it depends on the situation." After Kuming stepped in, he looked around and moved his nose to find the place with the strongest musty smell. Luo Yuan and Cheng Lo also saw some stains through their glasses, and the route was exactly the direction Kuming walked. Tang Yuan rolled behind him. His golden hair was extremely clean and out of tune with the environment. The Special Forces soldier held a submachine gun. His body nerves were always tense. Once there was a change, the first priority was to protect the life of the investigator. 15 steps later, Keeman stopped at a corner in the east corner. His eyes stopped at the second empty space from the left on the 3rd layer of the bookshelf. Keeman had a hunch that there should have been a very moldy book in this empty space. But the book was not here. Where would it go? "Can you call the curator, or call the administrator on the 6th floor? I need what book this empty space used to hold." Keeman pointed to the empty space and said, "Yes." The Special Forces soldier turned on the intercom button and told Keeman's needs. Understood. Send it up immediately within a minute. A steady male voice came from the intercom. Keeman looked around, frowned, walked along the book collection layer, and accepted the strange feeling of this room. In addition to the strange smell, there was also a strange feeling. It was hard to tell what it was, as if something was blocking Keeman from sensing it. What was missing? A flash of inspiration came to Keeman, and he remembered. It was a figure by the window. Keeman had looked up at the 6th floor from downstairs, and saw a black skinless figure sticking to the window and looking down. Why didn't the figure appear after entering the 6th floor? This is unreasonable. Keeman told the captain about his doubts. Luo Yuan frowned and thought quickly. The door here was blown up, destroying the best synesthesia environment, so some information cannot be obtained. Keeman stood at the window with the curtains open, looking down through the window, and saw a group of soldiers. What was the figure looking at the time? Kunming frowned, unable to figure it out. At this time, the administrator and the director of the 6th floor both entered the 6th floor. They were old, and the special forces carried them all the way upstairs, otherwise they would not have arrived within a minute. Report, people have arrived. Hello, I'm Jean Chiwen. Where is the empty seat you said? Let me see. The old director wiped the sweat from his head, a little anxious. When the director first learned that something happened in the library, he rushed over, but he couldn't get in until half a minute ago, when someone told the sergeant that he needed to go upstairs to cooperate with the investigation. Hello, I'm Chong Chen-Wen, the administrator of this floor. Another 50-year-old man apologized. Luo Yuan shook hands, and led the two to the bookshelf in the east corner. The director frowned, looking like he was thinking hard. It was obvious that he was old and hadn't been to the 6th floor for a long time, so he had forgotten a little. However, the current administrator still remembered what books were placed here. Besides, even if he forgot, he had paper records, so he didn't panic. I remember the book here is Travels of Whale County, an old book published 80 years ago, and the book collection is recorded here. The administrator found the book catalog and pointed out that the book in the empty space on the bookshelf is Travels of Whale County. Keeman looked at the catalog file and matched it with the location of the bookshelf, but the book was not here. Do you need us to search all of them? The leading soldier asked in a low voice. Let's search them first. In addition, we need to reinstall a door, and it would be best if we can restore the original environment scene. Luo Yuan said. Yes. The Special Forces soldier turned on the intercom and told the request. The intercom paused for only 3 seconds and immediately replied, give us half an hour. Official forces were operating behind the scenes. Once an order was given, they immediately found a factory that made steel doors and quickly customized them, copied them according to the original style, and then transported them by helicopter to ensure speed. The debris on the scene was cleared piece by piece, and the fallen books were put back in their original places. Synesthesia requires a good environment. Some secret information is too hidden, and it is difficult to know what happened before without the original environment. Now the investigators are waiting for the environment to be restored, and then 4 investigators will use synesthesia to capture that feeling. Half an hour later, the helicopter came and brought half of the steel door and professional installers. The blast only blew open half of the door, so as long as the other half of the door was installed, the impact would not be significant. The installers quickly went upstairs and installed the steel door. The steel door was originally brand new, but the investigation bureau sent an investigator who brought special items for aging treatment, which could make the door age to a certain extent and match the original door. The investigator held a magnifying glass and kept examining the door. The block under the magnifying glass will show a certain degree of aging. The longer you stare, the deeper the aging degree. As for the side effects, the investigator put down the magnifying glass. His eyes were weeping, the tears were pouring, and the time of weeping was equal to the time of staring. It is impossible to restore it 100%, at least not with the existing technology. 70% to 80% is already very impressive. You have to know that it was only half an hour, which also includes the time of rushing. After a while, the soldiers closed the door, leaving 4 investigators alone in the secret room on the 6th floor. Tang Yuan was put into the scarf, because its image did not blend with the environment, so Luo Yuan and Cheng Lu could not feel it wholeheartedly and were always interrupted. After closing the door, the light dimmed by 4 points, and the room became a little drowsy. The curtain was only opened on one side, and the light was seriously insufficient, making the place where the light could not reach slightly dark, as if something was standing there. Keeman emptied his mind, and felt the truth that might be hidden on the 6th floor. He stood at the place with the strongest musty smell as the starting point, and walked slowly in the direction of the musty smell. After a dozen steps, Keeman stopped in front of the window with the curtains opened. He leaned over to look down and saw a group of people. No, not people. Keeman shook his head and then thought of something. He held his right hand loosely, leaving enough space between his thumb and four fingers to hold a book. It was this small detail that gave him a strange feeling. Once, someone took away travels in Whale County and stood in front of the window looking down. He was completely black, with a human appearance, but without human skin, and behind him was a black background. Chapter 98. Who would be standing here looking down? Kamong was thinking about the candidate, while Captain Luo and Chang Lo were trying to communicate. Dr. Liang had the lowest spiritual awareness in the team, so she was generally not needed to communicate. After all, she was a doctor, and it would be bad if she received crazy information. Kamong continued to look at the scenery below, but he could not enter a deeper level of communication. It was as if there was a membrane between them, and there was still something missing. Kamong looked at the sky. It was night, and he still needed the night sky to fully integrate into the environment for communication. His communication skills were strong, but he could not perceive further without the support of the environment. After all, he did not have the strength of the evil god, and essentially did not exceed the limits of human beings. People have limits, someone said. Kamong turned around and waited for the two teammates to finish their communication, which took about 5 minutes. How is it? What did you see? Someone has been here. I suspect it was the missing security guard. Luo Yuan said. Well, I saw someone take the book away, but I couldn't see his face. It seemed that if I saw him, I would see a very scary face. Changla said with a frown, as if he was frightened by the terrifying atmosphere. Amon, what about you? I saw him standing in front of the window and looking down at the downstairs. I need to do another synesthesia at night. There can't be anyone downstairs in the library. Try to restore the scene at that time. Kuming said. Captain Luo said solemnly, then do you know the time point? Time sense is very important. If you synesthetize at the wrong time, you may get the wrong information, which may be left by the enemy. Wrong information? Yes, foreign forces and transnational illegal organizations are targeting our investigation bureau, and often deliberately set up traps to harm our investigators. The injured teammate of our number 49 investigation team was trapped because of this, and now he is mentally ill. Luo Yuan said seriously. Captain Luo knew that Keeman wanted to communicate at night, and he keenly smelled the smell of conspiracy, and his own spirituality issued a slight warning to him. Time, place, and main characters. Gathering these three elements for communication will become directional communication, and it is very likely to be directed to the trap set by the enemy deliberately. What is waiting for Keeman is a confused cognition, or a real thing. Risks and opportunities coexist. The source of this special field is the printer. The 6th floor involves another suspect, and the missing security guard is the most suspicious. Luo Yuan said based on his own experience. Then check the security guard first. Keeman and others took photos of the scene to collect evidence, and then went downstairs to analyze. The authorities have long been investigating the disappearance of the security guard. Because the surveillance records of the library were destroyed, it is impossible to find out when the security guard left the library, and all doubts point to him. Keeman took the security file materials sent by a police officer. The security guard's name on the file materials was Hong Ziyuan, and a large head portrait was posted. Security guard Hong Ziyuan is very thin, with dead fish eyes, thin lips, high nose bridge, and looks a bit cold and handsome. He is 1.75 meters tall. Looking at this portrait, Keeman vaguely feels a faint sense of familiarity. Where have I seen him before? It seems that he was looking up at the shadow behind the window on the 6th floor from the ground. Keeman looked down and looked through his employment experience. According to his resume, he was a graduate of the 196th grade of a certain police academy, and only joined the library on New Year's Day this year. But because of home quarantine, Hong Ziyuan self-isolated after just 20 days of work, and did not officially go to work until 2 months later. He did not go anywhere during these 2 months. This position provided food and accommodation, so he naturally lived in the dormitory. After a while, the police brought Hong Ziyuan's roommate over. Hong Ziyuan's roommate is also a security guard at the library, but he doesn't know much about Hong Ziyuan. Hong Ziyuan goes to sleep as soon as he gets home from work, rarely plays with his phone, is a weirdo, doesn't chat with me at ordinary times, and I don't even want to talk to him. Roommate Kufei sat on a small chair, his butt was not very peaceful, moving around. The person in front of Kufei was Luo Yuan, the captain of the 49th investigation team. Facing Luo Yuan's fierce eyes, Kufei couldn't stay calm. He was afraid of Captain Luo's eyes. During the self-isolation period, he didn't have to go to work, but he slept during the day and sat by the window playing with his phone at night. I don't know who he was chatting with. I'm not interested in knowing. This person is ridiculous. I wouldn't be surprised if the news that he is a fugitive murderer broke out one day. Cafe kept talking. It can be seen that Cafe doesn't like this taciturn roommate very much. He always talks about his shortcomings and doesn't see a single advantage. Sometimes, shortcomings are easier to remember than advantages. Behavior quirks, biological clocks and daily routines are reversed, and he doesn't communicate with people. Chung-Lu was recording on the side. Kuming stared at Cafe and suddenly asked, "Do you know if he has any friends?" Cafe was stunned for a moment and shook his head. "I don't know about this. He probably doesn't have many friends." After leaving a contact message, Cafe left. The four people's investigation was stuck in a quagmire. In theory, their mission would be completed after the special field was lifted. However, now that the accident on the 6th floor broke out, the investigation team had to investigate again. If they didn't investigate, a disaster might appear one day. The traffic police checked the road surveillance, focusing on the surveillance near the library, looking for the weird security guard, or looking for the vehicle. After a while, the superiors came to help. They found the phone numbers of Hong Ziyuan's college friends. Although they only found a few, there will be more and more in the future. Luo Yuan called each one to find out, but the answers he got were completely opposite personal evaluations. Hong Ziyuan, this guy was our school idol in college. He was very active and cheerful. He also won the honor of the top 10 male singers on campus and the debate team award. Hong Ziyuan is like a warm college senior in my impression. Officer, what happened to him? Some classmates were worried that Hong Ziyuan might have an accident. After all, he was born in the police academy, and there were certain risks in entering this industry. What do you think, Amon? Chung-Lu asked. He is a polar reversal between college and society. He must have experienced a big event, and his thoughts have changed. Keeman said. Well, but I feel that you have something else to say. Chung-Lu asked. The investigator's sixth sense is sharp. Although his synesthesia is not as good as Keeman's, he is still good at reading faces. Kuming recalled the classic investigation cases in the investigator's manual, which had a case of a Shadow Stream member possessing a person, and warned investigators to be careful of Shadow Stream and be careful of being infiltrated. Based on his own feelings, he slowly said, "Is it possible that someone from Shadow Stream invaded him?" When the word Shadow Stream came out, the three people's eyes fixed. Chapter 99. It was 7 o'clock in the evening. Keeman stood in front of the window on the 6th floor. There was no light in the room, and it was pitch black behind him. There were no soldiers downstairs in the library, and it was very empty, just like the night that night. Keeman clenched his palms, and some distracting thoughts arose in his mind. If he resisted that distracting thought, he would not get any information. As he looked deeper, Keeman felt that his body was synchronizing with the environment. The three teammates behind him stood in the room and felt unusually cold. However, in the psychic glasses, the dark part would become brighter, allowing the investigator to see the corners clearly. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the stains in the room became unusually clear, and there was an additional row of continuous footsteps. From the door to the bookshelf, then to the window, and then back to the door. Luo Yuan and the other two looked at each other. This was an extremely important clue. You stay here to guard him on. If there are any abnormal signs, interrupt his synesthesia immediately. Captain Luo whispered, fearing that it would affect Keeman's synesthesia. Chung-Lu nodded, and Luo Yuan and Dr. Liang walked towards the closed door together. Opened the door, moved a crack, but there were no stains or footprints outside the door. The environment outside the house was not good enough, and the glasses were difficult to see. Glasses must be paired with some specific props to show their effect. Synesthesia is still the most effective means for on-site investigation. The two turned back, and Kuming had already entered the synesthesia state. Kuming heard the figure mumbling something. Kuming further emptied his mind and listened to his voice, but heard a piece of chaotic language. The chaotic language was very unpleasant, and it seemed incompatible with the human body. It made people feel nauseous and twitched. Chung-Lu saw that the situation was not good, and immediately called Keeman. Keeman heard Chung-Li's words, and immediately took out the rational copy from his arms, opened the book, and read the sentences. In an instant, Keeman calmed down and his distracting thoughts disappeared. Those chaotic whispers were no longer scary, but they still made Keeman disgusted from the bottom of his heart, as if they were anti-human words, and listening carefully would cause unknown changes in the human body. Keeman couldn't tell what language it was, anyway, his body instinctively hated it. Resistance plus 0.1. Keeman resisted a mental interference and successfully increased his mental resistance. Amon, what happened just now? Luo Yuan said worriedly. I heard some words, but they were very messy and disgusting. Keeman shook his head, looked downstairs again, and suddenly saw a figure walking on the ground and walking towards the security post. But the next second, the figure disappeared. This was an illusion. Keeman had a hunch that as long as he continued to accept the chaotic whispers, Keeman could see more pictures. It's a trap designed by the enemy. I can't sense it. Luo Yuan frowned. This mission is going to fail. Let a more senior person investigate, or temporarily seal it. It is indeed a trap, but through the process of listening, I have a deeper connection with the suspect and can see a deeper picture. Do you really want to take the risk? I saw a figure, I need more pictures. Keeman looked at the captain with a very firm attitude. Although those strange words made people feel sick, the power surging from the body was also fighting against the inexplicable whispers. With the help of the rational manuscript, Keeman was even less afraid. If he really lost, his own spirituality would also send out a strong warning, but Keeman's body did not produce that strong warning. He just felt very sick, and he had not risen to the point of losing his mind. Luo Yuan took a deep breath, 10 seconds, then take a break. If you don't have enough information, try again. Don't do it all at once. That's dangerous. Keeman closed the rational manuscript, held the manuscript with his hands, and then looked downstairs. Relying on his strong resistance, Keeman began to listen to those hoarse and unpleasant whispers. The eardrum vibrated and the heart beat faster. The stomach was churning, and the feeling of nausea surged throughout the body. For a full 10 seconds, Keeman had been fighting against nausea. The resistance in the body continued to exert force to eliminate abnormal forces. Keeman! A voice sounded behind Keeman. Keeman immediately opened the rational manuscript and read the sentences inside. The tumbling thoughts were immediately suppressed quickly, and the person became calm. Because he calmed down, another illusion appeared in front of Keeman's eyes. The man in the blue security uniform walked downstairs and got on a van at the door of the library. Keeman's eyes fixed, focused, and looked at the license plate number of the van. Whale XXX698. Whale means Whale City. Keeman told Luo Yuan the information he saw. After listening, Luo Yuan said solemnly, "Thank you for your hard work." The license plate number reported by Keeman was immediately taken seriously by the superiors. The traffic police worked hard and quickly found the target vehicle. Half an hour later, someone came with information. The car with the license plate Whale XXX698 was found and abandoned in a parking lot 4 kilometers away from the library. The person is not in it. He changed another car and has left the city. It was a gang crime. Luo Yuan sighed. The criminals have all run out of the city. If they are professional anti-reconnaissance criminals, coupled with some special objects, it is difficult to capture them. Keeman and others went to the parking lot and saw the abandoned van on the spot. Looking at the van, the familiar feeling came up again. Keeman sat in the driver's seat of the van and shook his head after a minute, not the driver's seat. Then Keeman sat in the back seat, closed his eyes, and felt quietly. After a minute, a certain picture emerged in his mind. In the dark car, the driver and he were both wearing black suits, black shoes, black hats, and all black. Get out of the car, change to another car, and drive away quickly. Keeman opened his eyes, described the appearance of the criminal, and communicated with the crime simulation portrait expert. When the expert finished drawing the portrait, Keeman nodded, which was almost consistent with the two people felt by Tong, 90% similar, close to 100%. The incident progressed to this point, and it was a bit late. During the long wait, Keeman drank a sip of water to relieve his thirsty throat. After drinking the water, he took the water bottle and poked it gently, then took it back, and was stunned for a moment. Is this the after effect of the stabbing? I don't usually feel the side effects of the trident. It seems that it has not disappeared, but the effect is too weak. However, once it is used more, the intensity of the side effects will be different. Beep, Captain Luo's cell phone rang. After talking on the phone for a while, Luo Yuan hung up the phone happily and turned to his teammates and said, "We found the person." Although the car they took left Whale City, the two people did not run out of Whale City. They appeared on Lingshui Street in Whale City, and then the authorities locked on a suspicious residential building. The owner has not returned for 3 months, and it is possible that they are occupying it. After hearing this, Kumeng immediately followed Luo Yuan and set off to the target residential building. Captain Luo drove through red lights all the way, and several military vehicles followed behind him, flying fast. 20 minutes later, Everyone got off the car and stopped in front of a residential building. Under the cover of night, the 3-story old-style single-family building had no lights, and the front door was a copper door with rust. The scene was too quiet, making some people feel uneasy, and their eyes unconsciously drifted to other people's balconies. Keeman glanced at the time, 11:59 p.m., about to reach midnight. A bad premonition slowly rose in his heart. Chapter 100. Don't get close. There's something wrong with this house. Keeman frowned. Luo Yuan looked at the house carefully, and also vaguely felt something was wrong. He ordered on the intercom, "Don't act for the time being. For actions like this involving abnormal things, everyone should be cautious. Sir, if there is a risk in the house, should we blow it up?" A senior officer came over. "If you know there is a risk, blowing up the house directly at this time is a common practice of the Investigation Bureau and the military. Doesn't the Investigation Bureau want to know what the book is about? The book may have become a special object with special functions." Keeman couldn't help but speak when he heard about the explosion. Once the explosion occurs, the book is likely to be gone. Special objects are not indestructible objects. The explosion may blow up the old book. After a while, the technical investigation sent a picture of no one investigating. The doors, windows, and windows on the balcony were all closed, and the curtains were fully drawn, so the layout inside could not be seen at all. The door on the roof was also blocked, and could not be opened unless it was broken into with a door-breaking tool. Keeman's warning made the special forces stop thinking about breaking into the door, and wait for the next instruction. All the people sleeping in the houses on both sides of the residential area were asked to come out to avoid accidents. Only the house in the middle made Keeman have bad thoughts. Looking at the time again, it was already midnight. The bad feeling had not disappeared, and waiting any longer would not produce any results. Keeman and Captain Luo talked for a while. The book that the enemy had planned for several months to get must be not simple, and the Investigation Bureau should confiscate it. Immediately break the window to look at the second floor, use a drone for reconnaissance, and blow it up immediately if there is any abnormality. The door of the first floor was broken open by the special forces using thermal cutting method, and then the reconnaissance vehicle quickly went upstairs. The drone broke the window of the second floor with a window-breaking tool, and then plunged into the curtains and messed up the curtains. The second drone passed through the gap, turned on the flashlight, and saw the layout of the second floor. Blood all over the floor. The 2 male corpses were lying on both sides of the floor, and their own blood flowed along the pits of the floor, forming a weird pattern. In the center of the bloody pattern, there was a Whale County Travel News stained with red blood, full of bloody and evil atmosphere. At this time, looking at the male corpses on the left and right sides, their facial expressions have solidified. The corners of their mouths are raised, and their mouths are grinning. They did not die in pain, but died with a smile. When the technical reconnaissance personnel saw such a picture, a chill went straight to the top of their heads. What is this? Is it an evil sacrifice scene? Keeman and the other 4 also saw the picture that no one sent back, and they all felt the evil and disgusting atmosphere. At this time, the drone looked around and added new images. Under the light, the blood-colored figure reflected a layer of light. The person was dead, but left behind a strange figure and a blood-stained ancient book. Keeman felt deep malice, a provocation to the Special Affairs Investigation Bureau. Seal off the scene. We need to ask our superiors to send more personnel, Luo Yuan said. However, Keeman immediately thought of the new sacrifice, the Yellow Springs tracing whistle. It can summon the dead to talk, although it has not been used, but isn't it the right time to test it? Captain, I haven't told you about a new item this morning. It can talk to the dead, Keeman said. Luo Yuan fell into thought after hearing this. Summoning the dead to talk, this is a good opportunity. Although he didn't know how Keeman knew the function of the new item, he could vaguely guess something after knowing it many times. I asked my superiors. Luo Yuan called and then handed the phone to Keeman. What are its side effects? If it is extremely harmful to the body or to the public, I suggest you wait a little longer. Our investigation bureau also has special items of the dead spirit system. Director Lei, who is in charge of the test, said. It's a thing that sucks away human essence. Sucks people dry? Director Lei asked carefully. It shouldn't be that serious. Keeman thought about it, and confirmed again that his intuition was correct, and it wouldn't suck people dry. Okay, then you be careful. This is the layout of an illegal organization. Since the spirit has issued a warning, there must be a trap in the house. Don't go in. The director told Keeman not to rush in. If he could blow the whistle outside the house, he would blow it outside the house. Keeman really didn't plan to go in. There was a strong sense of ritual in that room. It was an evil sacrifice scene. Looking at the figure, it was not the summoning diagram of Cthulhu. It must be pointing to another existence. Keeman took out the bone whistle outside the house. The bone whistle was cold and had a strange touch, as if it could breathe. At the evaluation site, the soldiers heard the order and withdrew, away from Keeman. Keeman blew the bone whistle, and a melodious whistle spread around, and a resurrection ballad woven by the whistle sounded. The soldiers could not hear the whistle, but felt that the scene became cold. Luo Yuan and the other two vaguely heard the whistle, but they couldn't hear it clearly. It was not the sound for them to hear. If you can hear the whistle clearly, you are almost dead. The whistle sounded on the second floor, and the two corpses on the second floor suddenly opened their eyes. The corpses heard the whistle of resurrection, slowly stood up, walked to the door, and left blood-red footprints on the ground. The two corpses opened their eyes, and came to the first floor, and stopped in front of Keeman. The eyes of the corpses were lifeless, really like two dead people. Behind Keeman, the round dumplings stood quietly, with dog hair standing up. Seeing the dead come back to life, Keeman was not afraid, and asked the prepared questions directly. Are you members of the Shadow Stream? Yes. Who are you offering sacrifice to? Keeman looked directly into the eyes of the two. The corpse was silent. What is the purpose of Whale County Travel News? The corpse continued to be silent. Luo Yuan watched from the side and gave his opinion. They may only answer yes or no. Your answers are only yes and no? Keeman asked quickly. He felt a little weak. Yes. The corpse replied in seconds. Chung Lu, Dr. Liang, Luo Yuan raised his eyebrows. Keeman's angle was really tricky, and he hit the nail on the head. After asking for a while, the feeling of plundering essence became more and more serious, although the resistance in the body was trying to reduce the problem of essence loss. But asking for a few minutes is really a bit unbearable. If it were a normal investigator, maybe he couldn't stand asking for a minute. Keeman held the mouth of the bone whistle and took a breath. The bone whistle sounded a strange bell, and the two corpses fell down together, and the smell of blood filled the air. A wave of sleepiness came over him, and Keeman did not continue the mission, choosing to go home and sleep. Captain Luo expressed his understanding, and asked someone to send Keeman home to sleep. After returning home, Keeman was exhausted physically and mentally. He patted his scarf, put the dumplings in the bedroom, and fell asleep on the bed. In his dream, Keeman heard the gurgling sound of water again. When he opened his eyes, he saw two seafoods fighting below. A deep-sea scorpion pierced the skin of a jellyfish with its hook and bit it.